The Qinghe and Jun of the Mingxin Sect descended the mountain on a whim and saved a young girl, who then clung to her, eager to become her disciple. The Qinghe and Jun indicated that her senior brother had already chosen a disciple for her, one with a rare single fire spiritual root. Jinzhao interjected, I also possess a single fire spiritual root. Look at me. I promise I won't bring you shame. Ever since the sect leader discovered his ability to hear the thoughts of his young disciple, he frequently sought out questions at the Wenling Peak. Why does the sect master always inquire about sect affairs? Does he intend to groom me for the position of the next sect leader? The master, merely seeking information, thought to himself, how could I possibly relinquish my position so soon after just becoming the sect leader? Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the thoughts of his young disciple echoed again. I refuse to be the leader of a fallen sect. Thus, it became evident to all that their sect leader was now more preoccupied than ever with the management of the sect. Within the secret realm, I will not disclose what I found. The crowd fidgeted, but suddenly the thoughts ceased. What had she discovered that she would not reveal? A spirit plant? A magical artifact? Or perhaps an immortal weapon? Chapter 1. Encountering the Immortal in the Rain. A gentle breeze stirred as fine rain fell like silk. The lush bamboo trees were refreshed, imparting a sense of tranquility. Amidst the muddy ground, something stirred upon closer inspection. It was a slender young girl. Her face was smeared with mud, obscuring her features, save for a pair of bright, star-like eyes that radiated determination and defiance. However, the chill of the rain seeped into her limbs, rendering them stiff and increasingly unresponsive. If left in this state, it was likely she would not survive. But it was all right, she thought. She could wait just a bit longer. Drip, drip. Raindrops fell into the puddles, creating ripples. Draped in azure garments, a woman approached, holding a lotus leaf umbrella. How peculiar! The scent of the Qinghe rat lingers nearby, yet its burrow eludes me, she mused, her brow furrowed, though her beauty shone through, akin to a gathering of clear springs, ethereal and refined. Yes, she tilted her lotus leaf umbrella. The rain cascaded down upon the muddy girl. Help me. Her voice was barely audible, mingling with the sound of the rain. Yet the azure-clad immortal heard her. She glanced down in surprise and discovered the girl lying in the mud, her vitality alarmingly faint. The immortal had been so preoccupied with the Qinghe rat that she had not noticed another presence. The azure-clad immortal knelt, shielding the girl with her umbrella. The girl managed a faint smile before her heavy eyelids succumbed to slumber. Is she dead? The immortal murmured, probing the girl's life force, which was nearly extinguished. Recalling the girl's relieved smile just before she fainted, the immortal felt a sense of curiosity. Did she recognize me? Why did she look upon me with such hopeful eyes? The immortal sent a trickle of spiritual energy into the girl to sustain her life. After a moment's thought, she cast a barrier, shielding them from the autumn rain. Life or death was now in the hands of fate. Having completed her tasks, the azure-clad immortal rose, leaving the lotus leaf umbrella with the girl, holding only an ancient compass. The gentle rain of the mortal realm veered away from her, while her dark hair remained untouched. A pale hand reached through the veil of rain, grasping the hem of her azure dress. I know where the Qinghe rat's burrow is. The swiftness with which the girl awakened surprised the immortal, momentarily causing her to overlook the proclamation. You're awake? The immortal regarded her with interest, noting that once the mud was washed away, the girl appeared quite ethereal. The girl cleared her throat and, disregarding whether the immortal had inquired, proclaimed, My name is Jinzhao. Jinzhao is a splendid name, the immortal praised openly. The girl covered her mouth, reiterating her previous statement. I know where the Qinghe rat's burrow is. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, her expression earnest. The azure-clad immortal inquired, The Qinghe rat is cunning, adept at misleading one's gaze. Even my spirit-seeking compass cannot ascertain its whereabouts. How do you know the location of its burrow? Jinzhao cheekily blinked, feigning innocence. I saw it. It entered the burrow right before my eyes. The immortal, half convinced, followed the direction indicated by Jinzhao, and indeed, discovered a concealed burrow beneath layers of dried leaves. She formed a hand gesture, locking the burrow with her spiritual energy. Slowly, a small cloud of green smoke emerged, and soon a palm-sized rat scurried out. Jinzhao caught a glimpse of its tail, slightly singed, before a delicate golden bell-shaped barrier encapsulated the Qinghe rat. The azure-clad immortal nodded gracefully, saying, Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, she would have wasted considerable time. Jinzhao smiled. If you truly wish to thank me, could you consider me first at the disciple selection ceremony in half a month? She earnestly recommended herself. I'm a single fire spiritual root. Having me as your disciple will not bring you disgrace. Jinzhao thought to herself that accepting her as a disciple was certainly preferable to taking in Mingxin, who would ultimately lead to a fallout. Mingxin also possessed a single fire spiritual root. She was no less qualified. The azure-clad immortal, usually composed, suddenly choked on her own words, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Did she just hear Jinzhao's thoughts? Moreover, the name Mingxin seemed vaguely familiar. Wait, something flashed through the immortal's mind. Mingxin was the girl that her senior brother had insisted she accept as a disciple. Seeing the immortal's expression change, Jinzhao assumed that the immortal was taken aback by her declaration of possessing a single fire spiritual root, as such roots were exceedingly rare, that if someone approached her claiming to have a single fire spiritual root, she too would be skeptical. With this thought, Jinzhao took a deep breath and said, on the day of the spiritual root test, if you come and take a look, you will know I am not deceiving you. She truly was a single fire spiritual root. Otherwise, Mingxin would not have gone to such lengths to eliminate her, ensuring her own prominence at the disciple selection ceremony of the Mingxin sect. The azure-clad immortal remained silent, finding it hard to believe what had just transpired, as if it were a figment of her imagination. She glanced at the self-assured Jinzhao and replied, my senior brother has already chosen a disciple for me. I fear I cannot accept you. If you truly are a single fire spiritual root, once you enter the Mingxin sect, countless elders will be eager to take you as their disciple, so there is no need to worry. What if Jinzhao's claims were indeed true? The immortal's expression hardened. If that were the case, she would certainly not take Mingxin as a disciple. However, she could not simply acquiesce to this young girl. Jinzhao, disheartened, sighed. Mingxin is truly not a good choice. Although she possesses a single fire spiritual root, it has flaws that are not yet apparent. Once she forms her golden core, the drawbacks will emerge, marking the beginning of her isolation. Even if you do not choose me as your disciple, please do not select Mingxin. She lamented internally. The azure-clad immortal almost stumbled, overwhelmed by the torrent of thoughts. Yet what did Mingxin's flawed spiritual root have to do with her own isolation? Wait, how had she been ensnared by Jinzhao's words? In a daze, she had taken such absurdity to heart. The immortal shook her head, retracting the golden bell-shaped barrier that encased the Yanji rat, transforming it into a streak of light that vanished. As she departed, it seemed something fell from her. Jinzhao looked down to find a white jade porcelain vial containing a medicinal pill. Without a second thought, she opened the vial and poured the pill in her mouth. A warm stream enveloped her body, dispelling the cold, while the hidden wounds beneath her skin gradually healed. This morning, I arose, picked up a lotus leaf umbrella to shield myself from the rain, and descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain stands a dilapidated temple, a refuge from the elements. She merely needs to endure until Mingxin Zone begins to accept disciples. Chapter 2. The Path of Inquiry. The young woman, riding the wind, strolled through Qinghe. Perhaps aware that today is an auspicious day for Mingxin Zone to recruit disciples, the incessant drizzle ceased, and where the clouds parted, a faint rosy glow emerged. Today, with a bamboo stick she had found serving as her walking staff, she traversed one mountain after another until she finally arrived at the foot of Mingxin Zone. Upon her arrival, she found only two sword-bearing disciples, drowsily dozing. With a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "Am I the first to arrive?" The sudden sound startled the sleepy disciples awake. "I thought no one would be here at this hour," one of them muttered, pulling out a dark stone. "Let's check for spiritual roots first." Following their instructions, she placed her hand on the stone, which flickered several times before being abruptly taken away. "You possess spiritual roots? Please step aside to register," came the official tone. The other disciple, a fair-skinned female cultivator, inquired, "What is your name?" She succinctly provided her name. Familiar with the recruitment process of Mingxin Zone, she understood that they would first conduct a preliminary assessment of spiritual roots, and only after passing the evaluation would elders personally measure the attributes and values of their roots at the mountain summit. Those with exceptional talent would directly enter the inner sect. The female disciple lifted her gaze and asked, "Are you the same Jinzhao who comes year after year?" Jinzhao nodded. "All right, hurry up and participate in the assessment," the female disciple replied, putting away her notebook. "You arrived late. Everyone else has already ascended the path of inquiry. and you might fall behind. Those with spiritual roots all have the potential to become disciples of Mingxin Zone. Their measuring stone does not discern the quality of roots, hence they are willing to form good relations with everyone, as it is merely a matter of a few words. Jinzhao widened her eyes, pondering, wasn't I the first to arrive? She had thought the place was somewhat desolate, because she had come too early. Turning on her heel, she swiftly made her way to the path of inquiry, leaving behind the kind-hearted female cultivator, who stood dazed in the wind. What was that voice just now? Was it merely her imagination? After climbing several dozen stone steps in one go, her body began to protest. Her cheeks flushed and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. I haven't encountered anyone, yet I can't rest, she encouraged herself. As she stepped onto a new stone step, she suddenly felt her foot slip. Looking down, she realized one foot was perilously close to the edge of the cliff. Dense white mist obscured the surroundings, leaving only a solid path behind her. A strong sense of weightlessness surged through her, and her heart raced wildly. Taking a deep breath, Jinzhao stiffly moved her arms and legs, opening her eyes to find she was still in place, with an endless stone staircase stretching above her. Indeed, it was an illusion. Continuing upward, she could faintly hear conversations. There shouldn't be anyone behind us, right? I wonder where those ahead have climbed to. Had I known, I should have risen early every day at home to train my body. Look, someone has reached halfway up the mountain. One person nudged another, indicating a small figure, no bigger than an ant, slowly moving across the chasm. The youth gaped, dumbfounded, before finally managing to utter, "Who is so impressive?" Jinzhao, having stealthily approached the two from around a corner, chimed in, "You mean Lin Zine from Yushu City, right?" The two were taken aback, nodding blankly before exclaiming in surprise, "When did you arrive?" Jinzhao beamed, "Just now." In truth, she had been there for quite some time, eavesdropping on their conversation. Yet such clandestine listening was something she could not reveal to the subjects. After squatting for a moment, her legs began to feel numb. She bent down to massage them, completely oblivious to the astonished expressions of the two. "I won't talk to you anymore. I must catch up with Lin Zine." Feeling her legs less numb, she bid farewell to the two. "Hey, wait," called the youth in indigo robes. "I am Lan Jingyao. What is your name?" The boy in white opened his thin lips by Yuanjun. "Aren't these Lin Zine's two lackeys? So this is what they look like. I almost didn't recognize them without their names." She recalled that Lan Jingyao and Bai Yuanjun had ranked quite high in their ascent to the mountain summit and had not connected them when seeing them here. Though Jinzhao internally scoffed, she maintained an innocent facade, smiling sweetly. "I am Jinzhao." To any observer, she appeared as a naive and harmless young girl. Had they not heard her inner thoughts, they might have been deceived by her appearance. Lan Jingyao snorted. Bai Yuanjun frowned at her. "Lackey? Would I ever be a lackey to Lin Zine? What nonsense is this?" Although he had entertained a fleeting thought of wanting to be close to Lin Zine, Jinzhao soon left the two behind. Lan Jingyao scratched his head, not resting, right? Now, they were truly at the back. Bai Yuanjun muttered, "Let's stick with her if she doesn't rest, we won't either." He couldn't believe he couldn't surpass a girl with short limbs. Soon, Bai Yuanjun realized that indeed, he could not surpass her. They encountered many people along the way, but Jinzhao's figure remained elusive. Midway up the mountain, the continuous stone steps ended abruptly, leaving only a chain suspended between the cliffs. Below was a genuine precipice. Not some illusion fall would certainly mean certain death. Jinzhao took a couple of breaths, warmed her palms, and grasped the icy chain, a bone-chilling cold sending shivers down her spine. Yet, she clung tightly to the chain, unwilling to loosen her grip. She had but one life. She could not perish before becoming a disciple. Slowly, she maneuvered. Though her movements were somewhat ungainly, they prioritized safety. Upon reaching the opposite side, she realized her palms were slick with sweat and wiped them on her clothes, continuing onward. As she neared the mountain's peak, she still did not see Lin Zine's figure, realizing she could not catch up and thus decided to ease her mindset. A voice, resonant as a bell, boomed above her. Jinzhao looked up that on the pristine square stood a throng of people, all gazing toward the spirit-testing monument. It was an imposing stone tablet, the back inscribed with the regulations of Mingxin Zone, while the front bore 9 notches with crimson spiritual light currently resting on the 8th notch. Lin Zine, single fire spiritual root value 8, announced the elder responsible for testing spiritual roots, stroking his goatee, his face aglow with satisfaction. A tall girl in white, exuding an air of tranquility, gently nodded to the elder. The elder, observing her composed demeanor and elegant appearance, felt increasingly pleased. The sect leader of Mingxin Zone, standing on a high platform, turned to the blue-clad woman beside him and remarked, "Sister Qinghe, the disciple I found for you is quite impressive, isn't she?" Chapter 3. The single fire spiritual root. You do not even desire a single fire spiritual root, let alone a fully endowed heavenly spiritual root. Were it not for my position as the sect master, do you truly believe this exceptional talent could fall into your hands? There are many within the sect who covet Lin as their disciple, and they would trample you beneath their feet. The Qinghe lady, perplexed, inquired, "Senior brother, you're already the sect master. Who could possibly assign you tasks? Do not indulge in such irrelevant banter. Today, we must select a disciple," the sect master said, caressing his jade ring. "I hereby declare that Lin will be the chosen one." Seeing him rise, the Qinghe lady quickly grasped his arm, stating, "There are still others yet to ascend. Let us wait until everyone has completed their spiritual root testing before choosing a disciple. Rest assured, I shall definitely take on a disciple today." With the assurance of the sea-calming needle, the sect master swallowed his words. However, he pondered that there would be no one with the same talent as Lin in the future and found it hard to understand what his junior sister was thinking. Her name is Qinghe, yet she is not a mere lotus leaf floating in a pond, nurtured by the waters. Unbeknownst to her senior brother's silent criticisms, the Qinghe lady lazily leaned back against her chair, her gaze occasionally drifting down the mountain. She wondered if the little girl who claimed to possess a single fire spiritual root had arrived yet. Jinzhao, adjusting her attire, climbed the last few steps of the stone ladder and spotted the Qinghe lady, beaming with a smile as radiant as spring blossoms. The second to ascend was also a young girl. The elder responsible for testing spiritual roots murmured softly, "Come with me to test your spiritual root." Jinzhao obediently followed the elder, sensing a cold, venomous gaze upon her. Following the gaze, she easily located Lin and flashed her a playful smirk. Lin must be utterly perplexed as to why I did not adhere to her plans and perish in the wilderness. Ah, fortune indeed has its own design. The elder suddenly glanced at Jinzhao, who innocently asked, "Elder, is there something wrong? Why does Elder Uncle look at me?" I didn't even scold him, she thought. Realizing it was not her imagination, Elder Uncle gradually came to terms with the fact that he could hear the girl's thoughts. Did she have enmity with Lin? He couldn't help but glance at Lin, who quickly averted her gaze, concealing her thoughts, yet still unable to escape the scrutiny of a seasoned cultivator. Furrowing his brow, he addressed Jinzhao, saying, "Simply call me Elder Chun. Will it make me look more handsome?" Jinzhao sweetly called, "Elder Chun." Internally she thought, "Elder Uncle is quite decent." Elder Chun, speechless, managed a slight smile and said, "Place your hand on the imprint area." Before the spiritual root testing stele stood a long stone table, flanked by lifelike celestial cranes, with two large handprints indented in the center. Jinzhao placed her hand upon it, and the calm stele suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Single fire spiritual root. 2 single fire spiritual roots have emerged. I wonder what this little girl's root value will be. Regardless of the root value, this was a single fire spiritual root. None shall contest this with me. Sect Master, you have privately designated Lin to Qinghe. Surely this little girl must be left for us. Zhao Qin, the sect master of Mingxin Sect, felt his old face redden with embarrassment. Everyone was aware of his selfishness, but to bring it to light was mortifying. Enough. 2 single fire spiritual roots. I will reserve one for you. Whoever claims it first shall have it. You all know that my junior sister has never taken a disciple since childhood. She remains solitary to this day. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood the sect master's good intentions. A touch of selfishness was excusable. After all, the Qinghe lady, her eyes sparkling, fixated on the testing stele, declared, "I want this one." Zhao Qin was about to advise her that although both were single fire spiritual roots, Lin's root value was 8, a superior quality, and this little girl might not compare. When his gaze fell upon the testing stele, he froze, also a root value of 8. Had the ancestral hall of Mingxin Sect caught fire? Jinzhao slightly tilted her head, the fiery red spiritual light appearing to be momentarily pressed down. Halting at the 8th notch, it did not breach 9, but it was still impressive. Jinzhao smiled, her radiance akin to the bloom of spring. Zhao Qin, observing the little girl's obedient demeanor, thought her a source of ease, and said, "In that case, You should take this girl named Jinzhao as your disciple. One by one, others ascended to the summit to test their spiritual roots. Apart from Jinzhao, 51 passed the assessment. Among them, 7 with dual spiritual roots entered the inner sect, 13 with triple roots entered the outer sect, and could advance to the inner sect through annual evaluations. The remaining 30 with 4 and 5 roots became miscellaneous disciples. Lan Jingyao scanned the crowd, wondering where Jinzhao and Lin Xin were. A disciple clad in the Mingxin Sect's attire leaned in and said, "Brother, you have a bright future. You know both Jinzhao and Lin Xin." Lan Jingyao quickly replied, "I dare not claim such praise. Simply call me Jingyao." He had yet to formally join the sect. How could he dare accept such a title? Even as a Mingxin Sect disciple, he would only be a junior. Lan Jingyao remained exceptionally humble. The other chuckled, patting his shoulder. Both of them have already been called away, likely to discuss who will be the Qinghe lady's disciple. At this time, the outcome should be known. In truth, Jinzhao and Lin Xin had not been taken together, and there was no discussion at all. Lin Xin's nails dug deep into her flesh, yet she seemed oblivious, consumed by anger at being deceived. Were it not for the sect master announcing that the Qinghe lady would take on her first disciple this year, she would never have come here instead of Lu Xiaozong. Suppressing her urge to storm off, she chose the highest-ranked elder, Zhou Fuliu, as her master. Among the entire Mingxin sect, only the Qinghe lady had reached the transformation stage, while Zhou Fuliu had attained the peak of the nascent soul stage, just one realm below her, and was also an alchemist. Lin Xin felt somewhat reassured. Pleased with his new disciple, Zhou Fuliu rarely let a smile leave his lips. He presented her with a mid-tier storage pouch embroidered with phoenixes, saying, "This is a welcoming gift from your master. Open it and see if you like it." Lin Xin glanced inside, where she found various pills along with a delicately crafted green feathered peacock fan. This fan is a mysterious grade, magical artifact. Use it for now, and when you find a style you prefer, your master will seek out something even better for you. The remnants of her earlier discontent began to dissipate, and she spoke with genuine gratitude. "Thank you, master." Chapter 4. Taking the master Jinzhao was led by a young female, disciple clad in white, to a shimmering lake, lush with green lotus leaves, resembling a jade plate, a truly delightful sight in the autumn. By the lake, a figure stood with her back to her, rivaling the elegance of a lotus. "Lady, Jinzhao has arrived," the disciple announced respectfully before retreating. Qinghe turned, meeting the gaze of the girl with glistening eyes, a smile blossoming at her lips. The girl appeared quite charming. Qinghe sighed inwardly and asked in a calm voice, "Do you know why I called you here?" Jinzhao had some suspicions, but shook her head. "Qinghe lady likely summoned me for matters regarding taking on a disciple. Lin Xin is not present. Has she decided to accept me as her disciple? It seems my self-recommendation the other day was indeed effective. Oh, I almost forgot about the contribution of the Yanji mouse. Poor little creature, it must have been transformed into Yen Rue incense by now. Speaking of which, Qinghe lady has it hard as well, having to make Yen Rue incense every 3 months to curry favor with the sword master of Yanhua. Unaware that he has no old injuries, it is his delicate little disciple, Yun Shi, who truly needs the incense. Alas, the sword master of Yanhua is rather ungracious in this matter. As I contemplated this matter today, a surge of indignation welled up within me, elevating my voice unexpectedly. This startled Qinghe in June, causing her chaotic thoughts to dissipate. She felt an urge to remind me to lower my voice, but given her serene demeanor, she found herself at a loss for words. How could she possibly inform me that my inner voice was disturbing her? That would be utterly absurd. The very fact that she could hear my thoughts was already quite ridiculous. Once her emotions calmed, Qinghe began to ponder the authenticity of my words. It was not surprising that I knew I possessed a single fire spiritual root, as such assessments could be made in advance. I regularly concocted Yanrue incense every 3 months to present to Shengwei Mountain, a fact well known in the realm of cultivation, easily uncovered with a little inquiry. Having known Yanhua for many years, she understood his character well and realized that she should not doubt him based solely on the words of a girl she had only met twice. With clarity restored, Qinghe sighed lightly and remarked, "I sought you out because of your spiritual root." I observed her carefully, noting my own disappointment as her words did not pertain to accepting me as her disciple. I chastised myself, feeling that I should have smiled less on the way here. Now I had lost an opportunity, and my master had gained a few wrinkles instead. Unbeknownst to her, I discreetly raised my hand to rub my eyes, attempting to conceal my actions. Qinghe noticed this small gesture, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. What wrinkles could a girl of merely 10 years possess? She truly had a heart that worried too much. After completing this little charade, I quickly lowered my hand and inquired, "In June, what is the matter with my spiritual root?" My clear eyes brimmed with curiosity, devoid of concern. Qinghe mused that since I was aware of my single fire spiritual root, I must also comprehend that my root value was complete and pure, resembling the legendary Qinghe spiritual root. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to caution me, lest I attract envy. "Your spiritual root is unique. In the future, avoid any items used to assess spiritual roots," she advised, adding, "including our sect's measuring stone." I, still somewhat perplexed, softly questioned, "While single spiritual roots are rare, they do exist in June. Is there something wrong with mine?" Qinghe was taken aback. "You do not know you possess a Qinghe spiritual root?" Upon reflection, she realized that had I known, I would not have presented myself to her in such a manner. She could almost envision my confident demeanor, as if I were an elegant cat strutting about. Yet the measuring stone had not shown a breakthrough past the 9th line. Qinghe suppressed her breath and explained, "That is because I restrained your spiritual light just as it was about to surpass the 9th line. As the sole individual in the Huashan realm within Mingxin Sect, her intervention went unnoticed by others, who assumed my spiritual root value was merely 8. From today onward, forget this matter. Your spiritual root is exactly as the measuring stone indicated. Understood?" I nodded solemnly, aware of my own self-deception. Noticing my hesitance, Qinghe encouraged, "If you have something to say, do so. In June, will you accept me as your disciple? Both Linzine and I possess single fire spiritual roots. It will be beneficial for you to take me on. I am diligent and can assist you with tasks, such as catching Yinji mice or producing Yinrui incense." I grinned widely, revealing my pearly white teeth, appearing exceedingly obedient. Upon hearing my last statement, Qinghe understood my intentions. With a gentle lift of her eyelids, she replied coolly, "There is no need for your assistance in producing Yinrui incense." However, she did not refuse my offer to catch Yinji mice. Instantly, I beamed even brighter, awkwardly bowing, and exclaimed, "Greetings, master." Qinghe cleared her throat, acknowledging me as her disciple. Noticing my tattered robe, she gifted me a pale yellow ceremonial robe that transformed to fit my form, resembling a cluster of elegant and poised spring flowers. Qinghe also produced a white jade pendant, running her fingers over it to inscribe words. "This is your identity token. Carry it, and the members of Mingxin Sect will recognize you as my disciple, and none shall trouble you. If you cannot find the path to Wenling Peak, simply ask the senior disciples within our sect." I bent down to receive the jade pendant, and when I raised my gaze, Qinghe had vanished. Clutching the pendant, I observed it closely. The front bore my name, while the back inscribed the words Wenling Peak. I fastened the pendant to my waist and skipped down the mountain path. Suddenly, I encountered an individual blocking my way. Clad in white like snow, their complexion was crystalline, yet their eyes were dark and brooding. Linzine had come to demand an answer. It is evident that I was the first to pass the Winda ladder examination. Qinghe in June ought to be my master. Linzine glared at me fiercely. Her attire had altered to a soft yet glaring pale yellow, and she mocked. "Stealing someone else's master. Do you not have any shame?" I remained unfazed, waiting for her tirade to conclude before responding with a cheerful smile. "I must thank you. Without your abandonment on the desolate mountain, how could I have been rescued by my master? It seems it was meant to be." My words were laced with mock sincerity, as I had no intention of expressing gratitude to Linzine, merely seeking to provoke her. Linzine understood she had inadvertently facilitated the bond between Qinghe in June and me, and I could see the twisted expression of regret on her face. Chapter 5. A letter from Yunhua. "Do not think that by becoming Qinghe in June's disciple, you can overshadow me." Linzine suppressed the malice on her face, feigning a polite smile as she brushed her sleeves. "We have plenty of time ahead." Upon realizing she had been deceived, anger surged within her, and she contemplated transferring her allegiance to Liuxia sect. However, upon recalling my presence, she hesitated to leave. She desired to ruin my reputation and ensure Qinghe in June regretted her choice, thus finding solace in her heart. Watching Linzine's retreating figure, I suddenly raised my hand and made a silly face. Our enmity was well established. However, as fellow disciples of Mingxin Sect, Linzin dared not act too ruthlessly against me. Hence her words about the future. Yet I did not share the same sentiment. Linzin was akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Who could predict when she would strike? There is a saying, a thief may thrive for 1,000 days. But one cannot guard against a thief forever. Perhaps the Tanyuan secret realm would present a favorable opportunity. With that thought, I refrained from contemplating further, as it was still early for the Tanyuan secret realm to open, and one must possess at least foundational cultivation to enter. Otherwise, it would be akin to courting death. Unaware of how to reach Wenling Peak and finding myself alone, I squatted down, hoping to encounter a fellow disciple of Mingxin Sect. As Zhao Qin rounded the corner, he spotted me lost in thought on the ground, appearing abandoned and pitiful. This girl had indeed been of her own choosing. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qin composed himself, attempting to sound amiable. You're Jinzhao, correct? He recalled this name from the spiritual root assessment when Elder Jinzhao had uttered it. Someone had arrived. I no longer needed to endure the cold wind. My eyes lit up as I turned to see Zhao Qin and greeted him softly. Greetings, master. Zhao Qin's eyes sparkled as he cheerfully replied, no need for such formality. As Qinghe's disciple, just call me Shi Shu. I willingly complied, addressing him as Master Shi Shu with utmost obedience. Zhao Qin's heart swelled with joy, and his resentment towards Qinghe lessened significantly. He kindly inquired, are you having trouble finding the path to Wenling Peak? I happen to be heading there to speak with Qinghe. Would you accompany me? I nodded eagerly and followed behind Zhao Qin. It seems that Master Shi Shu shares a profound bond with my master, treating me, his disciple, with such warmth. Perhaps it is a case of love for the house extending to the crow. How did it come to this, where we stand as adversaries? Sigh. Zhao Qin stumbled slightly, nearly tripping over the stone steps beneath him. Regaining his balance, he discreetly observed his young disciple. To be frank, the shock of hearing her innermost thoughts paled in comparison to the impact of her words. She claimed she would fall out with Qinghe. How could that be? Although Qinghe could be rather reckless at times, she was ultimately his junior sister. His feelings were more akin to disappointment than hatred. How could he harbor animosity toward her? Master Uncle, are you all right? Jinzhao inquired with concern, her bright black and white eyes shimmering with curiosity. How could a Yuanian cultivator stumble while walking? Master Uncle must have something weighing on his mind, to not even notice where he was stepping. Quickly, Jinzhao concocted a rationale for Zhao Qin in her mind. Zhao Qin gazed ahead at the boundary stone inscribed with the words Wenling Foam, pondering whether he truly had something troubling him. The sudden ability to hear her heartfelt musings had already shaken him profoundly, and now learning about the potential rift with his junior sister only deepened his turmoil. A figure clad in green hurried down the path, and upon spotting Zhao Qin, paused momentarily before attempting to turn away. Halt! Zhao Qin bellowed unexpectedly, his brow furrowing. Where do you think you're going? Qinghe, taken aback, turned around, realizing her newly acquired disciple was also present, and promptly fabricated a justification. Senior brother, I was going to fetch Jinzhao. Then why the rush? Zhao Qin scrutinized her with skepticism, clearly unconvinced. Qinghe maintained her composure until she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to bring a gift for Jinzhao. Zhao Qin's expression softened slightly, but upon noticing the wooden box in her hands, he abruptly grasped the situation. You intend to go to Qinghe Mountain, don't you? Before Qinghe could defend herself, he had already made up his mind, chastising her vehemently. This is sheer folly. You often act recklessly, and as your senior brother, I can turn a blind eye at times, but today is a significant occasion. You haven't even participated in the master-disciple tea ceremony yet, and you're rushing off to Qinghe Mountain? What kind of decorum is that? Jinzhao stood quietly to the side, her heart turbulent. What kind of enchantment has the Yunjing sword master cast upon our master? How could such a prominent Huaxin figure be unable to suppress even a minor injury and send a message urging haste? How should I remind her that it is not the Yunjing sword master who requires Yan Rui Xiang, but rather his young disciple? I have just become a disciple under master, and she certainly wouldn't believe me. I must seek an opportunity to accompany her to Qinghe Mountain in the future. Qinghe remained silent, cognizant of her own disbelief. Senior brother, Qinghe began, only to be interrupted by Zhao Qin. Do not call me senior brother. This matter is out of the question. The words spoken by Jinzhao had indeed reminded him How could the illustrious Yunjing sword master be unable to manage even a minor injury? Today marked Qinghe's momentous day of accepting disciples. He did not believe Shenhui Mountain could be unaware of this news, nor that Yunjing would send a message without consideration. As for the young disciple of Yunjing mentioned by Jinzhao, he had some recollection. The incident surrounding her apprenticeship had caused quite a stir, and she hardly appeared to be in good health. Her need for Yin Rui Xiang seemed far more credible than Yunjing's old injury. Zhao Qin's expression hardened. Before teaching Jinzhao how to channel energy into her body, I forbid you from descending to Shenhui Mountain or Wenling Peak. I refuse to believe that the esteemed Yunjing could perish from a mere delay of 2 nights in receiving Yin Rui Xiang. He was perplexed by her senior brother's sudden dissatisfaction with Yunjing. She glanced at Jinzhao. Could it be that he had also heard her thoughts and believed her words? Give it to me. He quickly tightened her grip on the wooden box. Senior brother, it was not easy for me to refine this Yin Rui Xiang. Please do not discard it. Zhao Qin replied, for now, the item shall remain with me. You may retrieve them once Jinzhao successfully channels energy into her body. Qinghe hesitated, but Zhao Qin's piercing gaze compelled her to reluctantly hand over the box. Upon reflection, her senior brother had a point. As a Huashan, Yunjing should be able to endure a delay in receiving Yin Rui Xiang without significant consequence. Chapter 6. Purification of Tendons and Marrow. At this moment, atop Shenhui Mountain, within a gracefully adorned hall, sheer, light fabric fluttered gently, permeating the air with faint, agonized moans. Through the delicate veil, one could vaguely discern a strikingly handsome young man kneeling beside a bed, his exquisite features marred by worry, yet still captivating. The girl gazed at this familiar visage, feeling her pain diminish slightly, but suddenly, an overwhelming agony surged through her, as if a multitude of ants were gnawing at her heart. She turned pale, drained of all color. I shall go to Mingxin Sect and request Yin Rui Xiang from Qinghe. Upon witnessing his young disciple's pallor, the Yunjing sword master felt a pang in his heart, a myriad of sharp twinges overwhelming him. Should it be possible, he would gladly endure her suffering in her stead. Master, please do not go, Yunshi implored weakly, clutching his sleeve. I can endure this. Master, do not leave. Really, Yunshi suddenly began to cough violently. Yunjing halted his steps, sitting back down beside her and channeling a bit of spiritual energy into her. How are you feeling now? Much better. Yunshi managed to smile faintly, suppressing the metallic taste in her throat, fearful of revealing any anomaly to Yunjing. After a moment's pause, she finally articulated, Today is Qinghe's day of accepting disciples. Please do not disturb her for my sake. With Master by my side, I feel less pain. Yunjing remained silent for a moment, gently leaning forward to wipe the sweat from Yunxi's forehead, his expression tender. I shall not leave. Rest easy, Axie. The girl smiled weakly, closing her eyes, her mind filled with memories of her own apprenticeship. After a while, Yunxi's breathing steadied, and Yunjing delicately pried her fingers apart before rising to leave. The young girl on the bed shed a single crystalline tear. Before long, light footsteps approached. Halting by the bedside, she opened her eyes, her gaze misty with tears. Master, you didn't leave? She exclaimed, akin to an innocent child who had just reclaimed a cherished treasure, filled with excitement. Yunjing placed the pristine Shenhui flower he had picked beside her pillow. Since I have promised you, I shall not be one to break my word, he explained to Yunxi. I just stepped out to send a gift to Wenling Peak for Qinghe's new disciple. Yunxi's tears transformed into laughter, and she felt more at ease to sleep than before. At Mingxin Sect, within Wenling Peak, Jinzhao knelt on a mat, her hands raised above her head, holding a steaming cup of tea. Qinghe accepted it, took a sip, and set the teacup down on the table beside her. From this day forth, you shall be my first disciple, Jinzhao. I will guide your cultivation, helping you ascend the path of immortality and impart all that I have learned. Disciple Jinzhao greets Master. Qinghe sat upright, receiving 3 respectful bows from Jinzhao before saying, All right, rise. Jinzhao promptly stood, her dark eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Qinghe. Typically, after the apprenticeship, a teacher gives a small token. What might Master bestow upon me? Surely it cannot be a jingling bracelet? While it is beautiful, it is rather noisy. Jinzhao recalled that Lin Ziyin had received a jingling bracelet as her apprenticeship gift. However, as events had now diverged from their original course. She had become Qinghe's disciple. Perhaps a butterfly effect had emerged, and she could still harbor hope for something delightful. Qinghe, having heard her thoughts, felt ripples of emotion stirring within her heart. How did she know that the gift she had prepared in advance was indeed a jingling bracelet? This was something she had not even disclosed to her senior brother. How had she come to know? Jinzhao hesitantly extended her hand to receive the Zhu bamboo, examining it closely. Why has Master gifted me a dog-beating staff? Qinghe replied, This is Hongyun Zhu. When worn, it grants the favor of the heavenly Tao. There is but one in the entire realm of cultivation, rivaling even the quality of a heavenly grade artifact. Jinzhao nodded in understanding. It turns out that it is a magical staff imbued with good fortune. Qinghe did not comprehend her words and chose to disregard her. Jinzhao joyfully turned around the Hongyun bamboo, discovering that this staff was quite easy to wield. Expressing her gratitude to her master for bestowing the Hongyun bamboo upon her, Qinghe, with a hint of exasperation, merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, stating that this bamboo would henceforth be her magical artifact, and she could bestow a name. After a moment's contemplation, Jinzhao declared, Hongyun Qitian. I shall name it Qitian. With that, she twirled once more around the purple bamboo, stirring a gentle breeze in the air. Her technique was so deft. It seemed as if she had practiced for over a decade. Qinghe did not comment on the name, as long as it was not called the dog-driving stick. That was sufficient. The artifact was given, and her master was in a hurry to head to Qinghe Mountain. Next, she should teach me how to draw energy into my body, right? I have yet to cultivate immortality, and it is truly exhilarating. Jinzhao mused internally, her youthful face beaming with delight. Qinghe shot her a sidelong glance and motioned for her to follow. Jinzhao trailed behind Qinghe into a simple room. As she opened the door, a fragrant aroma wafted towards her. Behind a screen stood a half-human-high wooden tub filled with clear water, white mist rising from it, radiating warmth. Soak for 3 hours, then come find me in the main hall, Qinghe instructed, before closing the door and departing. Jinzhao was perplexed. Wasn't he master in a hurry to go to Qinghe Mountain? How could she wait patiently for me to bathe? Moreover, soaking for 3 hours would surely leave my skin wrinkled. Despite her confusion, Jinzhao obediently unfastened her garments and stepped into the tub. Instantly, warm currents enveloped her from all directions, opening her pores and providing immense comfort. However, before she could fully indulge, a jarring sensation surged through her meridians, causing excruciating pain. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. After an indeterminate period, she had bitten her lower lip until it bled, gazing down to see dark, murky substances surfacing from beneath her skin. The once sweet fragrance of the room transformed into a foul stench. Jinzhao, disgusted, pinched her nose and turned to glance at the hourglass on the table, noting that only a thumb-sized portion of sand remained. Suppressing the urge to rise, Jinzhao waited for the last grain of sand to fall before swiftly climbing out of the tub. Beside it was a small bucket of clean water, seemingly reserved for her to wash away the impurities. Jinzhao unsteadily picked up the small bucket and poured it over herself, washing away the grime and revealing her delicate, fair skin. Surprisingly, there were no wrinkles. Instead, her skin appeared even smoother and more refined. Could this be the process of cleansing one's tendons and bones? After dressing, the sensation of lightness lingered, making her feel as if she were walking on clouds as she made her way to the main hall. Indeed, all impurities had been expelled. Her Ren and Du meridians were open, and the speed at which spiritual energy flowed through her 12 meridians was nearly as she had anticipated. At the hour of the rat, when yin and yang would alternate, she would officially begin to draw energy into her body. Jinzhao gazed up at the sky, the moon hanging high, casting a solitary, ethereal light upon the world like gossamer draped over humanity, dreamlike and surreal. At this moment, all was tranquil. It was still but the hour of the pig. There remained a quarter of an hour until the hour of the rat. As dusk descended, the atmosphere grew dim, resembling the still waters of a tranquil, deep pool, stirring no ripples. Suddenly, light surged forth, heralding the convergence of the new and the old. The time had arrived. Qinghe turned her gaze towards Jinzhao, her first disciple, inevitably causing her some concern. She inquired once more if Jinzhao had memorized the incantation for drawing energy into her body. Sitting on a bright yellow mat, Jinzhao had already closed her eyes. Hearing her master's voice, She did not open her eyes, but simply replied, "Disciple has memorized it." After saying this, she entered a mysterious state, where all external distractions faded away, and only the twinkling lights of spiritual energy danced around her. Jinzhao understood that this was the spiritual energy. Though excited, her heart grew increasingly calm, fearing that any fluctuation might scare the energy away. Following the incantation for drawing energy into her body, she guided the luminous dots of energy into herself. The process was remarkably smooth, requiring little effort. She continued to concentrate, directing the energy into her acupoints. Within a breath's time, a warm sensation arose in her lower dantian, reminiscent of a spring's gentle ripples. Jinzhao marveled at the new sensation for a moment before beginning to compress the swirling spiritual energy. With a soft plink, a droplet, approximately the size of teacup, fell. After successfully refining the energy during her first attempt at drawing it in her body, she felt even more adept, repeating the process numerous times. As the dawn's light gradually brightened the horizon, she opened her eyes. "Master, am I now a qi refiner?" Jinzhao inquired, feeling the spiritual power within her and eager for Qinghe's affirmation. Although she could discern her current realm based on her master's teachings, she yearned for external confirmation. Qinghe maintained her vigil throughout the night, her brow devoid of fatigue, instead radiating clarity. Indifferently, she replied, "Yes, you are a qi refiner. Am I not impressive?" Jinzhao pressed for praise, emboldened by her newfound status. Qinghe had initially intended to ignore her, to prevent her from becoming overly conceited. Yet she found it difficult to utter a disheartening word. To successfully draw energy into her body in the span of a single tea time and reach the third stage of qi refinement in one night. How could that not be impressive? It is worth noting that successfully drawing energy into the body and being capable of refining it into spiritual power are two distinct matters. Moreover, Jinzhao had successfully refined the energy into spiritual power during her first attempt at drawing it into her body. Could this be the advantage of possessing a heavenly spiritual root? Qinghe had to concede that having a good spiritual root was indeed a significant blessing. Others might expend several times the effort, yet still fail to bridge that gap. Qinghe stated softly, "Yes, it is impressive." Jinzhao's face lit up with joy, her smile radiant. Qinghe's brow twitched slightly as she reminded, "However, do not boast about it outside. Remain humble." "Disciple understands," Jinzhao replied. With an air of maturity, a genius, before fully developing, does not yet count as a genius. "I am only this unreserved before my master." After a fleeting moment of sentiment, Qinghe extended her finger and playfully flicked Jinzhao's forehead, not applying much force. Jinzhao did not flinch or evade. "How is it that I am trying to get closer, yet still receive a flick on the forehead?" Jinzhao pondered, but soon decided to dismiss it. Qinghe's lips curled into a slight smile as she casually remarked, "Daylight has broken. It is time to pay a visit to your sect's master uncle." "Master, you wish to retrieve the Yenrui incense, do you not? You still treat me as a fairy, but it is understandable. If the master uncle has not witnessed my qi refinement, how could she allow you to descend the mountain?" Qinghe swiftly grasped Jinzhao by the collar and tossed her on her sword, Shueji, transforming into a streak of light as they headed towards the abode of the past masters, Wenling Peak. "Master, why is your magical artifact a flying sword while mine is the Qitian gun? Do you not intend to train me as a sword cultivator? Perhaps I possess great potential for sword cultivation." Jinzhao's face, chilled by the wind, was nonetheless filled with excitement as she chattered along the way. "The Mingxin Sect is already quite impoverished. It cannot support 2 sword cultivators," Qinghe replied, guiding the flying sword to land. At Wenling Peak, several young disciples were practicing their swordsmanship. Upon seeing Qinghe and Jinzhao approach, their gazes involuntarily shifted towards them. "Why is the usually leisurely Lady Qinghe here at Wenling Peak so early today? The sun hasn't even risen in the west." The young junior sister following her must be the disciple newly accepted by the lady. Why is she wearing a bamboo around her waist? Did the lady not provide her with a magical artifact? This was Jinzhao's first visit to Wenling Peak, her eyes darting around, memorizing the layout, and suddenly meeting the curious gazes of several young disciples. She flashed a brilliant smile. Turning her head, she noticed that Qinghe had already walked far ahead, causing her to quicken her pace to catch up. It seemed that the rumors about sword cultivators being impoverished were indeed true. "Thus, I cannot become a sword cultivator. After contemplating, Jinzhao stated, as I possess a fire spiritual root, I should be more suited to becoming an alchemist or a weaponsmith, right? You seem to know quite a bit. Qinghe replied, her tone teasing. Of course. Jinzhao cheerfully responded. Disciple has at least read extensively. Zhao Qin had long heard the voices of the two individuals, but had yet to see them. After sipping 3 cups of tea, he finally laid eyes on his ineffectual junior sister and her obedient little disciple. He straightened himself, adopting the demeanor of a senior brother, and inquired, What brings you to my humble Wenling Peak at such an early hour? Qinghe adjusted her dress, seated herself with an air of nonchalance, poured herself a cup of tea, and replied leisurely, I come to fetch Yan Rui Xiang. Zhao Qin restrained the impulse to slam the table and spoke in a deep voice, Do you disregard my words from yesterday? You appear so eager to request Yan Rui Xiang this early in the morning, yet I have never seen you show such enthusiasm before. Senior brother, as the esteemed leader of the Mingxin Sect, you cannot afford to be untrustworthy in front of your little disciple. It would tarnish your reputation, Qinghe retorted. Blowing on her tea, she took a couple of sips, reluctant to set it down. The tea here is delightful. If only he could spare me some. When have I ever been untrustworthy? I shall return Yan Rui when I draw qi into my body this morning. Zhao Qin suddenly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to Jinzhao. You have drawn qi into your body. Otherwise, why would I have brought Jinzhao here? I feared you would doubt me. Qinghe murmured. Zhao Qin, at that moment, was too preoccupied with her unusual tone to pay her any mind. He stepped down and examined Jinzhao's body, his expression shifting from astonishment to joy. 3 layers of qi refinement? Zhao Qin muttered. Legend has it that Yunhua Jianzun drew qi into his body overnight, reaching the 2nd layer of qi refinement. I never expected someone could surpass him so swiftly. He turned his gaze to Qinghe, admiration evident in his expression. Qinghe, you have taken in an exceptional disciple. I have placed Yan Rui Xiang on the shelf of the 3rd level in the study. Go and find it yourself. Zhao Qin dismissed, waving his hand impatiently. Now, be gone. All right. Qinghe's voice echoed from outside the hall, disappearing in an instant. Zhao Qin sent forth a delicate flying vessel. Now that you possess spiritual power, you may practice spellcasting. Try to master this flying vessel. It will ease your travels in the future. Chapter 8. Whispers and rumors naturally. Jinzhao would not be polite, smiling brightly as she accepted the flying spirit vessel. However, her foremost desire was for a cultivation technique, but her master had departed too hastily for her to request it. Contemplating this, Jinzhao ventured to ask, Master Uncle, does our Mingxin Sect possess a library? Zhao Qin paused momentarily and replied, Yes. It is located on the outer gate of Songzhu Peak. I shall have Ji guide you. Soon, Jinzhao encountered the disciple Ji, who appeared in pristine white robes, exuding an air of elegance. He averted his gaze respectfully toward Zhao Qin. Disciple greets the master. I was unaware of your summons. Ji noticed the gaze fixed upon him, but adhered to the sage's teaching of non-intrusion, refraining from looking up. Meanwhile, the owner of that gaze seemed entirely ignorant of the principle of discretion, even less aware of the meaning of restraint in speech. So this is senior brother Ji, a young man already at the foundation establishment stage. No wonder he is the beloved disciple of the master uncle. But why doesn't he look up? I can't even see his face clearly. Ji's heart raced, involuntarily raising his gaze slightly, his pupils reflecting a bright figure clad in yellow, reminiscent of the springtime's blooming forsythia, radiating brilliance. This is your junior sister Jinzhao, who will be staying at Wenling Peak for a few days. Please take care of her, Zhao Qin instructed. Why did he hear her voice when she had not spoken? Ji cast a complex glance at Jinzhao. She touched her face, puzzled, wondering if she had forgotten to wash her face that morning, revealing her appearance. Junior sister Jinzhao, he hesitated, causing Jinzhao to hastily change the subject. Senior brother Ji, let us proceed to the library. Ji interrupted, abandoned his curiosity, and replied, Follow me. Together, they descended several hundred steps and began to climb again. Doesn't senior brother Ji possess a sword? Why doesn't he use it? Is he planning to walk me to Songzhu Peak? What if we reach the library only to find it is already the next day? Suddenly, Ji halted, turning to Jinzhao, who was glistening with a light sheen of sweat on her fair face. Guilt surged within him. It was inconsiderate of him to let her tire herself out. Qinghe unfastened the long sword at his waist, performing a hand sign, causing the sword to hover at his feet. Jinzhao watched this scene, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Senior brother Ji has finally come to his senses and will carry me on his sword. Hearing Jinzhao's unspoken thoughts, Qinghe offered an apologetic explanation. I have never carried anyone on my sword before. I feared you might fall, hence I did not take it out initially. It was not my intention to make things difficult. Jinzhao waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I trust senior brother Ji's skill. In fact, Ji Li's sword control was even better than Jinzhao had imagined. He thoughtfully created a wind shield, allowing her to disembark from the sword without a single strand of hair out of place. As Jinzhao surveyed her surroundings, she realized that Songzhu Peak was indeed the very location of the plaza that lay beyond the window steps. The towering spirit testing monument stood there, unadorned and ancient, like a silent elder, eternally watching over this expanse of land. Jinzhao had not paid attention to the scenery of Songzhu Peak during her previous visit. Now returning, she was filled with awe. That must be the library. Following Ji Li's gaze, she saw a tall building rising from the ground, half shrouded in mist. Jinzhao could almost envision herself opening the window and reaching out to touch the soft clouds. Disciples traversed the plaza. Some engaged in conversation, while others practiced spells in secluded corners. Upon reaching the library, Ji Li assisted Jinzhao with the necessary procedures and handed her a jade talisman. Once you finish reading, send me a message, and I shall come to collect you. Between Wenling Peak and Songzhu Peak, the distance was relatively close compared to other mountains, yet to Jinzhao, who could not yet master flight, it felt quite far. Jinzhao grasped the jade talisman, her voice bright and crisp. Understood, senior brother Ji. The collection of texts in the library was vast as an ocean of knowledge. Jinzhao flipped through several volumes, only to find them filled with curious anecdotes, not spell texts, even lacking foundational theories for cultivation. She ascended to the second floor. The disciple in charge of managing the library cast a casual glance her way, but said nothing. A person personally brought by senior brother Ji Li was certainly welcome to ascend to the 5th or 6th floor without issue, especially given the token she carried. On the second floor, many disciples were present, mostly from the outer sect. Upon seeing Jinzhao, they respectfully greeted her as Senior Sister Jin. Many were older than her by a couple of years. The library was tiered from the first to the highest level, with access granted incrementally. Given Senior Brother Ji's status, he could certainly access higher floors, where the spell text would be more advanced. Yet, Jinzhao understood that without mastering the basics, one could not hope to rush ahead. Haste would only lead to failure. What she needed now was to grasp some foundational theoretical knowledge. Engrossed in reading, she failed to notice the passage of time. When the designated hour arrived, she had no choice but to leave the library. This exemplified the disparity between the inner and outer sects. The resources available were exceedingly imbalanced. Though harsh, it was a reality. All sects, without exception, inclined their resources towards the inner sect. This was precisely why everyone was so desperately striving to enter the inner sect. Jinzhao suddenly realized that dusk had fallen, and the once bustling second floor now had only a handful of individuals remaining, holding the book on elementary flight techniques, which she had yet to finish. Jinzhao descended to the second floor and inquired of the disciple guarding the library. May I take this book outside? The disciple, initially drowsy, perked up slightly upon recognizing Jinzhao. Borrowing books from the library requires a deposit of spiritual stones. Jinzhao silently set the book down. She was still quite impoverished. Exiting the library empty-handed, Jinzhao sighed upwards, lamenting how she had forgotten the most crucial matter: money. Sister Ziyin, was Jinzhao truly your companion in the past? Did she even work for your Lin family? No wonder she had appeared so shabby upon arriving at Mingxin Sect, exuding an air of modesty. As Jinzhao squinted, she beheld several delicate-looking female disciples, who, like stars surrounding the moon, were escorting a tall, oval-faced girl slowly toward her. Upon spotting Jinzhao, their expressions suddenly paled, and they instinctively averted their gazes. Is there anything more awkward than being discussed behind one's back only to be overheard by the very subject of the gossip? Jinzhao smiled brightly, as if the conversation had nothing to do with her, and boldly approached them. Indeed, I once accompanied Lin Ziyin as a study partner, but perhaps my intelligence was too remarkable learning an accelerated pace, which caused Zine to feel pressured, and she eventually stopped allowing me to accompany her. I also worked at the Lin household for a few days, but they delayed my wages, leading me to leave, as I earned more at the butcher shop in the east of the city. Chapter 9. The initial flight on the spirit vessel. Jinzhao spoke candidly, her eyes brimming with sincerity, leaving those who had been gossiping with rather animated expressions. Once Jinzhao had walked away, they could no longer resist the urge to converse again. Sister Zine, is what she said true? Does your family really still owe her wages? The speaker, having been swayed by Jinzhao's words, was eager to discern the truth. The Lin family was renowned for its affluence, often setting up porridge stalls in Yushio City to aid the impoverished. The daily income of their household could suffice for an ordinary family's expenses for an entire year. How could they possibly delay paying wages? The reason she felt an inkling of belief in Jinzhao's words stemmed from the day Jinzhao arrived at Mingxin Sect, dressed in visibly tattered clothing. If she had any silver, she ought to have purchased decent attire. A girl with a slender face immediately echoed Lin Zine's sentiments, exclaiming that everyone knew the Lin family was wealthy and they would not concern themselves with such trivialities. It was merely that Jinzhao did not take it to heart, and thus could not blame others. Sister Zine is exceptionally gifted. Within a day, she has already cultivated her energy. Can Jinzhao's intelligence possibly compare to Sister Zine's? This suggested that the notion of companionship in studies was likely fabricated by Jinzhao. The girl, named Xiao Wu, was also a new disciple of Mingxin Sect. Yet she had not yet cultivated her energy and, being an ordinary mortal, could not perceive the aura surrounding Jinzhao, assuming that she, like herself, had yet to grasp the essence of energy cultivation. Xiao Wu spoke passionately, oblivious to Lin Zine's increasingly grim expression, her long nails digging deeply into her palms, leaving indentations. They were unaware that Jinzhao's words were entirely factual, while Lin Zine herself was fully aware. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Zine had always enjoyed a smooth path, receiving compliments for her beauty, intelligence, and talent. Until Jinzhao's arrival. What troubled her most was that despite her relentless efforts in her studies, Jinzhao, with seemingly no effort, effortlessly achieved the top rank in their academy. For the first time, Lin Zine felt emotions of jealousy and fear. Yes, fear. She feared that after Jinzhao attended the academy, she would transform from a rough stone into a gem, usurping her title as the talented woman. Lin Zine was determined not to allow her the opportunity to rise above her. As long as Jinzhao did not require a study companion, she would be unable to continue her studies, and the scholars often expressed regret over Jinzhao's absence from the academy. Whenever this happened, Lin Zine inexplicably felt uplifted. See, no matter how intelligent she was still leagues apart from me. Jinzhao followed the techniques outlined in elementary flight technique, attempting to manipulate her spiritual energy to steer the spirit vessel in her hands. As her spiritual energy flowed into the vessel, the walnut-sized craft suddenly ascended, transforming into a colossal entity. Surely, a smaller vessel would consume less energy, she pondered, as she did not require such a large space for herself while piloting the craft. Additionally, it would be easier to control. Hence, she directed the vessel toward Wenling Peak. From a distance, Ji Li spotted a small black dot approaching, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was not the treasured flying vessel of his master. When had it been given to someone else? Jinzhao poked her head out and called, Ji Shixiang, could you please move aside a bit? I'm not quite adept at landing yet. Ji Li instinctively stepped back as the vessel thundered to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Junior Sister Jean, what is this? Jinzhao coughed out the dust in her mouth and vaguely assured him, I'll practice more. Next time, this one T happen again. That is not what I meant. Ji Li scratched his ear, unable to suppress his curiosity. Have you learned the spirit vessel flight technique? ISN T the Qinghe goddess absent from the sect? Who taught you this technique? I read it in a book, Jinzhao replied, skillfully retracting the vessel. This technique was the opposite of the one that enlarged the vessel. She merely needed to reverse the process to return it to its walnut size, rendering it simple for her. Ji Li struggled to comprehend her words. She had learned the spirit vessel flight technique just by reading a book? Was she supposed to be perusing leisurely texts in the scripture building? By the way, Ji Shixiang, is there anything to eat on the mountain? I'm hungry. Jinzhao's voice interrupted Ji Li's swirling thoughts. causing him to respond with a dazed "oh" as he handed her a bottle of elixirs. "This is a fasting pill. One can sustain oneself for 12 days with it. You can have it." Typically, a single fasting pill would suffice for 10 days without the need for food. The bottle Qinghe held contained a freshly concocted batch from the sect's elder alchemist, and he had been asked to test its efficacy. Having consumed it several times himself, he found that it could last anywhere from 12 to 13 days without side effects, which is why he dared to offer it to Jinzhao. Jinzhao examined the round fasting pill in her palm with curiosity, though she had heard of its ability to stave off hunger. Seeing such a small pill made her skeptical. Yet, in a world of cultivation, nothing was impossible. Once ingested, a subtle fragrance wafted through her senses, and soon, she felt as though she could devour an entire cow. She symbolically inquired, "Ji Shixiang, you've given me the fasting pill. What about you?" Qinghe chuckled lightly. "Junior sister Jean need not worry. I have more than just this bottle of fasting pills in my storage bag." Feeling reassured, Jinzhao tucked the pill bottle in her waistband. Observing her actions, Qinghe couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have a storage bag? The goddess hasn't he even prepared one for you?" His eyes conveyed a sense of sympathy. Junior sister Jean was having a rather tough time. "How about this? I have a low-tier storage bag that I used when I first joined the sect. The space isn't large, but sufficient for a pill bottle or some clothes. If you don't mind, you can use it for now." Suddenly, Qinghe produced a plain storage bag, devoid of any embellishments, appearing rather simple and somewhat worn. Jinzhao beamed. "I don't mind at all." She was delighted and could not possibly complain. Qinghe then explained how to use the storage bag again, noticing her astonishingly rapid learning speed. With a thought, Jinzhao's consciousness delved into the storage bag, revealing approximately 1 square meter of space, which was more than adequate for her current needs. "Thank you, Ji Shixiao. Once I have my own storage bag, I will return this to you." She could tell that Qinghe cherished this storage bag, for he was a sentimental individual. Chapter 10. A straightforward path. Qinghe's smile grew increasingly genuine upon hearing her words. He was indeed a sentimental person. This storage bag had been given to him when he first joined Mingxin Sect, and he had never been able to part with it, keeping it in a corner. "Let me take you to the lodging on Wenling Peak." Qinghe opened a palace door and stepped aside, revealing a somewhat rough, hastily arranged space. "Take a look, Junior Sister Jean, and see if you like it." Jinzhao leaned in, casting a cursory glance at the interior. The light cyan silk draped gracefully, billowing like clouds and mist, exuding an ethereal charm. At first glance, Jinzhao was enamored by the arrangement within, her eyes curved with delight. Qinghe let out a sigh of relief. The small Wenling Peak was predominantly occupied by male disciples. After accepting this task, he had specifically sought advice from senior sister Fan of the B Peak, and thankfully he had not erred. Given this, he decided to refrain from disturbing junior sister Jinzhao's rest. Usually, he would practice swordsmanship and could not attend to every detail. But today was the first day Jinzhao had settled into the small Wenling Peak, so he needed to ensure everything was in order. "I understand, Senior Brother Ji," she replied, inwardly thinking that while Senior Brother Ji was commendable in many respects, he tended to be a bit verbose. As Qinghe walked, he pondered whether he had annoyed junior sister Jinzhao with his incessant chatter. Was he truly that loquacious? "Greetings, Senior Brother Ji." A disciple approached him to extend his salutations. Qinghe instinctively nodded, suddenly struck by an idea. He called out, "Come here for a moment. Is there something you need, Senior Brother Ji?" The male disciple inquired, bewildered. Then Qinghe asked, "Do you think I am verbose?" "Huh?" The disciple thought he had misheard and cautiously raised his gaze to Qinghe, noticing his serious expression, which indicated he was not jesting. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Not verbose." In truth, among their peers, many felt that Senior Brother Ji carried an air of aloofness. Unbeknownst to Jinzhao, her casual remark had inadvertently plunged Qinghe into a state of self-doubt, prompting him to seek validation. Meanwhile, she lay on the soft, sumptuous bed, rolling over. The ethereal quality of the celestial abode was unparalleled. She had never experienced such luxurious bedding before. She sighed, inhaling the sweet aroma of the quilt, feeling as though she were adrift in mist. Through the delicate gauze, the evening sky gradually darkened, indicating that it was past the hour of U. She decided to take a nap and resume her cultivation at the hour of Z. Without hesitation, Jinzhao nestled under the covers. During the night, she unwittingly revealed her face to breathe. A chill wind swept in, startling her awake. she realized the window was ajar. Rising to shut it, she beheld the dazzling stars outside, twinkling brilliantly. The moon was particularly round. Jinzhao formed a circle with her hands, capturing the entire moon within, smiling with satisfaction. Sitting upright on her bed, she commenced her cultivation. She discovered that compressing spiritual energy could be done more tightly, resulting in pure spiritual power. However, this method slowed her pace, yet Jinzhao opted to continue with it, practicing until the hour of Mao concluded. After her morning routine, she made her way to the Songjing building. A disciple on the first floor called out to her, returning her borrowing card and handing her a small booklet. Junior sister Jinzhao, you may not be familiar with our Songjing building since you just arrived at the Mingxin Sect. You can refer to this booklet for the guidelines. There were numerous rules regarding the Songjing building, and it was impractical to explain them all individually. Hence, the elder in charge had compiled a manual titled Songjing Building Regulations, prominently placed at each staircase for reference. Noticing that Jinzhao seemed unaware of this, the disciple kindly provided her with a copy, as it was of little value. Jinzhao smiled brightly as she held the booklet, assuring, I will read it. She settled in the same spot as yesterday, selected a few books of interest, and began to skim through the Songjing building regulations. The first floor contained various intriguing tales, accessible without contribution points for free reading, and could be taken out of the building at will. The second floor housed introductory spell texts, available to outer disciples with contribution points. 2 points permitted an hour of reading, with borrowing requiring a deposit of spirit stones, depending on the book's rarity. Jinzhao continued to peruse, finding that the third floor, regardless of whether one was an outer or inner disciple, required contribution points, albeit at different rates. Outer disciples needed 4 points per hour, while inner disciples required 2. Ascending further, the requirements increased, incorporating restrictions based on cultivation level. After swiftly reading through, she set the booklet aside, realizing she would need to earn contribution points in the future. Otherwise, she would remain confined to the second floor. Suppressing her thoughts, she focused on her reading. Thus, the days passed, and after about 10 days, the long-absent Qinghe knew June finally made her appearance. Not finding anyone on the small Wenling Peak, she sought out Ji. Where's my disciple? By now, Jinzhao had become quite adept at maneuvering the spirit boat, landing smoothly, when she heard a notably familiar voice. The sect master has taught you the spirit boat flight technique, which certainly simplifies matters. In the future, you can navigate the spirit boat wherever you wish. Ji interjected, New June, junior sister Jinzhao learned the spirit boat flight technique through her own studies. The master has been overwhelmed with sect matters these past few days. When would he have time to teach junior sister Jinzhao the techniques? Moreover, it is not his merit, so it should not be credited to him. Qinghe laughed lightly. Is that so? Turning to Ji, she continued. Tell your master that I am taking Jinzhao with me. With a flick of her wrist, Shui Jian appeared before Qinghe. She gestured for Jinzhao to step aboard. As she watched the peak below diminish in size, Jinzhao suddenly smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to return senior brother G's storage bag. Qinghe's sword-flying speed was remarkably swift, and in an instant, they reached Wenling Peak. Seeing Jinzhao still in a daze, she assumed it was due to her awe of Qinghe's extraordinary sword-flying skills. With a smile, she said, I will teach you a flying technique. You can fly without a spirit boat. While she used a sword, Jinzhao's artifact was the Qi Tian gun, and the principle was fundamentally the same. As Qinghe spoke, her gaze fell upon the purple bamboo at Jinzhao's waist, noticing an additional shabby bag. Realization dawned on her, and she asked, Where did you get that storage bag? It appears to be of low grade and does not seem like a gift from the sect master. Outer disciples no longer use this style. Jinzhao replied, This was lent to me by senior brother Ji. Chapter 11. The white tiger cub Qinghe casually beckoned with her finger, and the storage bag at Jinzhao's waist flew out. Upon inspection, she found it contained only a spirit boat the size of a walnut and a bottle of fasting pills, rather meager. I will return this storage bag for you, Qinghe declared, performing a hand gesture, causing the plain storage bag to dissolve into a fleeting light, vanishing in an instant. Jinzhao immediately understood what was happening. With a thought, she placed the flying spirit boat and fasting pills into the new storage ring. This ring had a substantial space. In one corner, it was filled with a pile of gleaming spirit stones and 2 sets of spare robes. Thank you, master. Jinzhao exclaimed joyfully, slipping the storage ring onto her left hand and admiring it. The storage ring would adjust its size according to the owner's finger, fitting snugly and making it less likely to be lost, far more convenient than a storage bag. Qinghe advised, you should first imprint your spiritual consciousness onto the ring. This way, unless someone possesses a stronger consciousness than yours, others will be unable to open it even if they find it. Generally, cultivators leave a spiritual mark on their storage bags. As Qinghe considered this, she suddenly turned her gaze toward Jinzhao. You know how to create a spiritual consciousness imprint, right? Jinzhao shook her head earnestly. In the book she had read, this step had always been omitted. Qinghe then instructed Jinzhao on how to leave a spiritual imprint, and upon seeing her grasp the concept, Jinzhao erased her previous imprint and created a new one. Did you learn it? Qinghe started to ask, but swallowed the question. Your comprehension is quite good. Jinzhao beamed, and in her arms, she was handed a cerulean booklet. What is this? Is Master going to impart a technique to me? She looked down, and Qinghe's gentle voice floated to her ears. This contains some practical techniques for daily use. You may ponder over them, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. As for techniques suitable for you, I will need to select them further. As Jinzhao kept pace with Qinghe knew June, she inquired, Master, I have another question. How can I earn contribution points within the sect? Qinghe spoke delicately, explaining that there was a task hall on Wenling Peak where one could accept tasks in exchange for contribution points. All tasks were categorized into 10 ranks: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding Wu, Ji, Geng, Hexen, Ren, and Gei, with each subsequent rank becoming increasingly challenging and perilous. It was revealed that this classification followed the sequence of the heavenly stems, with Jia representing the genesis of all things, hence the simplest task, while Gui signified the brink of mortality, thus the most arduous task. I should be able to accept a Jia-level sect task, right? Qinghe was pleasantly surprised to find that her little disciple possessed a measure of knowledge, indicating she must have spent several years in a scholarly setting. Suppressing her musings, she inquired if there were any further questions. Just as Jinzhao was about to reply, her gaze fell upon a pristine white flower, seemingly resting atop a yellow pearwood box. Master, what is that? Why is it on the ground? Following Jinzhao's line of sight, Qinghe recognized the familiar Shengwei flower and recalled its significance. Lowering her gaze to say, is a gift from Yunhua. Go and retrieve it. Jinzhao joyfully scampered up the steps, bending down to pick up the slightly wilting double-petal Shengwei flower along with the wooden box. Qinghe, casting a casual glance at the contents of the box, remarked, you have stumbled upon a great treasure. Upon hearing this, Jinzhao immediately recognized the jade piece's value, but was puzzled about its purpose. Master, is this jade piece a precious artifact? It is far more valuable than an ordinary artifact, Qinghe replied without hesitation. Within it is sealed a strand of Yunhua's sword energy, which could save your life in a critical moment. Consider it your protective talisman. Jinzhao hurriedly stored the jade piece in her storage ring. Qinghe, observing this, merely chuckled and proceeded towards the back courtyard. Jinzhao could not help but ponder what would compliment her well. Noticing Qinghe's word choice, she began to contemplate the significance of the word pick, but before she could form a conclusion, they arrived at the flower garden. There, nestled in a corner, was a fluffy white creature that excitedly yelped upon seeing Qinghe. From now on, this little thing will be your spirit pet, Qinghe stated, gently nudging the small white tiger, which rolled over to reveal its pure white belly. Jinzhao's eyes sparkled with delight. I can raise a tiger? How wonderfully legitimate. She crouched down, affectionately stroking the little white tiger's head, then looked up at Qinghe. Master, did you steal someone's cub? I told you I found it. Qinghe retorted with a hint of annoyance. Oh, then Master, why do you say it suits me so well? I don't see any resemblance. Qinghe chuckled. Why do I believe Jinzhao is suited to raise this little tiger? Because I see her as a small, smiling tiger herself. A small, smiling tiger raising a little tiger is quite fitting. Of course, she did not deny that part of her reasoning stemmed from the hassle of caring for the creature. Jinzhao, amused, decided to name the little tiger to Bai. It's so small, why not call it Xiaobai? Qinghe momentarily failed to grasp her disciple's rationale. Jinzhao beamed because Xiaobai will grow up, and changing names then would be troublesome, requiring an adjustment period. It's better to settle on a name once and for all. The Bai will get used to its name and grow up nicely. Qinghe had to concede that her disciple's logic held a modicum of merit. Suit yourself, she replied coolly, turning to enter the main hall. After playing with the Bai for a while, Jinzhao reluctantly departed, and following her bath, began her cultivation. She concluded her practice at the hour of the rabbit, quickly washed her face, and energetically made her way to the task hall. Though she arrived early, the task hall was still bustling with people. Jinzhao scanned the area and located the rack displaying the task boards. The stone-carved stand was sturdy, unaffected by the throngs of visitors, and all the wooden boards were strung with red thread, spaced apart. Jinzhao did not rush to grab a task board, but instead observed the actions of others, discovering that accepting tasks here was quite casual. Typically, the Jiao-level tasks were the most abundant, yet only a few remained. Positioned conveniently close to the Jiao-level tasks, she reached out to take a wooden board. Just then, another hand reached out simultaneously. However, the other person's movement was slower, only grazing the edge of the wooden board, which slipped from their fingers like a loach. Jinzhao's consciousness delved into the task details. It involved collecting the eggs of the Wenling birds from the periphery of Qianzhong Mountain, with a reward of 2 contribution points for every 100 eggs collected, with no upper limit. Are the Wenling bird eggs that delectable? Or are the contribution points a bit meager? Just as she pondered this, a voice interrupted her thoughts. That wooden board was taken by me first. Jinzhao looked up at the speaker, her face a mask of confusion, as the board was indeed in her possession. The chubby boy, visibly irate, insisted, I reached the task board first, and you snatched it from me. Jinzhao did not take kindly to his words. Knowing full well she had been the first to grasp the task board, and chose to ignore the chubby boy, proceeding directly to register. She had set her sights on the Wenling bird eggs. Stop right there, the chubby boy barked, his commanding presence drawing a crowd of onlookers. In a sect with hundreds or thousands of members, minor squabbles were commonplace, as long as they didn't escalate to higher authorities. Isn't that Jinzhao Bao? I heard he is on the brink of entering the inner sect during the next assessment. Who would be so foolish as to offend him? Observing her unfamiliarity, they deduced she must be a new outer sect disciple. This spelled trouble for her, having crossed paths with the leader of an outer sect faction, which could lead to future difficulties. Jinzhao raised an eyebrow at the murmurs. Intrigued by the existence of factions within the outer sect and the chubby boy's status as a leader. How frustrating. What went wrong with my life? Even during my time with the beggar faction, I never rose to the status of elder. The chubby boy interpreted her raised eyebrow as a provocation. He pointed an indignant finger at her, his face flushed with anger. Yet he restrained himself somewhat, saying, Return the task board to me, and I shall let this matter go. How unusually conciliatory of Jinzhao Bao today. This is not his usual style, someone remarked. You might not know this, but the sect assessment evaluates not only cultivation levels, but also conduct during 1's time in the outer sect. Given Jinzhao Bao's recent low profile, he is likely to enter the inner sect. Just when everyone anticipated that Jinzhao would obediently hand over the task board. She flashed a charming smile and raised the wooden board. I obtained this task first. It can't simply be taken from me. Please step aside. I need to register. Addressing those blocking her path, she commanded. The person, momentarily taken aback, stepped aside. Her movements were swift. And Jinzhao Bao could not discern the name inscribed on the jade board, only noticing it differed slightly from their identity cards. I wish to accept this task to collect Wenling bird eggs. The attending disciple did not react much to this task, as collecting Wenling bird eggs was a daily occurrence, lacking difficulty. With diligence, one could earn a decent amount of contribution points in a day, which explained Jinzhao Bao's desire to snatch it. As the disciple took the jade board from Jinzhao, he felt its unique texture and lowered his gaze. His pupils suddenly widening as his hand trembled slightly. After carefully registering the jade board and task on the shadow stone, he merely returned the identity card to Jinzhao. Thank you, Jinzhao said, securing her identity card as she exited the task hall. Once she departed, the hall erupted once more with chatter. Jinzhao Bao rapped on the desk before the attending disciple. Hey, can I ask you something? What is that nasty girl's name? And which peak does she reside on? Jinzhao Bao's family was affluent, frequently bribing the disciples of Renwu Hall. The attending deacon was an acquaintance of his who had accepted numerous favors from him, thus overlooking Jinzhao Bao's impudent behavior. However, his demeanor was somewhat frosty as he cast a glance at Jinzhao Bao and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, indicating that he had encountered a formidable opponent this time. Jinzhao Bao was perplexed, Those undertaking A-level tasks were predominantly outer disciples. Who among them could possibly possess a background unknown to him? With a smile plastered on his face, he offered a few spirit stones, humbly requesting the deacon to enlighten him on the nature of this formidable opponent, so he might ponder whether it was one to be contended with or avoided altogether. It was not merely a matter of the number of spirit stones. Henceforth, he need not send him any more. Zhang Mo had evidently resolved to sever ties with him. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiaobao panicked instantly. While it was indeed infuriating when others demanded gifts, the situation became dire if they refused. Zhang Xixiang, please enlighten me. Who exactly is that girl? He inquired ingratiatingly. Zhang Mo had indeed benefited from Jin Xiaobao numerous times, and seeing his current lowly posture made it difficult for him to be truly heartless. Thus, he divulged a hint, stating only that she was a disciple of Wenling Feng. Jin Xiaobao felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Wenling Feng? She was indeed a disciple of Qinghe Nujuan. Today, she had registered with the disciples guarding the mountain gate before steering her spirit vessel towards Qianzhong Mountain. The Huanling bird was a non-aggressive species residing on the outskirts of Qianzhong Mountain, where it faced few natural enemies, resulting in an overabundance of eggs. The sect frequently issued tasks to collect Huanling bird eggs, primarily to address the overwhelming number of eggs, as well as to supply the dining hall, which procured them in bulk for the sustenance of some outer and servant disciples. After all, not everyone could be allocated pills like Bigodan. Qianzhong Mountain lay approximately 30 miles to the north of Mingxin Sect. It was neither too far nor too near. Today, navigating the flying spirit vessel, she soon reached her destination. Upon entering Qianzhong Mountain and taking only a few steps, she spotted an orange bird perched on a branch, staring at her, and then, with a flap, a crystal-clear egg fell from the sky. She finally comprehended how the situation had spiraled into an overabundance. Bending down to inspect the shattered egg, she chose not to collect it, though many remained nearby, far too many to gather. In Chapter 13, titled Loss of Linkan, Jin Xiaobao uncovered a nest of exquisite Huanling bird eggs nestled within a clump of grass. Each egg was glistening and plump, instantly bringing her joy. After securing the nest of eggs, she moved a few paces to collect the ones nearby. After clearing this area, the distribution of Huanling bird eggs became sparse, requiring several steps to occasionally encounter one or two warm eggs. Jin Xiaobao continued her search along the ground, yet only the outskirts were active, as she dared not venture deep within. Twirling the Hongyun bamboo in her hand, she murmured to herself about her luck. Hadn't her master stated that this bamboo could bring good fortune? Why then were the bird eggs becoming increasingly scarce, as if someone had cleaned them out? Arriving at a tree so large that two people would need to hold hands to encircle it, she leaned against the ancient trunk to rest. Suddenly, she heard faint snoring. Startling her awake, she sprang to her feet, circled the tree, and discovered countless Huanling bird eggs. 2 full baskets, gleaming like pearls, radiated a gentle glow. Jin Xiaobao's eyes widened in astonishment, tears involuntarily streaming from the corners of her mouth. The eggs had indeed been collected by someone else. With a sigh, she understood why she had been unable to find more. However, despite her envy, she did not consider stealing a few eggs while the young boy slept. Counting the eggs in her storage ring, she found 83, needing to gather 100 to earn 2 contribution points, thus deciding to search in another area. Just as she turned to leave, a plain-clothed child trembled and woke up. The boy hurriedly scrambled to his knees before Jin Xiaobao, repeatedly bowing his head, pleading for the fairy to save his mother. I'll work as a cow or horse in my next life, and I will repay the fairy. His rapid and heavy bows left no room for Jin Xiaobao to respond. One should never be reduced to being a cow or horse. Zhu Man paused. The action of bowing halted. The fairy did not require him to repay her in such a manner. What else could he offer? In his despondence, Zhu Man recalled the 2 baskets of Huanling bird eggs he had collected and timidly asked, "Are you a disciple of Mingxin Sect?" How did he know I was from Mingxin Sect? Jin Xiaobao gazed at Zhu Man, her face full of confusion as he remained on his knees, prompting her to say, "Please, rise and speak." This left Zhu Man perplexed. Why did the fairy sometimes speak with her mouth open and at other times without? Was it some sort of celestial technique? How curious. Indeed, Jin Xiaobao nodded. I am a disciple of Mingxin Sect, but I have not been in the sect long, and I cannot save people. I fear I may disappoint you. Zhu Man pretended to kneel again, but Jinzhao swiftly stopped him. "Please don't kneel to me," she exclaimed, nearly jumping in exasperation. Zhu Man, head bowed and voice tinged with sorrow, implored, "Please, fairy, show mercy and save my mother." The doctor said without yielding can. "She won't survive this winter. Just a little deeper into Qianzhong Mountain will suffice. You need not venture too far in. Please." Before Jinzhao could react, Zhu Man had knelt again, his head bowing rapidly. "Just yielding can is enough?" she inquired. She had initially thought he wanted her to treat his mother. Zhu Man nodded vigorously, tears welling in his eyes. "Yes, just one Yilinkin will do." Yilinkin grew on the outskirts of Qianzhong Mountain, close to the inner areas, where low-level demon beasts roamed. Ordinary people who ventured there faced peril. Zhu Man was unafraid of death, but he feared that if he died, no one would be able to retrieve the Yilinkin, and he was even more worried about who would care for his mother. "Lead the way." Zhu Man was elated and quickly got to his feet, only to find that in the blink of an eye, the 2 baskets of eggs had vanished into Jinzhao's possession. He marveled even more at the fairy's miraculous abilities. They were fortunate. It wasn't long before they ventured deeper into the outskirts and discovered a 5th-grade Yilinkin, with its azure-green leaves clustered together like green clouds. It exuded a faint spiritual aura, distinctly separating itself from the surrounding weeds. Zhu Man was overjoyed, exclaiming, "It's Yilinkin. My mother will be saved." He was ecstatic and rushed forward to pluck it, disregarding any potential danger. Jinzhao, about to caution him about the risks, was interrupted as a white shadow suddenly darted out. Zhu Man's hand was nearly upon the Yilinkin, completely unaware of the impending danger. 3 fire orbs shot forth, but the white figure sensed the threat and nimbly dodged. Jinzhao finally discerned the white shadow. It was a wind shadow rabbit of the 1st layer of Qi refining. Though its attack power was low, its speed was astonishing, and all 3 of her fire orbs missed their target. Zhu Man swallowed hard, casting a grateful glance at Jinzhao. "I'll keep watch. You hurry and dig up the Yilinkin." Jinzhao interrupted his unspoken gratitude, pondering how to capture the wind shadow rabbit. The Demon Beast Compendium noted that wind shadow rabbits fed on spirit ginseng and snow lotus, yielding tender and delicious meat, which would not produce impurities in cultivators. Jinzhao had been longing for one for a long time and would not let it escape easily. While Bigodan could satiate hunger, it was not solely about that. Zhu Man retrieved a small iron shovel from his waist, carefully digging around the Yilinkin, inch by inch, attempting not to damage its roots. As the main body of the Yilinkin became fully exposed, Zhu Man took out a cloth to wrap it. But the Yilinkin, like a creature with legs, swiftly dashed out of the pit. "My Yilinkin!" Zhu Man exclaimed, hurriedly chasing after it. Her voice was pure and serene, carrying an undeniable authority that left Zhu Man momentarily stunned. He watched helplessly as the wild spirit ginseng he had painstakingly unearthed vanished before his eyes. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he murmured, "What should I do? The ginseng is gone. What am I to do?" If only he hadn't been so careless, he wouldn't have lost the wild spirit ginseng meant for his mother. Zhu Man let his hands fall limply, clenched and unclenched, internally chastising himself. "I know the wild spirit ginseng can run away. Why didn't I keep a closer watch?" It was all his fault for his mother's plight. He felt the weight of guilt. "Enough, stop crying." Jinzhao's voice was firm yet gentle, even as she herself was a bit flustered, having lost her own wind shadow rabbit. Zhu Man, a mere child of 7 or 8, sobbed with tears streaming down his face, looking quite pitiable. Yet, suppressing her irritation, Jinzhao commanded, "Stop crying." In Chapter 14, titled Descent of Manganese, Zhu Man was taken aback. Wiping his tears with his sleeve, Jinzhao spoke with a soothing tone, no longer trying to intimidate him, and began to seriously observe the growing environment of the wild spirit ginseng. She pointed in a direction, saying, "Let us go check over there." Although Zhu Man was uncertain about the confidence in Jinzhao's voice, he dared not contradict her and obediently followed her lead. The foliage ahead appeared somewhat withered, the soil mixed with gravel exposed, its pale edges suggesting a lack of water. Could there really be wild spirit ginseng in such a place? Zhu Man's heart wavered as he hesitantly glanced at Jinzhao, only to find her gaze fixed intently on a particular spot. What she beheld was a delicate linglong pig, about 10 inches long, its dark brown fur glistening under the sunlight, coarse and dense. Its snout was slightly shorter than that of a typical domestic pig, It was straight, busily rooting up the earth. Upon realizing what it was digging up, Zhu Man nearly cried out, but Jinzhao swiftly covered his mouth. It was wild spirit ginseng. Moreover, judging by its leaves, it was a superior grade 6 wild spirit ginseng. With Jinzhao's grip tightening around his mouth, Zhu Man found it hard to breathe, his face flushing red. Noticing his discomfort, Jinzhao slightly loosened her hold and whispered a warning, "Do not startle the pig." "Do you understand?" Zhu Man nodded vigorously, terrified of disrupting Jinzhao's plan. The manganese scent pig, unaware of their presence, continued to root around the wild spirit ginseng. Suddenly, a stone flew in from an unknown direction and landed nearby. The pig became alert, turning its head to scan its surroundings, and a net suddenly descended from above. "Caught it!" Jinzhao exclaimed joyfully as she stood up from behind the bushes. She urged the dazed Zhu Man, "Aren't you going to dig up the wild spirit ginseng?" "All right." Zhu Man snapped back to reality, approaching the wild spirit ginseng with his iron hoe. The manganese scent pig emitted a hostile grunt, causing Zhu Man to instinctively take 2 steps back. He swallowed hard, maneuvering around the pig, and hurriedly began to unearth the wild spirit ginseng. Jinzhao recited an incantation, tightening the net further, rendering the pig immobile. "Thank you, fairy, for helping me obtain the wild spirit ginseng and saving my mother's life. Your kindness I shall never forget." He bowed deeply to Jinzhao. Jinzhao casually dug in her ear, "Stop with the formalities. This transaction was for the bird eggs. It's a fair exchange, so you owe me nothing." She yawned lazily and asked, "Where do you live?" Zhu Man mentioned a location, and in the next moment, his feet lifted off the ground, and they soared into the sky. One hand clutched the edge of the spiritual boat tightly, while the other held the wild spirit ginseng. Too frightened to open his eyes, once he acclimated to the speed of the flight, they had already arrived at his doorstep. Jinzhao surveyed Zhu Man's home. A modest dwelling built of earth and stone, not particularly spacious, but had a bedroom, kitchen, and pig pen. The ground was littered with branches, yet to be tidied up, making it difficult to navigate. Zhu Man scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "Please excuse the mess, fairy." Jinzhao shook her head, saying nothing. During her travels, she had lived in places far less accommodating. As Zhu Man bent down to clear the branches, Jinzhao remarked, "Oh, I just have a look around. You need to mind me. Go prepare medicine for your mother." The kitchen was bare, save for a few broken jars, and the rice jar was nearly empty. As Zhu Man scrubbed a jar, he explained, "What you might not know, fairy, is that the Hu-Enelling bird eggs are from demonic beasts, and ordinary people cannot digest them, which could lead to illness. Consulting a doctor afterward would be far too costly." As he spoke, the fire he had kindled flared up to a height of 1/2 meter before quickly subsiding to a manageable level. After cleaning the jar, Zhu Man set on the table for use, but suddenly the table tilted. A piece of tile had slipped out from underneath. Jinzhao bent down to retrieve it, intending to return it to Zhu Man to stabilize the table, when her fingers brushed against something rough within. "What is this?" Inside the tile, a corner of sandpaper was faintly visible. Zhu Man picked up a nearby stone to prop up the table and, hearing Jinzhao's words, looked up. "That's a piece of broken tile I found on the mountain." He assumed this glamorous cultivator had never seen earthen tiles before and earnestly explained. Jinzhao held up a shard. "I was referring to what's inside the tile. There seem to be words on it." Zhu Man, astonished, inquired, "Is there something inside?" "I had no idea." He approached to glimpse the corner of sandpaper peeking out from the tile, struggling to discern the words for a while before shaking his head. "I don't recognize the characters. If you don't mind, fairy, you can take it. You cultivators are generally more knowledgeable. Perhaps you could decipher it." After a moment's thought, Jinzhao took out her last few copper coins earned from the mortal realm and placed them near the stove. It was a cold, deserted place now, save for a disciple, Zheng Mo, dozing at the counter. "Senior brother, I am here to submit my task." "Ah, I was delayed by some matters on the way. I apologize for making you wait." Zheng Mo counted the number of Hu-Enelling bird eggs, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. "Junior sister, did you really collect this many?" Jinzhao refrained from explaining how she acquired the eggs. Zheng Mo lowered his head to tally up. "In total, there are 2,107 eggs. Since those 7 are fewer than 50, they do not count towards contribution points, leaving you with 42 contribution points. Junior sister, please check if I've made an error." Jinzhao obediently handed over her identity token. Zheng Mo tapped the jade token against the shadow stone and returned it to her, also giving her a circular jade clasp. Once you exchange your contribution points in the future, they will be stored in this clasp. Make sure to keep it safe and do not lose it. Jinzhao smiled brightly in response, yet showed no intention of departing. By the way, I would like to take those 7 eggs that do not count toward contribution points. Is that all right? She politely inquired. Of course, junior sister, take them with you. Jinzhao's eyes sparkled as she gathered the bird eggs. Thank you, senior brother. I will not disturb you any longer. Zheng Mo felt as though he must be dreaming, for how could he see Jinzhao holding a pig tied up so tightly? The reason was that storage rings could only contain inanimate objects, and Jinzhao feared that killing the manganese scent pig too soon would affect its taste. Hence she carried it this way. Upon descending from the flying spiritual boat, Jinzhao, looking at the vast expanse, thought Qinghe was absent. She found a sheltered spot outside the hall to prepare to roast the whole pig. As the smoke began to rise, those inside the hall suddenly frowned. Qinghe, is there fire on the mountain? Asking Lingfeng would not yield any other answers. How could there be a fire? Qinghe abruptly stopped, standing up and walking outside the hall. Zhao Qin followed closely and witnessed an astonishing scene. He asked Qinghe, did you not prepare a fasting pill for Jinzhao? Senior brother, let me explain, she began, but indeed she had not prepared one. However, she had seen that Jinzhao possessed a bottle of fasting pills. Zhao Qin angrily shook off Qinghe's hand. No need for explanations. Is this how you teach your disciple? No matter how exceptionally gifted she may be, it is inconceivable for her to fast overnight. As her master, you have not even prepared the fasting elixir for your disciple, leaving her so famished that she resorts to roasting a pig herself. How could this possibly reflect well on your reputation? It seems rather incongruous for a venerable figure, such as yourself, to be reprimanded in such a manner. Wait, but where did she even acquire a pig? Qinghe realized this only after a moment's reflection. Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback as well. He had been so flustered by Qinghe that he had completely forgotten about the pig. Jinzhao turned around with a smiling face and replied, I caught it while undertaking a sect mission. Master, would you care to sample my culinary skills? As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, especially when a younger generation is so thoughtful and considerate. Zhao Qin felt it inappropriate to continue admonishing Jinzhao. Instead, he shifted his focus toward Qinghe, advising her to refrain from wandering aimlessly and to observe and learn how others fulfill their roles as masters. Qinghe pondered deeply for a moment, contemplating whether, like her senior brother, she should allow her disciple to roam free under the care of the eldest disciple. However, she only has one disciple. How could she implement this? Zhao Qin clenched his fists, taking a deep breath to remind himself to remain gentle in front of his junior disciple, resisting the urge to resort to force. Once he felt his anger dissipate slightly, he calmly stated, I'm advising you to learn from others, not to emulate me. As the sect leader, he was burdened with numerous sect affairs, leaving him with little time to spare. However, could Qinghe be expected to handle matters as he did, spending her days idly? Aside from barely maintaining her cultivation level, what use was she, if she failed to assist him with sect matters and did not teach her disciple properly? Zhao Qin genuinely feared that one day he might be compelled to take matters into his own hands. Hearing his calm voice, Qinghe felt her heart race oddly fast. She raised 3 fingers in assurance. Senior brother, rest assured, I will certainly teach Jinzhao well. Zhao Qin scoffed, uncertain whether to believe her words or not. Qinghe found it baffling that there was any need for contemplation. The offer from the Shi family was nearly half of what the Wu family proposed, thus saving a considerable sum of spirit stones. What more justification did her senior brother require? Your mind is capable of many things, but please do not aspire to be the sect leader, Zhao Qin remarked disdainfully. The Shi family is not foolish enough to sell their weapons at half price without a motive. Senior brother, I have already mentioned that these weapons are to be purchased alongside Shengwei Mountain. With our 4 and their 6, the Shi family is willing to sell to us at half price because they see the opportunity to clear their stock. Having known Yanhua for many years, he would never deceive me, would he? Furthermore, Shengwei Mountain requires this batch of weapons, so they must have verified their quality beforehand. You should make a decision soon. Yanhua is waiting for my response. Zhao Qin's expression softened slightly, but he was suddenly interrupted by a barrage of thoughts. Yanhua, the sword master, would not intentionally deceive the master, But what if he too is misled? He does not possess foresight. How could he anticipate every eventuality? As for the Shi family, the Shi family of Dongyu, purchasing their weapons is less advantageous than acquiring those from the Wei family. The Wei family has long been suppressed by the Shi family, and many fine weapons remain unsold. Buying from them now could yield significant savings while revitalizing the Wei family. Otherwise, the entirety of Dongyu would fall under the Shi family's monopoly, dictating the future prices of weapons. Although Zhao Qin did not fully grasp the concept of monopoly, he could surmise its implications and began to contemplate the authenticity and feasibility of the situation. Qinghe interjected, "Senior brother, you cannot possibly believe her, can you?" Zhao Qin glared at her. "If not her, then whom should I trust? I have already made up my mind on this matter. Do not sway my thoughts. When did you come to a decision? Did you not just mention needing to consider it?" "Just now," Zhao Qin replied, disregarding Qinghe's thoughts and proceeding down the mountain. He instructed Ji Li to investigate the situation in Dongyu. If Jinzhao's claims were true, purchasing weapons from the Wei family would entail more than just saving a sum of spirit stones. More importantly, it would signify a gesture of goodwill, potentially leading to a long-term partnership with the Wei family. The Wu family had grown too accustomed to their demands, mistakenly believing that Mingxin Sect was established on a mine. They cannot simply extract spirit stones at will. Zhao Qin also desired such an ease. But was it realistic? Jinzhao felt somewhat bewildered. Had she misheard a few phrases? Why did some points seem inconsistent? He held her breath, unsure of what to say, especially since Jinzhao had not expressed any opinions. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the roasting rack. "Your pig is burning." "Huh?" Jinzhao quickly looked down at her pig, flipping it over. The golden brown skin glistened. This side was indeed roasted to perfection. She cut off a piece of meat, the aroma wafting enticingly, making one yearn to devour it instantly. Yet, Jinzhao, being respectful of her master, first inquired, "Master, would you like some?" Qinghe received a leaf to hold the tender, crispy pork. There was a rule among cultivators on the mountain regarding abstaining from meat. Observing her, Jinzhao saw Qinghe gracefully swallow a piece of meat. "However, we can choose to ignore it." Jinzhao began to bombard her with questions. "But I read somewhere that consuming certain beast meats can enhance a cultivator's prowess. Is it not akin to consuming rare herbs or treasures? One is merely meat, while the other is plant-based. Or is the rule against meat consumption only applicable to animal-based foods?" Qinghe, slicing off another piece of meat, confirmed, "Indeed, you are correct. It is specifically against meat, especially pork from the manganese aroma pig." Qinghe added, "This pig eats indiscriminately, resulting in an excess of turbid energy within, which offers no benefits to your cultivation. Remember to expel the turbid energy after we finish eating." Upon hearing the term cultivation, Jinzhao recalled the piece of tile. She wiped her hands and handed it to Qinghe. "Master, could you please examine this?" Qinghe took it and was about to comment on how she picked up all manner of debris when she noticed the sandpaper revealed within the tile. Applying slight pressure, she crushed the tile, unveiling the full visage of the sandpaper. The folded, square piece was dust-laden, and as the wind whisked it away, it revealed a yellowed surface. Qinghe unwrapped it slowly, the yellowed paper unfolding layer by layer beneath her delicate fingers, resembling a blooming lotus, a sight most pleasing to behold. Jinzhao could not help but exclaim, "Such an elegant beauty! How could she be the same person chastised by the sect leader, as if she were a quail?" Qinghe scanned the words on the paper swiftly, her red lips parting as she spoke. "This is half a spell for illusion techniques, considered a minor path in cultivation. Hardly anyone in the cultivation world studies it." She handed the paper to Jinzhao. "I would not recommend you pursue this. In a world where strength reigns supreme, mastering illusion techniques, no matter how proficiently, remains insubstantial." Jinzhao's small face fell in disappointment, having expected to stumble upon a legendary technique. What a wasted moment of joy. "All right, no need to sulk. I will take you to select a proper technique," Qinghe declared as she rose, her sword suddenly unsheathed and resting at her feet. "I had intended to make selections for you, but alas, the array of techniques is overwhelming and the quality varies greatly. It is best for you to sense for yourself, as you will likely find one more suited to you than I could choose." Jinzhao tugged at Qinghe's garment, observing the flowing mountains below, and curiously asked, "Master, where are we going to sense the techniques? This route does not lead to the scripture repository." Does Mingxin Sect have other locations for storing techniques? You will find out when we arrive. Qinghe replied, somewhat perplexed by the multitude of questions. All right, I shall refrain from asking. Jinzhao closed her mouth and gazed at the landscape below. The night was dark, akin to the deepest ink, yet bright flames sparkled like stars embedded within the mountains, standing defiantly against the night. As she was only at the third level of qi refinement, her vision was limited, allowing her to vaguely discern the movements of sect disciples atop the peaks. A long sword sliced through the air with such swiftness that it went unnoticed. Before Jinzhao, an ancient tower emerged, not as majestic as the Cangjing Tower, nor as meticulously structured, but imbued with the weight of time's passage. Qinghe guided Jinzhao directly into the tower's apex. The radiant light enveloped her, prompting an instinctive squint until her eyes gradually adjusted to the brilliance, revealing the inner sanctum of the tower. Here, in stark contrast to the Cangjing Tower, there were no bookshelves or books. Instead, luminous orbs floated about, casting a splendid golden glow that warmed the cold stone walls. Qinghe caught a floating orb, which transformed in her palm into a book. She casually flipped through a few pages before casting it back, and it reformed into a speck of light, drifting within the tower's confines. Only the direct disciples of the elders within the Mingxin sect were permitted the chance to select martial arts from this gold-glinted tower. Each individual was granted a single opportunity to choose one technique. Those that were incompatible would withdraw from her, while those that resonated would draw near. However, suitable techniques abound, much like the radiant orbs surrounding her, all of which were fitting for her. One must attune their senses to feel the orb that resonates most closely with them. Jinzhao nodded, preparing to close her eyes and attune her heart, when a bright yellow orb suddenly landed on her shoulder. Before she could brush it away, it morphed into a book, landing neatly in her hands. Bewildered, she looked at Qinghe and asked, Master, does this mean it has chosen me? Qinghe, equally astonished by the occurrence, straightened her posture, her gaze falling upon the prominent characters on the cover, her expression momentarily stunned. Jiuyunge? Jinzhao read aloud as she examined the title. This doesn't sound like a martial art. Qinghe, sensing her intent, stepped closer and firmly grasped her hand, stating with gravity, this one is it. She gestured for Jinzhao to secure the Jiuyunge, then surveyed the tower's interior, advising, feel again. See if you can locate the Li Jing as well. Jinzhao inquired, but Master, didn't you say we could only select one technique? Qinghe remained unperturbed, asserting, rules are rigid, but people are not. You must learn to be adaptable, unlike your rigid master. Thus, Jinzhao continued to attune her senses to the orbs, yet to no avail. She questioned Qinghe, should we keep searching, Master? What is this Li Jing and what makes it special? Qinghe replied, the Li Jing, also known as Li Hua Jing, is a fire-based technique. The gold-glinted tower houses two treasures, the Li Jing I mentioned and the Jiuyunge you hold. It is indeed a pity that we cannot find the Li Hua Jing now. Contemplating the names of the two techniques, Jinzhao mused on their potential connection. Never mind, if we can't find it. It's better not to let senior brother discover it and berate me, Qinghe murmured. She glanced at Jinzhao, noting, the Jiuyunge in your possession is also a fire-based technique and is quite suitable for you. The two exited the gold-glinted tower, unnoticed by anyone, as a faint glow lingered at the crown of Jinzhao's head. Upon returning to Wenling Peak, Jinzhao eagerly opened the selected martial art and began to study it. The text was primarily composed of archaic phrases, difficult to decipher. After a night of effort, she had only grasped the rudimentary concepts of the first volume and chose not to begin her practice immediately, opting instead for a moment of meditation. The serene, ethereal morning light bathed the mountain path, where an elderly man in gray robes was sweeping fallen leaves. He continued his task until reaching the gold-glinted tower, halting to gaze upwards at the three large characters. His eyes rose progressively until they settled on the tower's apex, then narrowed slightly. The elderly man discarded his broom and hurried towards the tower, soon emerging with a face ashen, vanishing in a single stride, leaving no trace. The tranquility of Wenling Peak was abruptly shattered. Zhao Qin observed the unexpected visitor to the Sambao Hall, his brows furrowing with such intensity that one could imagine him crushing a fly. He lowered his voice to inquire, Old Zhou, are you certain you are not mistaken? How could the gold-glinted tower have been robbed? Since its establishment, the Mingxin sect had never encountered such absurdity. However, Recognizing the shame of the situation, Zhao Qin refrained from raising his voice, his inner turmoil akin to a stampede of horses, vehemently cursing the thief. Chapter 17. The thief's blunder. Old Zhou, his countenance stern, declared, "I assure you, I am not mistaken. 2 martial arts have been stolen from the gold-glinted tower. The sect master must promptly inform the sect, enforcing a lockdown on the entire mountain to capture the thief." Zhao Qin hesitated, pondering whether this was an overreaction. Such news could tarnish the sect's reputation. Perhaps a discreet investigation would be wiser. Old Zhou's brow furrowed slightly, yet he offered no rebuttal, stating, "You are the sect master. I shall defer to your judgment. I merely came to inform you of this matter. By the way, there is another peculiarity," Old Zhou remarked. "The barrier of the gold-glinted tower has not been breached." After dismissing Old Zhou, Zhao Qin sat on a stool, pondering who could have stealthily absconded with the techniques from the tower. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, and suddenly he straightened his back. "That scoundrel Qinghe. Thank goodness I did not make a public spectacle of capturing the thief. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unfathomable." With an ashen complexion, Zhao Qin exited, encountering Ji Li, who was coming to bid farewell before heading to Dongyu. "Master, are you going out?" Ji Li asked, scratching his ear. "Elder Zhou is bringing his disciples over shortly to discuss the matter of selecting martial arts from the gold-glinted tower." Upon hearing the tower's name, Zhao Qin's frustration intensified. He suppressed his anger and told Ji Li, "I need to consult Wenling Peak. You stay here and wait for Elder Zhou. Tell him to go directly to the gold-glinted tower, and afterward you can proceed with your business regarding Dongyu." Ji Li sensed Zhao Qin's teeth clenched as he mentioned Wenling Peak, and a chill ran down her spine for Qinghe. What has she done to provoke Master to such a state? She wondered. Understood. At that moment, in Wenling Peik's chamber, a woman in jade attire suddenly felt a twitch in her eyelid. After calculating with her fingers, her expression grew grave. Unwilling to take chances, she calculated once more, only to find Zhao Qin already before her. Qinghe forced a smile. "Senior brother, what brings you to my humble abode this early?" Zhao Qin, his face darkened. "Cut to the chase. Have you been to the gold-glinted tower recently?" Qinghe, perplexed, nodded. "I've been there frequently to assist Jinzhao in selecting martial arts." "But why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Upon hearing her admission, Zhao Qin's fury ignited, and he exclaimed, "You took martial arts from the gold-glinted tower without consulting me, and you didn't even inform Old Zhou? Do you know what he said when he visited Wenling Peak this morning?" Qinghe meekly asked, "What did he say?" Before she could finish, Zhao Qin unleashed a torrent of scolding. Fearing he might faint from rage, Qinghe hastily attempted to soothe him. "Senior brother, please don't be angry. Let's discuss this calmly." Ignoring her attempts at pacification, Zhao Qin coldly replied, "Old Zhou informed me that a thief has made off with the martial arts from the gold-glinted tower, urging me to announce it to the sect and capture the culprit. If the search leads back to you, how will you face it? Not to mention the humiliation it brings me as your senior brother." Qinghe had not anticipated her impulsive actions would lead to such a grave misunderstanding. Guilt-ridden, she replied, "The incident has occurred. Senior brother, what should we do to remedy this? I assure you I will not repeat the mistake." Zhao Qin, having vented his anger, began to calm down. In truth, the matter was not as dire as it seemed. It was fortunate that no public uproar had ensued, and a straightforward conversation with Old Zhou would suffice. Contemplating this, Zhao Qin's expression softened slightly, yet he still regarded Qinghe with a scowl. He instructed, "You shall go to Lu Jinta and humbly apologize to old Master Zhou, elucidating the entire matter clearly. Ensure to document the 2 martial arts techniques you acquired." Qinghe displayed a troubled countenance. "Senior brother, the technique I selected today may not be suitable for registration. It is the Jiu Yun Go." Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback, and after a period of contemplation, he replied, "I shall speak to old Master Zhou about this matter, urging him not to register it." Just as Qinghe sighed in relief, she heard her senior brother inquire further, "What about the other one?" "What other one?" He gazed at him in confusion. Zhao Qin, suppressing his anger, retorted, "Did you not hear me? 2 techniques had gone missing from Lu Jinta." Before he could finish, he hurriedly defended herself. "Senior brother, on my honor, we truly only took 1 technique. She had intended to take 2, but the Lihua Jing was simply not found." Zhao Qin frowned and asked, "Are you certain you did not take it?" "Absolutely not." Qinghe quickly denied. Zhao Qin's frown deepened. If it wasn't Qinghe, then what had happened to the other technique? Had it vanished without a trace? If I were to claim that one of the techniques magically adhered to my hair and followed me out, would you believe me? At that moment, Jinzhao appeared behind them, clutching the very missing technique. She had discovered it while grooming herself that morning, as a glimmer fell into the wash basin, transforming into a book. Despite her swift actions to retrieve it, the lettering on the cover had become smudged, prompting Jinzhao to seek out Qinghe and subsequently overhear the conversation. Zhao Qin, in a rare display of leniency, merely nodded in acknowledgement. This stark contrast in treatment left Qinghe seething, yet she had no time to dwell on it. Upon noticing the book in Jinzhao's hands, a spark of realization ignited within her, and her eyes gleamed with excitement. May I see that technique? The exterior of the book was damp, but the pages inside remained dry. As Qinghe flipped through several pages, she suddenly looked up, her gaze sparkling with intensity. It's the Li Huijing. Zhao Qin felt as though his ears were deceiving him. What did you say? Li Wujing. Isn't that another treasured item of Lu Jin Ta? The commotion was overwhelming, and he declared, "Please, allow me a moment of silence to ponder this matter." He needed to carefully consider the implications. According to Lu Jin Ta's regulations, each disciple was permitted to select only one technique. Jinzhao now possessed two, both of which were treasures of Lu Jin Ta, thus rendering the situation decidedly improper. While she was a fire element single-root cultivator, and her choice of Li Huijing was certainly reasonable, she was not the only one with a single fire root within the sect. Elder Zhou's disciple, Lin Xin, also possessed a single fire root with a value of 8, and he had initially regarded her as a promising student. He felt a twinge of guilt toward the young girl. If Jinzhao and Qinghe each claimed one of the fire techniques. Senior brother, do not be so obstinate. Over the years, countless individuals have sought Li Huijing within Lu Jin Ta without success, yet it chose to follow Jinzhao out. What does that signify? What does it signify? Zhao Qin echoed, somewhat dismissively. It signifies that this technique is meant for Jinzhao. Qinghe continued. It is said that Zhou Yin and Li Hu were originally part of the same technique, but the intricacies were lost to time, resulting in their separation into two distinct techniques. Jinzhao's selection of Zhou Yin while Li Hu naturally accompanies her is a matter of destiny. Senior brother, please refrain from interfering. Isn't this akin to separating a pair of lovers? Chapter 18, Apology at the Mountain Gate. Zhao Qin, unusually, refrained from retorting immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Let be as you say. As for Lin Xin, I will compensate her from elsewhere. Qinghe exchanged a meaningful glance with Jinzhao, who understood immediately and exclaimed brightly, "Thank you, Master Uncle." Zhao Qin, with a gentle demeanor, offered Jinzhao a few words of guidance regarding her cultivation before taking to the wind towards Lu Jin Ta. Qinghe exhaled in relief, marking this hurdle as overcome. She turned to Jinzhao. Focus on your cultivation. What about you, Master? Qinghe brushed off her impeccably clean robes, dismissing any ill fortune with a wave of her hand. Such matters are not for children to meddle in. Jinzhao puffed her cheeks, unable to counter. At merely 13 years of age, she was still undernourished, barely reaching her master's shoulder, while her peer, Lin Xin, towered above, a striking figure among the new disciples. As she watched Qinghe's retreating silhouette, an epiphany struck Jinzhao, her eyes widening in realization. Surely, Master isn't resorting to flattery? The little white tiger tilted its head and nuzzled against Jinzhao's hand, its stomach rumbling audibly. Jinzhao seized the opportunity to pet the large white cat, breaking apart the remaining Huanling bird egg to feed it. It seemed she would need to descend the mountain to purchase some beast milk. The large white tiger appeared to comprehend her words, scuttling up to Jinzhao. You wish to accompany me? Jinzhao scooped up the little white tiger, cradling it in her arms. Very well, you may choose which beast milk you prefer. Within her storage ring lay spirit stones gifted by her master. While she had no intention of acquiring magical artifacts, purchasing beast milk should suffice. Jinzhao navigated her spirit boat toward the mountain gate for registration. The female disciple guarding the gate lit up upon seeing the little white tiger in Jinzhao's embrace. Junior sister Jinzhao, is this your spirit companion? The large white tiger lazily lifted its gaze before burying its head back into Jinzhao's arms, presenting only the back of its head to others. Its adorably awkward behavior instantly endeared it to the female disciple, even drawing the attention of nearby male disciples who couldn't help but feel a twinge of affection. Yet, Even the cutest little white tiger could not display the demeanor of a young lady. Such behavior would be quite unbecoming. Jinzhao smiled brightly, replying, "Indeed. This is my spirit companion to buy. If you wish, you may hold it." Wei Xingning hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? Yet her actions were swift as she gently accepted the little white tiger, her delight evident. She then inquired, "Junior sister Jinzhao, are you also out on a sect mission today?" "Finally, I've caught up to you, junior sister Jinzhao." The newcomer was none other than Jin Xiaobao, though his current appearance bore little resemblance to his former arrogance. Jinzhao observed that he had lost some weight. He had once been a rotund ball, but now he resembled a slightly deflated one, looking somewhat haggard, though his eyes retained their brightness. He had waited at the mountain gate for so long, eager for Jinzhao to apologize. If he had blinked and missed her, he would have been heartbroken and sleepless. Jinzhao replied, "This trivial matter is of no concern to me. Please do not disturb my peace." She merely wished to cultivate in tranquility, having neither the time nor inclination to engage with unrelated individuals, particularly when she bore no grudges unless Jin Xiaobao truly attempted to rob her. Jin Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly agreed. Junior sister Jinzhao is magnanimous, beautiful, and kind-hearted. No wonder he chose you as her disciple instead of Lin Ziyin. He ingratiatingly offered a pouch of spirit stones, prompting instant wariness in Jinzhao. "Are you attempting to bribe me so openly?" There are still others around. Wei Xingning and her senior brother, Chu Fengyu, averted their gazes, attempting to blend into the background. Jin Xiaobao quickly clarified, "Junior sister Jinzhao, you misunderstand. This is merely a small token of my sincerity, a gesture of apology." His lackey produced 2 additional pouches of spirit stones, presenting them to Wei Xingning and Chu Fengyu. Observing their substantial weight, the 2 exchanged glances but refrained from reaching out. The lackey, a gaunt youth with a downcast expression, remained silent, blending into the crowd. Wei Xingning, still unaware of his name, felt a pang of sympathy at his awkwardness and suggested, "Just place them on the stone table." The youth leaned slightly, revealing an identity token at his waist, inscribed with the name Lu Zhixing. So, his name was Lu Zhixing. Wei Xingning noted this, but soon diverted her attention elsewhere. "I did not take this matter to heart. So what gifts are you offering?" Jin Xiaobao appeared dazed, pondering where the issue lay. Today, Shiji confiscated his spirit stones, undoubtedly indicating that this matter has not yet been resolved, yet she claimed not to care. Is this not contradictory? "Lu Zhixing, what do you think Shiji means?" Ziyin Shiji, when did you arrive?" Lu Zhixing, with a humble demeanor, bowed deeply, remaining silent like a closed gourd. Lin Ziyin let out a cold snort, descending the stone steps without acknowledging Jin Xiaobao, and approached Wei Xingning and Chu Fengyu with utmost courtesy, saying, "Could you please register for me? I wish to leave the sect to undertake a task." Her gaze briefly lingered on the 2 bags of spirit stones atop the stone table before she quickly averted her eyes. Wei Xingning, feeling embarrassed and indignant, nudged Chu Fengyu with his elbow, signaling him to return the spirit stones to Jin Xiaobao, while he maintained a composed smile. "Very well, Lin Shimmy. You just need to sign here." Lin Ziyin took the pen and swiftly inscribed her name. Just as she was about to return the ledger to Wei Xingning, she inadvertently turned to the previous day's page, with the characters Jinzhao standing out prominently. Lin Ziyin's gaze shifted back, and she noticed the words Qianzhong Mountain. Had she visited Qianzhong Mountain yesterday? Wei Xingning, noticing her prolonged examination of the ledger, found it somewhat peculiar and inquired, "Lin Shimmy, have you finished signing?" "Not at all. Not at all," Wei Xingning replied with a gracious smile. Although she was also an inner sect disciple, she could not be compared to the likes of Jinzhao or Lin Ziyin, let alone claim seniority over them. Jin Xiaobao patted Lu Zhixing's arm. "What do you think Ziyin Shiji's cold snort meant just now? Did she hear it or not?" Lu Zhixing replied, "She must have heard it." Chapter 19. The Western market to the west lies a moderately sized market, bustling with both cultivators and mortals, a lively scene filled with a mix of people, where a moment's carelessness could lead to losing one's life. Jinzhao had only heard tales of this place before, despite her hunger and destitution. She had never set foot here. This was her first visit, with shop banners fluttering and colorful cloths waving. The vibrant atmosphere of the marketplace felt no different from that of the mortal realm. "Bah, deceitful scoundrel, if you wish to sell something, don't prey on me." A child, clutching his mother's hand, hurriedly fled as if pursued by ferocious beasts. Jinzhao found amusement in the scene when a book vendor approached her. "Little girl, come see my collection of jade scrolls. Fine treasures indeed. There are 30,000 tomes, encompassing every subject imaginable, perfect for a young lady like you." Jinzhao smiled and shook her head. "In this dynasty, girls cannot aspire to be top scholars." "Oh, I never suggested you aim for the top scholar. Just think, if you read my jade scrolls, you would be well-versed and nearly as knowledgeable." The vendor continued. "Besides, who knows how the world might change? Perhaps one day, women can take the top spot just like men. We must prepare for the future, anticipate the cold, and gather provisions. Foresight is the mark of a wise mind." No wonder he is a book vendor. His eloquence is impressive, spouting 5 idioms in a row. The vendor's forehead twitched, realizing he had misjudged. This little girl was indeed a cultivator. As she passed through the outer market into the vibrant center, Jinzhao wandered in search of stalls selling demon beasts. "Little girl, wait." An old man with a flowing beard, exuding a faint air of immortality, raised several yellow talismans and began his sales pitch. These talismans, though low-tier, exhibit effects that rival some mid-tier ones. At this point, Jinzhao had no intention of continuing to listen. Low-tier talismans rivaling mid-tier? Was he attempting to belittle mid-tier talismans? "Hey, little girl, don't leave. I can sell you my talisman for only 100 low-grade spirit stones each. How about that?" he shouted, his demeanor devoid of any celestial grace, resembling a mere merchant. Jinzhao quickened her pace. Nevertheless, the old man's words echoed in her mind. 100 low-grade spirit stones for a low-tier talisman. Was it truly so exorbitant? She felt she had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Not long after, Daba suddenly raised his head, his bright eyes fixating on a particular spot, gently tugging at the hem of Jinzhao's garment. "Oh, woo!" Jinzhao turned to see the very stall she had been searching for, one selling demon beasts. Typically, such stalls would feature numerous cages, occupying considerable space. But this one was quite small, cluttered with books, talisman papers, and peculiar jars alongside some plants, which Jinzhao had initially overlooked. She approached, squatting by the stall. The vendor, previously dozing, immediately awakened. "What would you like to see, little girl?" "Pills, magical tools, spirit plants, talismans, ancient tomes. I have everything, and the prices are fair. Take your time looking." He primarily sold demon beasts, but their prices were steep, often beyond the means of buyers, especially since he noticed the little girl already held a spirit pet. Thus, he refrained from promoting his demon beasts. Jinzhao raised her hand, pointing at a cage. "Is this tiger beast male or female?" The vendor hesitated. "It's a male tiger." Jinzhao visibly expressed her disappointment. Why was a male tiger? Why had Daba been so excited? "Is this a Qinghe tiger?" A clear, melodious voice chimed from above Jinzhao. She looked up to see a young girl adorned in a parrot green robe, her beauty accompanied by an air of unspoken pride. She tugged at the sleeve of the person beside her, sweetly imploring, "Senior brother, this is a Qinghe tiger. Lend me some spirit stones to buy it." The vendor, sensing her intent to transact, shot Jinzhao an apologetic glance before extolling the virtues of his beast. "You have a discerning eye, this lady. You instantly recognized it as a Qinghe tiger. Look at its size. You must think it has reached adulthood, correct?" the girl in the parrot green robe asked. The vendor shook his head, affirming, "This Qinghe tiger is still undeniably in its juvenile stage. I would never deceive such a fair maiden." The male cultivator beside her corroborated, "Indeed, it remains merely in its juvenile stage." Just as the girl was about to rejoice, her senior brother interjected, "However, someone else has already set their sights on it. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take what others desire. It seems this little sister is fated to miss out on the Qinghe tiger." Jinzhao quietly raised her hand. "Actually, I had no intention of purchasing this tiger beast. If you wish to buy it, please do." The vendor added, "Yes, this little girl only inquired about the tiger's gender. She had no intention of buying." The haughty girl raised her chin, extending her hand. "Senior brother, you heard that, right? I didn't snatch it from her. So it's time to hand over the spirit stones." The young man, seeing Jinzhao's sincere expression and the vendor's hopeful gaze, realized he had overthought the situation and readily opened his waist pouch, handing over the spirit stones to the girl. A juvenile Qinghe tiger of such size was indeed rare. Purchasing it was a sound decision. The transaction concluded swiftly, as the other party was generous and did not haggle. After counting the spirit stones, the vendor discovered a few extra, and in high spirits. He began to hum a tune. Noticing Jinzhao still lingering, his humming paused. "Little girl, why are you still here?" Daba leaped out from Jinzhao's arms, tugging at a slender, flat grass on the vendor's stall, dragging it toward Jinzhao's feet. The vendor casually glanced over, dismissing it as an unremarkable item. "Just give me 2 low-grade spirit stones for that." Jinzhao handed over the spirit stones in payment, cradling the small grass in her arms without stowing it away in her storage ring in front of the vendor. "Your spirit pet looks so small. It must not have weaned yet," the vendor remarked, feeling a twinge of affection for the young tiger's adorable demeanor. "Just now, you inquired about the gender of the tiger beast, and I momentarily failed to comprehend your intent. Upon reflection, it seems you were seeking beast milk for the little one." The vendor remarked that in the southern corner, there's a stall that specializes in demon beasts, which you may wish to explore. Chapter 20. The road blocks the path. Jinzhao followed the vendor's directions, traversing a narrow alley to find a stall dedicated to demon beasts. In contrast to the bustling center of the market, this place felt considerably quieter. Along the wall, numerous iron cages of various sizes were displayed, most covered with black cloth, from which occasionally one could glimpse the fierce, crimson eyes of the beasts within. As soon as Jinzhao stepped into this area, several pairs of eyes turned to her, filled with curiosity, excitement, disdain, and scrutiny. Among them, a middle-aged cultivator in a black robe approached her, saying, "Little girl, which type of demon beast are you interested in? Given your age, I doubt you could handle a particularly fierce one. Perhaps a Qinghe would suit you. They are quite beautiful and possess considerable power upon maturity. Most female cultivators keep one." As he spoke, the vendor lifted the cloth to reveal the Qinghe. Its resplendent feathers immediately dazzled Jinzhao's vision. But before she could examine the intricate patterns, the vendor covered it again, extinguishing the ethereal glow. With confidence, he asked, "What do you think? This Qinghe does not disappoint, does it? Such a rare specimen, and I won't charge you much, just 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Additionally, I will provide you with a delicate lock to carry it home. What do you think, little girl?" Although he inquired about Jinzhao's thoughts, he did not grant her time to consider. His rapid-fire words left her feeling somewhat dazed, and it would be easy to acquiesce to his pitch. However, Jinzhao maintained her clarity. 100 low-grade spirit stones equated to 1 mid-grade spirit stone. So 200 mid-grade spirit stones amounted to 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, a staggering sum for her at this moment. Furthermore, based on her understanding of her master, she did not seem to be a wealthy individual. "I do not wish to purchase a demon beast," Jinzhao stated. The vendor's expression shifted slightly, but being a businessman, he quickly regained his composure. "If you are not here to buy a demon beast, then what brings you to my stall?" Jinzhao inquired. "Do you have any female beasts that have given birth? I wish to buy some beast milk." The black-robed vendor finally noticed the small white creature cradled in her arms, which he had initially mistaken for a fur pelt. Jinzhao calculated her finances and replied, "I would like 200 bottles, please." Observing the small size of the bottles, which required 400 spirit stones, she suddenly felt a pang of regret. The little white creature nuzzled against her chin, seemingly anxious that she might reconsider and not purchase the milk. Jinzhao scratched its head, and the little one closed its eyes in delight. After buying the beast milk, Jinzhao used her remaining spirit stones to purchase a spirit talisman brush and a stack of yellow paper, spending 100 spirit stones. Once she had gathered all her supplies, she exited the market and, upon reaching a secluded area, summoned her flying spirit vessel. She now maneuvered the vessel with increasing skill, the scenery around her rushing past like a fleeting shadow. To avoid colliding with the mountains, she adjusted the vessel's height to match the floating clouds, granting her a wide view. Suddenly, several green vines erupted from the ground, shooting towards the sky and ensnaring her vessel. Jinzhao was caught off guard, crashing against the wall of the vessel, unable to shield herself with spiritual energy in time, and felt as though she might be shattered. The vessel continued to sway, and just as Jinzhao regained her footing, a powerful sensation of weightlessness struck her, nearly causing her to lose her balance. The little white creature struggled to gnaw at the penetrating vines, but its strength was insufficient to make a difference. "Dabai, Qinghe," Jinzhao called. The little white tiger hesitated for a moment before rushing to her side. "Summon the fire of separation. Let all things fall silent. Burn," Jinzhao commanded, and a cascade of fiery feathers gracefully descended, igniting the vines, which were swiftly obliterated in a flash of crimson threads. Boom! The spirit vessel plummeted. Jinzhao protected Da Bai while simultaneously controlling the vessel, but more vines emerged, cascading down from the clouds like a waterfall, blocking her path. A lithe figure leaped onto the clouds, her voice sweet and teasing. "Little girl, hand over the little tiger in your arms, and I may allow you to keep your corpse intact. As for your life, that is out of the question." No one would leave themselves vulnerable, even if their opponent appeared as weak as an ant. Jinzhao clutched a bai, her eyes wary as she regarded the newcomer. Diverting her attention, she asked, "What did you fixate on me?" "I might as well tell you. I noticed you at the demon beast stall," the figure replied. In a flash, Jinzhao's hand to her sleeve swiftly formed a seal, releasing a streak of light that shot into the clouds, abruptly silencing the woman's voice and altering her expression to one of dismay. "What did you just do?" Bang! A shower of multicolored light fell upon the vessel, and a black-clad male cultivator followed closely behind. He cast a glance at the woman, speaking coldly. "Why waste so much time chatting with her? Do you not realize she almost sent a distress signal?" The red-clad woman pouted, her heart uneasy, but she recognized her oversight and refrained from defending herself. Fortunately, the black wind had intercepted the distress signal in time. However, the audacity of that little girl to attempt to deceive her ignited a flicker of malice within her. Gathering a ball of spiritual energy in her palm, she aimed to strike at Jinzhao. Suddenly, the woman froze. The once open spirit vessel had been punctured by her vines, leaving behind a chaotic scene of fallen leaves, yet the little yellow figure was nowhere to be seen. "Where is she?" The black wind slammed his palm against the vessel, exclaiming in frustration, "She must have slipped away while we were distracted. Why are you not in pursuit?" The woman nearly ground her teeth in anger, muttering a curse. She underestimated her opponent, thinking she was just a docile rabbit, only to discover she was a cunning fox. The two quickly descended to the ground, where the black wind squatted to examine the footprints, declaring, "She went east." After flying for a while, the footprints became increasingly faint, and the black wind abruptly halted. The woman bumped into him, rubbing her nose in annoyance. "What are you doing?" "We have likely fallen into her diversionary tactic," the black wind replied, his expression dark. The woman brushed her hair back, her eyes narrowed with intrigue. "What diversionary tactic? Did she not head east?" The black wind's face twisted in irritation at being fooled. "Open your eyes and look closely. Are these footprints?" Hong Luo scrutinized the ground and soon recognized the trickery, exclaiming, "Illusion? I never imagined someone still practiced such an outdated art. If magical techniques could be classified, illusions were considered the lowest tier, looked down upon even by rogue cultivators." Chapter 21. The Young Girl's Joy. Hong Luo had not expected that anyone would still cultivate illusions. She and the Black Wind had fallen victim to this minor trick. Enraged, she vowed, "Once I capture that little fox, I shall skin her alive." Meanwhile, Jinzhao sneezed in the distance, rubbing her nose as she quickened her pace. Though she had created illusions of footprints to mislead the rogue cultivators into thinking she had executed a diversion, she knew they might realize she was still heading east. At her cultivation level of the third layer of Qi refinement, she could not outrun them, who were at the sixth and eighth layers. Jinzhao channeled her internal spiritual energy to accelerate her flight, but dared not soar too high for fear of detection. After what felt like an eternity, believing she had evaded her pursuers, a red figure suddenly blocked her path. "Why have you stopped running? You cunning little thing. Do you think I would be so easily deceived? If I hadn't headed west and suddenly realized, you would have truly escaped." Hong Luo, in her haste, was slightly breathless, her red gauze swaying as if she were a blossoming flower. In all honesty, she is indeed beautiful, yet to Jinzhao, she bears no distinction from that madwoman. It is truly detestable to berate her upon first meeting. Hong Luo's gaze fixated on Jinzhao, and she unexpectedly noted the remarkable quality of the robe adorning her. With a light laugh, she remarked, "It seems there is indeed a fox pelt ready for me to peel." Jinzhao hastily clasped her non-existent bosom, gritting her teeth, and retorted, "Perverted fiend. A gentleman can be killed, but not insulted. Do you understand?" Of course, killing is not an option either. Hong Luo's attention was drawn to the jade ring on Jinzhao's hand. She glanced at her own fair fingers and thought how splendid it would look adorning them. Unbeknownst to her, it was a storage ring. Typically, an artifact master would craft storage items into bags, as storage bags are commonly used by cultivators due to their simplicity and lower cost. if one were to forge them into other shapes. The material requirements and the skill needed from the artifact master would increase significantly. Hong Luo scrutinized Jinzhao from head to toe, showing little interest in the tattered bamboo at her waist. With a slight lift of her hand, countless tendrils of vines erupted from the ground, swiftly encircling Jinzhao. The vines brushed against her ankles, but suddenly they recoiled from something avoidant, wilting in an instant. The firelight illuminated Hong Luo's face, making it appear as if adorned with rouge, and she exclaimed in surprise, "You possess a fire spirit root?" Jinzhao ignored her, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash a fire spell, her yellow robe billowing in the wind without a trace of spark touching it. Hong Luo, having learned of the little fox's cunning after being deceived twice, did not let her guard down. Without hesitation, she cast a water spell, causing torrents to cascade and form a barrier. Observing this, Jinzhao attempted to redirect her spiritual power, compressing the flames into an arrow and accelerating its speed to 2 or 3 times its original. The arrow pierced through the water curtain, aimed directly at Hong Luo, who smirked, glancing at Jinzhao with a mocking expression before raising her hand to catch the arrow. With a slight exertion, she shattered the arrowhead formed from her spiritual power. "Little fox, you're still too inexperienced to compete with me in spells." Hong Luo scoffed, offering Jinzhao no opportunity to react as she gathered a point of spiritual light at her fingertip. Jinzhao quickly removed the Qinghe stick, deftly deflecting the attack. With a thunderous crash, a sturdy tree collapsed, leaving a circular hole through the rows of trees behind it, allowing light to stream through unimpeded. Jinzhao touched her forehead, feeling a lingering fear. Had she missed, a small hole would have likely marred her brow. "Interesting," Hong Luo smiled, a playful glint in her eyes as she summoned a rain of spiritual light to fall like petals. Jinzhao's mind raced as she strategized. A mere point of spiritual light could penetrate the trees. With so much descending, evasion seemed impossible, and she would surely be riddled with holes. Stealing her resolve, Jinzhao gritted her teeth and summoned most of her remaining spiritual power to shield herself as she dashed out from beneath the spiritual light rain. Sensing her intent to flee, Hong Luo momentarily set aside her predatory instincts, causing the vines to rise from the earth and wrap around Jinzhao's legs. "I must skin this little fox soon to find peace." Lacking the strength to break free with the Qinghe stick, Jinzhao resorted to incantations to incinerate the vines. Several green tendrils shot out again, brazenly whipping toward her with such speed that evasion seemed futile. Just as Jinzhao braced for the impact of a vine, a silvery sword tip emerged, slicing through the tendrils with ease. "Who dares meddle in my affairs?" Hong Luo spat, suddenly halting, her eyes glinting with excitement. What a treasure! This sword, this robe, this jade belt, this Mingwa pendant, and even the hairpin atop your head, all of exquisite quality. Coughing weakly, the young girl turned pale as paper, her voice faint yet resolute. "I will not allow you to harm anyone." Jinzhao felt a surge of emotion, but worried for the girl's well-being, her words barely escaping before she collapsed. Hong Luo, finding this amusing, laughed heartily. "You frail thing with your state. You dare to stand against injustice and draw your sword to assist? Perfect. I can deal with both of you at once and prosper." Hong Luo drew a flexible sword from her waist, her aura shifting dramatically. "Little girl, observe carefully. This is true swordplay. Your clumsy attempts are better left hidden to avoid embarrassment." With that, the sword sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, its brilliance advancing towards Jinzhao. Seeing the girl dazed and seemingly fragile as paper, Jinzhao poured her remaining spiritual power into the Qinghe stick, determined to resist. The force of Hong Luo's sword slightly weakened. The flexible blade was redirected by Jinzhao's purple bamboo, embedding itself in a tree. Hong Luo swiftly drew her long sword, twirling it elegantly as she aimed directly for Jinzhao's heart. Just as Jinzhao prepared to block with her staff, the frail girl stepped in front of her. The long sword stood upright, pressing against the blade's tip. Pushing forward, Hong Luo was forced back 2 steps, the silver tip of her sword emerging from an unguarded position. Jinzhao shouted a warning to the girl. "Be careful. She's at the 6th level of Qi refinement." The girl managed to turn her head to smile reassuringly. "It's all right. I'm also at the 6th level of Qi refinement. By the way, my name is Yinshi. What about you?" Her swordplay was inherited from her master, and to disparage her own technique was to insult her master's teachings. This she could not tolerate. Jinzhao wanted to point out that despite being at the same level, the girl appeared as fragile as a paper doll. Suddenly, a realization struck Jinzhao. Had she just heard the name Yunxi? Could she be the disciple of the revered Yunhua? Chapter 22. Escape from the Golden Bell. Jinzhao stared in astonishment, her hand unconsciously stroking the soft white fur until the sword energy flew past, nearly striking her. There stood Yunxi, wielding her spirit sword, her long tassels dancing as she distracted the enemy's vision before launching a strike. The sword's angle tilted slightly, its brilliance dazzling as it pursued Hong Luo's vital points. Jinzhao felt her heart swell with pride. Indeed, as Yunhua's disciple, her form was delicate as a willow in the wind. Yet her strikes were as fierce as a tiger pouncing on its prey. Hong Luo now realized she had underestimated this frail girl. Her swordsmanship was skillful, capable of finding Hong Luo's vital points with deadly precision. No matter how Hong Luo defended, the sword light would reach its mark, enveloping her in a shadow from which there was no escape. Focused, Hong Luo continually altered her attack's trajectory while discreetly manipulating something within her sleeve. Jinzhao quickened her breath, hastily forming hand seals as crimson fire feathers shot forth, summoning the talisman's power. With a gleam in her eyes, Hong Luo chuckled. A 5th-grade talisman. You two will meet your end here. She bit her lip, rapidly devising a strategy. Steeling herself, she cast a stream of light that transformed into a golden bell, descending to shield them. This artifact, gifted by her master, should suffice to withstand a 5th-grade talisman's attack. As the shadow loomed larger, She swiftly pulled Jinzhao, intending to take refuge within the golden bell. Jinzhao looked up, counting down the final moments beneath the bell, and suddenly she channeled her strength into her wrist, sending the golden bell flying away. The sudden brightness startled Yunxi, and her expression turned urgent. You, Jinzhao interrupted, hurriedly raising a defensive barrier with her spiritual power. The fire feathers licked at the talisman, turning it to ash. Yet the residual force still erupted, filling the air with thick smoke. Jinzhao's ears buzzed from the blast, and she shook the still-dazed Yunxi, asking, "Can your golden bell be compressed?" Yunxi's eyes flashed with surprise. This seemingly obedient and bright girl had the ingenuity to suggest compressing the golden bell to trap that rogue cultivator. At the last moment, Jinzhao had knocked the golden bell over Hong Luo instead of shielding herself and Yunxi. She had no intention of becoming a sitting duck. Unable to escape, she could only become the fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Today, inquiring about the situation, can we truly manage it? She had a companion, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and with such a commotion, it would be difficult not to notice. If we deal with her, we can make a swift escape. Yunxi ceased her hesitation, determination gleaming in her eyes. She activated the golden bell shield, soaring into the sky, where it began to spin rapidly, its form shrinking, before suddenly exploding. By the time Heifeng arrived, only devastation remained. He knelt on the ground, fury etched on his face, veins bulging on his forehead, swearing, "I will ensure that you cannot survive, nor die." Meanwhile, after flying several hundred miles with Jinzhao, Yunxi suddenly began to cough, her complexion paling. Jinzhao was startled. "Are you all right? Did you sustain injuries from the explosion?" As she observed Yunxi's deteriorating condition, her heart sank. "Do not exert your spiritual energy. We should descend first." Yunxi shook her head. "I am fine. We must leave this place. We need to reach the sect's territory for safety." Jinzhao, unwilling to entertain her words, pressed Yunxi down into the forest. If Yunxi were to perish along the way, Zhuangzhang Yunhua would surely blame her. Facing a Qi refinement practitioner, Jinzhao felt confident in her ability to protect herself, but against a transformation god master, even 9 lives would not suffice to appease their wrath. Yunxi felt immense guilt. "It's all my fault. If not for me, you should leave quickly. That person is coming. I can still slow them down." After all, her life was a mere chance. Existing in this world would only bring shame to her master. If she were to die, no one would mock her master for taking on a useless disciple. 7 years since entering the sect, even ordinary disciples had formed their foundations. Yet, as Zhuangzhang Yunhua's direct disciple, she remained at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Had her strength been greater, perhaps she could have saved this girl. As Yunxi pondered, Her vision blurred. Oh no, don't faint. She vaguely heard the girl's anxious voice and wanted to tell her to escape without concern for herself. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she lost consciousness entirely. Drip, drip. A sound akin to water dripping through stone echoed. Yunqi struggled to open her eyes, only to meet a delicate, jade-like face. You're awake, Jinzhao exclaimed joyfully, her bright smile radiating warmth like the sun, which in turn uplifted Yunqi's spirit. She blinked, feeling a dryness in her throat, wishing to express her gratitude to Jinzhao, when suddenly a series of voices reached her ears. Finally, she has awakened. Thank goodness Yunqi is unharmed. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Why do I feel that her rescuing me jeopardizes my own safety? Yunqi appeared momentarily dazed, her expression shifting oddly as she looked at Jinzhao, seemingly wanting to say something, yet hesitating. How could she hear her voice when she hadn't spoken? Was she delirious? Jinzhao suddenly reached out, touching Yunqi's forehead. Not warm. Why are you staring blankly? Yunqi, her voice hoarse, whispered, I'm sorry. This body had already caused trouble for her closest master. And now she had also involved this girl, proving that wherever she went, she only brought misfortune. Yunqi lowered her head, resting it on her knees, curling into a ball. Jinzhao, perplexed, wondered why she was apologizing to herself. It seemed so bewildering. Jinzhao nudged Yunqi, seeing you in such poor condition. I took the liberty of opening your storage bag and fed you a healing pill. Check to see if anything is missing. Yunqi abruptly lifted her head, not inspecting the contents of her storage bag, but staring in shock at Jinzhao. You truly disabled the restrictions? That was set by her master personally. Its complexity was beyond words. Yunqi's mind was in disarray. Having just accepted the reality of hearing the girl's thoughts, she was now met with such significant news. Jinzhao nodded, urging her to check. Yunqi clutched the now unrestricted storage bag, her thoughts swirling. To reassure Jinzhao, she glanced at its contents, tied it up, and stowed it away. Aside from a healing pill, nothing was missing. Yunqi looked around, pondering where they were. Jinzhao replied, We are fortunate. We discovered this cave in the mountains, and the entrance has a damaged formation. I repaired it and concealed our presence. We should not be detected. You should take care of your health. Yunqi curiously asked, Are you a formation master? No wonder you could disable the restrictions on my storage bag. Your understanding of formations must be profound. Such a young age elicited a hint of envy within Yunqi. Chapter 23. Exploring the cave, Jinzhao shook her head. No. She raised a small hand, pointing at the stone wall. Look at this. Yunqi turned slightly, following Jinzhao's finger to see uneven markings etched on the wall. She vaguely recognized it as a formation diagram. The damaged formation at the cave entrance is this. I repaired it according to the wall. Jinzhao explained, completely unaware of the complex gaze Yunqi cast upon her. She was indeed a genius, grasping the obscure formation and repairing it so swiftly. Yunqi's scratchy throat felt somewhat better, her voice clear. I still do not know your name. Jinzhao, she replied with a bright smile. The white steed gallops, feasting on the tender sprouts, binding it to eternal mornings. Yunqi lowered her gaze, reciting softly. Jinzhao chuckled, denying, That's not what I meant. It means every year has its Jinzhao. Yunqi's eyes curved gently, the signs of her illness diminishing. The person who named you must love you dearly. Year after year, may today always be yours. What a beautiful blessing. Like others, it was filled with brightness and vitality. Jinzhao chose not to clarify. Being an orphan, she had named herself, possessing only a given name without a surname. Yunqi's name truly encapsulated the sentiments of the one who named her, bestowing upon her the Yun surname, wishing her joy. Jinzhao refocused, surveying the cave. I have yet to explore deeper, but since there are remnants of formations here, it is highly likely that some senior left it behind. There may be treasures inside. Will you accompany me? Naturally, there could also be dangers. Hence Jinzhao offered Yunqi the choice, not forcing her. Without a moment's thought, Yunqi replied, Let's go. She could never abandon Jinzhao alone to face danger. Being at the 6th level of Qi refinement, with her master's talismans, she could at least assist in warding off threats. As they ventured forward, numerous forks appeared, the terrain complex, leaving Yunqi utterly bewildered. Observing Jinzhao's steady pace, she furrowed her brow in confusion. Do you know the way? This place is like a maze. I cannot discern directions at all. How do you know which path to take? Suddenly, Jinzhao pulled her back, signaling for silence. I hear something. Yunqi released her consciousness, carefully sensing. Upon seeing a swarm of creatures crawling toward them, Her eyes widened in shock. It's the Ning Shuangcheng. Her tone was urgent and startled, causing Jinzhao to pause. What is that? Yunqi gritted her teeth, lacking time for explanation, and yanked Jinzhao to flee. In the dim cave, a faint blue light flickered. Suddenly, a translucent Ning Shuangcheng leaped up, lunging at Jinzhao's face. Be careful, Yunqi shouted, but at that distance, she couldn't draw her sword, feeling anxious. The glow emitted by the Ning Shuangcheng was a heavenly blue, dazzlingly beautiful. Even more so than the fireflies Jinzhao had seen. She conjured a wisp of spiritual fire, casting it forth. The Ning Shuangcheng struggled briefly before turning to ashes. Yunqi was taken aback, realizing she had forgotten Jinzhao was a fire spirit root. A single bite from the Ning Shuangcheng would cause frost to spread over the body, ultimately leading to a slow, frozen demise. As for Huoke Shuang, she was no longer as fearful of the frost-condensing insects. However, the countless frost-condensing insects still threatened to overwhelm them. Today, she formed a hand gesture and cast a fire-based spell, erecting a wall of flames to block the insects' advance. The foremost of the frost-condensing insects hesitated, deterred by the flames, although the wall could hold them at bay for a while. What would they do when the insects resumed their pursuit? Yunqi had grown accustomed to seeking guidance from Jinzhao, believing there was nothing she did not understand. Her mind always raced, much like during the incident with the Jinzhao, where an unexpected strike trapped that rogue female cultivator rather than leading to her own predicament. Jinzhao signaled for Yunqi to remain calm, assuring her that the frost-condensing insects would soon perish. Indeed, the blue glow in the cave began to dim, and white smoke rose from the backs of the frost-condensing insects, rendering them motionless. Yunqi gasped in surprise, her eyes suddenly catching sight of some purple clay along the ground. Nestled against the wall, its dark hue previously unnoticed. Did the frost-condensing insects perish upon stepping on this purple clay? Thankfully, they had walked in the center, avoiding contact. A chill ran down Yunqi's spine, but she saw Jinzhao crouching down, wielding a half-flat leaf, which she used as a makeshift spoon to collect some purple clay into a vial. Do you recognize this purple clay? Jinzhao asked cautiously, ensuring not to let any fall onto her hands. Once she had filled the vial, she replied slowly, No, I don't. Then why are you collecting it? Yunqi inquired, perplexed. Jinzhao offered a brief explanation, but paid no heed to whether Yunqi understood, continuing deeper into the cave. Such was the nature of starting from scratch. Regardless of its utility, one should gather it. What if it proved to be a treasure? After a while, a wind as sharp as a blade swept through, stinging Jinzhao's hands and face. We aren't heading toward another exit, are we? Yunqi furrowed her brows, then replied, No, this wind isn't from the outside world. Both Jinzhao and Dabai turned to her in unison. It feels like sword wind. Something clicked in Yunqi's mind, and she stated firmly, This is indeed sword wind. Let us form a protective barrier with our spiritual energy. The further we go, the more intense the sword wind will become, and its density will increase. Hearing Yunqi's words, Jinzhao quickly redirected her spiritual energy to shield herself and Dabai, noticing the whistling sound around her diminish. Dabai also ceased his habitual burrowing and peeked out. Yunqi restrained her hand from ruffling Dabai's head and said, I sense something ahead. Perhaps a strand of sword qi. Jinzhao saw nothing, yet given Yunqi's assertion, it seemed likely, as the fierce sword wind was palpable. In the center of the cave sat a young man in a blue robe, eyes closed, head bowed, his features obscured, giving the impression that he was in a deep slumber. Before him lay an elegant sword, pristine as a lotus emerging from water. The sharp sword wind emanated from this exquisite blade. Is he dead? Yunqi felt the question was somewhat disrespectful. Thus she lowered her voice and whispered to Jinzhao. Jinzhao stroked her chin, responding off-topic, His sword is beautiful. Young friend, your taste is commendable, the man suddenly spoke. Yunqi's face flushed crimson. The elder was not dead, which meant her words had been overheard. I apologize, elder. I did not intend to curse you, Yunqi hurriedly expressed. The man waved his hand dismissively. You are correct. I have indeed passed away. This is but a remnant of my soul. He lifted his gaze, revealing a face reminiscent of spring mountains, looking at Jinzhao with an air of cool elegance, distant yet gentle. Although your taste is commendable, regrettably, I cannot bestow this sword upon you. Chapter 24. Accepting the legacy. Jinzhao puffed out her cheeks in indignation. Although I praise your sword's beauty, I did not express a desire for it. She felt embarrassed by his presumption. Yunxi, having overheard Jinzhao's thoughts, remained calm, her expression unchanged. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's face. What was that just now? She hadn't spoken, yet he had heard her voice. Perhaps he had been dead for too long, causing his senses to deteriorate. It seemed that his remnant soul was on the verge of fading. The man sighed softly, tinged with resignation. His gaze shifted to Yunxi, resting on the sword at her waist. Little girl, you are a sword cultivator, aren't you? Yunxi hesitated before nodding, uncertain of the elder's intent. A smile graced the man's lips, his voice melodious. I possess a strand of sword intent that I can impart to you. But you must become my disciple and perform a task for me. Yunxi quickly shook her head in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, elder. But please seek another destined individual for this legacy. Having already taken a master, she could never pledge herself to another. She sought only to inherit her master's sword techniques, not aspiring to gain fame as he had. She merely wished to avoid bringing shame to him, being inherently dull-witted. She could not afford to be indecisive. Jinzhao observed the unfolding drama. It was one thing for the elder to offer his legacy to Yunxi, but to request her as a disciple was a different matter altogether, and it was no surprise that Yunxi would reject him with such resolve. The man pondered, his eyes reflecting confusion. Why? Are you concerned that the task I require of you is too arduous? You need not worry. All you must do is carry this sword and find a little girl for me. This sword recognizes her. However, I do not know her current age, which may complicate matters. His voice was tinged with solitude. He was uncertain how many years had passed since his death. The little girl must be disappointed not to have awaited him, as he had not intended to break his promise. He recalled her desire to become a sword cultivator, and thus, this sword would serve as his apology gift. Yunxi softly explained, Elder, it is not that I am unwilling to fulfill your last wish, but I already have a master and cannot become your disciple. Furthermore, I have been frail and sickly since childhood. My lifespan is not my own, and I may not complete your request before I depart, leaving you with regrets. Sensing that this power bore no malice, Yunxi relaxed, akin to suddenly encountering a cool spring on a scorching summer day, refreshing and delightful, making it hard to part. Yunxi found herself reluctant to abandon this sensation of revitalization, but the power quickly dissipated, leaving no trace. However, her body felt lighter, an effect that even the yin-yuan fragrance could not replicate. Yunxi bowed deeply to the elder, expressing her gratitude. Jinzhao scrutinized the man, pondering while stroking Debai's head. She had no recollection of this individual, yet his brief spell had alleviated Yunxi's ailments, something even Zhuangjiang Yanhua and her own master could not achieve. Who exactly was he? The man spoke in a calm tone. I cannot resolve the symptoms afflicting you. What I did was merely a temporary reprieve. There is no need to thank me. Whether this is a blessing or a curse is hard to say. However, since you have grown to this day, it must be a blessing. Someone cherishes you, and that person should be your master, right? He has suppressed your symptoms and taught you to cultivate. No wonder you refused to take another master. Yunxi felt a pang of shame, lowering her gaze in silence. The man paid no heed, articulating the crux of Yunxi's condition. In the realm of cultivation, the simultaneous presence of water and fire spiritual roots typically indicated a waste of potential. Yet, your condition is different. With a value of 5 for water and 4 for fire, the remaining water value is 1. You could cultivate, but as water wanes and fire surges, water is suppressed by fire, and fire retaliates against water. Your body cannot endure their conflict, leading to your frailty. Had your root values only summed to 8, with water and fire in balance, they would have been deemed wasted roots, rendering you incapable of cultivation, but allowing you to live a healthy life. Instead, your values sum to 9, with both elements vying for that extra 1, naturally causing you suffering. Jinzhao expressed agreement, her face transitioning from surprise to numbness. The man suddenly glanced at her, and Jinzhao, clutching Debai tightly, blurted out, I also have a master now. I cannot be your disciple. That was not my intention. The man clarified, he is not a person who lacks adaptability. His soul cannot endure much longer. Among the two young girls, one has suffered the ravages of fire and water, her lifespan limited. The other is healthy and cunning, her thoughts intricate. It is evident who is more suited for this task. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding formations and talismans, which I shall pass on to you. You need not take me as your master. Simply fulfill this one request. How about it? Is the formation at the cave in trance or doing? It was hastily set up back, then due to time constraints. His tone remained gentle, unhurried, devoid of any hint of arrogance. Yunshi tugged at Jinzhao, signaling her not to refuse. The formations casually laid down by this senior are so exquisite. He must certainly possess more than just a superficial understanding of them. Jinzhao understood this well, nodding in agreement, promising to help fulfill the senior's last wish. The man felt a stir within as he heard the two wishes. They need not emphasize this matter so. A glimmer of white light enveloped Jinzhao, and she faintly saw the figure of the young senior, gradually becoming transparent, soon leaving only a jade green sword behind. Your predicament may be resolved by ascending to the spirit realm, the man kindly reminded before vanishing. Meanwhile, in the spirit realm, someone awakened. The clan members could hardly contain their joy amidst the clamor, when suddenly a discordant voice broke through. Young master, where is your sword? The sword? The man murmured, casting his eyes downward. I lost it. The crowd fell into despair. After receiving the inheritance, Jinzhao turned to see Yunshi wearing a melancholic expression. Suspecting it was influenced by the senior's mention of the spirit realm, she patted Yunshi's shoulder, offering her a reassuring word. Do not worry. You will definitely reach the spirit realm. Yunshi believed she was merely comforting herself. Given her talents, ascension was no easy feat. She simply could not bear to part from her master. No matter how tirelessly she practiced, she could never catch up to her master's pace. Why could she not have been born just a little earlier, even by a fraction? The senior seemed to have left something behind. As the sword's aura dissipated, Jinzhao stepped forward, attempting to store the sword in her storage ring, only to find it obstinately unmoving. With no other choice, she fastened it to her waist and noticed a square iron box where the senior had sat. Yunshi set aside her melancholy thoughts, drawn to Jinzhao's words as her gaze fell upon the box. We shall explore together the contents of this cave. We could divide whatever is inside equally, Jinzhao said, beckoning Yunshi to join her in investigating the box's contents. Chapter 25. Jinzhao's solution. Yunshi stood motionless, stating, You have inherited from the senior. Thus, this should rightfully be yours. I cannot accept it. Who says this belongs solely to that senior? Jinzhao picked up a piece of paper from the box and read aloud. I, known as Qinghe, was harmed by treacherous individuals. I do not wish for my possessions to fall into the hands of thieves. Before my death, I sought this cave, waiting for a fated person to arrive. It was left by a female cultivator. Jinzhao continued, We are indeed fated. Thus, it cannot be mine alone. The senior must still be present in this cave of Qinghe. Only then did Yunshi step forward, and they divided the contents within the box. However, it will be best to wait a couple of days until that wandering cultivator has moved far away before we leave. Yunshi remained silent, somewhat distracted, merely responding with an to whatever Jinzhao said. Are you worried that your master will not find you and will be concerned? Then why did you sneak away from Qinghe Mountain? Jinzhao startled Yunshi, whose complexion turned pale. How do you know? She exclaimed, as she had not confided this to anyone. Jinzhao smiled playfully. Of course I know. Not only that, but I also know you have feelings for your master. She leaned closer to Yunshi, asking, Am I right? Yunshi stood frozen, her hands and feet cold, her blood running cold with Jinzhao's words. Her lips, devoid of color, spoke in a hoarse whisper, No. Please do not say such things. It would tarnish my master's reputation. Yunshi, in a fluster, circumvented Jinzhao and hurriedly walked ahead. The deepest secret of her heart had been exposed by someone she had only recently met, leaving her feeling embarrassed and helpless. Yet, Jinzhao spoke the truth. She should not blame her. The two found themselves in a strange atmosphere. At least Yunshi felt this way, uncertain of how to confront Jinzhao. Fortunately, the cave was dark, obscuring their faces. Yunshi let out a soft sigh of relief. Suddenly, a flicker of firelight illuminated the darkness. You can deceive others, but you cannot deceive your own heart. Jinzhao conjured a fire, the crackling flames rising and falling. Their shadows danced upon the stone walls, elongated and stretched. Yunshi lowered her gaze, her voice barely audible. But this is wrong. A love between master and disciple is never accepted by society, especially when my master is so dignified and pure, akin to the cold moon hanging high in the sky. I am but a speck of dust on the ground. How could I ever hope to touch the moon? Jinzhao, you are the first friend I have ever known. I do not wish to deceive you. She grasped Jinzhao's hand, her gaze earnest as she spoke. Can you keep this secret from me? My master knows nothing. Yunqi's eyes held a plea. It is I who harbored these unworthy thoughts. I strive to suppress these delusions, wanting only to follow my master and learn the art of the sword. Nothing more. She felt a deep pang at the thought that once her master ascended, she might never see him again. As time passed, the moment drew near. Moreover, do you truly believe that Yinhua Jianzun is as dignified and pure as you say? Jinzhao retorted. If that were the case, why would he not dare to directly tell his master that it is his disciple, Yunxi, who requires Yan Ruixiang, rather than himself? Yinhua Zun? Yunxi was puzzled by Jinzhao's sudden anger. The usually bright girl looked particularly fearsome when her face was serious. Yunxi even overlooked the question Jinzhao had posed back to her. In the past, if anyone spoke ill of Yinhua Zun, she would immediately defend him. But now, she gently tugged at Jinzhao's sleeve, seeking to mend the rift. Jinzhao's anger subsided, her demeanor softening. I will not speak of your matters to others. However, if rumors spread, it is not my concern. She had made it clear. Those with eyes could see that they had long harbored feelings for each other. If there were truly those who could not see it, it must be three individuals: Yunxi, Yinhua, and her blind and oblivious master, Qinghe in June. I certainly believe you, Yunxi replied, taking Jinzhao's hand once more, whispering, What should I do? Without a moment's hesitation, Jinzhao suggested, if a love between master and disciple is frowned upon by society, then simply cease being his disciple. Withdraw from his teachings, and thereafter be simply Yunxi. What could others possibly say to criticize you? She continued, if necessary, change your name. There are countless ways to resolve this. Though it is said that once a disciple, one remains a child for life, the master-disciple bond is merely nominal, not blood-related. What cannot be severed? Jinzhao's words were shocking to Yunxi. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she shook her head in refusal. That is impossible. Jinzhao interrupted. What is impossible? Do you wish to be his disciple or his partner? If you merely want to be Yinhua Zun's disciple, then focus solely on that and do not entertain any other thoughts. Others can meddle in the heavens and the earth, but can they dictate who takes on disciples? Should everyone in the cultivation world simply cease to take on disciples? If you wish to become his partner, why then do you cling to the identity of a disciple? Yunxi, you cannot have both. You cannot have the fish and the bear's paw. The solution lies before you. Whether or not you heed, it is up to you. As for anything further, Jinzhao would not elaborate. After all, her own master also harbored feelings for Yinhua Zun. She could not betray her master while attempting to bring Yunxi and Yinhua Jianzun together, even though she was aware that her master had no chance. Yunxi was rendered speechless, and the cave once again fell into silence. Jinzhao took out a bottle of beast milk to feed Daba, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. Unbeknownst to Jinzhao, Qinghe was even more anxious than Yinhua Zunzhang, nearly uprooting the mountains wherever she went. What if I can't find Jinzhao? My senior brother will surely take a sword to me. Alas, my little disciple, and I, Jinzhao, Daba, where on earth are you? Can you at least make a sound? My senior brother can be quite ruthless. In the forest, a fairy clad in green held a makeshift wooden staff, rummaging through the vines and weeds for any hidden pits or caves. Suddenly, a gentle autumn rain began to fall from the sky. Jinzhao felt a chill and added a couple of logs to the fire as the rain outside poured down even harder. Closing her eyes to rest, she listened to the sound of the autumn rain. Yet a voice echoed in her ears, seemingly near yet distant. Her expression momentarily froze as she gazed toward the rain curtain, a bright smile blossoming on her face. Her master had come to find her. Jinzhao rose, dispelled the formation, and was met by the cold autumn rain, which she hardly noticed as she waved her hand, saying, Master, Daba and I are right here. Chapter 26. On Qinghe Mountain, Qinghe, using a technique to shorten her distance, arrived at the cave and nearly frightened herself to death. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Before she could finish her sentence, Jinzhao leaped forward and hugged her tightly, exclaiming, Master, you almost missed seeing your adorable, diligent, and intelligent little disciple. Qinghe raised an eyebrow, asking what has happened. Jinzhao spoke rapidly, relaying the events, but then noticed Qinghe's gaze drifting past her, toward someone behind her. Oh dear, I forgot Yunxi was here too. Does this count as a rivalry encounter, making things awkward? Well, it shouldn't be considered that way. After all, with Master's lack of discernment, she surely wouldn't notice any signs. She used to frequent Qinghe Mountain. In fact, she is more familiar with Yunqi than she is with me. As an old acquaintance's disciple, who knows, perhaps Master will even show extra care and concern. Originally, Qinghe had planned to be understanding, but upon Jinzhao's words, she suddenly felt a flush creeping onto her face. The words she had intended to say lingered unspoken, leaving her with an air of cool composure. Could it be that a little worm in her belly had guessed this? I have met the Qinghe fairy, she spoke slowly, her lovely face framed by willow-like brows, delicate and elongated, exuding an air of grace. Qinghe had a slight impression of this little disciple of Yinhua. Each time she visited Qinghe Mountain, the girl quietly brewed tea before withdrawing, only to appear again to see her off when she departed, a most courteous child. The incidents of rogue cultivators killing and robbing treasures were all too common. It wasn't safe for a young girl to be out there. Yunqi lowered her gaze, feeling that she had troubled the fairy. Qinghe brushed off the concern, saying, "It's not troublesome at all. My master is simply warm-hearted. Yunqi, do not bear any psychological burdens. Last time, you didn't take me to Qinghe Mountain. This time, such a wonderful opportunity is before me. I cannot miss it. I want to see what the legendary most handsome man in Xiaoshuan realm looks like, the one who has captured Master's heart." Qinghe maintained a poker face and lightly tapped her on the head, saying, "Be quiet, don't make a fuss. Where is the infatuation?" She was merely speaking nonsense. Her affection for Yinhua stemmed from different reasons. "Master, I'm not making any noise," Jinzhao said, lowering her head as her sword vibrated incessantly at her waist, akin to a wild horse attempting to break free from its reins. Buzz. The sword's resonance expressed its feelings. Qinghe sensed something was amiss and focused her clear eyes on Jinzhao, asking, "Where did you get that sword?" Before Jinzhao could explain, the sword flew to Qinghe's side, swirling around her with an almost aggrieved air. Suddenly, Jinzhao understood something, glancing deeper into the cave and sighing, "Master, if only you had come a bit earlier." Qinghe, somewhat perplexed, was accustomed to Jinzhao's erratic words and didn't press further. However, this sword, was it a semi-immortal weapon? This sword was given to you by a senior. Jinzhao clarified, noticing Qinghe's gaze fixated on it. Qinghe asked who? "I don't know anyone who would give me a sword out of the blue, especially a semi-immortal one." Yunqi chimed in, affirming, "It truly was given to you by a senior." Holding the sword, Qinghe felt as if she had stumbled upon a spirit stone, or rather, a sensation even more surreal than that. Jinzhao's expression fell, her small face instantly drooping. "This isn't fair. Master, you must take me with you." Ultimately, Jinzhao's wish to visit Qinghe Mountain was fulfilled. Wow, the entire mountain is blanketed in white. It's all Qinghe flowers. From afar, she had thought it was snow. Yunqi, do Qinghe flowers have a long blooming period? How long do they last? Do they bloom in winter? Listening to Jinzhao's ramblings, Qinghe suddenly felt an urge to send her off to practice silent meditation, but then reconsidered, even if she did. Jinzhao's incessant thoughts would hardly cease. Better not. It might become even noisier. The Qinghe flowers thrive on spiritual energy and bloom year-round, Qinghe replied. Do not ask such foolish questions in the future. Jinzhao's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed. Maintaining an entire mountain of Qinghe flowers must consume a considerable amount of spiritual energy, truly deserving of Yinhua Zunzhang's reputation. Unlike when we asked Lingfeng, the place was bare, with hardly any flowers, so pitiful. Qinghe endured the urge to rebuke her. Do not expose your own shortcomings. What flowers do you wish to plant? Ingchun. This way, when spring arrives, she would know. Observing Jinzhao's lively demeanor in her yellow attire, Qinghe's gaze shifted to the pure Qinghe flowers beside her, and she casually remarked, "However, I will not use my spiritual energy to help you maintain an entire mountain of Ingchun flowers. You must work hard to cultivate." Jinzhao affirmed, she will certainly strive to cultivate. Yet, how could Ingchun flowers bloom year-round? They must welcome spring. Yunqi watched the carefree interaction between the master and disciple, gently concealing the hint of melancholy in her eyes. When would she be able to speak freely with her master, without restraint? The wind carried the Qinghe flowers, their snowy petals cascading down, carpeting the stone steps. A man clad in white gauze stood below, gazing upward. His eyes were cool, his figure as graceful as a jade tree, with ink-black hair cascading over his shoulders, resembling the distant mountain-esque dark hue. Yanhua Zunzhang's thin lips parted slightly as he thanked Qinghe. Observing the weariness in his eyes, Yunqi lowered her head in guilt. She should not have been so willful. Qinghe's expression softened as she said, "There is no need for such formality between us." Jinzhao keenly noticed Yanhua Zunzhang's slight frown, as if he wished to correct her wording, yet ultimately, he refrained from saying anything further and met Jinzhao's gaze openly. He nodded gently, diverting his attention to Qinghe, saying, "This must be your newly accepted little disciple." Jinzhao clasped her hands, greeting Yanhua Zunzhang. "I have met Yanhua Zunzhang." Qinghe was quite pleased with Jinzhao's demeanor, a hint of pride flickering in her eyes. "Yes, she's called Jinzhao." Yanhua offered a few perfunctory compliments, which Jinzhao graciously accepted, cheerfully responding, "Thank you for your kind words, Yanhua Zunzhang." Her vibrant spirit caught Yanhua's attention, prompting him to glance at her again. She was healthy, untroubled, and naturally radiant, starkly contrasting with Axie. As a master, he felt incompetent, still unable to resolve Axie's afflictions. Beneath his flowing sleeves, his hand clenched slightly, revealing the tension in his veins. Chapter 27. Returning to the sect Axie, take Jinzhao around the mountain, Yanhua instructed, turning to Yunqi. Knowing her master likely had something to discuss privately with Qinghe, Yunqi intentionally distanced herself from the two. As she led Jinzhao away, she remained distracted, almost stumbling. "Are you curious about what Yanhua Zunzhang will discuss with my master?" Yunqi was about to say something when Jinzhao, suddenly grinning, suggested, "Why don't we eavesdrop a little?" She remained impassive and replied, "Do not entertain such thoughts. Master has cast a soundproof barrier. We cannot hear anything." Jinzhao, with a hint of regret, lamented, "What a pity." However, in an instant her smile returned. Yunqi found Jinzhao's mood perplexing, as she fluctuated between melancholy and joy, appearing disappointed that they could not overhear the conversation, a sentiment that did not seem to resonate with her. Yunqi hesitated, wanting to speak. Did Jinzhao know that Qinghe and Jun also harbored feelings for their master? Surely she must know, having heard her innermost thoughts in the cave. Yunqi pondered how Jinzhao would perceive her if she knew that Qinghe and Jun was her mentor and had confided her unworthy feelings for their master. This thought made Yunqi's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Jinzhao, discerning her thoughts, reassured her, "Do not worry, I won't mention it to master." Yet, she mused softly, "What difference would it make? Master has no interest in her. Yanhua Zun's affections lie with you." They had spent so much time together, developing mutual feelings. Yet both were deceiving themselves, believing they had concealed their emotions well. "Thank you, Jinzhao," Yunqi spoke sincerely. Jinzhao waved her hand dismissively and turned towards the mountain steps. Smiling brightly, "Master, have you and Yanhua Zun's finished your conversation so soon?" Qinghe responded with a perfunctory, With a half-smile, she regarded Jinzhao. "Do you wish to linger at Qinghe Mountain?" Jinzhao shook her head vigorously. "Not at all. Compared to Qinghe Mountain, I certainly prefer Wenling Peak." Her sweet words did not escape Qinghe's notice, and although she felt a slight ripple of emotion, she merely nodded farewell to Yunqi before leaving Jinzhao behind on the sword. "Steady yourself. If you fall, I won't retrieve you," Qinghe playfully threatened. Jinzhao grasped the hem of Qinghe's garment, voicing her concern. "Could you fly a little slower?" The speed of flight at the Huashan realm was worlds apart from her mere qi refining level, and she was still struggling to adapt. Qinghe responded with a detached easing the pace. Jinzhao, with her eyes sparkling, inquired, "Master, what did you discuss with Yanhua Zun's?" Her audacious question evoked envy in Yunqi below. Yanhua appeared silently beside her, offering comfort. "Once you are feeling better, I will also carry you on my sword." Yunqi shook her head, biting her lip in silence. She disliked the ambiguous distance between them, prompting Yanhua to ask, "Do you have something on your mind, Ashi?" Yunqi, gathering courage, raised her gaze and asked, "What did Master and Qinghe and Jun discuss just now?" Yanhua was taken aback, not expecting her to pose such a question. The slight hesitation he displayed led Yunqi to perceive reluctance in his response, causing her spirits to dim. "I merely told Qinghe not to waste her spirit energy refining Yanrui incense. Its efficacy against your condition has diminished significantly. I shall seek other remedies for you," Yanhua explained. He felt guilty for having delayed Qinghe's progress, yet with her current level, he could not offer anything in return, only compensating his little disciple for his shortcomings. Jinzhao, somewhat skeptically, asked, "Did Yinhua Zuns truly gift me so many spirit stones and magical artifacts? Am I really so fortunate?" She pinched her own palm, feeling pain, confirming it was real. Qinghe observed her excited demeanor, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes, though she quickly adopted an aloof demeanor, admonishing, "Do not make such a fuss." Jinzhao sighed. "Oh, master, you cannot fathom the delight of discovering a treasure." Qinghe raised an eyebrow. "Who says I do not understand? I have just acquired a semi-divine weapon. Does that not count?" She assessed the sword's quality, which originally seemed to be a celestial weapon but had been downgraded due to damage. If a high-level artifact master were to repair it, Qinghe did not dwell on this thought, as there were no such masters in Xiushuan realm capable of mending a semi-divine weapon. The question lingered in her mind: who had gifted her this sword? Qinghe had asked Jinzhao, but with vague descriptions, she could not piece together the identity of the giver, leading her to abandon further contemplation. The sect leader, Zhao Qin, waited in the hall, his expression grim. Upon seeing Jinzhao, he managed a faint smile. "You are unhurt, I hope?" Zhao Qin inquired with concern. Jinzhao shook her head. Praising Qinghe, "Thanks to master, I encountered no dangers along the way." She paused before adding, "However, the flying spirit vessel gifted by my uncle has been destroyed. While not a precious item, its loss was an inconvenience. After all, old things must make way for new. As long as she was unharmed, it was acceptable." Zhao Qin cast a sidelong glance at Qinghe, who appeared pallid and echoed, "Yes, the flying spirit vessel was destroyed. Master will just have to gift you a new one." Jinzhao gazed at the new flying spirit vessel Qinghe provided, glistening like jade and radiating a celestial light, clearly of superior quality. Her eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, master." Qinghe, with a pained expression, replied, "No need for thanks." She bit down hard, feeling the pressure of her circumstances. What unique situation, regardless of her high status. She still had to bow to her brother's authority. After all, he was her senior and the sect leader. As Jinzhao watched Qinghe exit the hall, a question began to form in her mind. "Master, what is it that you intend to do? There seems to be a hint of fatal resolve in your demeanor." At that moment, Qinghe strolled casually past the reflection cliff. Disciples punished to this place greeted her respectfully. "We have seen Qinghe in June." She nodded in acknowledgement, quickening her pace until she reached a secluded corner and stopped, turning to face the wall, reflecting on her actions. How infuriating. By tomorrow, the entire Mingxin sect will know that Qinghe in June has been sent here for contemplation by the sect leader, she thought. Does she not care for her reputation? The sect leader truly possesses a ruthless heart, treating his little disciple in such a manner. In the main hall, Zhao Qin had yet to depart. He observed Jinzhao, absent-mindedly rubbing the jade ring on his finger, seemingly lost in thought. Instances of buyers retracting their decisions were not unheard of. Typically, they would forfeit a deposit and the search for new buyers would commence. However, the Wei family had scoured every sect, and no one dared to take on this batch of weapons. Some opportunists had attempted to exploit the situation, driving the price down significantly. The head of the Wei family was obstinate, proclaiming that even if the weapons turned to dust, he would not allow the Shi family to benefit from them. Thus, the weapons remained unsold. Recently, the Wei family struggled to cover costs for refining materials, and, with the upcoming decennial Qinghe festival, they needed to procure materials for the refining competition. Under pressure, the Wei family head finally relented and decided to sell the weapons at a loss. Geely was fortunate to arrive at this opportune moment, as Jinzhao had anticipated, striking a remarkable bargain. Zhao Qin was contemplating this matter while Jinzhao, growing bored, stifled a yawn. "Jinzhao, my dear disciple," Zhao Qin said kindly, prompting her to sit up straight, obediently responding, "Master Uncle, do you have something to instruct me?" "Nothing of great importance, simply a question," he replied. "The disciples on the mountain are due for new weapons. Currently, there are offers from the Wu, Shi, and Wei families. The Wu family has been a long-time partner of our Mingxin sect, but their prices have increased yearly. The Shi family has no previous dealings with us and is thus untrusted. However, they promise that if we purchase their weapons alongside Qinghe Mountain, their prices will be only half of the Wu family's. The Wei family also has a batch of weapons to sell at half their original price, slightly higher than the Shi family's offer." Wei family simultaneously proposed a condition. Our Mingxin Sect disciples in the Foundation Establishment realm must take several of their Wei family juniors to Chuan Valley for training, in search of materials for crafting weapons. No spirit stones will be paid as remuneration. Upon the Qinghe Grand Assembly, the highest grade magical artifact crafted by the Wei family juniors will be generously gifted to us, while we will have the priority right to purchase the remaining artifacts. Zhao Qin observed Jinzhao's reaction with a calm demeanor. Jinzhao, do you believe this proposition is feasible? In truth, Zhao Qin already had an answer in mind, but he sought to probe if he could still glean insights from his junior disciple, hoping to extract additional information as well. As for the truth of the matter, he would discern it for himself. If everything aligned, he needed to understand how he and Qinghe may had come to be at odds. Despite her occasional mischief, Qinghe still held a considerable respect for him as an older brother. He did not wish for their sibling bond to reach a point of mutual harm. The thought of such an outcome brought him sorrow until Jinzhao's voice broke through his reverie. Why has the master uncle suddenly inquired about our sect's affairs? However, I should inform him to avoid pitfalls. But how should I articulate this? The reason why the Shi family sells their weapons at such a low price is due to their acquisition of inferior quality weapons from others, which vary in quality, some good, some poor, and whether they break in hand is purely a matter of luck. Regarding the Wu family, it seems Master Uncle finds their demands a bit excessive. It is unlikely we will collaborate with them in the future. The only concern is to find a reason for Master Uncle to choose the Wei family. The magical artifacts crafted by the Wei family juniors at this year's Qinghe Grand Assembly are of considerable quality, with the best reaching the blue grade. Selling them would yield a significant profit in spirit stones. Having made her decision, Jinzhao stated, Master Uncle, the price difference between the Shi and Wei families is merely 10%, which bears little impact on our Mingxin sect. However, acquiring magical artifact from the alchemists at the Qinghe Grand Assembly would require us to compete for them. The Wei family has promised to sell to us first is far more advantageous than a mere 10% discount. Furthermore, if Master Uncle has any concerns, perhaps Brother Li could investigate the quality of the weapons from both families for comparison. She recalled overhearing Master Uncle's doubts regarding the Shi family's weapons being sold at half the price to the Wu family, likely stemming from concerns over quality. By suggesting this, she hoped Master Uncle would indeed send Brother Li to investigate. Once he was there, her worries would dissipate. Jinzhao mused. Master Uncle is indeed astutely calculating. It must be a hardship for him to juggle sect affairs and cultivation. No wonder he seems to have aged a generation compared to our master, despite only a few years' difference. Could it be that he started taking the youth-preserving elixir too late? I must carefully consider the timing for taking the youth-preserving elixir myself. Zhao Qin, feeling a twinge of doubt, touched his face, pondering whether he truly appeared so aged. Yet, outward appearance is but a superficial concern. Why cling to it? Jinzhao, being still young and somewhat naive, would eventually come to understand that such matters are trivial. Zhao Qin replied composedly, I will take your suggestion into consideration. Jinzhao, it is getting late, so I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Jinzhao rose to see him off, glancing at the sky. It was already the hour of time for cultivation. Once seated cross-legged, she began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The abundant spiritual energy of Wenling Peak allowed her to cultivate swiftly, and soon a small pool of energy gathered within her. The classical text was difficult to comprehend. Jinzhao rubbed her eyes, the book resting on her face, letting out a long sigh of frustration. She still could not understand it. She had grasped the first volume of 9-movement song, but the second volume, while each character was discernible, eluded her when pieced together. As for its connection to Li Jing, that was even more obscure. After some contemplation, Jinzhao decided to focus on Li Jing, as its content seemed more accessible to her. One night passed, and the dawn broke clear and bright. Qinghe stretched lazily as she emerged, stifling yawn just as she spotted Jinzhao outside the hall. Have you been cultivating all night? Qinghe teased, playfully poking the large white creature. It's quite normal if you didn't notice. All right. Jinzhao observed the large white creature frolicking with Qinghe, suddenly recalling something. Master, could you take a look at this pot of grass? It seems like a treasure. The large white creature is gnawing on it, and has already left several tiny bite marks on its leaves. She reluctantly spent some spirit stones to purchase it. Thankfully, it was not expensive. Qinghe glanced casually at it, then focused again. Isn't this just Yin Qian Hua? With a languid tone, Jinzhao instantly understood it was not something particularly precious. Qinghe, he remarked, I reckon it's worth 1 or 2 spirit stones. It would be good for the large white creature to sharpen its teeth. Chapter 29. A flicker. Jinzhao casually planted the yun qianhua in the flower bed. The large white creature seemed to relish the scent of the grass, spinning around happily while Qinghe's figure faded from sight. Jinzhao had grown accustomed to Qinghe's sudden appearances and disappearances, her heart remaining undisturbed as she slowly digested the inheritance left to her by the elder. He had modestly claimed to possess some knowledge of formations, but that was an understatement. Jinzhao became engrossed in her studies when a gentle breeze swept by, abruptly awakening her. The runes passed down from the elder were exceedingly complex. With her current spiritual power, she could not complete an entire spiritual talisman. She decided to search the scripture pavilion for simpler runes. With 42 contribution points to her name, she certainly had ample time to find a book. Jinzhao rose and headed towards Songzhu Peak. Upon disembarking from the spiritual vessel, she noticed a surge of conversations filling her ears. Jinzhao narrowed her eyes. Today, Songzhu Peak seemed particularly lively. The newly admitted disciples this year were exceptionally talented. Several had already reached the first layer of qi refinement. The first layer of qi refinement was nothing to scoff at. Elder Qinghe's 2 disciples had even reached the second layer just yesterday. This was only because Elder Qinghe had procured 2 qi induction pills from Elder Zhou. Had they not entered the qi refinement stage on the first day, they would not have advanced so swiftly to the second layer. The tone of the speaking disciple held a hint of sourness. If only he had a qi induction pill back then, he would not have taken over half a month to first sense the spiritual energy. Ultimately, it was a matter of resources. 2 female disciples exchanged glances, linking arms, distancing themselves from him. He was merely envious of the grapes he could not reach. Brothers by Yuan Jun and Lan Jing Yao both possessed dual spiritual roots. Even without the qi induction pill, their entry into the qi refinement stage would not be delayed. Moreover, reaching the second layer of qi refinement so swiftly had nothing to do with the qi induction pill. How many people had entered the qi refinement stage on the first day, yet failed to refine the spiritual energy? They would disperse soon enough. In contrast, her companion appeared much quieter. She spoke softly. Actually, I can understand Zhuo Feng's feelings. Elder Zhou is the most formidable alchemist in the sect, and there are rumors that Brothers Bai and Lan are quite close to Sister Lin. Just a single qi induction pill now could potentially lead to a foundation establishment pill in the future. Who wouldn't envy that? Tao Luoyin pondered seriously. You're right. We should forge a good relationship with Sister Lin Ziyin. It is said that Sister Lin is very kind, with no airs about her, treating both outer and inner disciples equally. Every time she sees everyone, she greets them warmly, graceful and courteous, and beautiful. Who could dislike her? Isn't that so? Tao Luoyin turned and noticed Ren lost in thought, calling out to her with curiosity, what are you thinking about? Ren lowered her gaze. Speaking softly, I was wondering, with so many people around Sister Ziyin, how would she notice us? Widely, having been distracted upon hearing the phrase courteous. Her real name was Lu Zhili. Before joining the Mingxin Sect, her brother had given her this name. Ren was taken from their mother's surname, while was her childhood nickname. Ren did not understand why her brother had done this, nor why they had to pretend not to know each other. At first, she believed that her elder brother wished to rid himself of her burden and was unwilling to acknowledge her. However, each month, a bag of spiritual stones would inexplicably appear in her room, and she knew it must be sent by her brother, Lu Zhixing. He cared for her, yet he refused to recognize her. Tao Luoyin, oblivious to her friend's unusual demeanor, remarked, solutions can always be devised. We shall see. After all, Senior Sister Lin has yet to emerge. As she spoke, a look of confusion crossed her face. Why had the sect leader sent Senior Sister Lin to the sword-burying mound to retrieve the Feng Yu Yin Xian sword? Wasn't the disciple of Qinghe, he knew Jun, also a single fire spiritual root? Was he not favoring his own nephew? Nana replied. The sect leader is quite fair indeed. Tao Luoyin casually added, that's true. Even Qinghe knew Jun has been punished to reflect at the cliff of contemplation. Jinzhao paused, realizing that her master was not out for leisurely pursuits, but was likely meditating in seclusion. No wonder she had been so secretive, never revealing where she had been going. It was indeed quite embarrassing. Jinzhao hastily approached the two, inquiring. Is it true that Qinghe knew June has been punished to the cliff of contemplation? What has she done? Hey, I glanced at the suddenly familiar guard. Feeling her presence was overly intrusive, causing her discomfort. Jinzhao remained silent. This seemed like something her master could indeed do, likely occurring when she was summoned. Tao Luo Yin, unfamiliar with Jinzhao, assumed she was a servant disciple. It's not surprising that you don't know this news. I only heard it from a senior sister in the inner sect. The outer sect's news is not as well informed. To learn such matters, one must have connections in the inner sect. I had to exert quite a bit of effort just to connect with a senior sister there. After gathering the information, Jinzhao cheerfully parted ways with Tao Luo Yin, but suddenly, the square shook violently for an instant before returning to normal. The disciples began to discuss amongst themselves. Was that just my imagination, or did the ground shake? What imagination? You're not the only one who felt it. The ground shook. How could the ground shake for no reason? Could it be that some powerful beings are fighting? Don't spread rumors and incite panic. I will report you to the elders in the discipline hall. Jinzhao lifted her gaze towards the distant mountains, where a purple aura coiled like a nebula, and she understood that the Feng Yu Yin Xian sword was about to emerge. Look, isn't that in the direction of the sword-bearing mound? Someone exclaimed. Everyone turned their eyes in unison, clearly seeing the swirling, auspicious purple clouds. The news about senior sister Zi Yin retrieving the Feng Yu Yin Xian sword is indeed true. I thought it was just a rumor. Who can argue with that? I've heard this news as well, but I didn't take it seriously at the time. The commotion just now was likely caused by senior sister Zi Yin drawing the sword, right? That seems about right. With the purple aura hovering and heavenly auspices descending, it was certain that senior sister Zi Yin had drawn the Feng Yu Yin Xian sword. I must go and see. That person dashed away like the wind. The others, slowly realizing the situation, hurried towards the secluded Wenling Peak where the sword-burying mound lay. Jinzhao had no intention of joining the spectacle and turned to walk towards the scripture pavilion when Tao Luo Yin grabbed her arm. Are you foolish? Everyone is going to see senior sister Lin's sword. Such a splendid opportunity, and you won't seize it. Even Ren Air chimed in. It's a rare opportunity. Let us go together. With a resigned expression, Jinzhao allowed herself to be pulled along to Wenling Peak. The ascent was blocked. Everyone was crowded at the base of the mountain square, a sea of heads obscuring the view. Chapter 30. The successful drawing of the sword. Why hasn't senior sister Zi Yin come down yet? It's been quite a while without any movement. This shouldn't be the case. Did I miscalculate? The tremors didn't originate from here. The purple aura is right above us. What more doubts do you have? Senior sister Zi Yin must still be drawing the sword. The restless crowd gradually calmed, with some even finding a spot to sit cross-legged and close their eyes in slumber. Inside the sword-burying mound, it was dark, surrounded by rusted iron swords, but one sword radiated a crimson spiritual light, standing out starkly. Blood briefly flickered across the blade before being entirely absorbed, leaving the sword indifferent once more. Why hasn't it recognized its master yet? Lin Zi-yin gritted her teeth, extending her arm to slice across the sword's edge. Instantly, a new wound appeared on her arm, blood dripping down like a flowing stream, causing her complexion to grow increasingly pale. Her heart held but one conviction. She could not faint. She must extract the Qi Yu Yin Xian sword at all costs. She could not allow herself to lose to Jinzhao. Lin Zin's left arm was already adorned with numerous wounds of varying sizes. With an expression devoid of emotion, she raised her hand, unleashing 3 blades of spiritual energy that severed her clothing as well, blood gushing forth. The Feng Yu Yin Xian sword greedily absorbed the warm blood, emitting a tremulous sound of satisfaction. The crimson line at its center visibly extending until the sword's tip halted, resembling a phoenix weeping blood. Lin Zi-yin smiled weakly, extending her hand to draw the sword. In an instant, a serene phoenix cry soared into the heavens, causing the birds around Wenling Peak to huddle in the branches. Seemingly startled and dazed, the resounding cry was clear and vibrant, heard by all, their faces alight with excitement. It must be that senior sister Zi-yin has drawn the Feng Yu Yin Xian sword. Senior sister Zi-yin is truly the top of this new cohort of disciples. I heard she has even reached the 3rd layer of Qi refining, with the Feng Yu Yin Xian sword in hand. Even disciples at the 4th layer of Qi refining may not be able to best her. I'm even more curious about what the Feng Yu Yin Xian sword looks like. If even Qinghe knew June could not draw it, then senior sister Ziying has surely achieved something extraordinary. Do not speak nonsense. Qinghe knew June possesses dual spiritual roots of gold and water and has never attempted to draw the yin xin sword from the sword-burying mound. There is no need to belittle senior sister Lin. Indeed, Qinghe knew June is a revered figure, ethereal and extraordinary, incomparable to senior sister Ziying at this moment. Those who spoke out attempted to explain softly, but no one was listening, their eyes fixed on the mountain path, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Lin Ziying consumed a healing pill. Her wounds no longer pained her, though she appeared somewhat disheveled. Leaning on the Feng Yu Yin Xin sword, she descended the mountain, momentarily stunned by the scene below. Why are there so many people? Senior sister Ziying, is this the Feng Yu Yin Xin sword? It's so beautiful. The sword's crimson tip resembled a droplet of water. The phoenix's tail feathers are exquisitely carved, both noble and elegant, perfectly complementing senior sister Ziying. Due to Lin Ziying's gentle and approachable demeanor, her popularity was immense. The crowd surged forward to admire the Yin Xin sword, unafraid of incurring her wrath. Among the throng, Lin Ziying's gaze swiftly found Jinzhao. She seemed about to leave when Lin Ziying called out, "Jinzhao, senior sister." Jinzhao felt a shiver run down her spine and turned, her smile shallow. Is there something you need? If it was nothing, she wished to return to the scripture pavilion to read. Lin Ziying ignored the gazes of those around her, weaving through the crowd until she stood before Jinzhao. Nothing in particular, just wanted to say hello. The sword gleamed resplendently, proclaiming its uniqueness. Suddenly, Jinzhao understood why Lin Ziying had called out to her. She was flaunting her sword. Jinzhao's smile became more genuine as she sincerely praised. The sword is remarkable. Lin Ziying scrutinized Jinzhao's expression, finding not a trace of jealousy. How could this be? The Feng Yu Yin Xin sword was already the most precious artifact of the Mingxin Sect. Did she not comprehend what this signified? Her nonchalance made Lin Ziying feel as if she were the one being laughed at, and she tightened her grip on the sword. Had senior sister Ziying just addressed her as Jinzhao's senior sister? Someone finally pieced it together. Did that not mean she was a disciple of Qinghe knew June? Oh no, I just said something about Qinghe knew June in her presence. Tao Luo Yin hastily covered her mouth, her heart sinking. Ada? She is actually a disciple of Qinghe knew June. The matter of the sect leader being punished to the cliff of contemplation had been mentioned right in front of her. Oh dear, my head must be filled with water. Renere was equally shocked, her throat dry, and after a long pause, she murmured, "It was Jinzhao's senior sister who asked us first. It has nothing to do with us, so do not worry." Moreover, she did not even inquire about our names, indicating that she likely did not hold them in her memory. Tao Luoyin felt somewhat comforted, her inner turmoil beginning to subside. How unfortunate it was for her. A casual mention of Qinghe in June led to it being overheard by the only disciple of the June. Jinzhao had always maintained a low profile within the sect, and most people did not recognize her. At this moment, she suddenly caught everyone's attention, and they recalled that she also possessed a single fire spiritual root, with a root value of 8, just like Lin Ziying, making her a veritable genius. Logically, as a disciple of Qinghe in June, why did she not come to draw the Feng Yu Yin sword? Ah, you do not understand. The sect leader is attempting to avoid suspicion. If he were to bestow such treasures upon his own nephew, would that not provoke dissent? Moreover, the master of Ziying is our Mingxin Sect's chief alchemist, and even the sect leader must show some respect. In this light, being a disciple of Qinghe in June may not be as advantageous as being a disciple of Elder Zhou. However, one cannot dismiss the fact that Qinghe in June is our Mingxin Sect's sole transformation god. Lin Ziying absorbed all these remarks, her heart tranquil. She realized that as long as it helped her advance her cultivation and brought her tangible benefits, the identity of her master was of little significance. Both were endowed with single fire spiritual roots, both possessing a root value of 8, and both having joined the sect simultaneously, prompting comparisons among the onlookers. Who do you think is currently more formidable, Ziying or Jinzhao? Undoubtedly, it is Ziying. She already possesses the Yin sword. You're being overly decisive. Who knows if Qinghe in June has secretly gifted Jinzhao a powerful artifact? Their realms are currently the same, are they not? Ziying is at the 3rd level of qi refinement, but Jinzhao is less known, as she seldom appears in the sect. Some enthusiastic individuals called out. Wouldn't it be evident if Xin and Jinzhao had a duel? Indeed, Xin, Jinzhao, could you engage in a friendly spar so we may broaden our horizons? Yes, yes, we are all eager to witness the might of the Fengyu Yanjin sword. Tao Luoyan, who initially intended to slip away, halted her steps. It would be a pity to miss such excitement. Lin Xin spoke gently. I am amenable, but let us see what Jinzhao has to say. Having devoted herself to relentless practice, and now possessing the Fengyu Yanjin sword, she would certainly not be outmatched by Jinzhao. Lin Xin had long harbored a desire to duel with Jinzhao, and with this opportunity at hand, she would not let it slip away. Her gentle words seemed to bestow the choice upon Jinzhao, yet in reality, they were a tactical maneuver to corner her. Chapter 31. The challenge. All eyes turned to Jinzhao. Meeting their gazes, she smiled brightly, asserting that a spar was certainly possible. However, Jinzhao hesitated. Someone, unable to contain themselves, interjected, but what? If Lin Shimi has no objections, does Jinzhao still harbor concerns? The murmurs grew, with many disciples speculating that she might be attempting to evade the duel. The shift in perception was palpable. How could she, a disciple of Qinghe in June, shy away from a challenge? This seemed overly timid. Lin Xin lowered her gaze, concealing the faint smile that lingered, presenting an appearance of quiet patience as she awaited Jinzhao's decision. Her demeanor was composed and gracious, devoid of any aggressive undertones, quickly garnering a wealth of goodwill. Sister Xin reminds me of a term, gentle and virtuous, exhibiting prudence. Can you count? That is actually 2 terms. It is similar, and her talent is enviable. To be frank, do you think Jinzhao will accept the challenge? Perhaps not. Especially since Sister Xin is at the 3rd level of Qi refinement and possesses the Fengyu Yanjin sword. It will be difficult for Jinzhao to gain the upper hand. That may not be the case. Jinzhao has also reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement and has been at it for quite some time, even undertaking her first sect mission before Lin Shimi. Really? Is that true? How come no one has heard of this? If this is indeed the case, then Jinzhao is exceedingly low-key. With their realms being equal, a battle between them would surely be more thrilling, would it not? Before the thought could fully form, a disciple shouted, Jinzhao, accept the challenge. We all wish to see you spar with Sister Lin. Indeed, Jinzhao, please accept the challenge. I support you. I support Sister Lin. Soon, the atmosphere grew raucous once more, and Jinzhao found herself unable to speak. Silence fell abruptly, allowing Jinzhao to calmly declare, Lin Shimi is injured from drawing the Fengyu Yanjin sword, and I do not wish to take advantage of her misfortune. Once she has recovered, we shall meet at the training grounds. It was then that everyone noticed the faint traces of blood on Lin Xin's robes, as if she had employed a cleansing technique but had not thoroughly cleaned herself. A few disciples who realized their misunderstanding of Jinzhao felt a pang of guilt. Clearly, Jinzhao was upright and honorable, yet they had underestimated her, which was quite inappropriate. Jinzhao is far too considerate. If it were me, I would not have thought of so many nuances. I too was focused solely on Sister Xin's sword and did not consider her injury at all. Almost instantaneously, the tide of opinion shifted. Lin Xin softly remarked, my injury is not severe. Her supporters immediately rallied, urging, Sister Xin, do not push yourself. You must ensure you heal properly. Should there be any lingering effects, it would be a loss indeed. Their concern was sincere, and many in the crowd echoed their sentiments, prompting Lin Xin to relent, agreeing to Jinzhao's proposal to spar once she was fully healed. 3 days hence, we shall meet at the training grounds. Jinzhao smiled lightly, agreeing. With thoughts of visiting the library to read, she did not linger further, and the crowd parted to allow her passage as she walked away. After Lin Xin departed, the crowd dispersed as well. However, news of the impending duel between Jinzhao and Lin Xin spread like wildfire throughout Mingxin Sect. Oblivious to the happenings outside, Jinzhao infused her spiritual energy into the purchased spiritual rune brush, meticulously tracing the patterns of the runes as depicted in her book. A flash of golden light melded into the yellow rune, a look of joy gracing her small face as she succeeded. With the experience of her first attempt, she continued to create several simple spiritual runes. The instant movement rune, wind blade rune, and fire rune were all successful on the first try, but the ice needle rune failed on the first attempt, prompting her to draw another. After completing several spiritual runes, Jinzhao was drenched in sweat, her head spinning from fatigue. She took a moment to rest before recovering. With a flick of her fingers, she tossed a rune to test its power. The light burst forth like lightning, exploding spectacularly. Dabai trembled and curled into a ball, exposing only its rear. "Ah, I forgot Dabai was there," Jinzhao lamented, slapping her forehead. Just as she was about to panic, a figure clad in azure garments swept in like a lotus, catching Dabai. Qinghe raised her hand slightly, and the spiritual rune instantly transformed into countless willow catkins, fluttering down gracefully. The surge of spiritual energy dissipated, leaving the world in tranquil silence. A gentle breeze caressing her face. As Qinghe comforted Dabai, she glanced at Jinzhao, asking, "Are you attempting to blow up my Wenling Peak and move into a cave?" Jinzhao, self-aware, replied, "Master, you jest. The spiritual runes I create do not possess such immense power." Qinghe picked up a few of Jinzhao's drawn runes, examined them, and offered no critique. "I heard you have a duel scheduled with Lin Ziyin in 3 days. The news travels fast. Even you, Master, are aware. Are you confident?" Qinghe inquired, placing the runes down, her fingertip pressing lightly, indicating their limited efficacy as basic runes. Jinzhao raised her brow. "Confidence is certainly necessary. However, I am concerned that this bamboo may be cut down." Jinzhao gazed at Qinghe with hopeful eyes, wishing she would grasp her insinuation. A smile played at the corners of Qinghe's mouth, yet her words remained indifferent. "You are worrying unnecessarily. The Hanyun bamboo is not an ordinary weapon that could be easily severed. Not even the Yinjin sword? Certainly not." Jinzhao then felt reassured in matters of such significance. Her master would not err. However, the Yin Xian sword proves to be somewhat challenging for you. He bent down, releasing Dabai from her arm. "Allow me to impart a set of sword techniques to you." "But master, I do not possess a sword." The green-clad figure moved, akin to rippling emerald waves, as a magnificent aura swept through the air, stirring the clear light around. Today, the spectacle was somewhat overwhelming, blurring the line between the graceful movements of the green attire and the swaying of the green bamboo, creating an impression that the most vibrant green in the world had converged into one. The green bamboo danced gracefully, flowing like clouds in water, without a hint of hesitation. The sword wind brushed gently, exuding a subtle elegance. "Have you mastered it?" Qinghe inquired lazily as she gathered the green bamboo. Jinzhao hesitated for a moment before nodding. She believed she had grasped it. He lifted her chin, signaling Jinzhao to demonstrate, so that she could offer guidance on any discrepancies. The purple bamboo shot forth, revealing a hint of sword intent. Qinghe suddenly straightened, her expression turning solemn and serious. She recognized Jinzhao's strong comprehension, yet she had not anticipated it to be to this extent. Even during her first attempt at learning the Wu-Yi sword technique, she could faintly perceive the sword intent, even if the form is formless. As long as the sword intent is correct, the rest becomes less significant. Jinzhao felt a connection, not deliberately mimicking Qinghe's posture. The purple bamboo fluctuated back and forth, generating winds that branched out, creating layers of invisible ripples. Chapter 32. Deciding victory and defeat. Jinzhao spun the Hanyun bamboo before retracting it. With humility, she asked, "Master, how did I perform?" Qinghe praised, "Not bad. Spend the next 3 days contemplating the Wu-Yi sword technique. Victory should not be difficult." Jinzhao sensed that this sword technique was exceptional, and upon learning its name, Wu-Yi, a deeper understanding blossomed within her. Wu-Yi, unfettered and free. The creator of this sword technique must have been a person of great leisure. After pointing out a few areas for improvement, Qinghe allowed her to practice independently. 3 days swiftly passed. The martial arts arena was packed with people. Has the time arrived? Why haven't senior sister Lin and senior sister Jean shown up? If it weren't for this crowd, I would have thought I had misremembered the date. Senior sister Lin has arrived. Lin Ziyin, dressed in white, walked gracefully through the parted crowd toward the arena's central stage. She repeatedly expressed her apologies. "I'm so sorry for being late." Many inner disciples had come to watch, and upon sensing her aura, which was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, they gasped in astonishment. Senior sister Ziyin just broke through. So she must have been delayed, right? Lin Ziyin nodded serenely, not seeking to boast. "What? Senior sister Ziyin is at the 4th level of Qi refinement? How long has it been since she entered? Is there no room left for others?" How can Jinzhao compete against someone at the 4th level? Who could have anticipated such a significant change in just 3 days? Jinzhao is simply out of luck. With that said, wouldn't T senior sister Lin's victory be unearned? What does that matter? When you face someone, does their realm concern you? A lower realm inherently signifies lesser skill. Lin Ziyin interjected at the opportune moment. I will suppress my realm to compete with senior sister Jean. I knew it. There's no way senior sister Lin would win unfairly. She has already made up her mind. Senior sister Lin is truly kind-hearted, but why hasn't T senior sister Jean arrived yet? As her words fell, a flash of pale yellow ascended to the stage. Jinzhao's lips curved slightly, her dimples showing, exuding confidence, without the need to suppress her realm. Her aura radiated, clearly at the 4th level of qi refinement as well. Lin Ziyin's eyes flickered. In that case, let us begin. After exchanging courtesies, Lin Ziyin struck first. Her form was ethereal, and the sword shadows were both real and illusory, making it difficult to discern the truth. Senior sister Lin's sword is remarkably swift. Did you all notice that when the Xin sword is drawn, the surrounding air grows somewhat heated? Yes, I'm already sweating. Why hasn't T senior sister Jean made a move? It's exasperating. As the sword tip approached, suddenly, the purple bamboo emerged, gently flicking, deflecting Lin Ziyin's sword 3 inches off course. The crowd finally caught sight of what Jinzhao wielded. How is her weapon a mere bamboo? Its blade is sharp. Wouldn't it be sliced apart? Yet, it wasn't T, and it appeared she hardly exerted any effort in deflecting the Feng Yuan Xin sword. That's because the purple bamboo in Jinzhao's hand did not meet the edge of the Yin Xin sword, but instead flicked from the body of the sword. Lin Ziyin had not anticipated defeating Jinzhao in one strike. Twisting her wrist, she performed a flourish with her sword and lunged again. The fierce sword energy surged forward, pressing closer. Jinzhao remained calm. The winds generated by her staff defused Lin Ziyin's assault. She struck with a decisive and straightforward motion, creating a direct line that carried the momentum of a plow breaking the earth. Lin Ziyin hesitated for a moment, her attack slowing. In that instant, Jinzhao seized the opportunity to jab her staff at Lin Ziyin's wrist, causing her pain and momentarily loosening her grip on the sword. Yet, in a heartbeat, Lin Ziyin firmly grasped her sword again, an overwhelming sword intent surging forth. Jinzhao infused her staff with spiritual energy, and the purple bamboo emanated a radiant glow, as beautiful as exquisite jade. It stirred the tranquil waters, creating ripples that disrupted Lin Ziyin's sword intent. The faint and subtle light seemed almost ethereal, leaving Lin Ziyin in astonishment. You wield bamboo. How can sword intent be generated? Jinzhao responded with a relaxed demeanor, holding the bamboo in one hand. Everything around me can become a sword. This brief exchange did not hinder their fierce battle, as spiritual energy surged and chaos ensued. Sword lights and bamboo shadows intertwined, creating a spectacular display. Some spectators began to discern the truth. Is senior sister Jean employing the Wu-Yi sword technique of Qinghe Jun? Who would have thought that after so many years, we could witness the Wu-Yi sword technique again? What is the Wu-Yi sword technique? It's understandable that you, having entered late, do not know. The Wu-Yi sword technique is the signature style of Qinghe Jun. The grace of the new Jun still lingers in our memories, yet it has been so many years since then. Indeed, I remember when Qinghe Jun donned her green attire, her elegance captivating all. Senior sister Jean is truly fortunate to have Qinghe Jun as her mentor. It's the envy of many. You weren't saying this just a few days ago. Mind your own business. I've changed my mind now, so what? The spectators below engaged in fervent discussion, while Lin Ziyin and Jinzhao remained oblivious, fine beads of sweat glistening on their pale faces. Jinzhao wiped her hands on her clothes, gripping the Qi Tian staff and thrusting it toward Lin Ziyin's heart. Lin Ziyin immediately blocked with her sword, channeling the limited spiritual energy within her to cast a fire-based spell, flames shooting skyward, encircling Jinzhao. She seized the moment to consume a recovery pill. Observers thought that both women were on the verge of exhausting their spiritual energy, and victory was about to be determined. But to their astonishment, it was indeed unexpected. Jinzhao threw out a water cloud talisman, and in an instant, fine rain fell, extinguishing Lin Ziyin's fire spell. Lin Ziyin's expression shifted multiple times. a feeling of frustration welling within her. She had not anticipated that even at her wit's end, Jinzhao could produce another storage talisman. Both women transitioned from a state of depletion to one of abundance, each move infused with immense spiritual energy. Boom! The wave of spiritual energy reverberated, and Lin Ziyin decisively unleashed multiple strikes, the sword lights fine and continuous. A single purple bamboo swayed leisurely, peeling away the sword energy, pressing against Lin Ziyin's heart. Junior sister Lin, you have lost. Jinzhao spoke calmly. Lin Ziyin lowered her gaze, staring at the unremarkable purple bamboo, a wave of desolation surging within her. Why, despite her relentless efforts, she still faced such a devastating defeat. In the mortal realm, she could not surpass her. Even after cultivating, she still fell short. Why must there be another Jinzhao when she already possessed a single fire spiritual root? Lin Ziyin's heart teetered on the brink of collapse, yet she maintained a facade of calmness, for her pride forbade her from displaying vulnerability lest she invite scorn. Lin Ziyin took a deep breath, forcing a smile, intending to offer her insincere congratulations, while Jinzhao had already stepped down from the arena. Senior sister Jinzhao, you were truly remarkable today. The battle between you and senior sister Ziyin was absolutely thrilling. We were on the edge of our seats. Indeed, especially the unintentional swordplay of Qinghe, which we haven't seen in ages. I'm so glad I skipped Wang Fuji's class to witness this. Chapter 33. The death of Zhu Man. Following this battle, Jinzhao's name spread throughout the Mingxin Sect. Yet the individual in question faded from the public eye, devoting herself solely to cultivation, reading, and talisman drawing, occasionally venturing out for sect missions. Jinzhao understood that Lin Ziyin would become even more determined to cultivate harder after her loss, and a life-and-death duel between them was inevitable. She could not afford to be complacent, lest she unwittingly handed a blade to Lin Ziyin. The monotony of her days was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of the disciples from the discipline hall. Qinghe summoned them to sit down and personally went to fetch Jinzhao. At that moment, Jinzhao was unaware of the unfolding situation, preoccupied with thoughts on refining weapons, contemplating whether she could begin purchasing materials to attempt weapon forging. Qinghe appeared silently, startling Jinzhao. Master, what brings you here at this hour? Qinghe's expression was somewhat grave, her tone lacking its usual nonchalance as she inquired, have you been involved in any trouble recently? Jinzhao, puzzled by the question, shook her head. I have been diligently cultivating at Lingfeng and haven't even stepped outside the mountain gate. This was indeed the truth, and Qinghe, sensing the tension in her chest dissipate, spoke more softly. Disciples from the discipline hall are here to ask you a few questions. Do not worry. Jinzhao remained bewildered. What would the discipline hall want with me? I have been cultivating earnestly and have committed no wrongdoing. Qinghe shared her confusion, but, after questioning the messenger disciple, found him hesitant and unclear, prompting her to call Jinzhao over to ascertain the matter. With a sense of uncertainty, Jinzhao met the messenger disciple. He was a handsome young man, somewhat fidgety. Upon seeing Qinghe, he immediately stood up. Lady Qinghe. Qinghe gave a faint nod, urging, now that Jinzhao is here, please state your business. The messenger disciple, responding with a respectful tone, asked Jinzhao, Senior Sister Jinzhao, do you know Zhu Man? Suman. Jinzhao recalled with minimal effort, recognizing the name. Yes, I know her. However, she noticed the messenger disciple's expression shift. Qinghe, observing his demeanor, felt a sudden heaviness in her heart and coldness seep into her voice. What has happened to Zhu Man? Jinzhao sensed something was amiss and turned to the messenger disciple, who bore a tragic expression, his lips trembling as he spoke. Zhu Man is dead. Her mother claims she was harmed by our disciples of Mingxin Sect, suffering severe injuries at the mountain gate, and demands an explanation from us. In truth, Zhu Man's mother had been more direct, accusing Jinzhao specifically, but he dared not repeat her exact words. As a mere ordinary disciple without connections, he had fought hard to enter the inner sect, and now, due to his lack of influence, he had been tasked with this difficult errand. No one wished to offend Lady Qinghe. Although she was often perceived as modest and unassuming by others, how could she remain indifferent when it concerned her sole disciple? Qinghe discerned the implications in his words and scoffed. So, you from the discipline hall are here to interrogate me about Jinzhao? Do you have any evidence? On what grounds do you accuse her? The messenger disciple, pale, explained that the elders merely wished for Jinzhao to visit them. I refuse, Qinghe decisively replied. Have your elders come to speak to me personally. She expressed her disdain, knowing it was typical of the discipline hall to send a mere disciple to deal with serious matters. The messenger disciple refrained from countering her words. The elders, as Qinghe had mentioned, were beyond reproach. This matter must be clarified. They could not unjustly tarnish her reputation. Moreover, she sought to uncover who was truly responsible for Zhu Man's death. You cannot wade into this murky water, she cautioned. Though my brother is the sect leader, he does not wield absolute power in Mingxin Sect. The old-fashioned members of the discipline hall have long been obstacles, and it was only after I achieved a higher state of cultivation that they ceased troubling me. Jinzhao interjected, Master, the innocent will clear their name, while the guilty will reveal themselves. While it sounds simple, it is not so straightforward. My intention in visiting the discipline hall is not merely to quell public gossip. Since I am involved in this matter, it is my duty to cooperate in uncovering the truth. Zhu Man's mother deserves justice. Her tone was gentle yet earnest. On that day, she had not entered the house or met Zhu Man's mother, only hearing her intermittent coughs. In the biting cold of winter, what despair must have filled her heart as she traveled to Mingxin Sect. She only sought justice for her child, and Jinzhao was willing to provide it. I will accompany you. Qinghe waved her sleeve and left the hall first. The messenger disciple cast a grateful glance at Jinzhao. Thank you, senior sister Jinzhao. She patted his shoulder, saying, no need for thanks. Her gaze shifted to his identity token hanging at his waist, Yisu. As Jinzhao passed by Yisu, he suddenly called out to her, his expression earnest. Senior sister Jinzhao, I believe in your innocence. Jinzhao smiled lightly. Is it because I helped you out of a predicament? You are far too trusting. The wind and snow howled. Jinzhao felt a warmth envelop her as she embarked on her journey as a cultivator. The earthly storms no longer troubled her as they once had. Yisu quickened his pace to match hers, asserting that is not the case. Senior sister Jinzhao is the sole disciple of Lady Qinghe, blessed with exceptional talent and undeniable achievements, with a bright future ahead. There is no reason for her to harm a commoner. Besides, she could easily avoid this trouble. With Lady Qinghe around, no one could question her. She genuinely wishes to provide justice for Zhu Man's mother. Jinzhao continued to smile, her eyes as clear as a painting, and her tone sincere. Yisu, individuals like you are truly unsuited for the discipline hall. Do those who harm others require justification? Yisu, perplexed, asked, do they not? Jinzhao's meaning eluded him. He believed he was defending her, yet she seemed to deliberately shoulder the blame herself. Their conversation meandered, prompting Qinghe to interject, why is there so much chatter? Yisu was fortunate to be granted a ride by Qinghe. Within the discipline hall, the elders were uncertain whether Jinzhao would appear, yet none departed. A disheveled woman, her hair in disarray and blood dried upon her forehead, appeared in a pitiful state. One onlooker exclaimed, she is here. Qinghe surveyed the room, then seated herself at a high position. The elders exchanged glances, and a frail, white-haired elder spoke solemnly. Jinzhao, Zhu Man's mother, Zhu Shi, accuses you of having murdered her son. Do you have anything to say? Chapter 34. Zhu Shi's accusation. The woman, resembling a wilted flower, suddenly erupted in fury, her once stiff hands now animated as she grasped Jinzhao's arm. How could this not be true? My poor man, he was still so young. Brutally killed in the freezing cold. You must compensate for my son, for my man. Zhu Shi wailed, shaking Jinzhao's form. Tears of murky sorrow streaming down her cracked, darkened cheeks. A peculiar sensation welled up within Jinzhao. The voice of the grand elder Xianyang from the discipline hall echoed, Jinzhao, despite being accepted as a disciple by Lady Qinghe due to your singular fire spiritual root, your conduct is questionable. As a disciple of Mingxin Sect, you have oppressed Zhu Man to collect Huanling bird eggs for sect tasks, deceitfully gaining contribution points, and have recklessly conspired to endanger the life of a commoner. In his hand, a silver whip resembling a scorpion's tail materialized, exuding a chilling aura that even the snow outside could not rival. In Zhu's eyes, a flicker of joy emerged. In the next instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, causing Zhu to falter and collapse to the ground. Xuanyang, I see that you have truly lost your senses. Qinghe declared as she rose, a heavy aura pressing down on Xianyang. My disciple, Qinghe, can be dismissed from the sect at your whim. With each word she uttered, Xianyang found his knees buckling involuntarily. It is not yet your turn to occupy the position of the sect leader. Qinghe coldly remarked, indiscriminately placing the blame upon Jinzhao. It seems you are the one who requires a few lashes from the Sanling whip to awaken your senses. With a slight gesture, the Sanling whip slipped from Xianyang's grasp and flew into Qinghe's hand. With a sharp crack, Xianyang fell to his knees. An overwhelming sense of humiliation engulfed him entirely. He gazed at the glimmering silver hook, finally understanding fear. Meanwhile, Zhu had already been so frightened that her spirit had left her body, her mind in disarray. Such a hasty condemnation made Xianyang's cold sweat flow incessantly as he attempted to wipe it away, to no avail. Was Qinghe not being excessively domineering? Was this not an obvious threat to Elder Xianyang? What the justice she claimed, that because she was Qinghe's disciple, even the discipline hall was powerless to intervene? This was profoundly unfair to others. Where was the sect leader, renowned for his fairness and strictness? Why did he not show himself now? Was he tacitly endorsing Qinghe's actions? A crowd of disciples had gathered outside the hall, all siding with Zhu and accusing Qinghe, which brought a slight sense of satisfaction to Xianyang. Under the watchful eyes of many, if Qinghe wished to strike against him again, she would need to consider her actions carefully. Feeling fortified, Xianyang retrieved a booklet from his sleeve and invoked a spell. A page's text flew forth, orderly and precise, floating in the air. On September 23rd, you accepted the sect's A-class task of collecting Hu-in-L-ing bird eggs, totaling 2,100. Is this true? This was evidence obtained from the task hall. Xianyang passed the booklet for all to see and beckoned two figures from the crowd, Jinzhao Bao and Zheng Mo. You too, recount the events of that day. Jinzhao Bao glanced at the assembly, lowering his gaze on that day. I and Sister Jinzhao both touched the task plaque for collecting Hu-in-L-ing bird eggs simultaneously, but the plaque was taken by Sister Jinzhao. Many in the task hall can attest to this. Soon, others echoed in agreement. I remember that day. The task plaque was indeed taken by Sister Jinzhao. Jinzhao Bao does not lie. I was there as well. He initially intended to snatch the task plaque from Sister Jinzhao, but failed. Zheng Mo felt an unspoken anguish. Having entered the sect early, he was aware of the ongoing discord between the discipline hall and Qinghe. Clearly, he had been caught in the crossfire of their conflict. Had it not been for this incident, he would have been training in Huchuan Valley alongside senior brother Jili. Zheng Mo's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Yet he was relieved that the discipline hall did not require him to fabricate evidence. He merely needed to speak the truth. On that day, Sister Jinzhao collected 2,107 Hu-in-L-ing bird eggs. The remaining 7, she implored me to take discreetly, which was not recorded. Upon hearing this, Xianyang's gaze sharpened, looking down at Jinzhao. The average number of Hu-in-L-ing bird eggs collected by sect disciples is around 500, and 2,107 is a staggering fourfold increase. Dare you claim you did not oppress Zhu Man, profiting from his efforts? No wonder the master looked pained when he mentioned the discipline hall. It turns out there are such convoluted entanglements, hastily condemning others. Truly, cultivating immortality has clouded one's judgment. No, perhaps not cultivating at all has rendered one brainless. Qinghe observed the astonished and enraged expression on Xianyang's face, her lips curling into a slight smile. Jinzhao spoke, Elder. The Hu-in-L-ing bird eggs collected on September 23rd were gathered by Zhu Man in advance, to await the disciples of Mingxin Sect, to escort him to Qianzhong Mountain in search of something, as a form of remuneration. This was an equitable transaction between Zhu Man and myself. There was no oppression involved. Jinzhao's gaze shifted slightly to Zhu. Zhu's mother, you can attest to this, right? When I found him, there was already a hole in his chest from being harmed. The wound on Zhu Man had been identified as caused by bamboo. The second elder, Huang Fei, spoke expressionlessly. Lady Qinghe, your disciple Jinzhao possesses a weapon that is indeed a piece of purple bamboo. The two statements, both factual, struck like arrows towards Jinzhao. If Lady Qinghe does not believe it, she may inspect Zhu Man's wound. He is next door. Jinzhao asked, may I go take a look? Let her go. The third elder, Qiu Jiang, who had remained silent until now, said with a hint of sarcasm, one must see for themselves to be convinced. With that, he swept his sleeve and departed. The disciples outside the hall parted to create a path, their gazes towards Jinzhao filled with complexity. How could she remain so unperturbed and indifferent after having harmed someone? Zhu Man's corpse lay in the center of the room, the gaping wound on his chest glaringly apparent. Thick crimson blood congealed around it. Zhu knelt beside him, grasping his hand, weeping inconsolably. "My poor man, you've left just like that. What am I to do?" Zhu's eyes darted, suddenly turning to grasp the purple bamboo at Jinzhao's waist. "This is the murder weapon. The instrument that harmed my man. Look. It matches the wounds on a man's body." Chapter 35. A confounding mystery. Xianyang's gaze bore coldly into Jinzhao. "What further words do you have?" "I certainly have more to say." Jinzhao met his gaze steadily. "How can Zhu prove she is Zhu Man's mother?" Her words incited an uproar. Even Xianyang found himself momentarily speechless, his expression one of incredulity. "Do not engage in such absurdity," Xianyang admonished. "The corpse of Zhu Man lies before us. The wound is indeed from your purple bamboo." With Jin Xiaobao and Zheng Imo as witnesses attesting to the discrepancy in the number of Hu-in-Ling bird eggs you collected, you not only fail to reflect on your own faults, but also unjustly slander others, utterly unrepentant. This is the height of arrogance. Jinzhao corrected him, "Elder Xianyang. While Zhu Man was indeed harmed by bamboo, you cannot prove it was my purple bamboo. Do not slander me. There were other disciples who also went to Qianzhong Mountain for the Hu-in-Ling bird egg task. By what right do you assert that Zhu Man was harmed because of me? I have only gone to Qianzhong Mountain once for a sect task. If Zhu Man died on September 23rd, why has Zhu come seeking justice only now? Moreover, I have reasonable suspicion that the Zhu before us is not Zhu Man's mother." A flicker of panic crossed Zhu's face. "I am indeed a man's mother. What nonsense are you spouting?" The discipline hall erupted into chaos, and Xiao Wu observed, stepping back from the crowd. On the medicine refining peak, Mingxin sat cross-legged in meditation, her gaze shifting slightly upon hearing Xiao Wu recount the events. Had Jinzhao truly become embroiled in a case of killing a mortal? Xiao Wu nodded emphatically. "Indeed, many disciples have gathered at the discipline hall to watch. Sister Xin, you should stop meditating and come see for yourself." Lin Xin, intrigued, inquired, "What is the situation at the discipline hall now?" Xiao Wu recalled the words she had heard as she exited the discipline hall and could not help but smirk. "Sister Xin, you have no idea. Jinzhao truly speaks astonishingly. She challenged Zhu to prove she is Zhu Man's mother." Lin Xin stood. "Then I shall go take a look." Xiao Wu beamed with joy. Finally, after so long, Sister Xin is willing to descend the mountain. The discipline hall was divided into two factions. One believed Jinzhao's assertions were reasonable and insisted that Zhu should first prove herself as Zhu Man's mother. The other faction deemed them utterly mad, questioning what more needed to be proven. If Zhu was not Zhu Man's mother, why would she travel such a distance, carrying Zhu Man's corpse, to seek justice for Mingxin Sect? Moreover, she was crying so sorrowfully. Outside the hall, disciples whispered amongst themselves, "So much time has passed." Even if Elder Zhoufu Lu were to come and examine it, he would not be able to determine the residual effects of the medicine within Zhu. Sister Jin Zhao may not stand on solid ground with this. Zhu claimed, "The medicine was brewed by a man and brought to me. I cannot discern what it is." Lin Xin frowned slightly, pondering what medicine was involved. Jinzhao inquired again, noting that Zhu Manyang had been bedridden and rarely seen sunlight, resulting in her dark complexion. Zhu Shi insisted that her skin tone was simply her natural hue. Jinzhao's argument seemed quite reasonable. After all, Zhu Shi had been ill for an extended period. Even if her skin was naturally dark, it should not be that dark. A delicate female disciple quietly remarked that Zhu Shi appeared vigorous, hardly resembling someone who had been bedridden for so long. Someone suggested investigating all those who had undertaken the task of collecting Huanling bird eggs from September 23rd to today. Qinghe decisively confiscated the booklet from Xianyang's hands and publicly disclosed all records of the egg-collecting tasks. On September 23rd, Jinzhao, 100 eggs, September 24th. Feng Xiaoxi, 203 eggs, September 25th. Jin Xiaobao, 601 eggs, September 26th. Lu Zhixing, 537 eggs, September 27th. Jin Xiaobao again, September 30th. Jin Xiaobao once more, December 7th. Wu Minmin, 473 eggs. Among the list, the names that appeared most frequently were Jin Xiaobao and Lu Zhixing. Had they both taken on such numerous tasks of collecting Huanling bird eggs? Judging by the quantity, Jin Xiaobao had indeed gathered quite a few. At that moment, Jin Xiaobao was drenched in sweat and explained that the task was relatively simple, and he enjoyed undertaking it. Many accepted this explanation, recalling how Jin Xiaobao had nearly clashed with Jinzhao over the same task previously. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, becoming increasingly perplexing and fascinating until Lu Zhixing made his entrance. Qinghe, Elder Xianyang, I accuse Jin Xiaobao of attempting to seize Huanling bird eggs and harming Zhuman. His declaration stunned everyone present. Surely, Lu Zhixing was Jin Xiaobao's follower. How could he now openly accuse him? Only a follower would know what Jin Xiaobao had done. Lu Zhixing, usually quiet, had unexpectedly turned out to be a biting dog. Jin Xiaobao, flushed with anger, exclaiming, Lu Zhixing, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't even know who Zhu Man is. How dare you slander me? Lu Zhixing remained unfazed by Jin Xiaobao's outburst or the murmurs around them. He calmly produced a piece of purple bamboo, stained with blood. This was the purple bamboo Jin Xiaobao had carved, imitating Jinzhao's magical artifact. Furthermore, he retrieved a storage pouch containing the bird eggs Jin Xiaobao had collected, explaining that he had only taken out 100 at a time to avoid raising suspicion. The pouch bore Jin Xiaobao's seal, and everyone could verify it. Zhu Man had not died on September 23rd, but on September 30th. She had refused to continue working for Jin Xiaobao, which had incited his rage, leading him to injure her with a stone and ultimately pierce her chest with the purple bamboo. Elder Xianyang examined Zhu Man's head and confirmed the wound, validating Lu Zhixing's claims entirely. Zhu Shi was left dumbfounded, and upon realizing the truth, she wept bitterly and began to strike Jin Xiaobao furiously. You fiend, return my man's life. Jin Xiaobao ignored Zhu Shi's curses, glaring at Lu Zhixing. I have treated you well, Lu Zhixing. Why do you slander me? Lu Zhixing remained silent, not uttering a word. Jin Xiaobao turned to kneel before Elder Xianyang, pleading, Elder, I do not know when Lu Zhixing made the purple bamboo. I truly did not kill Zhu Man. It was evident that the conflict over the task of collecting Huanling bird eggs had left a lasting grudge in Lu Zhixing's heart, leading to his deliberate slander against Jinzhao. Many had noted Jin Xiaobao's petty nature, questioning how he could forget such grievances. He had a history of seizing task tokens, having bullied others repeatedly. With Lu Zhixing's accusation as a catalyst, those who had suffered under Jin Xiaobao's tyranny began to come forward. Elder Xuanyang, I wish to accuse Jin Xiaobao of forming cliques and engaging in private fights outside the sect. He has also taken our monthly allocations of spirit stones and elixirs. Moreover, he often violates sect rules by leaving the mountain without permission. As the walls began to close in on him, Jin Xiaobao realized he was doomed. Even without the matter of Zhu Man, the numerous accusations against him would suffice for his expulsion from the sect. Silence. Elder Xianyang barked. His face darkened with displeasure. He opened his hand, realizing he had forgotten the Samling whip was taken by Qinghe. With narrowed eyes, Qinghe returned the whip to Elder Xianyang. Jin Xiaobao, whose cultivation was already weak, collapsed to the ground after 3 lashes from the whip, staring intently at Lu Zhixing. Zhu Shi appeared somewhat dazed. The farce had come to an end. She had intended to seek justice for Zhu Man, but had found nothing but chaos. No one cared about that anymore. Chapter 36. Request to leave the sect. There were too many injustices, Jinzhao, that you cannot manage. Qinghe gazed at her coolly, stating that the discipline hall only required a result to appease the public. As for the truth, who would waste their time seeking it? Prepare yourself for the Qinghe festival. Jinzhao nodded, believing Qinghe was about to leave, but she suddenly turned back and handed her a plain cloth bag. Seeds of the Mingxin flower. A smile slowly formed on Jinzhao's face as she thanked her master. By next spring, the Jinzhao Mingxin would herald the commencement of the decade's Qinghe festival, promising a bustling scene in the Xiuxian realm. Songzhu Peak. Since exposing Jin Xiaobao's crimes, Lu Zhixing felt the gaze of others upon him had shifted. Wherever he went, people whispered and pointed. Lu Zhixing remained unfazed, straightened his back, and walked toward the courtyard where the outer sect's elder resided. Although Jin Xiaobao deserved his fate, it was best to avoid someone like Lu Zhixing in the future. One never knew when he might bite back. Didn't you all complain about no one standing up to reveal Jin Xiaobao's misdeeds? Lu Zhixing had the courage to do what you were too afraid to. Yet you all chose to undermine him from the shadows. It was no wonder Jin Xiaobao had bullied you. Had Lu Zhixing not come forward to identify Jin Xiaobao, it would have been Jinzhao accused instead. Jin Xiaobao's current predicament was a consequence of his own actions. If you sympathize with Jin Xiaobao, then you should accompany him down the mountain. Those who have been bullied by Jin Xiaobao were eager to see him meet a tragic end. There was no way they would feel sympathy for him. With faces alternating between green and white, they scurried away. Renaer pondered, her brother, possessing wisdom and knowledge, should have been the top scholar had he remained in the mortal realm. Why had he chosen the path of immortality, only to be overshadowed? This was not how it should be, but where had things gone awry? Confounded, she longed to argue with those people, yet feared her brother would be upset. She did not want to disappoint him. Tao Luoyin suggested, perhaps it is because everyone knows they cannot reach the realm of the saints, fearing one day their own misdeeds will be exposed. Within the elders' hall, Lu Zhixing humbly bowed and submitted his identity token. Are you truly certain you wish to withdraw from the sect? The elder asked, taking the token from him. As an outer sect disciple, he was not an important figure and did not warrant a fervent plea for retention. Upon hearing Lu Zhixing's decision, the elder regarded him with newfound respect, remarking, your thoughts reflect a certain level of integrity. Go. Lu Zhixing performed a respectful bow. Renaer felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as though she had lost something of great importance. A familiar package lay by the window, and she felt a surge of joy. Her brother had come, which meant he was unharmed. Embracing the package, she entered her room and shut the door and windows. Oddly, why was this package so heavy today? As she opened it, she found a large bag of spirit stones, 2 sets of clothing, and a vial of elixirs, accompanied by a note. Turn the Dan bottle, and the words Zhuji Dan suddenly came into view. Startled, she nearly dropped the bottle. How could her elder brother possess a Zhuji Dan? Moreover, she had only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, still far from the foundational stage. Had her brother prepared the Zhuji Dan for her? The more thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. As she rummaged through the package, a piece of bright yellow letter paper fell out. Silent tears streamed down her face, and after a long while, she rose to incinerate the letter. 3 months after Lu Zhixing left the sect, the first bloomed on the peak of Wenling. Zhao Qin was somewhat surprised. How could my unromantic junior sister, Qinghe, find the time to cultivate flowers? Master, I planted this flower, Jinzhao explained from behind. Zhao Qin's expression softened as he turned around. Ah, it's you, Jinzhao? Slowing his pace, Zhao Qin walked alongside Jinzhao and casually remarked, I came to find Qinghe to inquire about the alliance with Mingxin Sect and the exploration of the Tongyuan secret realm after the Qinghe Grand Meeting. Who would be a better choice for our Mingxin Sect? Since Qinghe was unavailable, I turn to you, Jinzhao. Jinzhao was suddenly called upon and felt slightly dazed, yet she earnestly offered her suggestion, Mingxin Sect. Just as Zhao Qin was about to ask why, he heard Jinzhao's somewhat excited voice. Mingxin Sect is filled with beautiful female immortals. Of course, we should choose Mingxin Sect. Beauty has always been a timeless principle. How can the sweeping dust platform, with its bunch of young Taoists wielding dust brushes, compare to the enchanting fairies? There is simply no comparison. It is our duty to protect the beautiful immortals. Zhao Qin frowned, finding the reasoning rather superficial. However, seeing Jinzhao's hopeful expression, he refrained from discouraging her and changed the topic. The Beast Control Sect had captured a purple flame white lion, but no one in the sect could subdue it. They decided to sell it before the Qinghe Grand Meeting, but they made a peculiar request. Those wishing to tame the lion must pay 20 high-grade spirit stones as a trial. If successful, the spirit stones would be returned. If not, they would not be refunded. Is it worth it for our Mingxin Sect disciples to give it a try? Zhao Qin mused. What is the sect master thinking? If the professional Beast Control Sect cannot subdue it, what chance do we have as amateurs? We would merely be giving them spirit stones. I wonder which genius in the Beast Control Sect devised such a scheme. They must be laughing all the way to the bank. Jinzhao earnestly advised, Master, I believe it would be best if we do not partake in this frenzy. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement. I think so too. Jinzhao added, after all, our sect is not particularly affluent. Zhao Qin felt a lump rise in his throat. His junior disciples' words were becoming increasingly unpalatable. Yet, the sect's financial struggles were unavoidable. After all, Mingxin Sect lacked formidable weapon and alchemy masters. A group of cultivators would spend the entire year purchasing magical tools, merely giving their money away. Zhao Qin sighed, somewhat melancholically. He turned to Jinzhao with concern. How has your weapon crafting been progressing lately? Jinzhao replied, it's going well. My master took some cell. Zhao Qin had never seen the magical tools crafted by Jinzhao, but since she claimed it was satisfactory, he did not press further. 3 days later, they were to depart for the Qinghe meeting. Jinzhao, prepare well these next few days, Zhao Qin instructed. Hands clasped behind his back as he descended the steps. Jinzhao was puzzled. Master, are you not waiting for the master? Zhao Qin waved his hand, his figure disappearing between the cliffs. After the incident with Jin Xiaobao, she still had lingering doubts and had intended to ask Lu Zhixing. But he had voluntarily left the sect, deepening her unease. She had inquired with some disciples about Lu Zhixing's acquaintances, hoping to discover his hometown. But Lu Zhixing's social circle was quite simple. Aside from Jin Xiaobao, he never formed deep connections. No one knew where Lu Zhixing had gone. And it was only when Jinzhao asked them that they realized he had already departed from his sect. With this lead on Lu Zhixing severed, Jinzhao was not discouraged and began to review the records from when Lu Zhixing joined the sect, seeking out disciples who had entered at the same time. Among those who joined the sect, some had become inner disciples, others were still outer disciples, and a small number were miscellaneous disciples scattered across various peaks. Jinzhao exerted considerable effort to locate all of them. After inquiring one by one, she found no useful information in the copied records. Only 4 individuals remained unmarked: Jin Xiaobao, Feng Xiaoxi, Tao Luoyan, and Ren Error. Uncertain if she would find any results, Jinzhao maintained a calm demeanor and first sought out Feng Xiaoxi. The young girl was strikingly graceful, nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Her movements particularly light. Though she was weeding the medicinal fields, her actions were composed and pleasing to the eye, quite unlike the typical outer disciples. This was Jinzhao's first impression of Feng Xiaoxi. However, she was familiar with Feng Xiaoxi's demeanor. During her time working for a wealthy family in the mortal realm, she had seen young ladies with similar poise. Even though Feng Xiaoxi now had to do everything herself, such ingrained grace was not easily altered. Yet, Jinzhao found it puzzling that the parents who raised a girl like Feng Xiaoxi would choose such a diminutive name for her. Feng Xiaoxi looked up, her eyes showing a hint of wariness, which quickly faded. Sister Jinzhao. Her voice was as melodious as a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. Jinzhao politely inquired, Feng sister, may I trouble you for a moment to ask you something? Feng Xiaoxi hesitated but nodded. Sister Jinzhao, please go ahead. Jinzhao crouched down to help her with the weeding. You and Lu Zhixing joined the sect together. Do you know where his hometown is? Feng Xiaoxi paused, her hand momentarily still. How did Sister Jinzhao know that she and Lu Zhixing were in the same batch? Unless she had reviewed past records. But they had joined the sect several years ago. Had Jinzhao deliberately searched the records just to inquire about Lu Zhixing's hometown? What was her purpose in seeking Lu Zhixing? Jinzhao swiftly continued pulling weeds, unaware of the surprise and confusion flickering across Feng Xiaoxi's face. Had she really just heard Sister Jinzhao's voice? A breeze blew past, and Feng Xiaoxi dispelled her chaotic thoughts, softly replying, I do not know Lu Zhixing's hometown. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jinzhao's face, but she quickly raised a gentle smile. My apologies for interrupting you. Alas, Lu Zhixing is truly a mysterious person, she mused. Aside from Jin Xiaobao, does he truly not interact with anyone? Feng Xiaoxi realized it was not her imagination and looked at the small mound of weeds beside her. Suddenly, she called out to Jinzhao, Sister Jinzhao, you might want to ask Ren Error. As they climbed the question ladder, she noticed that Lu Zhixing seemed to care for Ren Error quite a bit. Hey! Jinzhao recalled the name, smiling brightly. I understand now. Thank you for the information, Feng sister. Just as she was about to leave, a crack suddenly opened in the adjacent courtyard, and Tao Luoyan peered out. Typically eloquent, she now stuttered, Sister Jinzhao, are you looking for Error? Jinzhao recognized her as the one who had taken her to Wenling Peak. Glancing at her identity tag hanging at her waist, You're Tao Luoyan? Tao Luoyan nervously nodded. Jinzhao smiled reassuringly. No need to be anxious. I heard that Ren Error and Lu Zhixing joined the sect at the same time, so I wanted to ask if she knows where Lu Zhixing's hometown is. Tao Luoyan instantly relaxed, saying nonchalantly, Actually, I also joined the sect at the same time as Lu Zhixing, but I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Sister Jinzhao. Lu Zhixing was taciturn, usually just following behind Jin Xiaobao, never engaging with others. We know very little about him. Is there something you wish to discuss with Lu Zhixing? It is nothing significant. Jinzhao spoke slowly, contemplating the need to express gratitude. Had it not been for his revelation regarding Jinzhao Bao and Zhu Man, matters would not have concluded so effortlessly. Tao Luoyan, oblivious to the underlying significance of his words, concurred. Indeed, Jinzhao bid farewell to Tao Luoyan, sighing as he reflected that the answers lay within. Master, I feel as though an invisible net is ensnaring me. Qinghe, appearing indifferent, inquired if he still perceived himself as a fish. Jinzhao shook his head, denying it. Do not wear such a forlorn expression. Qinghe tossed her a storage pouch, filled with spirit stones acquired from selling magical instruments. As Jinzhao gazed upon the glimmering stones, her gloomy spirits lifted instantaneously. Greedy, Qinghe teased. She turned her back, heading towards the grand hall, asking which event Jinzhao intended to participate in. The Qinghe Assembly, the formation competition, or the arena contest. Qinghe was aware of Jinzhao's studies in formation and artifact crafting, but was uncertain which of these disciplines he excelled in. Jinzhao grasped the tail of Baida and inquired if it was not possible to partake in all of them. Qinghe replied succinctly yes. After a moment's pause, she scrutinized Jinzhao, asking if he had studied alchemy. She had yet to witness him refining pills at Ling Fengshang. No, alchemy requires a pill furnace and spiritual herbs, neither of which I currently possess. Moreover, I lack the text on alchemy. Chapter 38. Street vendor. A new stall appeared along the bustling commercial street of Cu City, with a simple banner proclaiming spirit talismans. A wooden board nearby advertised the sale of magical instruments. The Qinghe Assembly attracted many onlookers, and the streets teemed with people. Yet no one spared a glance at this roadside stall. Jinzhao sat cross-legged on the ground, observing passers-by entering and exiting nearby shops, while the attendant inside beamed with satisfaction, sighing contentedly. Qinghe, adorned with a veil, queried from beneath the white fabric. Why don't we sell directly to the neighboring shop? As the esteemed Qinghe, selling wares on the street could tarnish her reputation. Fortunately, her cleverness was evident in her disguise. Jinzhao gazed up at Qinghe, her almond-shaped eyes clear. Master, the nearby shop does not accept low-grade spirit talismans. With an innocent expression, she added that she needed to tend to the stall and could not wander about aimlessly. Baida might run amok, but not her. Baida. Jinzhao suddenly stood, scanning the vicinity. An elderly man in gray robes, half closing his eyes, lifted his eyelids and asked in a nonchalant tone if she was searching for her little white tiger. It has gone into the shop across the street, he kindly indicated. How could this elder, who seemed to be napping, have seen Baida enter the shop? The elderly man's gaze shifted slightly, appraising the young girl beside him. She smiled sweetly, thanking the elder for his guidance. Quite polite, the elder murmured in acknowledgement. Is this your spirit companion? A girl in red crouched down, saying just now, in a magical instrument shop, it kept tugging at my clothes, trying to lead me over here. Eugene Ling casually examined the magical instruments and talismans on display. Although they were merely low-grade spirit talismans, their artistry was commendable. She remarked that the strokes were fluid and imbued with ample spiritual energy. Baida, realizing she had no intention of purchasing, became anxious and, with a little paw, pushed forward a black plum blossom hairpin. The pin's material was indiscernible but exhibited a subtle sheen, with exquisitely detailed petals, light and graceful. It is made of Ziyao iron. Before Jinzhao could speak, the elderly man interjected. Both Eugene Ling and Jinzhao turned to him, but he fell silent. Jinzhao explained that the primary material of this plum blossom hairpin was indeed Ziyao iron. However, it was, in fact, sword. With a flick, she drew the hairpin from Baida's grasp, and in a flash of light, it transformed into a slender sword. Upon closer inspection, one could indeed discern the purple hue. A glimmer of astonishment danced in Eugene Ling's eyes. How much do you sell this magical instrument for? You are my first customer. I can offer it to you for 200 high-grade spirit stones. Jinzhao displayed the sword, which bore 2 additional runes. Eugene Ling leaned in to observe, noticing a simple wind pattern on the blade, while an unfamiliar rune was etched into the hilt. She pointed and asked, "What is this pattern?" "Huang Mei Ling Ven," Jinzhao explained. A kind of illusion rune that creates plum blossom phantoms at the sword's tip to confuse the opponent's vision. This was a novel concept Jinzhao had devised, having only inscribed it on this sword once. Although Ziyao iron is not particularly rare, The uniqueness of the two runes prompted Eugene Ling to readily reach for her purse. She examined the delicate magical instruments on Jinzhao's stall, appreciating their intricate designs, and said, "Please wrap them all for me." Certainly, Jinzhao beamed, affectionately patting Baida's head before beginning to package the magical items for Eugene Ling. "I did not anticipate today's sales to be so smooth. This red-clad fairy is indeed both beautiful and wealthy. Baida has an excellent eye." Promptly finding a wealthy patron. Immersed in the praises, Eugene Ling smiled, then suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. Did she just speak? How then did I hear her voice? Jinzhao scratched her face, perplexed by the look Eugene Ling cast her way. Did she think the prices for the magical instruments were too high? But she had already offered a significant discount. "Oh, you have sold out of magical instruments so quickly?" Qinghe observed the somewhat empty stall, surprised. "You seem to possess quite the business acumen." Qinghe tossed a cute tiger head mask to Jinzhao, advising that, given the foot traffic in Siyu City, it was prudent to conceal her identity in case other sect disciples passed through, to avoid any awkward encounters at the Qinghe assembly. Jinzhao frowned, protesting that if others saw Baida, they would recognize her immediately. Qinghe, unfazed, instructed Baida to turn around. Understanding, Baida complied, presenting only its rear. "I shall go to the tea house to listen to a story for a while. I will come to fetch you at the hour of you." Jinzhao replied, "All right, master." Glancing at the mask in her hand, Jinzhao decided to don it. At the very least, it was quite novel. The spirit talismans sold at a slower pace, with only a few scattered cultivators purchasing a handful. The elderly man beside her had already packed up and departed. A group of young Taoists, holding dusters and exuding an air of maturity beyond their years, approached. Jinzhao lifted her eyelids, lacking interest, and refrained from calling out to them. "Brother Zisu, why aren't we leaving?" The leader, a remarkably refined young Taoist, halted, prompting the others to follow suit. They stood in rows before Jinzhao's stall, casting shadows over the light. "Fellow cultivator, did you draw these spirit talismans?" A serene voice rang from above, drawing closer as the young Taoist squatted down. "Yes," Jinzhao replied, her brows arching beneath the mask. 300 middle-grade spirit stones each. The young Taoist examined them with utmost seriousness, as if perusing a profound tome. "Brother Zisu, why are you looking at these low-grade spirit talismans?" One of the disciples behind him scratched his head, suggesting they could simply go to Wuxing Lu if they wished to purchase talismans. Jinzhao felt a pang of envy. This group of young Taoists seemed quite affluent, discussing their visit to Wuxing Lu so casually. Zisu produced a storage pouch and calmly inquired, "For 100 high-grade spirit stones, can I buy all these spirit talismans?" Jinzhao momentarily faltered, interpreting Zisu's inquiry as a sign of dissatisfaction with the price. "Would 120 be acceptable?" Chapter 39. Announcement of the Alchemy Rankings. Is there such a fortunate occurrence? I have witnessed price reductions before, but never have I encountered someone requesting an increase. Jinzhao promptly replied yes. Ziyu experienced a fleeting moment of distraction, glancing back at his fellow disciples, all of whom appeared utterly bewildered. Clearly, the sound he heard was not a figment of his imagination. Ziyu exchanged spirit stones with Jinzhao and departed with his junior brothers. It seemed he had just imagined it. A younger disciple, with rosy lips and white teeth, anxiously inquired, "Senior brother Ziyu, is it possible that my cultivation is insufficient and I've been deceived?" "Not at all." Ziyu refrained from elaborating. Yet the young Taoist, named Changxiu, immediately brightened. "Since senior brother Ziyu says it isn't so, then it mustn't be. Such a spirited little tiger. Such a lively young lady." At merely 14 years of age, she had already reached the 8th level of qi refinement, leaving her fellow disciples trailing behind. Jinzhao, busy spreading cloth across the ground, had no time to rescue Dabai when a joyful voice suddenly reached her. "It truly is you, Jinzhao. I never expected we would meet again so soon." Looking up, she saw a girl clad in white, adorned with a skirt embroidered with elegant shumwei flowers in soft gold thread, none other than Yunqi. This time, upon their reunion, her complexion appeared significantly improved, her previously plain features now radiating a hint of color, akin to pear blossoms swaying in the spring breeze. It seemed that Zuinzhang Yunhua had found the precious Qinghe and managed to alleviate her ailment. Jinzhao removed her mask, her brows slightly furrowed. "I told you, Master S. ineffective method wouldn't work." Instantly, she was recognized. With a beaming smile, Jinzhao greeted Yunxi, her gaze drifting behind her. Did you come alone? The light in Yunxi's eyes dimmed momentarily. The disciples of Yinyu sect maintained a distant politeness towards her, and their relationship had not yet blossomed into one suitable for casual outings. She preferred not to make others uncomfortable, hence she ventured out alone. Only after speaking did Jinzhao consider Yunxi's situation. Oh dear, why do I speak so hastily? Zhuangzhang Yinhua is preoccupied with discussions with the elders of other sects regarding the Qinghe Grand Assembly, naturally lacking the leisure to accompany you for shopping. It seems she has no close friends in Yinyu sect either. But then again, it is understandable. Her aloof nature causes the disciples of Yinyu sect to regard her with reverence from a distance, making it quite normal for her to have no friends. Isn't it nearly time for the Yu hour? Listening to Jin Shao's series of thoughts, Yunxi couldn't help but reflect. Perhaps her cold demeanor truly discouraged others from befriending her. The senior and junior sisters within the sect did not harbor any disdain toward her. A faint smile graced Yunxi's face as she replied, I merely came to greet you. We shall meet again at the Qinghe Grand Assembly. She resolved to heed Jin Shao's advice and proactively build rapport with the senior and junior sisters within the sect. For in time, they would come to realize that she was not as aloof as she appeared. Unbeknownst to Jin Shao, her casual musings had inadvertently led to a significant transformation for Yunxi. 5 days later, the highly anticipated Qinghe Grand Assembly commenced. The first day, devoid of competitions, was nonetheless the most vibrant, for according to the customary practices of previous assemblies, it was the time for the announcement of rankings. Those who had participated in the last assembly were well aware of their standings, while this year's announcement served as a mark of honor. Each iteration of the Qinghe Grand Assembly introduces many new faces. They may not be familiar with the names on the list, yet it does not hinder their admiration and competitive spirit towards those who are recognized. Upon the high platform sat 5 individuals. At the corners were the city lord of Qicheng, Qinghe, the head of Dan Palace, Su Qiuxin, the master of Xiantong Pavilion, Qianji, the head of the Nanyuan family, Nanrong Jiang, and Zhuangzhang Yinhua of Yinyu sect, presiding over Shengwei Mountain. Zhuangzhang Yinhua truly lived up to the title of the most handsome man in Shoshuan realm. Merely gazing at him was a delight. One could not help but wonder whether he was still accepting disciples. I should persuade my father to empty our home in hopes of becoming his apprentice. Wake up! Stop dreaming! You must know of the eldest daughter of Jiuxing Sword Sect, Wenren. 8 years ago, she sought to become a disciple at Shengwei Mountain. But Zhuangzhang Yinhua did not accept her. Instead, he took in a disciple with water and fire spiritual roots. Moreover, Zhuangzhang Yinhua declared at the time that he would no longer accept disciples. The bystander wore a look of astonishment. Water and fire spiritual roots? Isn't that considered a wasted root? Miss Wenren possesses a single with spiritual root. What on earth was Zhuangzhang Yinhua thinking? Could it be that his disciple's background surpasses that of Miss Wenren? The latter shook her head, admitting to not having heard of such a thing. Just as they were about to settle down, a mocking voice broke through. Just a mere orphan. What kind of background could she possibly have? Zhuangzhang Yinhua, pitying her plight, took her as a disciple. Yet she repays his kindness with ingratitude, tarnishing his reputation. If I were her, I would have been too ashamed to remain in the sect. The young girl attempted to say more, but suddenly found herself unable to speak, hurriedly seeking assistance from her senior brother. Qian, you ought to be more mindful of your words, and Huai said helplessly. I cannot lift this silence curse. Tears welled in Su Qian's eyes as Huai, softening, consoled her. Let me take you to our master. Perhaps he can lift it. However, he admonished her, in the future, you must be cautious with your words. Su Qian nodded repeatedly, her gaze not daring to wander up to the high platform. She was merely stating the truth. How could Zhuangzhang Yinhua treat her this way? Su Qian felt immense grievance, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet her senior brother remained oblivious, only intensifying her indignation, leading Su Qian to glare at everyone with displeasure. Wait, that girl looks somewhat familiar. As Su Qian pondered, her tears ceased. This minor incident was akin to a pebble cast into the sea, causing not a single ripple. Clad in a deep purple gown, the elegant and graceful head of Dan Palace, Su Qiuxin, slowly rose, accepting a bright yellow scroll presented by a flower-adorned maid. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd, all ears attuned to Su Qiuxin's melodious voice. The first place in the Dan ranking at the last Qinghe Assembly goes to Chuyu. Su Qiuxin's eyes twinkled with warmth. Chuyu was her most cherished disciple, achieving first place in the Dan ranking on her first participation in the assembly. More importantly, she was still quite young, merely 23 years of age, and could participate again this year, potentially allowing Dan Palace to retain its crown. Su Qiuxin continued to read, revealing that 3 disciples from Dan Palace were among the top 10. Dan Palace's disciples are truly formidable, dominating half of the Dan ranking. Well, they're called Dan Palace for a reason. It is a haven for alchemists. I recall Chuyu was merely 13 when she first participated in the assembly. I was still troubled over how to draw qi into my body at that age. This year's alchemical competition will be a challenge for those participants facing Chuyu. Her alchemical skills were already worthy of first place 10 years ago. What chance do others have 10 years later? Chapter 40. New rankings. Zhou Fuliu turned to Lin Xin and remarked, "This Chuyu will be a formidable opponent. It is only natural that you, having begun your alchemical studies later, cannot match her. Do not let it affect your mindset. With your talent, you may very well contend for first place in the next Qiongyin Grand Assembly." Lin Xin lowered her eyes, acknowledging her senior's words. Zhou Fuliu chuckled, stroking his beard, particularly pleased with his closed-door disciple. Among his disciples, her talent in alchemy surpassed all others. Given time, Chuyu's brilliance would inevitably fade in her shadow. It was unfortunate that Xin entered the sect too late. Had she joined 3 to 5 years earlier, her name would certainly have graced the top of this year's Dan ranking. Su Qiuxin's voice was clear and tranquil, flowing smoothly, eliciting no feelings of aversion. Yet Yinhua let out a cold snort. "Palace Master, I merely cast a minor silence curse, and it was out of consideration for her youth and inexperience. My disciple, Yinhua, is not one to be judged by others." Su Qiuxin had not anticipated Yinhua's blatant disregard for her, her face momentarily revealing a hint of embarrassment. Her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves before she relaxed, regaining her usual composure. Qinghe sighed. "You know how Yinhua is. Why provoke him for no reason?" Su Qiuxin opened her mouth to speak, but Nanrong Jiang interjected, "Palace Master, consider this. If others were discussing your disciple Chuyu, how would you feel? It was merely a spell of silence, inconsequential in nature. Perhaps it would serve the child well as a lesson." Nanrong Jiang waved his sleeve and rose, taking the scroll to begin the announcement of the formation rankings. Su Qiu pondered over Nanrong Jiang's words. If the criticisms were directed towards her disciple Chuyu, that would indeed be unacceptable. Upon realizing this, Qinghe turned to engage in conversation with Jinghe. Below, Jinzhao struggled to stay awake. Overwhelmed by the lengthy list of names, when would it ever conclude? Qinghe was no better off, as she barely slid from her seat before being met with a piercing glare from Zhao Qin, chastising her for her improper posture. Quietly, Qinghe adjusted her position and sat up straight. Following the formation rankings, the head of Xiantong Pavilion announced the equipment rankings. Once the final name was called, Jinzhao noticed her master's eyes gleaming with anticipation. Finally, it was time for the martial rankings. Do you remember who topped the martial rankings in the last Qiongyin assembly? Does it matter? The martial rankings will be announced by the esteemed Yinhua Zuinzhang. It is a rare occasion to hear a few words from Yinhua Zuinzhang. Yet when it comes to announcing the martial rankings, he takes a full quarter of an hour. I envy Yinhua Zuinzhang's disciple for the privilege of gazing upon such a handsome-faced day in and day out. Superficial, a male cultivator spoke passionately, asserting that Yinhua Zuinzhang's swordsmanship is unparalleled, and he was the champion of the inaugural Qiongyin Assembly's martial rankings. How could you only focus on his appearance? If I were his disciple, I would train tirelessly day and night, aspiring to become the second-best swordsman in Xiaoshuan realm. TCH, what kind of expression and tone is that? How utterly disrespectful. I was ranked 53rd in the previous martial rankings. Yet no one believed him. The male cultivator felt a wave of frustration as Yinhua Zuinzhang announced the name of the 53rd contender, Qi. He turned around, eager to boast to the group of girls, only to find they had vanished. Alas, I was speaking the truth. Why does no one believe me? Suddenly, a gentle voice emerged from behind. "I believe you." In that moment, Qi's hair stood on end, and he nearly lost his composure. Turning around, he was met with a face as radiant as spring blossoms. Jinzhao smiled cheekily. "I heard you. You were ranked 53rd in the martial rankings, right, Qi?" "Huh?" Qi was somewhat bewildered. "What did you think of the arena competition? How difficult was it?" And what cultivation level did you have when you achieved the 53rd rank? Jinzhao inquired curiously, initially intending to ask her master, yet she found herself dismissing that notion. What could she say? She had casually claimed the top spot. Once Qinghe regained his senses, he was immensely touched, proudly sharing, the arena competition isn't as difficult as you might think. The main factor is the unrestricted use of magical artifacts and talismans, which depends on the resources of your sect. As a loose cultivator like me, I am at a disadvantage. I lack good magical treasures and cannot afford high-level talismans, relying solely on a single sword. Jinzhao attentively listened until the top 100 of the martial rankings were announced. The 4 city lords stepped forward, amplifying their voices with spiritual energy, proclaiming, "After deliberation among the 33 sects, we have decided to establish an additional ranking." This announcement stirred a wave of excitement. An additional ranking? I hadn't heard any rumors about this beforehand. Of course, you and T know, being from a small sect. I have a cousin in the Oxia sect who informed me that the representatives from the 33 sects arrived at Suyu City to discuss the addition of a new ranking. Now that you mention it, I recall that several days ago, people from various sects began arriving in Suyu City. I was wondering why they came so early this year. What is this new ranking about? The 4 major rankings lack a talisman category. Could it be that a new ranking is being created for talisman cultivators? I haven't heard of its name, but talisman cultivators have always participated in the martial rankings. It wouldn't make sense to establish a ranking solely for them. Qinghe allowed the crowd some time to murmur before clarifying. The new ranking is called the Qinghe ranking. It is well known that the Qinghe Assembly does not restrict participation in any competition. While the Qinghe ranking will be a cumulative points ranking based on participation across various competitions. Qinghe's succinct explanation made it immediately clear to all. So the Qinghe ranking is essentially an overall ranking. If I participate in every competition, my chances of making it onto the Qinghe ranking will significantly increase, right? The prospect is appealing, but can you refine pills? The inquiry from Ling Hun silenced that individual instantly. The name Qinghe ranking is truly fitting. Indeed, this is the Qinghe Assembly, and it is only appropriate for the overall ranking to be named thus. With the introduction of this new ranking, this year's Qinghe Assembly is bound to be unprecedentedly vibrant. A lively atmosphere is welcomed, especially considering how the past few assemblies have declined in quality. Aside from a few standout champions, the remaining participants have left much to be desired. In my opinion, the most exhilarating assembly was that presided over by Yunhua Zuanzhong. Truly, it was a gathering of formidable talents. Oh, here we go again. Back then, you were still in your mother's womb, weren't you? How could you possibly know about the excitement of Yunhua Zuanzhong's assembly? Following each announcement, the past rankings are displayed alongside the current ones in the corridor of Qinghe Plaza until the assembly concludes. You could go see them for yourself. The names of the top 30 from that assembly will surely be familiar to you. Chapter 41. Queuing for drawing lots. Jinzhao was filled with enthusiasm when she felt a gentle pat on her shoulder. It was time to draw for her ranking. Qinghe reminded her, if you wait any longer, you might end up queuing until nightfall. Jinzhao glanced at the long line ahead and felt a wave of despair. If it weren't for the tall banners, she wouldn't even know where to go for her drawing. Your senior brother has gone to draw for the formation competition. You should queue for the nearest arena match. I'll handle the refining competition, Qinghe advised. The first day is dedicated to the alchemy competition, which you're not participating in, allowing you to rest and conserve your energy for the subsequent 3 competitions. Considering it was Jinzhao's first time at the Qinghe Assembly, Qinghe felt a bit anxious and spoke rather extensively. Jinzhao obediently nodded, acknowledging her master's words. Reassured by the understanding nature of her disciple, Qinghe departed. Jinzhao then proceeded to join the queue. Alchemy, artifact forging, and formation skills all demand certain prerequisites from cultivators. For instance, alchemists typically possess wood and fire spiritual roots, while artifact forgers lean towards gold and fire roots. And formation masters require a higher level of intellectual capacity. The arena competition, however, imposes no such restrictions, allowing anyone to participate, resulting in several times more people lining up. Circling nearly half of Qinghe Plaza, Jinzhao, clutching her large white token, found herself at the very end of the long corridor. Look, isn't this the list of the first Qinghe Assembly? Let me see. Yinyu Sex Yunhua, Qixin Sex Feng Yi, Qinghe, Su Qiu and Xin. Aren't these all the current heads of their respective sects? Who would have thought that the head of the Dan Palace was not only an exceptional alchemist, but also renowned in the martial rankings? 27 is quite a respectable rank for an alchemist. Oddly enough, why doesn't her name include Dangong? You may not know this, but Master Qiu Xin was recognized by the previous Dan Palace head during the Qinghe assembly and accepted as a direct disciple. Truly a battle of celestial beings, brimming with excitement. Jinzhao, standing on tiptoe, examined several past rankings, yet she failed to find Qinghe's name, nor did she see anyone from Mingxin Sect. Could it be that what her master said about being first in the martial rankings was merely a fabrication? Jinzhao poked a finger at the person next to her. Why isn't there anyone from Mingxin Sect on the list? What about Lady Qinghe? A kind-hearted companion turned to her and explained, at that time, Mingxin Sect had not yet been established. How could there be anyone from there on the list? Look further back, and you'll surely find them. Speaking of Lady Qinghe, she is indeed worth mentioning. When she first participated in the Qinghe assembly, the kind-hearted companion assessed Jinzhao. She's about your age, wielding an unintentional sword technique, defeating all challengers to claim the top spot. Truly unmatched elegance. It is indeed regrettable that during that time, Yinhuazuns had already surpassed the age to participate in the Qinghe assembly, rendering the two individuals incompatible, a significant lament in the Xiuquan realm. With a sigh, it was evident that the sentiment was genuine. Today, following the guidance of a kind-hearted friend, after several rounds of rankings, I noticed Qinghe's name. The golden hairpin and elegant small script were listed separately. First on the martial rankings, Mingxin Sect, Qinghe. Do you also admire the Lady Qinghe? As I turned my gaze, the vibrant red attire suddenly caught my attention, and the young girl, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "Is it really you? The last time I purchased your magical artifact and gifted it to my friends, they all adored it. How did you manage to create such a beautiful artifact? Will you participate in a refining competition?" My eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, is that the affluent Yu family? No wonder she bought all my artifacts last time. My heart raced, yet my expression remained calm. I introduced myself as Jinzhao. Upon hearing my voice, Yu Jinling looked at me with a puzzled expression, her demeanor tranquil and devoid of any visible turmoil. Was it her issue, or was I simply adept at managing my expressions? Yu Jinling felt the need to compose herself. The situation was too peculiar. Move forward. There's so much space ahead. What are we doing here? Indeed, this ranking board is not going to run away. We can look at it after we collect our sign-up numbers. What is this about the Yu family? I have never even heard of it. I do not understand why the person ahead is so excited, blocking the way for so long. I hurried a few steps forward to rejoin the line. Yu Jinling followed closely behind, peering over my shoulder with a mysterious tone. Did you know that Lady Qinghe accepted a disciple last year? The rumors outside speak of a genius with a single fire spiritual root. However, she has only been cultivating for half a year. I wonder if she will participate in this year's Qinghe assembly. Additionally, there are whispers that Yinhuazun's disciple from Yinyu Sect will also attend this year's Qinghe assembly. If that is the case, we might have the chance to witness her true form. Perhaps we might even cross paths. Yu Jinling expressed her excitement, her hands unconsciously ruffling the fur of the large white creature. It felt incredibly soft. Jinzhao's choice of spirit pet was quite discerning, though I still could not determine the breed of this little white tiger. In a feigned manner, I remarked, Lady Qinghe's disciple should indeed participate in the Qinghe assembly, as Lady Qinghe is present. That sounds reasonable. Yu Jinling scanned the surroundings and turned to me, asking, who do you think resembles Lady Qinghe's disciple? Is it that girl in white with a sword? Following her gaze, I couldn't help but smirk. What a discerning eye Yu Jinling has. She spotted Yunshi immediately. From a distance, Yunshi seemed to sense our gaze, smiling and greeting me. Yu Jinling pondered, who is Yunshi? The name sounds somewhat familiar. Do you know her? The crowd surged, and that glimpse of white was swallowed by the throng. Yu Jinling gave up on pursuing the matter. Soon, it was my turn to collect the sign-up number. An ordinary bamboo slip hovered in the air, and upon receiving it, a line of characters emerged. Number 67, with a martial character inscribed on the back. I drew number 50, Yu Jinling revealed, opening her palm to show me her sign-up number. 67. That means we're not too far apart. Once I finish my competition, I will come to watch yours, she said smoothly. Naturally, I would not refuse the opportunity. Smiling in agreement, The line behind us was still long, stretching endlessly. Thankfully, I queued early. Otherwise, I would not have received my sign-up number before nightfall. I looked down and said, "Right, Big White?" The little white tiger lazily responded with a sound. "So its name is Big White. Now I know." Yu Jinling waved her hand and departed gracefully. I took a breath with Big White, startled by her sudden appearance. Big White nudged my hand in agreement, conveying its thoughts, truly a fright for the tiger. Chapter 42. Alchemy Competition. The next day, the venue for the alchemy competition was a sea of people. I rose early to secure a good vantage point, but there were so many spectators that Big White was nearly squished. Conversations buzzed around us. What do you think the exam question will be this time? There are so many pills from the 9th to 7th grade. Who can say for certain? Last time it was the Jiuqing pill. Surely it won't be that again. Not necessarily. In previous sessions, the first round had the same pill. Quiet down. The announcement is coming. A middle-aged scholar in a dark green robe stepped forward, proclaiming in a loud voice. The first round of the alchemy competition will be the 9th grade Tu Dan. Each participant will have 3 sets of materials to refine Tu Dan. After 3 failures, you will be eliminated. The competition officially begins now. With a wave of his sleeve, the lotus sandglass behind him began to flow slowly. What is Tu Dan? I had never heard of this obscure pill. How does one even refine it? Exactly. Especially for smaller sects that have fewer alchemical recipes. This directly leads to elimination. It would be better to test a 7th or 8th grade Qi gathering pill. At least everyone knows the recipe, and the challenge lies in alchemical skill, not in the availability of recipes. Does anyone know what Tu Dan does? A clear, youthful voice emerged from behind me. When consumed during cultivation, Tu Dan can help the practitioner expel impurities and clarify their source. When one's intention is pure and mind is serene, the refined spiritual energy will be more pure and clear. However, if thoughts of desire arise, the refined energy will be muddied. The purpose of Tu Dan is to assist practitioners in refining their spiritual energy without distractions, ensuring the energy they refine is clear and sourced. Such a pill has long been lost. Now the Qinghe Assembly has brought it forth as a test. It must be that several esteemed alchemists restored the recipe and generously shared it with the alchemists participating in this competition. Even if they are eliminated in this round, their journey is not in vain. Everyone turned their heads to see a delicate-looking young Taoist, with an air of maturity, holding a whisk in his arm and earnestly explaining. Impressive, young friend. At such a young age, you possess such profound knowledge. So, Tu Dan is indeed a valuable item. I wonder if I can purchase one once the competition concludes. Changxiu felt a bit bashful under everyone's gaze, retreating behind me, only to meet the curious gaze of Big White. The little white tiger pawed at his whisk, and Changxiu hesitated to pull it away, whispering to it, "This is a magical artifact passed down from my master. I cannot give it to you. How about I give you a little tassel instead?" He removed a tassel from the jade pendant at his waist and offered it to Big White, gently patting its head. He had long wanted to touch this little tiger since that day on the street, but lacked the courage. Fortunately, the girl was facing away from him, oblivious to the scene behind her, allowing him to sneak a few touches. Little did he know, his actions were akin to burying his head in the sand. I noticed he was younger than me and rather shy, so I refrained from exposing him. The participants, focused and devoted to preparing their alchemy, were immersed in their own worlds, completely oblivious to the external noise. Before them lay a scroll detailing the recipe for Tu Dan, meticulously outlining the refining process. However, as it was their first time refining such an unheard-of pill, everyone was particularly cautious. "Isn't she starting to refine yet? Does she not know how to refine Tu Dan?" Some sharp-eyed observers noticed something on the table. Did they release the recipe? It seems everyone has a piece of paper on their tables. I knew it. Without the recipe, how could they refine it? It turns out they're following the recipe to refine it. That's manageable. 3 chances to refine a 9th grade pill should not be too difficult. Look, someone has begun. All attention turned towards a girl in white, her elegant hands flipping over to reveal a delicate purple-gold alchemical furnace. This morning, captivated by the scene, Linxin realized that after failing to become a disciple of her master, the trajectory of certain events naturally began to shift. She has now emerged as an alchemist. Based on her understanding of Linxin, she would not take action unless she was entirely confident. The 9-tier Tu Dan posed a little challenge for her. Following Linxin, Qinghe officially commenced her own alchemical endeavors, and her alchemical furnace sparked widespread discussion. Could this be the Lu Jiading, ranked 8th on the Qinghe list? It was no wonder she hadn't seen it during her last visit to the Wuxing building. Guyu, displaying a remarquable skill, seemingly approached the refinement of the Tu Dan as if she had perfected the process through countless repetitions. After adding a measure of xuanxin grass to the furnace, she slightly increased the flame. In her idle moments, Chuyu observed the girl who had begun before her. The girl added the xuanxin grass for merely a short period before opening the furnace and tossing in a frigid ingredient, Peilon sand. Chuyu secretly shook her head, knowing that xuanxin grass is domineering, and within such a brief time, the girl likely had not fully refined it. Introducing Peilon sand now would likely lead to a furnace explosion. Although her steps in alchemy were fundamentally sound, her youth rendered her impatient. This was indeed the prowess of the number 1 on the Dan list. Chuyu's elixir must be taking shape. While others squandered 2 portions of medicinal materials, she still had 2 left on her table. Truly, comparison breeds envy. The girl who had commenced alchemy first must also be on the verge of creating a Dan, right? Indeed, it was true. Chuyu opened the furnace. Almost immediately after, a loud bang indicated someone had experienced a furnace explosion, but it was not the girl in white. It was one of those beside her. A delicate fragrance wafted forth, and the girl raised her hand to present her Dan. She had not exploded her furnace? She was somewhat taken aback. The onlooker, Jinzhao, had already thoroughly understood the method for refining the Tu Dan. In terms of alchemical skill, it was undoubtedly Chuyu who excelled. Each medicinal material's refining time was meticulously calculated, ensuring the optimal release of their efficacy. Linzine was somewhat unfamiliar with the properties of certain materials, such as the xuanxin grass. Had she refined it a bit longer, the effect would have been enhanced. Fortunately, as a single fire spiritual root, refining the xuanxin grass was not overly taxing for her. Otherwise, an explosion during Dan formation could have been a real threat. Chuyu and Linzine left, while many remained in the arena, as the alchemical trials were only halfway through. Some had already faced failure thrice, retreating into the crowd, dejected and covered in dust. Linzine, not spotting Jinzhao, felt a sense of loss wash over her, only to subsequently breathe a sigh of relief. It was perhaps better that she did not participate in the Dan trial. At least she would not feel further pressure. Yet with her talent, could she truly be incapable of refining Dan? Linzine was lost in thought, while Zhou Fuyao attributed her concerns to a minor error in the alchemical process. Expressing his desire to comfort her, Ziyin, you have performed commendably. Do not place undue pressure upon yourself. Chuyu has been refining elixirs for over a decade and hails from Dangong, so her operational proficiency surpasses yours. Besides, you have only recently entered the path of alchemy. It is not fair to compare directly. Chapter 43. The speedy dispersal of the array. Zhou Fuyao, pleased, stroked his beard and invited Linzine to sit beside him to observe the remaining alchemists at work. Meanwhile, after completing her Dan, Jinzhao departed from Qinghe Square to find a secluded spot for cultivation. Not long after closing her eyes in meditation, a voice reached her ears. So this is where you are. I've been searching for you everywhere. When Miss Yu appeared, her wide eyes reflected her surprise. Jinzhao, equally astonished, pointed to herself. You were specifically looking for me? Of course. Yu Jinling replied without hesitation. I came all the way from the square to find you. Jinzhao appeared bewildered, as Yu Jinling had already pulled her to her feet. This is a wonderful opportunity at the Qinghe conference. It's time for relaxation and enjoyment. So stop burying yourself in cultivation. Let me take you somewhere delightful. How can Yu Jinling be more talkative than I am? No, wait. I should first consider where she intends to take me. At that moment, Yu Jinling turned her head and said, You'll find out once we get there. Daba, having stretched out its limbs behind them, finally caught up with the two, collapsing against a high wall, exhausted. Snow-white petals floated down, brushing against its nose, prompting Daba to let out a sneeze. This is the place, Yu Jinling whispered, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before lowering her voice to ask, Do you know why the spot is called Qinghe Square? A voice echoed from the high wall, and as the eastern wind blew, the girl's pale yellow dress fluttered gracefully, resembling golden threads swaying in the breeze, a sight as refreshing as a clear day. Jinzhao replied, It must be because of the ancient Qianghua tree within the wall. Legend has it that one day, a fissure opened in the heavens of the Xiushuan realm, causing this Qianghua to fall from the upper spirit realm and take root here. Due to its immense value, it was later enclosed preventing outsiders from viewing it. Only the champions of each Qinghe event are granted the privilege to enter Qinghe Garden for a day. Yu Jinling nodded in astonishment. You know all of this. Jinzhao discerned her intentions and climbed down from the wall. Wake up, there are formations inside. It is impossible to sneak in and take a look. Yu Jinling was deeply disappointed, cupping her face with a sigh. Becoming a champion is far too challenging. I certainly have no hope. She had expected Jinzhao to offer some words of consolation, but to her surprise, Jinzhao nodded in agreement. Yu Jinling's ranking is 34th on the martial list, likely due to her wealthy family purchasing numerous spiritual charms and treasures to attain such a position. Given her true abilities, not only would she struggle to become a champion, but even breaking into the top 50 is questionable. Yu Jinling's cheeks flushed, feeling exposed as Jinzhao correctly guessed her intentions to acquire more spiritual charms and treasures for victory. Was her claim of 34th on the martial list true? If she were better prepared, could she rise even higher? Yu Jinling affectionately linked her arm through Jinzhao's. Do you still have those spiritual charms you sold last time? Can you sell me some? I'll offer you 5 top-quality spiritual stones for each, Jinzhao readily responded. Sealing the deal. Ice Needle Charm, Flame Charm, Water Cloud Charm, and Defense Charm, Yu Jinling listed without hesitation. She mentioned the most popular types available in the market. And upon hearing her, Jinzhao suggested, how about I exchange a few for you? Gravitation Charm, which increases the weight on the opponent, making their movements sluggish, allowing you to take advantage and attack. Instant Movement Charm, which makes you disappear in an instant, allowing you to counterattack unexpectedly. If your opponent's attack is too overpowering and cannot be blocked by the Defense Charm, you can use the Instant Movement Charm to evade a critical strike. Replace the Ice Needle Charm with a Wind Blade Charm. The wind is formless and harder to evade than the Ice Needle. What do you think? Yu Jinling was momentarily stunned, but soon felt as if a light bulb had gone off in her mind. Her eyes sparkled with realization. Jinzhao was not merely drawing charms for her, but imparting combat techniques. This is wonderful, another profit in spiritual stones. Indeed, the trio of weapons, charms, and elixirs is the most lucrative. After the Qinghe conference concludes, I shall acquire a book on elixirs to study. Daba lay quietly by the window, creating a harmonious scene with the two. Time passed, and finally, Jinzhao set down her brush, stretching lazily. I've finally finished. After the array competition concludes tomorrow, she would seek out Yu Jinling again. Jinzhao stored the talismans in her storage ring and gave Daba a bath before tossing it on her bed. Why hasn't Daba grown at all in these past few months? Jinzhao murmured. Daba, clearly hurt by her words, turned over, appearing somewhat dejected. On the day of the array competition, Jinzhao arrived early at the venue. Zhao Qin repeatedly reminded her, Jinzhao, this is your first time participating in the Qinghe conference. Do not be nervous. Just take your time with the array. Both I and your master will be here, waiting for you when you finish. He exchanged a glance with Qinghe, who immediately chimed in, indeed. If you ask me, brother is worrying unnecessarily. With Jinzhao's temperament, how could she possibly be nervous? The individuals present surveyed their surroundings, and among them, only Shixiang appeared to be nervously anxious. Ji Li spoke gently, encouraging Jinzhao, while several disciples from Mingxin Sect also rallied to support her. Lin Xin lowered her gaze, concealing her disdain. It was merely a competition of formations, yet so many were eager to cheer her on, which was rather off-putting. As Jinzhao arrived at her designated spot, an array materialized beneath her feet, and the ethereal sounds emanating from the high platform resonated throughout the Qinghe Square. The current round of formation competitions spanned 3 hours, and success was determined by the ability to unravel the array within the stipulated time. After an elder with the demeanor of a celestial being concluded his remarks, he noticed a young girl roaming around the square and summoned a disciple to inquire whether they had overlooked anything while setting up the array the previous day. The disciple, equally puzzled, confirmed that there were no missions. Just as Jinzhao was about to depart, she was halted. Please wait a moment. 2 well-dressed disciples, adorned with embroidered cloud patterns on their chests, approached her position and conducted an inspection. Shock registered in their eyes as they witnessed her effortlessly dismantling the overlapping formation by merely shifting a few array stones. Had the elders not taught such a method? After a brief pause, Jinzhao inquired, Am I free to leave now? One of them appeared slightly confused, while the other nodded in affirmation. Zisu, who had just completed the formation, cast several glances in her direction, recognizing her as the peculiar young girl selling talismans on the street. He was astonished by her proficiency in formations and her remarkable speed in solving them. A quarter of an hour later, participants began to emerge from the formation. As it was the first competition, the obstruction array was not overly complicated, allowing those with even a modest understanding of formations or prior experience at the Qinghe conference to solve it within a short span. Chang Xiu hurriedly caught up with Zi Su, playfully touching her ear as she remarked, "Shi Xiang, your speed in dismantling the array is astonishing." As soon as I entered, my mind became muddled, and I forgot everything my master had taught us. Zi Su replied earnestly, "My speed is not exceptional. There are individuals who solve the array even faster than I." Chang Xiu appeared slightly bewildered, unable to fathom how anyone could surpass Shi Xiang's speed. Meanwhile, Jinzhao had informed Qinghe of her departure and left the square to meet Jinling. Jinling had reserved a tea house, and just as the attendant brought tea and snacks to their table, she spotted Jinzhao's figure through the second-floor window, waving her hand. Jinzhao smiled and ascended directly to the second floor. Jinling personally greeted her at the door, and the room was tastefully decorated, with a screen adorned with vibrant osmanthus flowers shielding them from outside view, filling the space with a faint, luxurious fragrance that dissipated as they settled by the window. Jinzhao placed 24 talismans on the table, instructing her to count them. After a rough count, Jinling handed over some spirit stones with a faint smile. "With these talismans, I need not worry excessively about the tournament. My only hope now is to avoid encountering a formidable opponent right away." Jinling clasped her hands in prayer, muttering softly, then poured a cup of tea for Jinzhao. Perceiving Jinling's desire to coast through the later rounds, Jinzhao cautioned, "These talismans are less effective against opponents of higher realms. You should not place all your hopes on external objects. Your own strength is paramount." "Rest assured, I understand," Jinling replied casually, then shifted the topic. "I had someone brew this tea with spirit spring water. Do give it a taste." Jinzhao took a sip, feeling invigorated as the sweet flavor lingered on her palate. Indeed, the reputation of the Yu family is well-deserved. This spirit spring water must be of superior quality, and the tea leaves are likely spirit tea, Jinzhao mused. Jinling, unperturbed by the praise, poured another cup of tea and casually inquired, "Will you be attending the formation competition later?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jinzhao replied, "I shall not." What is there to see in a formation competition? Watching others concentrate and then shift a stone? She thought. The most exciting events will occur during the arena battles. But alas, those will not take place until the final day. Jinling nodded in agreement. "I too find a formation competition rather dull. I wonder how my father manages to endure it. Since you've already come out, why not accompany me to the Wuxing Tower?" After some contemplation, Jinzhao did not decline. The Wuxing Tower is the largest commercial establishment and auction house in Xiuxian realm, offering an array of elixirs and magical artifacts, including those listed on the Qinghe ranking. Although Jinzhao wished to sell her artifacts to Wuxing Tower, she knew that what she had crafted thus far would not meet their standards. Nonetheless, she was eager to explore the tower and broaden her horizons. Jinling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she led Jinzhao to the entrance of Wuxing Tower. From the outside, it resembled any inconspicuous shop in the marketplace, with its name not emblazoned in gilded letters, but rather etched on a simple bamboo plaque with ink. However, the characters on the plaque were robust and skillfully carved, exuding a sense of grandeur reminiscent of soaring mountains. Jinling had never paid much attention to the characters before, but noticing Jinzhao's prolonged gaze, she glanced up and remarked, "The calligraphy is quite impressive." Her straightforward compliment was typical of the Yu family's eldest daughter. Upon entering Wuxing Tower, Jinzhao was struck by the enchanting atmosphere that lay beyond. "The first floor holds little of interest. Let us proceed to the second floor." Jinling, clearly a regular patron, navigated the space with ease, leading Jinzhao up the staircase on the right. Soon, a graceful maid in a simple long dress approached them with a smile, inquiring if Miss Yu wished to purchase anything and if she needed assistance. Jinling casually responded, "My friend and I are just browsing. No need to accompany us." The maid respectfully withdrew, attending to other guests. Jinzhao observed a small alchemy furnace displayed within a barrier, its size only that of a palm. Yet it seemed to contain endless possibilities. The entire furnace glimmered in a jade green hue, intricately engraved with lotus patterns that appeared delicate and lifelike. "Perhaps I should gather materials and refine it myself in the future," she contemplated. Yu Jinling noticed the furnace as well, stating, "This was crafted by an alchemist during the last Xiongyin conference. Its rating was green level, I believe." Jinzhao mused. A green level could fetch 3,000 superior spirit stones. Yu Jinling replied matter-of-factly, "Naturally, items emerging from the Qiongyin conference are priceless. Without connections, one cannot acquire them. In truth, the item itself might not be exceptional." Yu Jinling continued, "If it were to enter the Qinghe ranking, it would be valued even higher." Jinzhao was aware of the Qinghe ranking, which comprised 200 slots, requiring craftsmen to submit their artifacts along with a 500 superior spirit stone appraisal fee, with rankings determined by a committee of 10 esteemed artisans. Due to the exorbitant fee, only skilled craftsmen dared to submit their creations, ensuring that artifacts on the Qinghe ranking were highly reliable. When a new artifact made the list, an older one would inevitably drop off, leading to a significant decrease in value for those that fell below the top 100. Thus, most craftsmen ranked outside the top 100 would prefer to sell their artifacts to Wuxing Tower upon being listed. Ultimately, Yu Jinling purchased a golden silk soft armor ranked 173 on the Qinghe ranking, as thin as a cicada's wing and offering no bulk when worn. After a thorough exploration, Jinzhao had formed a rough idea of the types of artifacts she wished to refine in the future. Following her separation from Yu Jinling, Jinzhao visited a modest shop in the marketplace to procure some Qinghe sand and beast hide. On the day of her initial alchemy trial, a gentle spring rain fell. Seated at the front were several elderly men with impressive beards, among them the master of Xiantong Pavilion seated in the center, flanked by several inner disciples. With a slight raise of his hand, Qinghe enveloped the entire Qiongyin Square in a transparent barrier. The event was presided over by a woman clad in a green robe. Appearing to be in her 30s, her demeanor was rather plain, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Nevertheless, this did not deter many from holding her in high esteem, for she was the only female among the 10 esteemed elders responsible for evaluating the magical artifacts listed on the Qinghe Bang. Her skills in the art of crafting artifacts were renowned throughout the entire Xiaoxian realm, and the Lu Jiading presented by Chu Yu on the day of the alchemy trial was crafted by her most accomplished disciple. Generally, the top 10 magical artifacts are not easily sold, leading many to speculate whether her disciple had produced an even more remarkable creation. According to the customary practice of previous years, the first round of artifact crafting would assess the material composition. A certain artifact craftsman murmured to himself, having devoted sleepless nights memorizing the necessary materials in preparation for advancing to the next round, resulting in considerable hair loss. Jinzhao surveyed the surroundings. Most of the other craftsmen were on the cusp of the age limit for the Qiong Hui, with only a handful of youthful faces present, visibly anxious even before the competition commenced. The green-robed woman cast her gaze over the crowd, landing on a conspicuous shade of pale yellow wine. Crafting artifacts differs significantly from alchemy. Many materials, such as the rigid shells of beasts, are exceedingly difficult to refine. Thus, young prodigies in the field of artifact crafting are a rarity. It was intriguing to see someone of such tender age participating in the competition. Was she merely brimming with youthful audacity, or simply seeking to experience the ambience? Shi Shaoxiang gathered her thoughts and announced the competition rules. As in previous years, the first round would focus on material matching, with those scoring fewer than 50 correct answers being eliminated, all within a time frame of 3 hours. As her words fell, countless scrolls fluttered down onto the tables of the participating craftsmen. Jinzhao unfurled her scroll, revealing a vast expanse of blank space interspersed with crimson characters. The table was equipped with ink and brushes, and some participants hastily began jotting down the materials for the first question. Jinzhao, however, did not rush to write. Instead, she briefly scanned the artifact listed on the scroll. "Jinling, why is your friend not writing?" One of the scrolls queried. "She can't possibly be unable to configure even one artifact, can she? Surely, there must be a question or two she can tackle." "Let me give it a try. I could easily write 10, chimed a girl in a vibrant green dress. Yu Jinling shot her a glance. "Your pride is quite evident." Mingxian, oblivious to the veiled insult, puffed her chest with pride. Of course. Yu Jinling, gripping her plum blossom hairpin, was resolute in her stance, unwilling to part with it. Furthermore, she had only acquired that hairpin after much persuasion, having intended to gift Mingxian a bracelet instead. In a fit of anger, Mingxiang abruptly stood and stormed away, while a few other girls hesitated before remaining seated, with only two pursuing her. Don't mind her. Her temper will cool off soon, Jinling said calmly. A girl in pink pointed towards the square. It seems the competition has begun. In actuality, the competition had commenced not long ago. Though Jinling and her companions had been engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the proceedings. Jinzhao reached the seventh question, which asked for the material composition of the half-moon spirit bud shovel. She continued without pause, seamlessly detailing the refining methods for two types of materials. Yuehua sand, the shell of the Han-tan clam, and Jinzhao xian. Jinzhao wrote with remarkable speed, skipping over unfamiliar artifacts without wasting time in contemplation. As the 3 hours swiftly elapsed, all participants laid down their brushes. The scrolls on their tables automatically rolled up and soared into the air, collected by Shi Xiaoxiang. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading light cast a warm glow upon the gathered crowd, who clustered in small groups to discuss. There were too many questions. I didn't finish. Me neither. And towards the end, my handwriting became a scrawl. I wonder if the elders can even decipher it. The rule is that answering 50 questions correctly ensures advancement. Whether or not one finishes is irrelevant. Jinling initially intended to seek out Jinzhao, but as she was swept away by the crowd, she could only watch as Jinzhao receded further into the distance. What a pity, I won't get to see her. Indeed, I still hoped she could help me craft a hairpin like the one I have, but without transforming into a sword, a soft whip would suffice. Jinling replied exasperatedly. Jinzhao is an artifact craftsman, not a jeweler. Cease your fanciful ideas. The girl made a playful face, disregarding her words. Following Jinling's comment, the group of girls dispersed. Within the city lord's estate, Qinghe had arranged a spacious and well-lit room for several esteemed artifact craftsmen to evaluate the scrolls. What kind of handwriting is this? It's truly dreadful, one elder lamented, shaking his head repeatedly as he endeavored to decipher the scroll. In stark contrast to the other elders' grim expressions, Shi Xiaoxiang maintained a more composed demeanor, meticulously evaluating the scrolls while her disciple recorded the scores. Wow, this handwriting is quite exquisite. A lively voice pierced through the somber atmosphere. Shi Xiaoxiang glanced up to see a girl clad in a flowing robe adorned with floral motifs, who had taken a scroll from the table to display before everyone. After a brief moment, she presented the scroll to Shi Xiaoxiang. Aunt Xiaoxiang, don't you think this handwriting is splendid? Qinghe, passing by outside, reprimanded. Jing-Mo-chun, what kind of behavior is this? Do not disturb the elders while they are grading the scrolls. You are asked to assist, not to be a distraction. Let her help. Mo-chun is lively and has been quite helpful to us. Everyone likes her, and Lord Jing is not so harsh with her, several elders chimed in. Yes, Mo-chun is not as troublesome as the city lord suggested. She simply saw a scroll and was a bit surprised, raising her tone slightly. It's not a significant matter. Qinghe entered the room and approached Shi Xiaoxiang's table, eyeing her curiously. Could she actually read the scrolls? Shi Xiaoxiang turned the scroll slightly, and Qinghe's gaze sharpened. He understood Mo-chun's reaction. Although he was not well-versed in artifact crafting, the delicate and meticulous characters on the scroll were visually pleasing, with the spacing between the words perfectly balanced. In summary, it was a sight to behold. The bottom left corner of the scroll bore a line of small characters. Mingxin Zong, Jinzhao. Mo-chun leaned in. Who is Jinzhao? I have never heard of that name. Is this her first time participating in the Qinghe? After grading a few questions, Shi Xiaoxiang's eyes brightened. She had not anticipated that Mingxin Zong would produce such a promising talent in artifact crafting. Qinghe, rarely known for praising others, inched closer to see the scroll alongside her. The more they examined it, the more their sentiments aligned. All the answer questions on the scroll included 2 to 3 refining methods. Mo-chun, in her exuberance, had brought her scroll to Shi Xiaoxiang, which limited his ability to view it comprehensively. Qinghe felt a flicker of doubt, wondering if it truly was as impressive as they claimed. However, the name Jinzhao seemed vaguely familiar to him. Mo-chun, focus on assisting the esteemed elders in grading. Do not be so frivolous. Qinghe observed Shi Xiaoxiang and Qinghe engrossed in the scroll, choosing not to interrupt them further. He offered a brief admonition to his daughter before exiting the room. The arena was set to commence. A multitude of participants were present, divided among 5 platforms operating concurrently. Those who drew adjacent lots would form pairs. Jinzhao, having drawn number 67, found herself pitted against the individual who drew number 68. Following the gentle rain of the previous day, the skies cleared, revealing a delicate spring ambience beneath the willow shade. Yunhua stepped into the air, gracefully ascending the high platform, turning to face the audience as she announced the competition rules. Some of the younger participants were inexplicably excited, striving to contain their enthusiasm. To their surprise, the presiding figure of this year's arena competition was none other than the esteemed Yunhua. It was said that her disciple would also participate in the Qinghe. Perhaps they would have a chance to face her as well. Yunhua Zunzhang is the foremost sword cultivator of Xiushuanjie, and surely his disciple possesses exceptional swordsmanship. To face her would likely result in defeat. In any case, your cultivation level is insignificant, so why worry unnecessarily? I, for one, would welcome a duel with Yunhua, Zunzhang's disciple. After all, he would undoubtedly be watching, which amounts to him observing my performance. Amidst the clamor of discussion, the highly anticipated arena competition commenced. Contestants drawn from numbers 1 to 10 exchanged pleasantries with their opponents and plunged into fierce combat. Today's gaze settled on the third arena, where Lin faced a robust opponent, a burly man with a tiger-like physique. Noticing her delicate appearance, he couldn't help but harbor a sense of disdain. With his cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, it seemed that Xin would find it challenging to secure a victory. Zhao Qin sighed, lamenting her misfortune. The esteemed Master Zhongmin likely overthought the situation. From the moment that the giant looked down on Lin Xin, his defeat was already sealed. Lin Xin possesses hidden depths. Her tenacity is remarkable. Otherwise, how could she have successfully established her foundation shortly after the Qinghe conference? Today, having brought a small stool, she sat beside Zhao Qin. Her thoughts naturally conveyed. Ji cast a discreet glance her way. The young girl sat upright, cradling a large white creature, intently watching the match, betraying no hint of her inner thoughts. Junior sister Jinzhao, Ji called out, "Allow me to hold the bai for a while. Your hands may tire," which could affect your performance. Just in case she encounters a formidable opponent like Lin Junior sister, it's best not to tempt fate. Jinzhao turned her head, smiling as she handed the bai over to Ji. "Thank you, senior brother Ji." "It's nothing," Ji replied. "My turn will be later, probably in a day or two." Jinzhao acknowledged with a hum, her peripheral vision catching sight of Zhou Fuliu, whose expression appeared rather peculiar. Elder Zhou looks rather grim. Is he worried that Lin Xin may falter? Oh, he is overthinking it. Lin Xin will undoubtedly prevail. Zhou Fuliu caught wind of this remark, frowning as he glanced at Ji, whose demeanor remained unchanged. Could it be that only he could hear Jinzhao's inner musings? If what she said about Xin establishing her foundation after the Qinghe conference were true, then Xin could venture into the Tanyuan secret realm. With that thought, Zhou Fuliu's spirits lifted, though her opponent was at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Xin had reached the 9th level after comprehending the essence while refining Tu Dan, needing just one more level. With the Yinxin sword in hand, triumph in the competition seemed attainable. Zhao Qin, eager to allow his disciple to wield the Fengyu Yinxin sword, held Zhou Fuliu in high regard, leading him to concoct numerous new elixirs for the sect. Zhao Qin grew increasingly fond of him, fostering a closer bond. "Oh, is that so?" Zhao Qin observed Lin Xin's current level of cultivation more closely, a smile blooming on his face. This child, Xin, cultivates at such a rapid pace. She truly brings glory to our Mingxin sect. Zhou Fuliu chuckled. Thanks to the sect leader allowing me to take on such an excellent disciple, my legacy is assured a worthy successor. Their pleasantries rolled on, while Qinghe privately rejoiced that she was not the sect leader. However, the notion that Jinzhao would be ostracized due to Lin Xin was utterly absurd. She had never taken it to heart. After observing the girl a few times in secret, she found her to be gentle and courteous, earning high praise throughout the Mingxin sect, leaving no grounds for concern. After all, as someone at the transformation realm, could she still be stabbed in the back with her guard up? Lin Xin had done nothing wrong and could indeed be regarded as a pride of the Mingxin sect. She could not condemn someone simply out of suspicion. Before long, the victor of the first arena was determined, a tall girl clad in a rainbow-colored robe. Shortly thereafter, winners were declared in the second and fourth arenas, leaving only the third, where Lin stood, and the fifth arena, still embroiled in a fierce struggle. Yinhua gave a discreet signal to a disciple from the Yinyu sect, who promptly stepped forward and announced, contestants numbered 11 and 12. Please proceed to the first arena for battle. Contestants numbered 13 and 14. Please proceed to the second arena. As the youth continued to announce, contestants numbered 15 and 16 were already in the fourth arena. He gazed at the empty platform, a smile creeping onto his face. Could it be that this contender forfeited, allowing him to advance directly to the next round? However, his joy was short-lived as a slender green vine adorned with delicate white flowers flew from above, and a girl in a bamboo-colored dress gracefully descended upon it. It was Miss Wenren. This poor fellow was unfortunate to face her in the first round. Wenren she, with her exquisite features, summoned a sword into her palm with a flick of her wrist, aiming for a swift victory. The opponent, clouded in despair, gritted his teeth and summoned his artifact, but within mere exchanges, Wenren she's sword sent it flying. I concede. Wenren she smirked, sheathing her sword behind her back as she exited the arena. Simultaneously, in the third arena, Lin pressed her sword against her opponent's throat, lightly stating, "You've lost." Lin gazed at Wenren she's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Facing an opponent at the 10th level of Qi refinement, her victory came too easily. The Qinghe conference was indeed a gathering of prodigies. Her own cultivation level felt too low. If only she had begun her training 2 years earlier. Once again, such sentiments arose within Lin. Yet who could have anticipated that a family traditionally engaged in commerce would produce a singular fire spiritual root? Had it not been for a wandering cultivator visiting Yushu City and displaying the spirit testing stone, the Lin family might never have realized that their eldest daughter could cultivate. The disciples of the Jiuxing sword sect surrounded Wenren she, showering her with praise. "Miss, your swordsmanship has grown immensely. Your opponent barely managed to parry 7 strikes." Having watched several matches, it is evident that most contestants are merely at the Qi refinement stage. This year's champion will undoubtedly be you. Mississippi Wenren she, however, responded with a hint of indifference. With so many talents at the Qinghe conference, claiming the title of champion is no simple feat. Her gaze fell upon the arena as she inquired, "I have heard there is a young Taoist at the sweeping dust platform who established his foundation 2 years ago. Have you uncovered anything about him?" Chapter 47. Triumph in the first battle. The people of the sweeping dust platform were tight-lipped, failing to reveal the name of the young Taoist. The chatter gradually dwindled to near silence. Another disciple of the Jiuxing sword sect hastily added, "However, we have found that nobody from a sweeping dust platform is participating in the arena competition. They have all gone to compete in array trials. You may rest assured, miss, this year's champion is surely within your grasp." After all, throughout the entirety of Xiaoshuanjie, those with singular spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, and, among the younger generation, no one had been heard of possessing such a trait. Wenren she furrowed her brow slightly. What did this imply? Did he think she feared the young Taoist? After several rounds, it was time for Yu Jinling to ascend the stage. Her circle of friends clasped their hands in prayer, murmuring, "Jinling must win." Mingxian, adorned in a resplendent pearl-white dress embroidered with silver lotuses, held her chin high, thinking of all the fine things Jinling possessed, wondering why she should be concerned. Despite her words, the girl sat straighter, her gaze unblinking as she fixated on the arena. Yu Jinling cast a fire-based spell, and her opponent, reacting swiftly, executed a water pillar technique. Seizing the moment as the water splashed, a black long sword pierced through the air. The sword light approached, and the opponent swiftly moved behind Yu Jinling, swinging a large blade down upon her. Is Jinling going to be all right? The opponent's speed was astonishing. Could she react in time? Mingxian unconsciously clenched her palms, breaking into a cold sweat for Yu Jinling. Perhaps her tension clouded her mind, as she suddenly perceived the opponent's speed slowing. In an instant, Yu Jinling vanished, her whip coiling around the opponent and flinging him off the stage. He was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had lost. Jinzhao smiled. Indeed, Yu Jinling had taken her words to heart, utilizing the gravity talisman and instant movement talisman at the perfect moment. In the upcoming matches, due to the vast disparity in skill levels, victories and defeats were swiftly determined. Upon hearing her draw number, Jinzhao navigated through the crowd. Approaching her was Yun Shi, donned in a flowing sky blue gown, with a spirit sword at her waist. Jinzhao pondered, this cannot be right. I recall Yunshi's first opponent being a disciple of Dangong. Could the butterfly effect have caused such a significant deviation? Yunshi contemplated the meaning of the butterfly effect when she was interrupted by the irate young girl, Bao Yi, who felt overlooked on the platform. What are you looking at? I am your opponent. Are we going to fight or not? Yunshi, acknowledging Jinzhao with a nod, ascended the adjacent platform. It turned out their numbers were only one apart. Jinzhao was number 67, while Yunshi was 66. Realizing this, Jinzhao turned her gaze towards her opponent. The girl had a flawless, pale face with sharp features, and upon seeing Jinzhao, she exclaimed, "It's you." Su Qiyin retorted, "Don't think that just because you had a good deal with me in the market last time, I will go easy on you. I'll try to make your defeat less humiliating." Jinzhao suddenly recognized her as the spoiled young girl who had purchased the Kai Ming Hu. With a smile, she replied, "Thank you." Su Qiyin turned away, noticing the battle on the adjacent platform had already commenced. She swiftly drew her spirit whip, striking the ground and raising a cloud of dust. "My Feng Yuan spirit whip has seen blood. You better prepare yourself. If you can't handle it, surrender early." Jinzhao arched an eyebrow, her tone gentle. "Have you ever heard the saying?" "What?" Su Qiyin asked, slightly confused but instinctively engaging. "The loser is the one who talks too much." The words echoed around her, leaving Su Qiyin momentarily speechless. She had intended to offer a warning, only to find herself criticized for being talkative. Infuriating indeed. Meanwhile, Anhui furrowed his brow in concern for his junior sister, wondering why she was distracted during the match. Su Qiyin took a deep breath, her expression growing serious. As her whip swept through the air, invisible wind blades began to coalesce, grazing Jinzhao's cheek. Jinzhao, retreating while contemplating her strategy, released 3 foam ding talismans, causing the winds on the platform to cease abruptly. When Su Qiyin's whip attempted to strike again, it failed to carry the wind blades. Unfazed, she maneuvered the whip like a serpent, wrapping it around Jinzhao's waist with an unorthodox angle. With a flick of her Qi Tian gun, Jinzhao repeatedly tapped the taut whip. Su Qiyin felt a jolt in her wrist, nearly losing grip of her weapon. "Why is she so strong?" she muttered. The tides of battle shifted. Jinzhao gathered her strength and, leveraging the edge of the platform, executed a graceful backflip to the ground. Gripping her Qi Tian gun, she wielded it like a sword, delivering a powerful strike that sent shockwaves through Su Qiyin, causing her to stagger. Desperately trying to stabilize herself, Su Qiyin conjured a protective barrier, but it was violently torn apart, leaving her unprepared. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered. As Jinzhao's energy collided with her, Su Qiyin was sent tumbling off the platform, only to be ensnared by a silken ribbon that wrapped around her waist. Fuming, Su Qiyin glared at Jinzhao, gritting her teeth. "I concede." They both descended from the platform, and the more Su Qiyin reflected, the more frustrated she became. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You clearly have a higher level of skill, and yet pretend otherwise." Her face contorted with anger, she lamented, "How could someone like her exist?" And why? Initially wanting to console her, found himself at a loss for words. "Senior brother, you must avenge me." Suidian declared their mystery. And Huai sighed, rubbing his temples in resignation. "Sister Qiyin, it's not as if I can choose who I face. The draw for the Qiong-ing assembly involved powerful spells. Once a draw was made, the soul's essence attached to it could not be altered, making cheating impossible." Su Qiyin had already covered her ears, dismissing his logical explanation as mere chatter. "Forget it, let us just watch." And Huai exhaled heavily. The match between Jinzhao and Su Qiyin was the first to conclude among the 5 platforms. Su Qiyin's gaze fell upon Yunshi, whose slender figure moved with the grace of a willow in the wind, yet her swordsmanship was sharp and formidable. "Who is she?" Su Qiyin inquired. "She is a disciple of Yunhua Zunjia. I believe her name is Yunshi," and Huai replied, having observed her matches for some time. "No disciple from Lu Xiazong can defeat her." Su Qiyin's demeanor instantly cooled. "So, she is Yunshi. She doesn't seem that impressive, just a bit slender, pale, and somewhat attractive." The world of Xiuxianjie had no shortage of beauties, and she could not fathom how Yunshi had caught Yinhua Zunjia's eye. Having learned from past mistakes, Su Qiyin refrained from speaking too freely, only muttering her thoughts internally. Chapter 48, currently ranked 2nd on the platform. Yunshi's spirit sword danced, securing her victory. Truly, The disciple of Yunhua Zunjia was exceptional. Her swordsmanship was nothing short of mesmerizing. Some began reminiscing about the past, recalling how the young lady, when Ren Shi, had once sought to apprentice under Yunhua Zunjia at Shengwei Mountain, yet was not chosen. It remained uncertain whose swordsmanship was superior. Let us wait and see. Perhaps they will be matched against each other in the future, which will be quite thrilling. Jinzhao listened to the discussions, absently stroking Bai Bai's fur, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Her presence had altered many outcomes, and she could not predict if when Ren Shi and Yun she would eventually face one another. The first round of the tournament extended over 6 days, eliminating half of the participants, leaving over 700 contestants. On the second day of the break, the rankings for the Qinghe list were released. Early in the morning, Yu Jinling urged Jinzhao to join her at Qinghe Square to witness the excitement, resulting in Yun Shi arriving only to find an empty space. Bai lazily lay by the threshold, glancing at the retreating figure in azure before resuming its grooming. In the grand Qinghe Square, a magnificent white jade pillar suddenly appeared, adorned with golden inscriptions that shimmered, drawing a crowd. Hey, don't push. I can't even find my own name. This was merely the first round of matches. Anyone participating in 2 pathways should have made it onto the list, right? The current rankings hold little value. It would be better to assess after the next round. A glance revealed numerous tied positions. Does anyone see who is first and second? Step aside. Let me take a look. Someone tiptoed, craning their neck, finally discerning the small inscription at the top. The first place is XiaoElyang, with a total score of 12. Second place is Jinzhao, with a total score of 11. Third place includes Bai Rulian, Gao Suyu, and Jiang Rao, all with a total score of 9. Upon realizing this, the individual quickly shook their head. Wait, that doesn't seem right. If they participated in all 4 pathways, shouldn't they have the same total score as XiaoElyang, making them tied for first? Not only Yu Jinling, but many spectators were equally perplexed. Who is this Jinzhao? How does she have 11 points? Could there be a mistake? Is that Chuyu? Is she also here to check the Qinghe rankings? And there are rules regarding this? How come I didn't know? Of course you wouldn't know. Haven't you heard that only the first place earns 3 points? You're nowhere near the top. Based on Chuyu's explanation, the points seemed to add up. Though Chuyu's voice was soft, the surrounding murmurs were sufficient for Yu Jinling to grasp the situation. Her companion nudged her arm gently, whispering, Jinzhao, your new friend is quite impressive. Indeed, Yu Jinling agreed. Although ranked second, she surpasses that XiaoElyang by far. Bing Shang, with arms crossed, scoffed. What is so impressive about XiaoElyang? He merely participated in the initial trials, collecting mixed points from all pathways. After a couple more rounds, he will be eliminated. Has anyone heard of him excelling in formations, alchemy, or artifact refinement? Several young ladies shook their heads in unison. Yet Jinzhao is remarkable, having secured first place in formations and artifact refinement. And she can even draw talismans. Jinzhao, the talismans you drew for Jinling, could you perhaps create a few more for me? The young girl in a pink dress shyly gazed at her, and I assured her that I would purchase it with spirit stones, ensuring that she would not work for nothing. Additionally, I expressed my desire for the gravity talisman and the teleportation talisman that Yu Jinling had used that day. Yu Jinling, feeling pushed aside, could not help but smirk, realizing that she should have refrained from introducing them. Jinzhao, with a remarkable memory, attentively noted everyone's requests and cheerfully replied, I will provide you with the talismans by tomorrow. There's no need to rush. There are still several days until the next competition, so take your time with the drawings. Please do not let us affect your performance in the upcoming matches. From a distance, Lin Xin watched as Jinzhao was surrounded by admirers, feeling a pang of jealousy. Why did she always have such a charming disposition wherever she went? The cacophony of voices began to irritate Lin Xin, prompting her to leave and seek a quieter place to wander. Has anyone seen Senior Sister Xin? Wasn't she just with us, checking the score rankings? Lan Jingyao scanned the surroundings but could not find Lin Xin, muttering. Could it be that Senior Sister Xin found it too noisy and left first? Bai Yuanjun was observing the Qinghe pillar, where Jinzhao's name shone brightly at the top. I never expected Senior Sister Jinzhao to have such a high score. She truly brings glory to our Mingxin Sect, remarked a disciple of the Mingxin Sect. Yun Shi, unable to find Jinzhao at her residence, made her way to Qinghe Square alone, having only participated in the arena competition. She was not on the Qinghe list and felt disheartened as she scanned the names of the top 5, recognizing none but Jinzhao. As she turned around, she collided unexpectedly with someone. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." She looked up to see a young girl adorned with a pattern of Guan jade pendants on her attire. "Are you a disciple of the Yinyu sect?" Sun Qinghe replied, bewildered. "I am." She smiled warmly. "I'm also a disciple of the Yinyu sect." However, all disciples of the Yinyu sect were required to wear the sect's robes. Even inner disciples had slightly more elaborate designs. The girl before her wore a sky blue gown adorned with unfamiliar white blossoms. Could she also be a disciple of the Yinyu sect? Yet, there was no reason for her to deceive herself. She raised her eyes in surprise, the astonishment still lingering, and after a moment, she said, "I am Sun Qinghe. I accidentally bumped into you, senior sister Shi, and I hope you can forgive me." Sun Qinghe lowered her gaze, feeling a bit flustered. She had joined the Yinyu sect 2 years prior, had never been to Qinghe Mountain, and did not know what Yinshi looked like. Realizing now that the white flowers on her dress must be Qinghe flowers, she understood that only Elder Yinhua and his disciples in the Yinyu sect were permitted to use them. "It is merely a trivial matter. You need not apologize so earnestly," she said, half-jokingly. "I am not made of paper. A little bump will not break me." The next day marked the second round of the alchemy competition. Jinzhao resided indoors, drawing talismans instead of attending the event. This round tested the 6th grade mid-tier elixir, Xianhuang Dan, with Chuyu leading once again. Outside the window, Yu Jinling rested her chin in her hands, stating, "There's a girl named Lin Xin with commendable alchemy skills. Had it not been for Chuyu's dominance, she might have contended for the top position." Jinzhao continued her work, not lifting her head, as her spirit energy effortlessly flowed onto the paper, completing a new talisman. Yu Jinling felt a moment of dizziness. "Wait, let me sort this out." After mentally reviewing the details, Yu Jinling finally said, "All right, Jinzhao, I won't disturb you further. Focus on your preparations for the competition." As Yu Jinling left the courtyard, a figure in green brushed past her swiftly. She did not have a clear view of the person's face, but felt an inexplicable familiarity. Qinghe tossed a cloth bag to Jinzhao, saying, "Here are the golden armor shells you requested." Jinzhao opened the bag and saw the bright yellow fragments resembling floating gold, sparkling in the light. With a sweet smile, she said, "Thank you for your hard work, master. With the golden armor, I believe I have nearly all the materials I need for the item I wish to forge." "What are you planning to craft that requires golden armor?" Qinghe leaned against the table. "I searched several mountains to find 2 pieces. This should be sufficient, right?" Jinzhao teased, "You'll find out tomorrow, master." The golden armor is not only incredibly durable, but also radiantly golden, promising significant profit when forged into a protective mirror. Qinghe pondered for a moment and asked, "Golden armor is notoriously difficult to refine. Are you sure you can handle it?" Jinzhao confidently replied, "I am perfectly capable." "That's good to hear." The second round of the forging competition was once again overseen by Master Xiao Xiang. All participants stood within their respective formation barriers, 5 zhang apart, to ensure they could not see each other's forging methods, while spectators could observe the inner activities. The vast Xiongning Square was equipped with a large spirit gathering array to prevent the weapon makers from failing due to insufficient spirit energy during the forging process. It was truly a grand display for a forging competition. Such an expansive spirit gathering array indicated considerable investment. Even without spectating, merely being present was a gain. Some cultivators had already found spots to sit and meditate. Master Xiao Xiang announced the rules. This round would last for 3 days, with materials to be provided by the participants. Should anyone have already prepared their artifacts, they could move the stone array in the southwest direction to the center. After explaining, Master Xiao Xiang surveyed the contestants, particularly focusing on the Mingxin Sect disciple who had provided such impressive answers in the first round. Wondering who she might be among those present, Nan Rongjiang glanced around, noticing some nimble weapon makers had already begun their work. He slightly turned his head, questioning, "What is Xiao Xiang searching for? What can be discerned from the first round that did not involve practical skills?" He remarked, "Anyone who reads extensively could answer a few questions correctly, even without forging skills." Master Xiao Xiang insisted. The fact that she could produce such perfect answers indicates she is certainly knowledgeable in forging, even if she only understands theory and lacks practical experience. "I can teach her to become a master craftsman." "Oh," Nan Rongjiang responded with curiosity, "is Xiao Xiang planning to take her as a disciple?" But didn't she already take on a closed-door disciple last year, who is also participating in this forging competition? Master Xiao Xiang lamented. She already has a sect. Moreover, I had my junior disciple inquire, and Jinzhao is a disciple of Lady Qinghe. I cannot compete with that. Then Rongjiang grew intrigued. Which sect does she belong to? Mingxin Sect, Jinzhao. Master Xiao Xiang replied coolly, observing the forging techniques of the participants. Not long after, a weapon maker had already discarded a material and withdrew from the competition. Nan Rongjiang was contemplating this name when the drowsy old cultivator behind him awoke with a start, excitedly exclaiming, Master, that girl who unraveled the formation before the competition rules were even finished is indeed named Jinzhao. Qinghe finally understood why this name sounded so familiar. Elder Yu had inquired about the girl's residence, although he had arranged accommodations for all participants as the city lord. With so many attending the Qinghe conference, he could not remember them all and naturally could not assist in locating her. Elder Yu squinted, spotting the familiar pale yellow, confirming it was indeed her. The gazes of several individuals followed suit. Jinzhao was still refining the golden armor, noticeably slower than those around her. Yet her expression remained calm and unhurried as she diligently employed spiritual fire to forge the main material. What was she preparing to create? Miaoying, true to her name, spoke with a voice as melodious as flowing spring water, captivating all present. Su Su remarked, however, the materials she is working with are quite beautiful, resembling gold. Everyone nodded in agreement. Master Xiao Xiang frowned upon seeing the material Jinzhao was refining golden armor. How could she possibly use golden armor as her primary material? Even my little disciple might not be able to completely refine it within 3 days. Can she manage it? The forging competition consisted of only 2 rounds, and her audacity was quite striking. Once the first piece of golden armor was refined, Jinzhao proceeded to refine the second piece. Zhao Qin, seeing her repeat the previous step, temporarily shifted his attention. Where are the disciples of the Wei family? Jinzhao's junior remarked. They're said to be producing a green-grade artifact this time, but we have no idea what type it will be. What's the name of that lad over there? His speed in refining tools is truly remarkable. The magical artifact must have already taken shape. Do you understand the intricacies of refining? The more precious the materials, the more challenging the process. Given his rapid pace, the materials he is using must be quite ordinary, and the artifact he produces will be, at best, of the orange tier. However, I just witnessed him toss a piece of superior quality material into the mix. What a waste. As the sun sets and the moon rises, less than half of the refiners present continue their work. Today, Jinzhao has finally completed the full refinement of the golden armor, shaping a gold disc the size of a copper coin with Jiaoxian silk and igniting the spiritual fire for a second round of refinement. The flickering flames cast a dim light on Jinzhao's face as she remained utterly focused, proceeding to further refine the Qinghe sand only after achieving the desired purity. As for the beast armor she had purchased, it ultimately went unused. The refinement process for the Qinghe sand was significantly shorter, quickly transforming into water resembling mountainous hues. Jinzhao manipulated her spiritual power to carve the patterns of the heart-protecting mirror using the Qinghe sand. Once the 3-day period concluded, the barrier dissipated, and Jinzhao named her artifact Qingwang Jie before submitting it. Chapter 50, Xuanqu Scroll for Cultivators. 3 days is but a fleeting moment. However, the meticulous task of crafting magical artifacts leaves everyone appearing somewhat fatigued. To ensure fairness, several master refiners will publicly test the crafted artifacts at Xiongming Plaza before convening to discuss their ratings. Who refined this stupendous stupinail? It looks rather impressive, someone remarked. One eye, Zhou Yao scoffed, to which Miaoing immediately concurred. Indeed, it is quite unsightly, a dull black. A rebuttal arose. What do you know, little girl? The artifact's utility is what matters. What good is an attractive appearance? The person's tone was harsh, and Miao Ying, mustering her courage, was about to argue when the stupid nail struck the testing stone and shattered abruptly. Some artifacts, despite their surface appeal, are nothing but a facade of failure, serving no purpose and wasting precious materials. Miaoing remarked with a furrowed brow. Many artifacts shatter without warning as soon as spiritual energy is infused. This batch of refined artifacts is rather disappointing. Qinghe sighed. Nothing has emerged that is truly remarkable. Shi Xiang remained silent. Qinghe had arrived late and was unaware that Jinzhao had refined the golden armor, which was undoubtedly extraordinary. This knife is commendable. A deep gash appeared on the testing stone, and a faint smile crossed Qinghe's face. It must be crafted by your disciple, Master Xiang? Qinghe weighed the knife and handed it to the disciple behind him. An estimate suggested it could reach the blue tier. Shi Xiang held little expectation. She was aware of her apprentice's capabilities. The knife was good, but not particularly stunning. When Jinzhao's artifact was presented, Shi Xiang's eyes brightened. It was a defensive type. Qinghe infused his spiritual energy into it, and his expression shifted slightly as he added a bit more energy. That's enough. Be careful not to damage it, Shi Xiang interrupted, her tone laced with concern. For a young girl in the Qi refinement stage, to create an artifact that can withstand late-stage foundation establishment attacks is already impressive. Qinghe realized. Is this the golden armor? No wonder it can endure 2 streams of spiritual energy. After the artifact testing concluded, those that shattered were disregarded in terms of ranking, while the qualified artifacts awaited further evaluation. The refiners displayed a mix of joy and despair. Wonderful! My artifact was selected. How could my well-crafted artifact shatter so suddenly? This was my best effort, yet it was not chosen. Do not lose heart, my friend. There will be another opportunity next time. What good will that do? One must be under 40 to participate in the Qinghe meeting, and by the next one, I will be 49. There will be no chance left for me. Ah, is that so? The individual scratched his head. Seeing his companion so youthful, he thought she could still participate in another Qinghe meeting. It's merely a beauty pill I took years ago. Never mind, I accept my fate. Perhaps I'm simply not cut out for this. To Jinzhao's surprise, the young Taoist who had purchased her talismans was nearby. A few people away, Changxiu flashed her a pure smile, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. This round of formation competition is divided into 2 rounds, lasting 3 days. Before everyone lies a scroll of Xuanxu, containing 30 formations. Upon deciphering these formations, the scroll will reveal additional formations of varying difficulties for the second round, with rankings based on the number of formations solved. As the words fell, the Xuanxu scroll soared towards the crowd. Some, upon opening the scroll, wore grim expressions and sighed heavily. Why is the first formation so difficult? What is this? I have never seen anything like it. It feels as though all my studies of formation diagrams have been in vain. Changxiu looked left and right, confusion flashing in her eyes. Is it really that hard? Are we all working with different questions? Regardless, she decided to quickly solve the 30 formations above and move on to the next stage. Brother Su had mentioned that if he solved more formations than her, he would give him a jar of spiritual wine beneath the peach blossom tree. Once Jinzhao grasped how to resolve the formations on the Xuanxu scroll, her almond eyes widened. It was akin to playing a game of moving matches. Though she grumbled, she couldn't deny it was rather addictive. Jinzhao swiftly deciphered the 30 formations, and the Xuanxu scroll suddenly changed color, a 0 appearing in the upper right corner. After solving the first formation, the 0 transformed into a 1. Someone has entered the second round. No way. How long has it been? Has it even been a quarter of an hour? Who is this prodigy, giving others no chance to breathe? I feel utterly crushed intellectually. I swear, it could not have been less than a quarter of an hour. On the high platform, Nan Rongjiang nearly lost his balance as he turned to meet the resentful gaze of Elder Yu. I did say her speed in solving formations was remarkable, did I not? Nan Rongjiang had not anticipated such swiftness. Meanwhile, his own clan's disciples were pulling their hair out as if facing an insurmountable challenge. Although he had increased the difficulty of this year's questions, it should have been this tough. He had only posed 2 questions. Unbeknownst to him, the other elders, limited to presenting only 1 question in the first round of the Xuanxu scroll, showcased their diverse talents. Jinzhao became engrossed. The numbers on the scroll rapidly flickered. She thought it would be wonderful if she could take a copy of the scroll after the competition concluded. She wondered how many formations she had solved by now. Elder Yu squinted his eyes, attempting to discern the numbers on the scroll. Nan Rongjiang lamented. How could we not invite her into our Nan Rong family? If you can best the Qinghe and Vijun, then you may certainly try, Shi Xiang retorted with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. If it were possible, Nan Rongjiang would not have been the one to covet her. She would have already assigned that girl to serve as a senior sister for several disciples. Xiang, why are you here instead of evaluating the artifact grades? Nan Rongjiang inquired, his tone familiar. Shi Shaoxiang sat upright, her gaze fixed ahead. My senior brother went in my stead. Su Qiu Xin, overhearing their discussion regarding recruitment, furrowed her brows. Was there truly such a remarkable individual in this Qinghe meeting? Speaking of which, there was a girl named Lindsay Yin in the alchemical competition whose potion-making skills were quite impressive. Had it not been for you heiress over a decade of alchemical experience, she might have been bested by her. In the third round of the alchemical competition, there were no restrictions on the types of pills. Participants could exercise their creativity. It remained uncertain what grade of pills she would choose to refine. The formation competition was both tedious and lengthy, and many in the audience were already stifling yawns. Sister Yunxi, what is there to watch in this competition? Perhaps we should wait until the results are announced on the third day. The techniques you taught me last time still leave me with questions. Expecting the girl to agree and find a quiet place to help her review the techniques, Yunxi turned and spoke gently. Qinghe, if you feel bored, you may leave first. I will find you later. Sun Qinghe, her small face flustered, waved her hands. Sister Yunxi, that is not what I meant. Yunxi said nothing further, her gaze landing on Jinzhao. With her speed in solving formations, she should surely secure the top position, right? Sun Qinghe sat there, visibly dejected, utterly baffled as to what Yunxi found so captivating about this formation competition, which she found exceedingly dull. Chapter 51. The second round of battles, 3 days had elapsed, yet a significant number of individuals had failed to decipher even the 30 formations of the first round. Their spirits visibly diminished. Could any mere mortal truly unravel these enigmas? One might wonder, with such disheartening odds, what chances remain for those who had not even progressed to the second round to secure a place on the leaderboard? Given the current level of difficulty, there might still be a glimmer of hope. I entered the second round in the final hour and managed to solve a single formation just as time expired. Changxiu, unable to contain her curiosity, eagerly inquired of Zisu, how many formations have you solved? 2007, Zisu replied with a calm demeanor. What? Changxiu scratched her head, feeling somewhat defeated. I only managed to decipher 1,997. A passerby scoffed. Do you even grasp the level of difficulty this year's formation contest entails? You two fledgling Taoists, if either of you could solve a couple of thousand formations, Luda Li, would gladly write my name backward. Lu brother, why bother arguing with them? Another person placed a hand on his shoulder. Once the results are out, the truth will be evident. Luda Li gritted his teeth. My surname is Lu, not Li. The individual chuckled awkwardly, a slip of the tongue. My apologies, Lu brother. You will undoubtedly make the leaderboard. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. Lu Deli puffed out his chest with pride. That goes without saying. I have solved a total of 27 formations. Soon, a crowd gathered to extol his achievements. Lu brother is truly gifted, managing to solve 27 formations. I racked my brain and barely solved 2. Compared to Lu brother, I feel utterly ashamed. You at least solved 2? I haven't even entered the second round. Lu Deli reveled in the accolades, a triumphant smile adorning his face, while Changxiu and Zisu exchanged glances and distanced themselves from the throng. That Lu Deli, solving 27 formations, he is positively insufferable, Changxiu remarked. Zisu, he's far too smug. Zisu replied slowly. Let's not speak ill of others behind their backs. Changxiu turned away in frustration, her eyes reflecting a hint of spring's bloom. Zisu, it was the girl in the tiger mask from that day. Why hasn't she brought her little white tiger today? Changxiu felt a twinge of disappointment, and upon looking up again, the girl had vanished without a trace. A clear voice rang out from behind. Little Taoist, do not give me a nickname. My name is Jinzhao. Changxiu turned to see the smiling girl, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though she had been caught in a moment of weakness. Seeking assistance from Zisu, she found him unable to help, merely shrugging his shoulders, reminding her not to speak ill of others behind their backs. I'm sorry, Changxiu mumbled. Jinzhao chuckled. Oh, I was just teasing you. You took it too seriously. Changxiu sighed in relief, grateful that she bore no ill will. Jinzhao intended to continue teasing her, but had to rush off to draw lots for the next day's arena matches, abandoning the thought. At the long table, a disciple guarded the last remaining lot in the drawing tube, eagerly awaiting to see who would participate in the competition. If I can finish drawing lots soon, I can leave. I have plans to drink with a few brothers tonight. Alcohol consumption is prohibited during the Qinghe. I must inform the elders. The sudden voice startled the disciple, prompting him to hastily navigate around the table. Emo-chun, dear lady, please do not inform the elders. I promise I won't drink tonight. Emo-chun paused, pointing at the drawing tube behind her. You must pay attention. Losing it would be a greater transgression than drinking during the Qinghe. The disciple watched as Emo-chun walked away, frustration mounting as he stomped his foot and slapped his face, lamenting, "Why can't I control my mouth?" Such thoughts should remain unspoken. Jinzhao jogged over, breathless. Excuse me, fellow Taoist, is this where we draw lots for the second round of the arena? This is for the previous round. Jinzhao handed him a bamboo stick, and the disciple performed his routine checks, noting the red character for victory on the back. Why are you so late? Did you not know that the drawing began yesterday? Remember to come earlier next time. With that, he pushed the drawing tube toward Jinzhao, revealing only one stick left, leaving her no choice but to take it. Isn't it still a quarter of an hour until the designated time? I'm not late. Why the harsh tone? Who knows if I can report this? If thoughts could be voiced, would he soon find himself unable to speak freely? Jinzhao infused the bamboo stick with spiritual energy, revealing a cross on its smooth surface. With such a high number drawn, would the matches commence upon awakening? Who would she face this time? A night swiftly passed, and finally, the arena contest commenced, the most exhilarating segment of the Qinghe. After 3 days of boredom during the formation contest, the anticipation for the arena battles was palpable. It's starting. Jinzhao ascended platform 5, waiting for a brief moment before her opponent gracefully approached. Wenling, upon seeing Jinzhao, expressed her disdain. How did I draw another weakling? Feeling exasperated, Jinzhao clenched her fists. She had recently achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation and advanced to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. How could she be considered weak? Very well. I shall dispatch you quickly to avoid wasting my time. Wenling, she said as she flicked her thumb against the sword sheath, revealing the brilliant blade. Jinzhao removed her Qi Tian stick, spinning it in her palm before unleashing a gust of wind. Wenling, she scoffed, you wield a mere stick as a weapon? At least I want to feel guilty about using spirit stones. If it breaks, I can simply grab another. The audience murmured amongst themselves, questioning which sect she belonged to, wondering how someone so impoverished could participate in the Qinghe without even affording a proper weapon. Wenling's sword was a high-tier artifact, likely capable of slicing Jinzhao's bamboo in half with a single strike. Qinghe felt her head buzzing with the chatter. What do these simpletons know? This is Hong Yun bamboo, truly a lack of insight. I don't think this bamboo is ordinary at all. Qinghe mused, nodding appreciatively. Perhaps it contains xiantai or some other material forged into this purple bamboo form. Let us not argue with the ignorant. Yun Shi, who had not accompanied Sun Qi today, sat in a corner conversing with a man beside her. Master, is Jinzhao's weapon truly purple bamboo? The unremarkable-looking man, covered with a layer of illusionary magic, was Yunhua. He lifted his gaze and replied, indeed. However, it is not just any purple bamboo, if I am not mistaken. It is the legendary Hong Yun bamboo. Chapter 52. Sword sweeping autumn stars. Wenling, she executed a flourish with her sword, thrusting it towards Jinzhao. Jinzhao slightly turned her face to evade the attack, and countered by pressing her bamboo stick against Wenling's sword. Feeling an immense force, Wenling, she raised an eyebrow, effortlessly withdrawing her sword with a flick. With a hand gesture, she summoned countless vines from below the platform, which writhed and coiled, forming a circular cage. It was unclear what transpired within. The girl wielded bamboo, lacking a blade. Would she truly be able to break free from Wenling's vine prison? Wenling's expression displayed a hint of arrogance as she rested her sword against her back, approaching a step closer. Hearing faint murmurs from within, seemingly incanting a spell, she braced herself as searing flames surged forth. The vines disintegrated into countless charred fragments, scattering across the arena. Wenling, she narrowed her eyes, reacting swiftly by delivering a strike, the sword light concealed within the swirling ash, growing increasingly radiant. Clang! The purple bamboo met the long sword, producing a clear sound. Wenling, she felt her wrist tingle and couldn't help but mutter under her breath. What on earth has she been eating to possess such strength? Even with my daily sword practice, I have never encountered such force. No longer holding back, Wenling, she infused her sword with spiritual energy, launching an assault towards Jinzhao. The brilliance of her sword light dazzled, blinding those who beheld it. Would this spell her defeat? Could the young girl withstand such a formidable sword aura? Why have you not yet conceded defeat? Are you risking your life? Shangxingfu. That was close. I almost got struck by the sword's aura. How did she move so swiftly? In the crowd, Yu Jinling and her companions clenched their fists in excitement, marveling at Jinzhao's clever use of Shangxingfu. Indeed, if it were an ordinary defensive talisman, it would surely not withstand when Rinqi's strike. But when Rinqi is at the foundation establishment stage, can Jinzhao truly defeat her? By the way, does anyone know Jinzhao's cultivation level? Everyone turned to Yu Jinling, the most accomplished among them, who wore a proud expression. I can't tell. It must be higher than mine. TSK, look at you, so full of yourself. Mingxian remarked, the anger on when Rinqi's face faded in an instant. She said, what skill is it to merely rely on talismans to evade? I refuse to believe that the talismans you carry will suffice for a lifetime. With a swift motion, when Rinqi swung her sword, illuminating the entire arena with the brilliance of her starry blade, casting a pale light upon half of Jinzhao's face. The sword energy followed closely, weaving a dense net that made it difficult for anyone to breathe. A gust of wind seemed to sweep through. When Rinqi frowned, there was a barrier on the stage. So how could external winds penetrate? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, the dense sword energy was entirely dispelled, and from the corner of her eye, a segment of purple bamboo suddenly shot forth. When Rinqi leaned back, narrowly avoiding Jinzhao's thrust, retracting her bamboo strike, the spectators below were baffled. How did she neutralize when Rinqi's sword energy? I didn't even blink and still couldn't comprehend it. Some were moved to tears, exclaiming, it's the unintentional sword technique of the Qinghe goddess. What? The unintentional sword technique? Yu Jinling could no longer remain seated. She shook the shoulder of the elder brother in front of her. Did you not see that correctly? In my opinion, the Qinghe goddess is undoubtedly the best. The best is clearly the Yunhua Zunjia. Who doesn't know that Yunhua Zunjia is the finest sword cultivator in the Xiuxian realm? Yunhua Zunjia merely gained fame earlier due to her birth, but if she had come into prominence a few hundred years later, who knows who would be the top sword cultivator? The two factions argued incessantly. Yu Jinling organized her thoughts. So Jinzhao is the disciple of the Qinghe goddess? Meowing softly suggested that should be the case. A few people eagerly lifted their eyes towards the arena, feeling an unreal sensation. Jinzhao was unaware that the support for her had suddenly multiplied. The purple bamboo intercepted when Rinqi's sword, and she tossed a Lei Xing talisman. The purple lightning coursed along the sword's body, sending a tingling sensation through when Rinqi, causing her to shudder. She unleashed a surge of spiritual light to repel the lightning. Coldly scoffing, you rely on tricks. Jinzhao responded with a bright smile. Are you implying that talismans have no place in the arena? When Rinqi fell silent, opting to close her mouth. With a flick of her hand, she shot forth a vine as thick as a thumb, ensnaring Jinzhao's Qitian stick with lightning speed. She yanked back, and the vine tightened, pulling Jinzhao forward by 2 steps. Jinzhao channeled her Li Hui Jing cultivation method, her fingers gliding along the vine, igniting flames that spread like wildfire, causing sparks to scatter and singe the hem of Wen Rinqi's garment. Unbothered, she continued casting spells until a hole was burned through her beautiful robe, and the flames continued to spread. With a cold expression, Wen Rinqi pivoted her sword. The sound of fabric tearing resonated, and the hem of her garment fluttered to the ground. I underestimated you. Jinzhao huffed, choosing not to reply. She dared not underestimate Wen Rinqi, despite her single-wood spiritual root being only a level 4. When Rinqi's gaze turned cold, raising her sword, she channeled most of her spiritual energy to strike. She had no time to concern herself with the girl. After this strike, whether she was alive or broken was of no consequence. Jinzhao felt a chill radiating through her skull as she clutched her last Shangxingfu tightly. After this strike, when Rinqi's spiritual energy should be nearly depleted, right? A faint smile curled at the corner of Wen Rinqi's lips as she declared, this strike is called One Sword Sweeps the Autumn Stars, one of the superior sword techniques of our 9-star sword sect. To fall to such a move, you should not feel too disheartened. The sword light approached, and Jinzhao remained motionless, causing the onlookers to grow anxious. Is Jinzhao truly stunned? Why isn't she dodging? Zhili clenched his hands, filled with unease. Lin Xin remarked sarcastically, perhaps she is. She gazed towards the arena, hoping Jinzhao would succumb beneath this sword technique. Zhou Fuliu sighed, stating, "The one sword sweeps the autumn stars from the 9-star sword sect is formidable. Jinzhao will undoubtedly struggle against it." Zhao Qin remained silent, but shared similar thoughts with Zhou Fuliu. Turning to look at Qinghe, she appeared aloof and unconcerned, prompting a sudden flash of insight. "Junior sister, did you teach Jinzhao any special techniques?" "Huh?" Qinghe appeared bewildered. "No, I didn't teach." Zhao Qin turned to face her in frustration. Bang! The barrier emitted an even louder tremor than before, causing the surrounding competitors to glance over. They were already in the third group, yet the two had yet to finish their match. When Rinshi stared at the empty space before her frustration causing her blood to boil. Shunxingfu yet again? How many Shunxingfu did she bring to the stage? Seizing the opportunity, Jinzhao produced a Lingfu to restore her spiritual energy. She had no intention of granting Wenrinshi a moment's respite. Channeling 70% of her spiritual energy to cast a spell from the Li Huijing, flames spread across the ground like water, driving Wenrinshi to the edge of the arena. She barely managed to muster her limited spiritual energy to execute a water-based technique, which was merely a drop in the bucket. Chapter 53. The Conclusion of Qinghe. The flames reflected in Wenrinshi's eyes, resembling a fiery serpent lunging towards her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Wenrinshi swung her sword, dividing the flames into two paths. The rising flames grazed her hair, producing a burning sensation. The heat on her cheek became increasingly pronounced. Closing her eyes, Wenrinshi conceded, "I admit defeat." Her spiritual energy was exhausted, unable to withstand the bewildering fire. She knew that if her face were scorched, it would be quite troublesome. The flames receded like a tide, leaving her feeling oddly cold as the heat dissipated. With a pale complexion, she descended from the stage, glaring at her sword in frustration before tossing it to the ground. A disciple from a 9-star sword sect hurriedly picked it up, cautiously saying, "Senior sister, a high-grade magical artifact." Wenrinshi acknowledged that she had merely been 2 angry moments before. "Hold on to it for me." "Oh, okay. What is the young lady up to now? Surely she isn't planning to seek revenge on that girl in private?" The onlookers exchanged glances, finding this possibility highly likely. Unbeknownst to Wenrinshi, as she stormed into a grove of bamboo, she began chopping down the bamboo without utilizing any techniques. Yinhua remarked, "Ashi, there is no need to belittle yourself." Wenrinshi, with her capricious nature and sheltered upbringing, had not solidified her sword techniques. If you were to face her, you could also emerge victorious. With the rainfall of Chun, you suppressing the flames, your cultivation is advancing rapidly. You are now merely a step away from foundation establishment, ranking among the upper tier of those attending the Qinghe conference. There is no need for concern. Unlike his usual reticent demeanor before outsiders, Yunhua was attentive and comforting in front of his disciple. She smiled, understanding her masteress words. Yunhua cleared his throat and suddenly recalled something, asking, "Have you made a new friend recently?" "Yes," Yunshi nodded. "Her name is Sun Qiqi, and she is an outer disciple of our Yinyu sect." Yunhua frowned slightly. "An outer disciple? How did she come to the Qinghe conference?" Yunshi explained, "I heard Qiqi mention that a senior sister brought her here." As for the details, Yunshi did not inquire further. Yunhua knew that his little disciple had few friends. It was rare for her to find someone to play with. Wanting to avoid monopolizing her time, he stood to leave. Yunshi's gaze followed Yunhua, not noticing when Sun Qiqi arrived. She turned to Yunshi, asking, "Senior sister, what are you looking at? A crush?" Yunshi's ears flushed, and she vehemently denied it. "No, don't say that." Sun Qiqi was merely joking. Having known Yunshi for so long, she had seen her solitary nature and independence. She recalled the sound of the wind she had heard upon her arrival. Yunshi Shiji, is she truly that formidable today, to have defeated even the young lady of the Jiuxing sword sect? Yunshi replied, "She has always been impressive. How does she compare to you, Shiji?" Yunshi shook her head, uncertain. As for the topic's focus, Jinzhao had already retreated to a tranquil corner. Eugene Ling and her companions were adept at flattery, leaving her feeling quite dizzy from the praise. With the conclusion of the second round of the arena competition, the first position on the Qinghe list had quietly changed hands. Zhao Qin, brimming with delight, entered Jinzhao's courtyard to share the good news. "Jinzhao Shizizi, are you aware of Wei Jie's lineage from the Wei family?" Jinzhao was familiar with Wei Jie, who had forged a green-tier magical artifact during this Qinghe conference, but she shook her head, indicating she did not know him. Zhao Qin was puzzled. How could you not recognize him? The last time I inquired with Ling Feng, you mentioned in your heart that someone from the Wei family had refined a green tier artifact, didn't you? Though there was a slight discrepancy, it was indeed a joyful occurrence. Zhao Qin did not expose Jinzhao's ignorance and cheerfully declared, I have heard a rumor that Wei Jia has forged a blue-tier artifact. This artifact will be generously bestowed upon our Mingxin sect. After sharing this news, Zhao Qin left with a flourish. The following morning marked the final examination for alchemy. A total of 223 alchemists remained to participate in the competition. Each participant was required to provide their own spiritual herbs. This round of testing would truly assess the level of the alchemists. The types of elixirs were unrestricted, and they could change their elixir midway, with the final grade determined by the quality of the finished product over a span of 9 days. Zhou Fuliu had summarized some elixir types for Lin Ziyin in advance, including the 4th grade Huizue Dan, the 4th grade Lianhuang Dan, the 3rd grade Zhuanling Dan, and the 3rd grade Xingyuan Dan, among others. He advised if you feel fatigued halfway through, feel free to change your elixir. He then turned to the other 2 disciples, saying you should do the same. The disciples understood. Historically, no disciple from Mingxin Sect had ever reached the final alchemy examination, and Zhao Qin held high hopes for the 3 of them, kindly encouraging, do not be anxious. Just give it your best effort. As she surveyed the arena, the majority of participants were clad in the attire of the Dan Palace. Lin Ziyin confidently approached her designated spot, where a flame suddenly ignited beside her. The pressure from this flame is so intense that my spirit fire has been extinguished. Did you not notice their attire? They are disciples of the Dan Palace. Quickly, reignite your fire, or else Chuyu's spirit fire will extinguish yours as well. The barrier extended, enveloping the alchemy field, and the voices of the crowd faded away. Once Chuyu observed that everyone had ignited their spirit fires and stabilized them, she released her own spirit fire, a beautiful cluster of cyan green flames, causing the surrounding fires to flicker but not extinguish. Jinzhao watched Chu use alchemical technique as she added niter and the herbs yinshi and others into the cauldron, covered it, and ignited a stick of fine incense. Subsequently, she took out a mortar, successively adding minjingwa and dailingshi, grinding them into a fine powder, infusing it with yangmai water, and sealing it in a jar to sit. Elder Zhou, can you discern what Chu Yu is preparing to refine? Zhao Qin glanced at Zhou Fuliu. He squinted, observing for a moment before responding. From just these few steps, it is still unclear. Niter, yinshi, minjingwa, dailingshi, bitterwood pingwan, and the 100-year-old red lotus heart are ingredients for the Xinshin Dan. Zhao Qin furrowed his brow. Xinshin Dan? ISNT, that a first-grade elixir? Zhou Fuliu instinctively looked towards the stage as the incense burned away. Chuyu retrieved a piece of black wood and tossed it into the cauldron, alternating between gentle and fierce flames for the refinement. Bitterwood, Jinzhao had guessed correctly. Several alchemical masters discerned the implications. Chuyu was indeed attempting to refine the Xinshin Dan. It was surprising that she, so young, could concoct a first-grade elixir. The crowd collectively congratulated Su Qiuxin, acknowledging her good fortune in having such an exceptional disciple. This year, as alchemy champion would again belong to the Dan Palace. Chuyu was the champion of the previous alchemy competition, her talent needing no further elaboration. However, it was astonishing that in just a decade, she had reached such a level, nearing the point of surpassing us elder practitioners. Su Qiuxin covered her mouth and remarked, Yuer's talent is remarkable, yet her current achievement is also a testament to her diligence. The Dan Palace master affirmed, indeed, whether in cultivation or alchemy, diligence is of utmost importance. If only my disciples exhibited half the diligence of Chuyu, we would not still be unable to produce high-tier elixirs. It was anticipated that the young man would change his elixir midway. After some discussion, they fell silent, observing the alchemical practices of others. With less than 9 days remaining, some individuals began submitting their elixirs early. I can't continue. I feel like I might explode. Following this exclamation, there was a loud bang as someone's cauldron exploded. So close to succeeding. That person lamented, tugging at their hair in frustration before cleaning up the mess and starting anew with fresh herbs. With 3 days left, a simpler elixir could still be completed in time. The spectators had grown accustomed to the frequent explosions, their hearts unaffected by the chaos. Time slipped away swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, everyone submitted their elixirs. Fortunately, I managed to produce my elixir at the last moment. Yes, I changed my elixir twice midway and feared I wouldn't make it, but thankfully I did. What kind of elixir did Qinghe refine this time? The fragrance wafted from afar. I caught a glimpse, and many of the herbs were unfamiliar to me. It's certainly isn't a typical elixir we know. I too caught a glimpse. It seems she used Tian Shatsi and Dongtong. Tian Shatsi is quite rare. It takes 100 liang of Tian Shatsi to yield just a single liang of the substance. The Dan Palace is evidently affluent. They are the Dan Palace. Could they possibly lack funds? The conversations gradually faded away as Lin Xin lowered her gaze in contemplation, piecing together the truth. Qinghe was refining the Xinshindan. After the conclusion of the alchemy examination, the Qiangying conference entered its final stages, with daily arena competitions rapidly determining the top 100 participants. Within the competition to advance from 100 to 50, a myriad of celestial spells were exhibited, showcasing a dazzling array of techniques. However, this year, many talisman practitioners made it into the top 50, mostly using instant movement talismans in place of defensive talismans, causing the prices of talismans to soar. During the breaks from competition, Jinzhao frequented the streets to sell talisman paper, amassing a considerable fortune in spirit stones. It was only when talismans became less effective that her business dwindled, prompting her to cease her stall. She wandered through the streets. From the match from 25 to 12, she had drawn a bye. This occurrence was purely coincidental. As she drew lots, Eugene Ling called from behind, and upon turning, Zijou inadvertently nudged a lot. "Little girl, come here." Jinzhao, puzzled, turned to survey her surroundings. Beneath the bridge, an elderly cultivator with white hair and youthful features beckoned her with a finger. "Come, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." With such a lecherous smile. If he is not a bad person, then he can't be too good either. Jinzhao took a step back, hesitant to approach. She politely responded, "Elder, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I am young and have keen hearing." The elderly cultivator's brow was not very pronounced, and the color was faint. When he frowned, it resembled two swollen silkworms, an unappealing sight. The little girl possessed quite the two-faced demeanor, piquing his curiosity even further. He spoke, "I am a fragment of a soul from the upper spirit realm, waiting here for a fated person to bestow a treasure. Little girl, you are precisely the one I have been waiting for." He produced a mirror, stating, "This is a spirit communication mirror. Through it, you can glimpse the scenes of the upper spirit realm. Come closer, and I will teach you how to use it." In Jinzhao's eyes, the old immortal's words and actions appeared bizarre, akin to some mystical trickery. "I can ascend to the upper spirit realm myself to see it. You may keep the spirit communication mirror." "This is absurd. I've worked hard for my spirit stones." The old immortal insisted. "It is free of charge." Jinzhao shook her head vigorously, unfazed by his elaborate claims. She ascended the bridge, her thoughts echoing to the old immortal from atop. "Do I look that easy to deceive? Why does this old man insist I come over? Is he unable to leave? Could the spirit communication mirror also be a fabrication? It appears rather convincing." However, the old immortal mused that the identity of the Shang Lingjie immortal was likely one he had fabricated for himself, lacking the true essence of an immortal. The old immortal silently criticized, noting how a mere fragment of a bridge could inspire such a lengthy discourse. Yet, she recognized the validity of her own thoughts. Why must she wait for others to approach when she could take the initiative to deceive? It was merely the foolishness of those earlier minor cultivators that had failed to prompt such insight. Swiftly, the old immortal emerged from beneath the bridge, scanning her surroundings but failing to locate Jinzhao. "Why are you running? Is there a ghost chasing you?" she inquired with widened almond eyes. "More or less," replied Jinzhao. As Jinzhao contemplated the old immortal's peculiar demeanor, an unsettling realization crept in. His visage seemed to distort, cloaked in an aura of terror. Yet, it was equally plausible that she was merely frightening herself. Jinzhao took a sip of water and leaned closer to Qinghe, asking, "Master, do you believe there truly exists a spirit-summoning mirror?" "Indeed," Qinghe replied without hesitation, then scrutinized Jinzhao with narrowed eyes. "What is it? Did you stumble upon a spirit-summoning mirror while out and about?" Jinzhao stroked her chin in thought. "Could it be that I am overthinking? Is that old cultivator genuinely an immortal from the Shanglingjie? Am I truly a person of fate, destined to receive the mirror from him?" Reflecting on his face now seemed to diminish its earlier horror. Jinzhao solemnly declared, "Master, I encountered an old cultivator who claimed to be an immortal from the Shanglingxia, and he said he wanted to bestow upon me a spirit-summoning mirror. He is deceiving you, Qinghe stated without a second thought. Suddenly, she straightened up. You weren't deceived, were you? No. I too felt he was a fraud and ran away, Jinzhao assured her. Yet, Qinghe remained unconvinced, pulling Jinzhao closer to inspect her for any signs of malevolence. After confirming there were no anomalies, she sighed in relief. Within the confines of Cu City, the old immortal traversed the bustling streets, murmuring to herself, "Where has that little girl gone?" Her sense of smell had been compromised lately, rendering her unable to detect any scents. Two elegantly dressed female disciples, upon spotting the frenzied old man, chose to take a detour around him. As the Qinghe conference approached its conclusion, a significant event transpired within Cu City. To avert panic and ensure the smooth progression of the conference, Jinzhao convened with several leaders and representatives from various sects and decided to keep the matter under wraps for the time being. Alas, the walls of the world are not impenetrable, and various versions of the story began circulating among the populace. Have you heard? A demon cultivator has emerged in Cu City, specifically targeting the brains of cultivators. When those disciples were discovered, their eyes were still wide open, remarked one, eliciting gasps from onlookers. Another added, I heard it was a ghost cultivator preying on human souls. Are you referring to a fox spirit? Joked someone from the back, prompting laughter, while a young woman with cold eyes distanced herself from the group, repulsed by their frivolous chatter. I believe I've heard of this. It must be the renowned Li Jian from the Liuxia sect, someone remarked. Is that true? Li Jian possesses considerable prowess. Has she really fallen victim? We shall see if she attends her match today. A quarter of an hour later, an announcement rang out from the arena. Li Jian of the Liuxia sect has forfeited due to unforeseen circumstances, allowing Lin Ziyin of the Mingxin Sect to advance to the next round. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd as whispers circulated about Li Jian's absence from the competition. This is the match to determine the final six. What a pity for Li Jian. Am I the only one focused on that last remark? Wasn't there a free pass in the last round? Also for someone from Mingxin Sect? Is their sect just exceptionally fortunate? Jinzhao internally criticized, acknowledging that, to some extent, Lin Ziyin indeed had good fortune. Brother Ji Li was not merely lacking. He faced a formidable opponent and fell in the 24th round. She offered him a talisman, but he refused it. Since discovering that Jinzhao was a disciple of Qinghe, Yu Jinling's gaze toward her shifted, filled with an indescribable sentiment. She boldly squeezed into the viewing area of the Mingxin sect, but suddenly felt shy, sitting close to Jinzhao and averting her gaze. Qinghe sat right in front of her, and who could understand her excitement? Zhao Qin, aware of Yu Jinling's lineage, wore a constant smile, kindly saying, Jinling, after the Qinghe conference concludes, feel free to visit our Mingxin sect. Do not hesitate to treat your uncle Zhao as a stranger. Yu Jinling obediently replied, If I have the time, I will certainly come. However, she was merely being polite. The sects were established on treacherous mountains precisely to ensure that ordinary people could not ascend, thus maintaining tranquility far from the mundane world. Visiting the Mingxin sect would cause too much disturbance. Zhao Qin, recalling the recent turmoil in Cu City, amended his statement. Things have been unsettled lately. The Mingxin sect is quite distant. It will be better to wait until you have formed your golden core before coming. Upon mentioning this, Yu Jinling's curiosity was piqued, and she could no longer contain herself, inquiring, Uncle Zhao, is it true that many young cultivators have perished in Cu City? Zhao Qin's expression grew solemn as he nodded. You should refrain from venturing out recently and stay close to your elders. Who possesses such audacity to cause trouble during the Qinghe conference? Yu Jinling queried, perplexed. With so many powerful figures present, does he not fear retribution? Moreover, the fiend seems to target disciples from sects while disregarding loose cultivators. It is precisely because the Qinghe conference attracts a multitude of eyes that it provides an opportune moment for such deeds. Zhao Qin, as a sect leader, was privy to more information than most. He continued, from descriptions, it appears to be a demon with white hair and light brows, using a spirit-summoning mirror to deceive. Those ensnared either vanish tragically or have their souls separated. Suddenly, Qinghe turned, her striking face adorned with a frown, adding an air of elegance and depth. Brother, what did you just say about the spirit-summoning mirror? Yu Jinling held her breath, wide-eyed as she gazed at Zhao Qin. He clarified, It is not a genuine spirit-summoning mirror, but rather a trickster using a deceptive mirror to prey on the Na'vi disciples of sects, leading them to their doom. All these young souls, just beginning their journey in cultivation, are driven by the desire to ascend to the Shang Lingjie. And who would not be intrigued by a mirror that could establish a connection with that realm? It is only natural that they would fall prey to such deception. Even at his age, he harbored fantasies about the Shang Lingjie, let alone the younger generation. The trickster claimed to be a fragment of a soul from the Shang Lingjie, and Jinzhao was the fated one he awaited, destined to receive the spirit-summoning mirror. Zhao Qin's voice suddenly rose as he realized the attention of those around him, then lowered it to ask, Jinzhao did not accept it, did she? Why did you not inform me sooner? How was I to know? Qinghe retorted, you convened a meeting to suppress the rumors. As a dignified sovereign lady, would I mingle among the disciples to overhear the gossip? You of all people, understand how absurd those tales can be. From divine dreams to fox spirits, celestial beings selecting disciples, and ascension through incineration, the stories grow more ludicrous with each retelling. Zhao Qin huffed in frustration. Did I not ask you to intervene? You chose not to engage, deeming it bothersome. Yu Jinling looked on in bewilderment, realizing that the illustrious Qinghe possessed such a down-to-earth persona behind the scenes. Qinghe remarked, Jinzhao is too clever to have fallen for that demon's tricks. Just as Zhao Qin exhaled in relief, he heard Qinghe add, however, I worry that the demon may harbor resentment towards Jinzhao, potentially putting her in danger. Resentment towards Jinzhao? Yu Jinling, captivated, unintentionally spoke out. Zhao Qin urged her, speak your mind, do not hesitate. Jinzhao was simply clever enough not to be deceived. Does that demon truly hold such a grudge? How petty! Qinghe recounted that she had overheard Jinzhao's thoughts, stating, Jinzhao called him despicable. Zhao Qin, Yu Jinling. Even Lin Xin could not help but smirk, silently thinking that Jinzhao deserved it for her sharp tongue. How is it that she was not captured by that demon and devoured? Jinzhao remarked this morning that his two eyebrows resembled silkworms. Her imagination is quite vivid. Yu Jinling envisioned this image in her mind, suddenly shaking her head and breaking into goosebumps. What intense conversation is this? Am I not permitted to listen? Lin Ziyin's emotionless gaze suddenly emitted a cold glimmer as she looked at Jinzhao, an unmistakable sound. The final 6 individuals in the competition were Yin Yuzong's Yun Shi, Miao Yinzong's by Ru Lian, Ming Xianzong's Jinzhao, Ming Xianzong's Lin Ziyin, Jinghua Tai's Gao Suyu, and Yusho Zong's Jiang Rao. It was astonishing that 2 disciples from Ming Xianzong made it into the top 6. Have you not noticed that what is even more astonishing is that among the 6 on stage, all but Jiang Rao are young women? This is truly a case of Yin prevailing over Yang. Furthermore, many of the top 6 are in the Qi refinement stage, while those in the foundation establishment stage have essentially eliminated each other. Yes, Ming Xianzong indeed has a rather young disciple in the foundation establishment stage, but he was eliminated in the top 24. What a stroke of bad luck. There is indeed a distinction between Qi refinement and foundation establishment. Look, Yun Shi is the disciple of the esteemed Yun Hua. Jinzhao is the disciple of the Qinghe, and Lin Xin ranks just behind Chu Yu on the Dan list, destined to become a master alchemist. In the future, they may not even have the chance to meet her. And what about Jiang Rao? The disciples from Yusho Zone were enraged. Why is it that we do not speak of our Jiang Rao? Brother Jiang Rao, do your best to bring honor to our Yusho Zone. Ideally, win a championship, so those short-sighted individuals can weep and lament. I agree. Amidst the uproar, a handsome young man confidently stepped onto the stage. The 6 of them stood in a row, forming the most vibrant spectacle in Xiongning Plaza. To avoid suspicion, the draw was presided over by He Jingji, the city lord of Siyu City, whose eyes bore dark circles, as if he had not rested for several days. He Jingji composed himself and spoke calmly. Those who draw the same number will form a group. With a slight gesture, 6 smooth bamboo slips flew out from his sleeve, swirling in a continuous motion. Let the drawing commence. The 6 individuals extended their hands, and each took a bamboo slip, lowering their heads to inspect the numbers. Why is it that they're drawing lots while I am the one who is anxious? Indeed, I am eagerly anticipating the groupings. I hope Yanxi and Jinzhao are placed in the same group. I want to witness the duel between the disciples of the esteemed Yun Hua and the Qinghe. Agreed. Although it is unfortunate not to see a match between Yun Hua and Qinghe, Watching their disciples duel will still fulfill a wish. Jiang Rao was the first to speak. Who among you is number 3? The girls on stage all looked at him, and Jiang Rao felt a blush creeping up his ears as he muttered, "Surely not all of you are number 3. Why are you staring at me?" Jinzhao slightly raised her hand. "That would be me." Jiang Rao lifted his gaze to see the girl, smiling warmly. Her 2 shallow dimples resembling a gentle spring breeze that occasionally rippled through. "Her name is Jinzhao, right?" Jiang Rao found it perplexing that he had drawn her, extending a hand to someone so amiable. The 2 of them ended up in the 3rd group, competing last. Time was of the essence. Qinghe did not elaborate in detail, only providing a brief overview. However, given Jinzhao's intelligence, she would certainly grasp the essence of it herself, though their paths differ. Lin Ziyin ultimately drew Yin Shi. Bai Rulian and Gao Suyu formed one group. The atmosphere was lively on the Yusho Zong side, as a group of disciples discussed strategies to secure victory in this round. "I have seen her matches. She likes to use the instant movement talisman, Brother Jiang Rao. Please pay attention. And moreover, she employs the unintentional sword technique. Jiang brother, you are up for the challenge, right?" Jiang Rao cast him a cool glance. "What do you think?" The Yusho Zong disciple earnestly replied, "I really don't know." The brilliance of the techniques fluctuated, with half of Jiang Rao's face concealed in shadow as he turned his face. The match had already revealed its victor. On Jinghua Tai, Gao Suyu entered the top 3 first. Yin Shi and Lin Ziyin approached the stage from opposite sides. Both being sword cultivators, they exchanged a respectful sword salute. Whenever Wen Shi thought that one of them would enter the top 3, she felt a pang of envy, wondering why they, whose realms were not even higher than hers, could contend for the championship. She was unwilling to accept it. As the match officially began, Yin Shi's gentle demeanor transformed, emanating a sharp aura akin to a sword unsheathed. Lin Ziyin was equally unyielding. Her usual gentleness faded, leaving only a fierce determination. The Fengyu Yin heart sword emerged, causing Yin Shi's cheeks to flush as the moisture within her body seemed to evaporate. Yinhua instinctively tightened her lips, her eyes filled with concern. It was a challenge to keep Ashi's ailment under control if it were to resurface now. The peculiarity within Yun Shi quickly vanished. She gripped her sword tightly and seized the initiative. "What kind of sword is that? It seems even better than mine." Since losing to Jinzhao in the 2nd round, when she had not attended the matches, narrowing her eyes in focus, captivated by the brilliance of the swordplay. The sycophant stated, "The young lady's sword is indeed a high-grade magical instrument. How could an ordinary item compare? Her sword must surely be inferior to the young lady's." She reached her limit of patience. "Do you think this young lady is blind?" "Not at all." The sycophant quickly corrected himself, realizing the mistake. "I mean, not blind. Get lost." The sycophant bowed and slipped away from the crowd to a different vantage point to watch the match, thinking how much more enjoyable it was without being next to the young lady. Nearby, 2 figures in blue and white were chatting while watching the match. Sister Ziyin's cultivation has progressed remarkably quickly. While we both entered at the same time, how come we are still at the 5th layer of Qi refinement? The one in white responded, "It's you, not us. I just reached the 6th layer yesterday. It's frustrating. Let us focus on the match." Lin Ziyin successfully parried Yun Shi's assault with her sword, executing a beautiful counterattack that turned defense into offense. Sister Ziyin's swordsmanship is already quite extraordinary, isn't it? Indeed. The sycophant gasped in surprise, noticing 2 little sycophants chatting excitedly. They are not sword cultivators, yet they exhibit a skill that rivals that of sword cultivators. It is evident they are outsiders, unable to perceive that the disciple of Yunhua is superior in swordplay. Naturally, she employs the sword techniques of Yunhua, who is the foremost sword cultivator in the Xiaoxian realm. In terms of swordplay, she truly has no rival. Yunxi has practiced swordsmanship for 7 years, mastering the unity of spirit, intent, energy, and strength within her technique. Chapter 55. The top 3 are revealed. Lin Ziyin faltered in her strategy, her grip on the sword tightened, veins protruding on the back of her hand, as if she were about to snap the sword handle. Being consistently overshadowed by Jinzhao at Mingxin Zone and continually outperformed by Chu in alchemy, why did her swordsmanship fall short against Yun Shi? Despite her relentless efforts, she always seemed to fall just short. Lin Ziyin felt a fiery fury burning within her chest. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself and stepped down from the stage. Jinzhao brushed past her. Given Lin Ziyin's pettiness, she would surely harbor resentment towards Yunxi now. Indeed, the general trajectory of the story remains unchanged. However, once the Tong Yuan's secret realm opens, and Lin Ziyin meets her demise within, everything will be rewritten. That voice again, she heard it for the second time, and Lin Ziyin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Am I a parasite in my own belly? She despises Yunxi, but even more so Jinzhao. Yet it seems Jinzhao is unaware of this. Lin Ziyin smiled softly, realizing that if she could read Jinzhao's heart, she would hold the upper hand, never lacking for opportunities to undermine her. In the Tong Yuan's secret realm, who will perish remains to be seen. Beside her, Jili remarked, Elder Zhou, while you comfort your disciple, why must you also step on me? On stage, Jinzhao donned a light yellow robe, holding a purple bamboo, her apricot eyes fixed intently on Jiang Rao. What is this contracted beast? Why hasn't he released it yet? Jiang Rao flicked his wrist, releasing a delicate lock that shimmered with radiant colors, causing Jinzhao to squint as the roar of a lion echoed in her ears. Before them stood a magnificent lion, as resplendent as white jade, shaking its flowing mane with a tassel-like grace, proudly lifting its chin as it paced beside Jiang Rao. Dabai stood up from Qinghe's leg, pressing down with a hand, admonishing, you are not worthy of even being a morsel for it. Do not cause a ruckus, just watch the match in peace. It was the Ziyin by sure. Hadn't the Beastmaster sect claimed that no one could tame the Ziyin by sure? How then had it become Jiang Rao's contracted beast? Perhaps, after no one succeeded in taming it, Jiang Rao had made a second attempt and succeeded? I had ventured to the Beastmaster sect to tame the Ziyin by sure and had failed. Someone chimed in. I too have brought spirit stones to the Beastmaster sect. A brief silence enveloped the surroundings, for had they truly amassed such a fortune without stepping beyond their gates? Or had everyone traveled great distances only to deliver them personally? Though 10 superior spirit stones might not seem substantial to them, how many sets of 10 had the Beastmaster sect amassed? Envy flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, and some even spat in disdain, cursing the deceitful sect for swindling their spirit stones. Jiang Rao sneezed. Who was cursing him? The Ziyin by sure turned its head, and upon receiving a signal, lunged toward Jinzhao. The last time I attempted to tame the Ziyin by sure at the Beastmaster sect, I nearly had my throat bitten. Even now, the memory sends chills down my spine. What of it? There was a disciple from an unknown sect, injured and still bedridden. He cannot participate in the Qinghe then, can he? Indeed, he must be regretting it deeply. Zhao Qin mused, relieved that he had heeded Jinzhao's advice and had not pursued that idea. However, given the ferocity of the Ziyin by sure, could Jinzhao withstand it? Evidently, his concerns were unfounded, as Jinzhao moved gracefully, evading the beast's assault, concentrating her energy into a point, and struck the white lion's head. Reminiscent of the phrase, strike the mountain to startle the tiger, the Ziyin by sure's eyes filled with stars, momentarily dazed, as another strike from the purple bamboo sent it retreating 2 steps, emitting a roar. Jinzhao nearly lost her footing from the force, her eardrums ringing painfully. Attacking the Ziyin by sure was futile. Her goal was to defeat Jiang Rao. Jinzhao realized this and swiftly darted toward Jiang Rao. The barrier before him was not particularly sturdy. The purple bamboo, infused with immense spiritual energy, surged forth, and before he could react, he was knocked off the stage. Jiang Rao was taken aback. This round had Jinzhao victorious. She would immediately draw for the next round, sparing her the need to leave the platform. Meanwhile, the defeated Jiang Rao could only hope for Jinzhao to achieve an excellent result, as her own ranking would directly influence his final standing. Clad in azure garments, Yunxi, with her delicate lips and pristine teeth, alongside the graceful Gao Su Yu, ascended the stage. The top 3 were about to be revealed. Who would have guessed that someone would quietly enter the top 3 at the Jinghua Tai? The Mingxin Sect, aside from the Qinghe New June, had not seen anyone in the top ranks for many years. Who do you think will emerge as the champion this time? If Yunxi claims the title, it would be a tale to rival that of the esteemed Yunhua Zunjia. Indeed, if Yunxi's name were to grace the martial rankings, people would no longer whisper that Yunhua Zunjia had taken on a worthless disciple. Perhaps a century or millennium hence, the people of Xiuxianjia would still recount their shared glory at the pinnacle of the martial rankings. Clutching her drawn lot, Yunxi felt a flicker of ambition arise within her. Human desire knows no bounds. Just now, having overheard a few idle remarks, she found herself yearning for that championship title. "I have draw number 1, Jinzhao declared cheerfully, her almond-shaped eyes glinting as they flitted between Yunxi and Gao Suyu. Gao Suyu raised her hand, revealing her bamboo stick. "Mine is number 2. What were the results of the draw? It was killing me with anxiety, seeing Jinzhao and Gao Suyu laughing together. I wondered if they had drawn the same number. Just as the thought crossed my mind, Gao Suyu leaped down from the platform. "I am delighted to face you in battle, Jinzhao," Yunxi said with sincere eyes. Jinzhao smiled, her dimples appearing. "Let it be a fair fight. Do not hold back." Yunxi agreed, drawing her sword. The blade gleamed brightly, as if freshly washed, reflecting a soft yellow hue. Jinzhao moved swiftly, her garments fluttering, retreating several feet as the purple bamboo summoned a gust of wind, arriving before Yunxi. She angled her sword, leaning back so that her staff could not advance. Jinzhao made a decisive push, the staff arcing upward, aiming straight for Yunxi's brow. Yunxi reacted swiftly, dodging the strike. The unbladed purple bamboo, with its gusty force, severed a lock of her hair. It seemed Jinzhao held the upper hand. I sensed Yunxi was somewhat on the defensive. Had only 3 or 4 exchanges passed, how could one glean such conclusions? Did she think the Sheng Wei sword technique of Yunhua Zun was mere childish play? One run, she felt a surge of anger. Had it not been for Yunxi's interference, she would have been the one mastering the Sheng Wei sword technique. She glared at the two, exclaiming, "What are you squabbling about? You're distracting me from watching the match. What concern is it of yours? Is there a rule against conversing while watching the competition?" The cheers from the crowd are even louder. Why not attend to that? A bystander tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Look at the patterns on her clothing. She is from the Jiuxing Jinzhao." Upon inspection, he realized it was true. 9 stars encircled an ancient black sword, and he begrudgingly fell silent, shifting his position to watch the match. If he couldn't confront her, he could at least avoid her. He kicked the chair of a disciple in front of him, inquiring, "Where's Pu Yuan gone?" Both were adversaries of the young ladies. Should he happen to compliment someone while watching, would he be risking his life? Yunxi's swordsmanship was as sharp as the solitary snow upon a cold river, summoning gusts of wind with each swing, while Jinzhao's staff danced gracefully, embodying the ebb and flow of nature with an essence of great freedom. Qinghe smiled gently, for Jinzhao had begun to grasp the essence of the Wuyi sword technique, no longer fixating on rigid forms and techniques, wielding the bamboo as a sword, transforming the Wuyi sword technique into an effortless staff technique. Yunxi gradually found herself unable to comprehend Jinzhao's style. Her shoulder was struck by the rounded bamboo staff, and she focused intently, growing more serious. Regardless of Jinzhao's techniques, she would counter with the Sheng Wei sword technique, striking through all. Sensing the shift in Yunxi's momentum, Jinzhao could not afford to be careless. She certainly did not wish to be pierced. She attributed this to her own physical prowess. Though Yunxi felt fatigued, a sense of exhilaration coursed through her. From the sweat, she distinctly felt the vitality she had longed for. The ailments that had plagued her for too long now felt as if they had been reborn. Jinzhao shook her slightly weary hand, gripping the bamboo with one hand, thrusting forward, but Yunxi's block held tremendous force, numbing her arm. Her palms grew clammy, the smooth bamboo slipping from her grasp, the Qitian staff soaring away, plunging directly into the ground. She acted swiftly, leaping toward it in an attempt to retrieve it, when a flash of cold light pierced the air, forcing Jinzhao back. It seemed she was poised to win. Not so fast. It was merely a lack of bamboo. She could still wield her techniques. Moreover, she surely had spirit talismans prepared. I still held faith in Jinzhao. Yunxi would not grant her the opportunity to utilize any talismans. Before the talisman could even manifest, it would likely be severed by her sword. The majority of the audience supported Yunxi, while a smaller faction felt sympathy for Jinzhao. Shi Shaoxiang and Nan Rongjiang sat together, both sighing in unison. Shi Shaoxiang observed more keenly, understanding why Jinzhao's bamboo had slipped from her hands. This girl should not have chosen such a weapon. Nan Rongjiang remarked, "I recall that Qinghe knew Jun was a sword cultivator. Why would she choose a bamboo for her disciple?" He scrutinized it from every angle, finding the bamboo unremarkable save for its hardness. Jinzhao clenched her teeth, her mind racing for a solution. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she chuckled slyly. A beam of sword light flew toward her side. Jinzhao nimbly dodged, her hand reaching for the purple bamboo as she thrust her sword straight out, not holding back, causing everyone to hold their breath. Was she throwing caution to the wind? Yunqi's spiritual sword sliced through iron like mud. Had she not noticed after so long? The sword should not hesitate, as instructed by her master. However, today, her friend Yunqi's mind was engulfed in a clash of two voices. When suddenly a serene voice resonated in this realm, declaring that victory had yet to be determined and one must not harbor feelings of mercy. It was the voice of Jinzhao. Yunqi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes illuminating with a brilliant wind seal, prompting exclamations from the crowd. A talisman. How could she draw a talisman in midair? Am I seeing things? None of the talismancers participating in the Qinghe could achieve such a feat. The inheritance of talisman arts had been interrupted. Only those who ascended to the upper spirit realm possessed complete knowledge of talisman techniques. Thus, these talismancers endeavored to cultivate, aspiring to one day ascend to the upper spirit realm and learn the full path of talismans. Yet, Jinzhao had just unleashed a victory. Someone interrupted him, and the man turned to gaze at the stage. The young girl in her goose-yellow robe extended her arm, a purple bamboo pressed against her opponent's brow. Yunqi, struck by the wind seal created by Jinzhao, found her sky-blue attire unable to conceal the bloodstains. In such a state, could she possibly prepare for the ensuing battle? According to the rules of the Qinghe, after the top three contenders faced off, the loser would then challenge the third contender. Should Yunqi triumph, her ranking among the top three would be secured. If she faltered, Jinzhao would then face Gao Suyu, with the victor emerging as the champion. Jiang Rao, Lin Ziyin, and Bai Ruyan would be ranked according to the outcomes of the top three. Yinhua conveyed to Yunqi through secret methods. Axi, for the next match, concede. Yunqi pursed her lips and replied, City Lord Jing, Dean of the Dan Palace, I appear heavily injured, but it is not as grave as it seems. I am still able to participate in the next match. If I concede, it would be unfair to Lin Ziyin. At the very least, I must fight for her. Su Qiuxin smiled gently, reassuring her not to worry. Such situations have occurred in past Qinghe. With our Dan Palace's healing elixirs, I assure you, within half an hour, you'll be fully healed. After all, they cannot allow an injured person to compete. Upon consuming the elixir, the pain within Yunqi subsided almost immediately. She smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Dean of the Dan Palace. Very well, go rest. Your match against Gao Suyu is in 1 hour, Su Qiuxin instructed. Yinhua's handsome visage revealed no discernible emotion as he inquired, why not concede? Yunqi quietly defended her stance. If I win against Gao Suyu, Lin Ziyin will secure the 5th position. Conceding would place her 6th. Yinhua chuckled in exasperation. So you believe you have a point? Do you not realize that competing against Gao Suyu today would be your 3rd match? Do you think you are invincible? How come I never noticed that my seemingly frail disciple has such a penchant for fighting? Yunqi cautiously extended a finger, tentatively poking Yinhua, and asked, Master, are you angry? What reason do I have to be angry? He claimed, yet his very essence betrayed his irritation. Yunqi mimicked his tone inwardly, finding amusement in the situation. Have you been struck silly? Seeing her inexplicable laughter, Yinhua felt a genuine sense of joy, dispelling the previous tension, and extended his hand. Let me examine your injuries. In the Dan Palace, the efficacy of their elixirs was indeed as renowned as rumored. Yunqi's wounds had nearly healed, leaving no significant issues. An hour later, she was set to face Gao Suyu. Yu Jinling and several of her companions anxiously watched the duel platform, whispering, Do you think Yunqi can win? If she does, Jinzhao will not have to compete against Gao Suyu. The thought of Jinzhao possibly becoming the champion made my heart race. Oh, Jinzhao is so formidable. Even if she faces Gao Suyu, she will surely win, so do not fret too much. Meanwhile, Jinzhao sat calmly offstage, turning to tug at Qinghe's sleeve. Master, have there been any leads regarding the recent incidents involving the demons in the Four Corner City? Qinghe replied, It was the old immortal you encountered that day. The spirit communication mirror was a fake, and the immortal's identity was also false, specifically designed to deceive Na'vi disciples like you. Thankfully, you did not approach. Otherwise, where would you be now? Jinzhao gasped in surprise, her eyes wide with realization. Qinghe cautioned, before the conclusion of the Qinghe Hui, do not wander off alone. Jinzhao replied cheerfully, Master, I still value my life greatly. Besides, the Qinghe Hui ends tomorrow. How can I possibly stay away for a day longer? Jinzhao inquired with concern. No one from our Mingxin sect has suffered harm, right? Qinghe shook his head. No, that has not happened. Since this incident arose, the sect leader has strictly ordered disciples to refrain from venturing out, and apart from you, no one has encountered that demon. Jinzhao pondered and asked, if he leaves Four Corner City, will City Lord Jing and the others still attempt to capture him? Naturally, Qinghe assured her. The demon has harmed many disciples from various sects, and their leaders will not stand idly by. After the Qinghe Hui concludes, some will remain to continue the investigation. Jinzhao felt a sense of relief, but then recalled, even if no disciples from our Mingxin sect have suffered harm, will there still be someone left behind? Qinghe softly affirmed, and Jinzhao curiously asked, which elder has the sect leader left behind? Qinghe pointed to herself with a pained expression. It's me. Jinzhao thought for a moment before saying, Master, please stop. Qinghe responded, this matter is not up for discussion. You have already exposed yourself. Staying behind would only pose a risk if you encounter danger. She continued, expressing her disdain, your current cultivation level is far too low. Jinzhao's petite face appeared helpless. What did she do? She had been diligently cultivating, but progress could not be instantaneous. Over the 2 months of the Qinghe Hui, she had advanced from the 8th level of Qi refining to the 10th level, which was already quite rapid. If it does not work with the master, I will seek the sect leader. Jinzhao shifted her position and stealthily patted Zhao Qin on the shoulder, who was entirely absorbed in anxiety and oblivious to her presence. If Yunhua's disciple wins, the title of champion in this martial ranking will belong to their Mingxin sect. Before coming to the Qinghe Hui, he had never even dared to imagine such a thing. Jinzhao surprised him with this delightful revelation, and Zhao Qin thought to himself, somewhat dazed. But he seemed to hear Jinzhao speaking. She was organizing her thoughts, appearing somewhat foolish. Jinzhao, my disciple, Zhao Qin paused before saying, if you have something to discuss, just speak directly with the sect leader. There is no need for hesitation. He is not unreasonable. Jinzhao's eyes brightened. Does that mean the sect leader agrees? Agree to what? Zhao Qin, slightly bewildered, realized the implication of her previous words and quickly responded. That matter is out of the question. Oh, my senior brother is just like that. If he were agreeable, would I still need to stay behind? Suddenly, there was a stir in the crowd. The victor had been determined. Yunhua's disciple is truly formidable. Even in this third match, she does not show signs of fatigue. I thought we could watch another match, but it seems today is ending so early. Everyone disperse. Wait until tomorrow at the 5th watch, when the top 100 will be announced. Geely smiled and said warmly, congratulations, Jinzhao, on being the first in the martial rankings. The other disciples of Mingxin sect gathered around to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, senior sister Jinzhao. Jinzhao smiled and graciously thanked them, but then felt somewhat distressed. Being too popular has its downsides. For instance, at this moment, she found it difficult to leave. Ultimately, it was Qinghe who rescued her. After returning to the small courtyard, it was already the time of day for rest. After washing up, Jinzhao lay on her bed, with the large white cat curled up at her head. In her dreams, she found a mirror that reflected not her own face, but a vibrant, fantastical world. Clad in a pure white gown and adorned with fragrant orchids, a celestial being spoke. Due to your exquisite spirit and wisdom, you're fortunate to glimpse a corner of the upper spirit realm. I pity the struggles of mortals and thus open a pathway for you to explore the upper spirit for a day. With a wave of their hand, a heavenly ladder emerged from the clouds, the final step resting at Jinzhao's feet. She pinched her palm, feeling a twinge of pain. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Was she not merely dreaming due to her daily thoughts? How could it still hurt? The celestial being clad in white let out a piercing scream as a flash of sword light pierced through, causing him to plummet from the clouds, disappearing from sight. Jinzhao cautiously surveyed her surroundings, uncertain whether that streak of sword light would reappear and pierce her as well. The heavenly ladder began to disintegrate, and the voice of the immortal suddenly echoed again, urging her to ascend the heavenly ladder, for the sword light was perilous. The sword light flew across, shattering her unfinished words. A chilling voice resonated from the heavens. Jinzhao, what are you still doing here? Depart at once. Master? She thought she heard her master's voice. Was that sword light conjured by her hand? Jinzhao tilted her head upward, gazing into the heavens. Master, is that you? How do I leave? The heavens fell silent, and no further sound emerged. Jinzhao scratched her face, utterly perplexed. How was she to depart? Her master had not provided any guidance. All around her was a blinding expanse of white, and with a determined bite of her teeth, she sprinted forward, only to suddenly face a bottomless abyss. She instinctively halted as the sound of shifting stones echoed in her heart, her pulse racing violently. Regardless, she resolved to close her eyes and leap. After all, it was merely a dream. In the inky depths of the abyss, a light as bright as day enveloped Jinzhao, prompting her to raise a hand to shield her eyes. A familiar voice emerged from above. Awake? The room was bright, and after a moment of adjustment, Jinzhao opened her eyes to find Qinghe by her bedside. Master, what are you doing in my room? What has transpired? Was she truly dreaming? Jinzhao's gaze shifted, landing upon the peacefully slumbering Dabai, and she pinched its tail. Oh woo! Dabai sprang up, fur bristling, and began to yowl. Thus, Jinzhao concluded it was not a dream. Qinghe grasped Jinzhao's wrist, her spiritual energy coursing through Jinzhao's body. Fortunately, I arrived in time to thwart that wicked being. She stared intently at Jinzhao. Do you remember the events of your dream? Jinzhao nodded, taking hold of Qinghe's hand. Master, will that wicked being invade my dreams again? Having suffered 2 of my sword strikes, he should be temporarily incapacitated. Although Qinghe reassured her, her brow remained furrowed. That wicked being was indeed audacious, daring to act beneath her very eyes. Had she not sensed an unusual aura and arrived promptly, who knows what may have transpired? Jinzhao's face contorted in distress. What deep-seated grudge could compel him to invade her dreams and attempt to ensnare her? Thankfully, she had no intention of ascending the heavenly ladder. Jinzhao raised her face and suggested, Master, perhaps you should speak to the sect leader again. I believe it would be much safer for me to stay close to you. A being capable of entering dreams is no trivial matter. If I were to inquire at Wenling Peak alone and fall victim, no one would notice. That's an exaggeration, Qinghe replied nonchalantly, yet secretly shared Jinzhao's sentiments. It is still early. You should rest for now. I will keep watch. Jinzhao slowly lay back down, cocooned like a pupa, with only her head exposed. Master, please reconsider. Understood, Qinghe replied dismissively while seated before the flickering candlelight. That night, many found themselves restless. Qinghe, having merely dozed off, sensed a powerful surge of sword energy and donned a cloak before exiting his chamber, glancing towards Xiongning Square. Was it the sword of Yanhua Zunren or that of Qing Hianjun? Jing Machuan, rising for a drink, suddenly spotted a figure in the distance and trembled in fright, inadvertently spilling water onto her hand without noticing. In an instant, various thoughts flickered through her mind. Could it be that the notorious wicked being had infiltrated the city lord's residence? It was rumored that this wicked being specifically targeted teenagers. She fit that description perfectly. What to do? She shouted, fearing her father might not hear and unwittingly expose herself. Jing Machuan's teeth chattered as she held her breath, stealthily making her way back to her room. Suddenly, a long, thin shadow appeared on her door. What are you doing out at this hour, wandering about like a ghost? It was her father's voice. Jing Machuan's eyes brightened, turning around to discover it was truly her father, tears of relief streaming down her face. Qinghe thought to himself, was his tone not strict enough? Had Machuan truly been frightened to tears? Father, can you stay with me tonight? Jing Machuan implored, her eyes wide with hope. What kind of behavior is this? Qinghe mused, observing his daughter who had just cried. He softened his tone. At your age, still afraid of ghosts? Go ask around. Who at your age still needs their elders to guard them while they sleep? Is there no one? Jing Machuan pondered, skeptical. I don't care. Please stay with me tonight, father. Even if there are no ghosts, there is still a wicked being. Qinghe recalled the commotion at Xiongning Square, glancing at his daughter, who was clinging to him, and relented. Fine then, stunned by her father's unexpected acquiescence. Jing Machuan processed his surprising compliance. In the latter half of the night, nothing occurred. As dawn broke, people began to trickle towards Xiongning Square. The names shimmering in gold upon the Qiongning pillar reflected upon the ground, resembling a river of stars turned upside down. causing passers-by to pause and search for their own names among the list. 488? Even with such a low number, I made the list, she thought, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. The Qinghe pillar recorded each participant, and the names at the very top would be etched into the annals of history. Jinzhao yawned as she followed Qinghe. He passed the Qinghe pillar, not bothering to glance at it. Her mind preoccupied with the rating of the artifact she had crafted and its potential value in spirit stones. At the 5th watch of the day, the rankings were about to be announced. The sequence of names being unveiled bore no discernible pattern. Nan Rongjiang unfurled the scroll and proclaimed, the 55th Qinghe conference. First place in the formation category, Mingxin Zone, Jinzhao, Scouring Dust Platform, Zisu, Scouring Dust Platform, Changxiao, Nan Rong Family, Nan Rong Qing. 100 names were quickly recited, and murmurs arose from the crowd. ISNT Nan Rong, a family of formation masters? How could they not have anyone in the top 3? The little Taoist from Scouring Dust Platform proved to be remarkably formidable, with several of their members listed among the top. Su Qiuxin donned a pearly white gown that day, her hair elegantly styled, revealing her graceful neck. She smiled reassuringly at Nan Rongjiang before rising to announce the alchemy rankings. Dan Gong Chuyu once again claimed first place, explaining Su Qiuxin's jubilant demeanor. Nan Rongjiang pondered in frustration as he heard Su Qiuxin's soothing voice in his ear. First place in the alchemy rankings, Dan Gong Chuyu. Second place, Mingxin Zone, Lin Ziyin. She continued to read through the list, and amidst the names of unfamiliar individuals, the names of Dangong disciples frequently appeared. Upon counting, there were 31 disciples from Dangong. Their reputation was indeed well-deserved. Jinzhao wondered if she might have the opportunity to study there one day. Mingxin Zone made a significant impression this year, claiming first in formations and second in alchemy, both accolades belonging to their sect. Moreover, they also secured first place in martial arts. As her words fell, a calm, yet emotionless voice emerged from the high platform. The martial arts champion is Mingxin Zone, Jinzhao. He paused before reading the next line. Second place in martial arts, Shengwei Mountain, Yinshi. Third place, Jinghua Tai, Gao Suyu. Fourth place, Yiusu Zong, Ziyangzhao. Fifth place, Mingxin Zone, Lin Ziyin. Sixth place, Luxia Zone, by Rulian. 28th place, Zhuxing Jian Zong, Puyuan, 29th place. Yu Jia, Yu Jinling, and the 100th place, Miao Yin Zone, Lu Sheng. Yinhua rolled up the scroll and placed it onto the tray held by the flower pin maid. These scrolls would be sealed for 10 years, until the next Qinghe conference, where they would once again be announced to the world, serving as a mark of honor rather than mere results. Jinghaji announced the Qinghe rankings, shaking out his wide sleeves and clearing his throat before stating, first place in the Qinghe rankings, Mingxin Zone, Jinzhao. The rankings on the Qinghe pillar were visible to all, so Jinghaji read them quickly, barely pausing. The final announcement pertained to the artifact rankings, which everyone eagerly anticipated, for the artifacts crafted during the competition would be sold following the ranking announcements. Chapter 57. My history of the flower with a figure slightly more plump than the average cultivator and a beaming smile. Qinghe took the stage, prompting Nan Rongjiang and others to yield their positions. A group of disciples, all clad in the attire of Xiantong Pavilion, entered in an orderly fashion, each holding the magical artifacts crafted during this Qinghe conference. Qinghe retrieved a scroll from within her sleeve, refraining from opening it immediately, and instead proclaimed, in this contest of artifact refinement at the Qinghe conference, among the top 100 artifacts, 62 artifact masters have chosen to sell. Those interested in purchasing may linger briefly after the announcement of the list to participate in the auction. Upon concluding her announcement, Qinghe began to read the rankings. She raised the scroll and declared, the Mingxin Sect artifact, a defensive type rated at the purple level, ranks first today. As soon as she finished speaking, voices of dissent arose, questioning how a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator could possibly produce an artifact rated as purple. Unlike other disciplines, artifact refinement imposes specific requirements on the cultivator's level. The higher the cultivator's realm, the deeper the magical essence contained within the artifact. With so many foundation establishment cultivators participating, was there truly no one who could craft a superior artifact than her? A mere Qi refinement cultivator? We demand a re-evaluation. Supporters echoed this sentiment. and soon the crowd erupted into chaos. Mingxin, however, found this uproar amusing, observing the commotion with an air of anticipation as she glanced at Jinzhao. She tilted her head, murmuring something to her timid little tiger. Mingxin chuckled inwardly, pondering whether her spirit beast could comprehend her words. Silence. The voice of Lingyin resounded, commanding attention. Qinghe gestured for the disciples to bring forth the artifact crafted by Jinzhao. This heart protection mirror, primarily composed of golden armor, bore inscriptions of wind, thunder, and lightning, capable of withstanding a strike from a mid-stage golden core. Moreover, this was merely during their testing phase, fearing damage to the artifact. They had refrained from testing with the full power of a late-stage golden core. Its potential might extend even further. The notion that a Qi refinement cultivator could produce such an artifact was self-evident regarding her refinement prowess. They unanimously believed that Jinzhao rightfully deserved her top position. How can it withstand a mid-stage golden core attack? She is merely at the Qi refinement stage. Some murmured in disbelief. I believe Senior Qinghe need not lie. Jinzhao is not one of Xiantong Pavilion's people. The primary material for the purple-level artifact, being golden armor, was plausible, given its renowned defensive capabilities. Even a nascent soul, true monarch would find it challenging to breach its shell. Whispers of admiration spread among the female cultivators, noting the exquisite beauty of the purple-level artifact. With its harmonious blend of blue and gold, splendid yet elegant. Unlike many artifact masters who merely focused on functionality, Jinzhao's artifact was a visual delight. I concur. The voices of dissent began to wane as Qinghe continued to announce the name of the second-ranked artifact master and their purple-level artifact. In total, for artifacts rated at the purple level, 12 at blue, 19 at green, and several others of varying ranks were presented during this Qinghe conference. After reciting 100 names, half an hour had passed, and the auction commenced. When Rinshi, with a stern expression, raised her bidding paddle. Her attendant, Pu Yuan, looked alarmed. Miss, didn't you say you disliked her? Why are you bidding on her crafted artifact? Who said I intend to purchase it? When Rinshi shot him a glance. Even if I do not want it, I cannot allow it to be easily acquired by others. But miss, every time you raise your paddle, you inadvertently increase her bid. Ultimately filling her pockets with more spirit stones, Pu Yuan retorted. When Rinshi, now furious, exclaimed, Why didn't you mention this sooner? Pu Yuan rolled his eyes, expecting her to use her intellect. In a corner of Qinghe Square, Jinzhao, Yun Shi, Chu Yu, Zisu, and Bai Rulian were summoned. Jing Haji and Nan Rongjiang approached, accompanied by several elderly men with graying hair. Nan Rongjiang glanced at Jinzhao and remarked, Due to special circumstances this year, aside from the pill ranking, the remaining top positions belong solely to you, Jinzhao. Thus, we have decided to allow you 5 to enter Qinghe Garden to observe the ancient Qionghua. Chu Yu, the only one among them who had previously entered Qinghe Garden, remained composed and smiled faintly. Bai Rulian also participated in the artifact refinement contest, achieving a commendable rank, thus earning her place in this garden visit as well. Nan Rongjiang and the array masters together closed the formation, allowing an abundance of spiritual energy to surge forth. He stated, once the formation is activated, free entry and exit will not be permitted. Tomorrow at this time, I and several elders shall return to escort you. Jing Haji gently added, This is a rare opportunity. Cherish it. Let's enter the garden. The group entered the garden in an orderly fashion, immediately spotting the Qionghua tree that had descended from the spirit realm. The ancient spirit tree, robust in age, was adorned with clusters of pure white Qionghua blossoms, resembling clouds or snowflakes. The Qionghua swayed gently, akin to the garments of celestial beings. Chu Yu, preferring solitude, circled the flower tree to find a spiritually abundant spot to meditate. The little monk, Zisu, had vanished, his whereabouts unknown. Yun Shi and Jinzhao, old acquaintances, stood together, earnestly admiring the Qionghua. What beautiful and ethereal flowers! Jinzhao exclaimed. Yun Shi nodded in agreement indeed. Apart from Sheng Wei flowers, I have never seen such exquisite blooms. Nearby, Bai Rulian overheard their simple praises and, with a slight smile, distanced herself. Missing Jinzhao's subsequent line, the snow-like spring warmth gathers shadows, compressing the fragrant ice upon the slanted branches. Yin Shi, taken aback, turned to Jinzhao. Why have I not heard this poem before? Jinzhao, beaming, replied enigmatically, "You have not heard it because it is meant to be so. If I were to write a history of flowers in the future, I would dare to list the Qionghua as the most radiant among them. It is rumored that this Qionghua tree, which fell from the rift in the heavens, is the very first Qionghua in Sichuan realm. Hence the belief that no Qionghua previously existed in this realm." Yun, she murmured the phrase softly, and upon hearing Jinzhao call her, she replied, "Jinzhao, I wish to wander through the Qionghua garden. Feel free to explore your leisure." Having long been curious about this grand formation, she seized the opportunity to observe it closely. As Yun she raised her gaze, she caught sight of a pale yellow figure, graceful and unrestrained, moving elegantly away. Jinzhao walked along the wall, the snow-white petals still retaining spiritual energy. Suddenly, she crouched down, parting the petals to reveal a complex pattern on the ground, embedded with a dimly glowing stone. Just as she reached out to touch it, a voice interrupted, "This is the formation stone of the Qionghua garden." Standing beneath the flower tree, the little monk spoke calmly. "Stones like this are countless. Deciphering the formation easily is nearly impossible." Jinzhao sprang up, her eyes sparkling. "Little monk, I shall head east while you venture west. Let us collaborate to count how many such formation stones exist in the Qionghua garden." "My name is Zisu," he replied. "Zisu? That name sounds familiar. Perhaps I have pondered too many matters recently and forgotten. I shall think more deeply when I have the time." Zisu, with clear eyes, listened to her thoughts, puzzled. They shared no bond, so why could he hear her inner voice? "Hey, little monk, where are you going?" Chapter 58. Breaking through two realms. Jinzhao's eyes sparkled with delight as she waved her hand. All right. She had anticipated the little monk might disagree with her proposal. The Qionghua petals piled like snow concealed the formation stones. Jinzhao cast a wind talisman, sending petals swirling into the air, revealing the path along the wall. Chuyu opened her eyes, observing Jinzhao's actions with a furrowed brow. What was she doing? The Qionghua garden was rich in spiritual energy, the ideal place for cultivation. Yet she chose to engage in these peculiar antics instead of seizing the time to cultivate. Chuyu found it perplexing, without diverting her attention to others. Chuyu quickly refocused her mind and continued her cultivation. Jinzhao counted up to 81 formation stones when a voice spoke simultaneously from above, 82. Jinzhao looked up to see Zisu, calm and clear-eyed, stating, from the west to the south, there are a total of 82 formation stones. Jinzhao paused for a moment, then replied, including this one, I also count 82 stones. Soon after, a look of astonishment appeared on her delicate face. She had not anticipated that this formation utilized a total of 163 formation stones. Zisu nodded in agreement. Typically, a large formation would consist of 50 or 60 stones, so the scale of the Qionghua Yuan formation was indeed remarkable, hence her surprise. However, it was evident that Jinzhao's thoughts diverged from his own, as he overheard the girl's excited musings. How many spirit stones must these stones be worth? Only someone with substantial resources could arrange such a formation. Zisu smirked slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Her words held merit. Without adequate backing, one could not possibly arrange such a formation. Jinzhao waved farewell to the young Taoist and turned to slip beneath the branches of the Qionghua, vanishing in an instant. The abundant spiritual energy in Qionghua Yuan suggested she was on the verge of a breakthrough. The moonlight, like a veil, enveloped the entire garden. Sitting cross-legged, Jinzhao absorbed the spiritual energy, guiding it into her energy points. The small pond of energy within her was pure and untainted, clear as crystal. Snow-white petals fluttered down, carpeting the hem of Jinzhao's skirt and resting upon her shoulders and head. Achoo! Jinzhao sneezed, opening her eyes to find dawn breaking on the horizon. She rose, swaying side to side to shake off the petals adorning her, clasped her hands above her head, and stretched leisurely. As she mumbled her way toward the garden gate, she wondered when the head of the Nan Rong family would arrive to close the formation. From a distance, Yin she spotted her and waved joyfully. When Jinzhao approached, she asked, Where did you go last night? Why couldn't he find you? Jinzhao pointed in a direction, explaining she had been meditating over there. Noticing a shift in Yun Shi's aura, she inquired, Have you established your foundation? Yun Shi nodded. The spiritual energy here is incredibly abundant. I broke through the threshold of foundation establishment in no time. Indeed, She had advanced 2 minor realms and was now at the 12th level of Qi refinement, with just a month and a half remaining to achieve foundational establishment. A gust of wind swept through, and the Qionghua petals were carried beyond the high walls. Zisu remarked calmly, "The formation barrier is closed. We can leave now." Yunqi immediately spotted her master, Yunhua Zunjia, coming to fetch her, and then a flash of pale yellow zipped past her. Jinzhao affectionately grasped Qinghe's sleeve, shaking it. "Master, how conscientious of you to come and pick me up." Qinghe swatted her hand away, stuffing the hefty Dabai into her arms and exhaling. Dabai is getting heavier by the day. Dabai, feeling neglected, whimpered and buried its head in Jinzhao's embrace. Jinzhao tilted her head. "It's not heavy. Dabai hasn't grown at all. Is that so?" Qinghe narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Dabai, seemingly convinced it hadn't grown, but mattered little. After exchanging only a couple of words with Yunhua, Qinghe led Jinzhao away. In that moment, Jinzhao understood the implications of Qinghe's words and smiled broadly. Qinghe cautioned, "Don't celebrate too soon. Staying back doesn't mean you can roam freely. You must remain by my side, never straying, understand?" Jinzhao nodded eagerly. "I understand. Rest assured, master. I won't wander off," she assured with conviction, and Qinghe, not overly concerned, advised, "Keep a close eye on Dabai." Dabai grumbled discontentedly. Jinzhao pressed its head down, promising, "I will." "Do you know about the Tong Yuan secret realm?" Qinghe suddenly inquired. Jinzhao hesitated, pondering. "Should I say I know or don't know? Why the sudden interest in the Tong Yuan secret realm, master?" Qinghe continued, "There are great opportunities within the Tong Yuan secret realm. Strive to break through your foundation in the next month and a half. And I'll have my senior brother add your name to the list. Bring Dabai along. If fortune favors you, it might awaken its bloodline." She recalled how many beasts had perished when she found Dabai, indicating it was no ordinary spirit beast. As for the specific bloodline it belonged to, she could not discern at present. Jinzhao replied earnestly, "Disciple understands. Also, your Qing Huang tier sold for 37,000 high-grade spirit stones. Keep it safe." He handed her a storage bag filled with spirit stones. "Now, let us head to the city lord's mansion." The half-immortal weapon was quite conspicuous. Using her Shui Ji sword, Qinghe and Jinzhao swiftly reached the city lord's mansion. Inside, a considerable gathering had already assembled, all at least at the mid to late stages of the Golden Core realm. Upon seeing Qinghe, they emerged to welcome her. "Lady June." Jinzhao offered the main seat. "Please take a seat." Remembering her senior brother's words, not to disgrace the Mingxin Sect in public, Qinghe maintained her elegant demeanor and casually took an empty seat, her lips parting. "I'll sit here just fine." As the host, it was only proper for Jing Changzhu to occupy the main seat. There was no need for her to be overly courteous. Seeing her seated, Jinzhao refrained from inviting Qinghe again, calling for a servant to add a seat for Jinzhao. Although the reason for bringing her disciple to such a perilous event was unclear, no one dared to question the authority of a transformation god. Jinzhao distributed images drawn based on the descriptions provided by disciples who had encountered the demon. "This is the appearance of the demon responsible for harming disciples from various sects," he explained, holding up a false spirit mirror that had been used to deceive others. Several elders from the Qinghe list examined the mirror and confirmed it was once a treasure of the Sui demon lord, known as the reflection mirror. Yet, wasn't he the Sui demon lord, a Z, slain by a nascent soul, true lord, 300 years ago? As they examined the image, everyone noticed the demon depicted was a youthful figure with white hair, bearing a lewd expression, entirely lacking the grace of the Sui demon lord. A fox named Sui. Azi was renowned for her beauty. However, the image clearly depicted a male demon. It seemed after the Sui demon lord's demise, her treasures had fallen into the hands of a wicked cultivator, endangering lives. Jinzhao leaned in for a closer look at the image, commenting, "It still lacks a little resemblance to the true appearance of the demon." Chapter 59. The murder of Yinling. All eyes in the room turned to Jinzhao as Qinghe inquired, "Have you seen this demon, Jinzhao?" Jinzhao replied candidly, "I encountered it briefly in Siyu City. It was deceiving people beneath a bridge in the western part of the city. Its lewd smile made my skin crawl, so I ran away." Upon hearing this, Qinghe recalled that the initial victims had indeed been found beneath various bridges. However, later crime scenes lacked any pattern, occurring in alleys, by the riverside, and in the countryside. More audaciously, even in the streets, people had been quietly harmed. Jinzhao, could you sketch the demon's visage again? The closer it resembles its true form, the easier it will be for us to track it down. Of course. Jinzhao readily agreed, flipping her palm upward to summon a spirit brush, beginning to redraw the image. Her strokes flowed seamlessly, completing the task in one breath. Everyone gathered around to observe. The new depiction bore a resemblance to the original, but with more intricate details. The brows slightly shortened, the ink lighter, and the corners of the mouth lifted in an eager smile. Qinghe nodded thoughtfully and waved his sleeve. All images instantly transformed to appear as if carved from the same mold. We'll post this image around the city to warn everyone and prevent further victims. Furthermore, a notice will be issued. Anyone with information regarding the demon should report to the city Lord's mansion, and upon verification, a reward of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones will be granted. A servant respectfully accepted the images from Qinghe and retreated. Just then, someone rushed in, nearly colliding with the servant. Qinghe frowned and reprimanded. There are esteemed guests present. How can you behave so recklessly? A bystander advised, City Lord Jing, do not be angered just yet. Let us hear what he has to say. His urgency suggests it is important. What? Qinghe slammed the table in fury. Who dares to be so bold? Where are the disciples of the Wenling Sect? Where are they now? The faces of the other sect elders darkened. What should have been a splendid Qinghe gathering had turned into such a calamity. Initially, their sect's disciples had been harmed, and now the entire Wenling sect was in peril. The wicked truly acted with impunity, showing no regard for them. The servant gestured toward the door, indicating someone was waiting outside. Qinghe strode out of the house, followed closely by the others. Two disciples from the Wenling sect, a pair of siblings, appeared disheveled and dazed, as if they had been gravely frightened. Only upon seeing so many people did they feel a slight sense of safety. Fetch a physician to examine them, Qinghe commanded. A Jinzhao stepped forward, saying, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. Allow me to take a look. He proceeded to check their pulses one by one, finding their injuries to be minor, though their spirits were somewhat unstable. A single hundan would suffice. Indeed, after consuming the elixir, their conditions improved significantly. Jinzhao felt somewhat distracted, as this event had not appeared in her memories. The Wenling sect was merely a small sect with little mention in her past. With wide apricot eyes, she scrutinized the two individuals, wondering if they had encountered that by Mei Yaoren. Qinghe inquired diligently, asking if they could recall the villain's appearance and distinguishing features. The male disciple, attempting to remain composed, described everything he could remember. The man had white hair and eyebrows, his face was covered in green vines, and he coughed intermittently, resembling a specter of illness. He possessed formidable abilities and wielded an extraordinary mirror that could consume souls. Green vines on his face? Qinghe pulled out a portrait. Is this him? The male disciple lowered his gaze, concentrating, and exclaimed, Yes, aside from the absence of green vines on his face, he is virtually identical. The mirror he held is almost indistinguishable from the one in the portrait, though his mirror surface appears somewhat murky. The group confirmed that the incident involving the Wenling sect was indeed the work of the malevolent being from Sea City, and their fists clenched in anger. They were astonished that he had already ventured outside Sea City to commit further misdeeds. The Bai Mei Yaoren is truly detestable. Lord Jing, we must act swiftly to eliminate this fiend, lest he harm more innocent lives. Qinghe appeared helpless, noting that the Yaoren's whereabouts were unpredictable, leaving them unable to track him down. Shall we simply allow him to continue his malevolence? Elder Zhou interjected. Lord Jing certainly does not mean that. Let's not be hasty. The Wenling sect siblings listening to the debate felt a sense of confusion. It seemed that Lord Jing and the others had been searching for this villain for some time. The matter of the Yaoren's lethal actions had been deliberately suppressed. Thus, the small Wenling sect was unaware of the full story. It was only now that they connected the rumors surrounding the Qinghe gathering with the incident, and their expressions turned pale. Suddenly, a serene voice broke through. In which location did your Wenling sect encounter the attack? Following the voice, they saw a woman in jade green attire, her demeanor cool and composed. Qinghe introduced, This is Qinghe Nujuan. The siblings stood in shock, and Qinghe, with a hint of exasperation, reminded them, Nujuan is asking a question. why do you remain silent? Oh, the male disciple stammered. We encountered the Yaoren at Zhiliopa. Qinghe turned to Jinghaji, saying, I shall visit Zhiliopa. The remaining matters will be entrusted to Lord Jing. Jinzhao. Qinghe called, do not dawdle. Yes, master, the girl replied cheerfully, stepping onto the sword. The two siblings nodded in understanding. After everyone departed, they whispered to each other, realizing that the individual they just met was the legendary Qinghe Nujuan. With her presence, they believed the Yaoren would soon meet his end. Upon arriving at Zhilio, Qinghe descended from her sword, the soil exuding a strong scent of blood. She covered her nose, her brows furrowing tightly. Jinzhao felt uneasy at the thought of stepping on ground soaked with blood, clutching to a bai to prevent it from slipping away, fearing that muddy paws would smudge her clothing. Master, what if I accidentally step on a severed limb? Jinzhao expressed her concern. It is highly possible, Qinghe replied, so keep your eyes sharp. Chapter 60. The temple at the foot of the mountain. Jinzhao, intimidated by Qinghe's words, furrowed her small face and walked more cautiously, her gaze fixed on the ground. Master, what is this? Suddenly, Jinzhao bent down and pulled a fragment from the soil, catching sight of a small temple at the mountain's base. There's a temple down there, she pointed. Qinghe extended her spiritual sense toward that direction, closing her eyes to sense the surroundings. Upon opening them, she concluded, it appears to have been abandoned not long ago. Who? Is it that Yaoren? Jinzhao eagerly inquired. For now, we cannot be certain. Let us investigate, Qinghe said, lifting Jinzhao by the back of her collar. Without summoning her sword, she executed a technique that shrank their distance to the temple. The mountain slope fell far behind them. It looked so close, yet it was so far, Jinzhao mused, raising the fragment in her hand. Master, what is this? Qinghe, exasperated, replied, can't you tell it's a broken identity token? Do you think it's some precious artifact that you're reluctant to discard? Jinzhao pouted, resembling a small goldfish. She shifted the topic, insisting, let us hurry to the temple. There might be clues, and we mustn't let the Yaoren escape. Qinghe observed her. You seem quite excited? Jinzhao nodded earnestly. Eliminating evil and punishing wrongdoers is certainly worthy of excitement. More importantly, there's a thrill in solving a case. Who doesn't harbor aspirations of becoming a detective like Conan? Qinghe frowned. Who is Conan? I have only heard of Nan Ku Yimeng. The temple was modest, somewhat dilapidated, with a towering stone statue in the center, devoid of any embellishments, starkly plain. Jinzhao examined it closely for a long time, but could not recognize it. She sought Qinghe's assistance. Master, which deity is enshrined in this temple? She gazed again at the statue of Zhu Shan Dao Jun. Something clicked in her mind. In another 60 years, he should ascend, right? But who did Shi Wang Dao Jun reincarnate as? I have no recollection. She seemed to possess quite a bit of knowledge. Qinghe pondered for a moment and asked, which direction do you think the Bai Mei Yaoren would flee? Since Jinzhao had been contemplating this daily, it might be wise to inquire about the villain's whereabouts, thus avoiding aimless wandering. Jinzhao's eyes widened. Master, I am not his inner thoughts. How could I possibly know? If I knew the Bai Mei Yaoren's movements, I would simply wait at the next location for him to fall into my trap. Qinghe mused inwardly. Isn't that like a small worm? Yet she speaks with such accuracy at times. Forget it. Since she doesn't know, we shall seek out clues ourselves. Suddenly, the Bai let out an indignant bark, raising its head from Jinzhao's arms and growling at the statue. Qinghe noticed the Bai's unusual behavior and instantly moved closer, gazing up at the statue. Is there something wrong with the statue of Shi Wang Dao Jun? Jinzhao stepped back, observing the statue from a distance, and asked. Qinghe smirked coldly. He is watching us. Huh? Jinzhao glanced around, feeling a chill run down her spine, as if a faceless specter could appear at any moment. Qinghe drew her sword, and Jinzhao thought she intended to strike the statue. Instead, a flash of sword light pierced the statue's eye. A piercing scream suddenly echoed from a dark cave, and blood began to flow from the vacant stone eye. Jinzhao pressed close to Qinghe, tugging at her sleeve. There's another eye. Qinghe shot her a glance, noting her cautiousness, but the other eye appeared normal. Qinghe raised her sleeve and cast a spell over the entire temple before taking flight on her sword. The transformation boundary should be quite secure, right? Bang! Something fell. Jinzhao felt a chill run down her spine, her hair standing on end, as she scanned the temple. What just fell? It seemed nothing had fallen out of place. Jinzhao knelt, waving at it, whispering to Bai, "Hurry up." The statue of Shiwang Dao Jun appeared increasingly eerie. "Do not approach it too closely. I should probably cast an illusion to cover it." The stone statue bleeding evokes a chilling sensation. This morning, I cast an illusionary seal upon the statue, and before my eyes appeared a resplendent peach blossom tree. Who claims that illusionism is futile? It proves to be quite effective. The great white creature, in a fit of indignation, howled, its meaning lost on me. I swallowed hard, remaining vigilant of my surroundings. The demon mirror had manifested here. But where was the white-browed demon? Had my master pursued it? If the demon were to appear in the temple, would I not become a fish in a barrel? Yet, even stepping outside, the barrier felt perilous. I glanced outside the temple. The dense forest surrounding me was eerily silent, devoid of life. The great white creature fixated on the forbidden mirror, emitting a low growl. It was a cursed object, one I should not touch. I turned to dissuade the creature. It howled louder, its fur bristling in alarm. I was perplexed, unable to comprehend the creature's language. The mirror slowly exuded a plume of black smoke, coalescing into a humanoid form. I sensed something amiss, stood upright, and drew my purple bamboo staff, preparing for confrontation. The creature was warning me. There was a ghost present. My heart raced, yet I maintained my composure. I reassured myself that encountering a ghost was a normal part of cultivation. However, the apparition's visage seemed oddly familiar. Chapter 61. Encountering the black wind again, seeing me, still gazing with curiosity, the black wind extended its clawed fingers towards my throat. I swiftly raised my staff, striking its hand with a surge of spiritual energy that burned, causing it to recoil. Its expression darkened. This little spirit had advanced in power far too quickly. Recognizing the black wind, my eyes widened in shock. "You have become a malevolent practitioner? How is the demon mirror of the white-browed demon in your possession?" The black wind smirked wickedly. "Even at death's door, you waste words. Today, I shall send you to atone for your sins to the red snail." Instantly, a suffocating aura enveloped the temple, plunging it into darkness. I hastily produced a cloth to cover my mouth and nose, revealing only my keen eyes, while spiritual flames ignited at my fingertips, cascading onto the candle holder. The black wind's figure lurked within the shadows, waiting for its moment. I observed the subtle shifts in the darkness, gripping my staff tightly. Suddenly, a pair of ghostly hands reached out from behind me. The great white creature yelped in alarm. I swiftly twisted my wrist, landing the staff squarely on the black wind's face, leaving a crimson mark. It touched its face, an expression of rage contorting into a deranged grin, and unleashed a windstorm towards me. I evaded, hearing a tremendous crash as the statue of the SHWing DOJ and shattered into pieces. Debris flew, embedding itself in the temple walls. A formidable pressure of spiritual energy surged forth. I quickly enveloped the great white creature in a protective barrier, wielding my purple bamboo staff to thrust forward. My staff technique was intricate, conjuring countless illusory shadows that confounded the black wind, which narrowed its eyes and retaliated with a punch. A fierce gale swept through, tousling my hair, yet I remained undaunted, lifting my staff once more, aiming for the black wind's skull. At that moment, countless silver lights illuminated around me, the mirror's glare blinding, and I felt a terrifying force attempting to extract something from within me. Gritting my teeth, I held onto my spirit firmly, resisting the pull. Gradually, I found it hard to breathe as the black mist coalesced into a noose around my throat. The black wind's eyes glinted with madness, its hand tightening in the air, squeezing the dark energy around my neck. "Red snail, I shall soon send her to join you," it sneered. Suddenly, the black wind trembled violently, a pained expression crossing its face as it struck its own head, granting me a moment to breathe. I swiftly knocked the floating mirror from the air. "Black wind, I told you to keep her alive. You dare to defy my orders." A white silhouette appeared outside the temple. The white-browed demon spotted me, a friendly smile spreading across its face. "Little girl, do not fear. I am a good person." At this point, I couldn't believe it was still trying to deceive me. The white-browed demon stepped forward, but before it could fully enter the temple, the barrier repelled it, leaving several scratches on its face. I breathed a sigh of relief. With my master's barrier in place, I was temporarily safe. The demon wiped the blood from its hand. Its remaining eye searching for me, and it coaxed, "Little girl, I genuinely wish to take you as my disciple. Come with me." I blinked, pointing at the black wind. "What about him? He just tried to kill me." The white-browed demon scoffed. "He is nothing like you, merely an ignorant fool. Once we leave here, I shall impart the soul-seizing spell to you. You may torment him as you wish." The black wind regained consciousness for a moment, overhearing the demon's words. Its eyes wide with disbelief. "Master, is what you say true? You will hand me over to her?" The white-browed demon disavowed any connection. "Do not call me master. The only disciple I desire is her." I shuddered at the thought. I had no intention of becoming a disciple of such a nefarious being. "So, when you first took me as a disciple, it was never sincere. How naive of me to think that a mere loose cultivator could have the fortune of being mentored by a Yuan practitioner." The black wind erupted into maniacal laughter, its face contorted with rage. "If you wish to take her as your disciple, go to hell and find her spirit." The white-browed demon roared, "Wretched creature, if you harm my disciple, I shall ensure your annihilation." I rolled my eyes. "Old demon, stop shouting. I'm not your disciple." In an instant, a powerful gust sliced through the air. The white-browed demon exclaimed, "Be careful." I retorted, "Shut up. You're clouding my judgment." Obediently, the demon fell silent, though it would occasionally interject with a warning. "Attack his front shank." The black wind's anger intensified, its strikes becoming lethal. I spat in frustration. "Old demon, you're only raising my enmity. Do you wish for my demise?" The white-browed demon's guidance only seemed to put me at a disadvantage. Muttering incantations for the soul-seizing spell, the black wind felt a surge of agony deep within its soul, its head pounding, eyes glowing a sinister red. Seizing the opportunity, I aimed for its heart, but it was too late. The purple bamboo, charged with immense spiritual power, emerged from behind. "How dare you?" the white-browed demon shrieked. The black wind spat blood. "Why should I not dare? Even in death, I will drag her down with me. If you wish to take her as your disciple, I shall not grant you your wish." The black wind's grin faltered, its expression frozen in shock as I stood unscathed beneath the veil of darkness. "You wish to take me with you? I shall not oblige." The black wind gasped, its breath caught, collapsing to the ground. The demon mirror slipped from its grasp. I raised the purple bamboo, intending to shatter the mirror, but the white-browed demon, having just relaxed, urged, "Do not smash it." The staff remained mere inches from the mirror's surface as the demon insisted, "You truly must not break it. The mirror contains malevolent spirits. If shattered, they will escape. And with the barrier in place, I cannot rescue you." The white-browed demon spoke soothingly. Yet, when would my master realize the white-browed demon had approached the temple? Just then, a clear sword light descended from the heavens, forming a sword formation. Qinghe glanced at me. "Are you all right?" I shook my head, warning Master, "You must ensure the demon does not escape this time." Heaven knows how many scenarios I had pondered while the demon was outside the temple. Qinghe's gaze hardened. That will not happen. She was deceived by the demon's ploy of luring her away because he had separated his Yuan and nurtured it with secret methods. Chapter 62. Qinglian Fozong. However, this was not a bad outcome. She had captured the demon's Yuan, thus rendering him incapable of further schemes, even if he abandoned his physical form to allow the Yuan to escape. The Bai Mei Yao Ren's expression darkened as he immediately summoned his magical artifact. Attempting to contend with Qinghe, the sword shadows of the heavenly light descended, leaving no place to evade. The Bai Mei Yao Ren, in panic, looked up, blood seeping from between his brows. In the presence of the Huashan realm, the Yuan had no power to retaliate. Qinghe formed a hand seal to cleanse her sword, only to notice two eager pairs of eyes fixed upon her. She raised her hand to dispel the barrier. Bai was the first to rush out, rubbing against Qinghe's calf. As Qinghe took the mirror, she swept her palm over it, and the surface instantly surged with numerous faces. "He did not deceive you. It is indeed true," Qinghe stated. "Fortunately, you did not shatter the mirror, for otherwise, the malevolent souls within would have emerged, leaving you nowhere to flee, destined to be swallowed alive." Jinzhao, in a huff, puffed up her cheeks, complaining that her master was intimidating her once more. Yet, all those within were wicked souls. "What are the souls of the victims?" Jinzhao inquired. "Master, I heard that the fairy Li Jian of Lu Xia Zone lost her soul. Could it be within this mirror? Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is? Then is it, or is it not? Master is acting mysterious." Jinzhao pondered, and suddenly felt a sharp thump on her head. Her small face filled with confusion. "Master, why did you hit me?" Qinghe replied coolly, "My hand itched." Who told her to murmur in her heart without speaking well of herself? "Qing," he continued, "if Li Jian's soul were truly within, it would have been devoured clean by now. Then what hope is there for the fairy Li Jian? If she lost her soul, one could still summon her back. But if her soul has been consumed, there would be no way. Perhaps a wandering ghost might be summoned in as well. Li Jian is truly unfortunate." Jinzhao silently mourned for the fairy Li Jian, and then Qinghe's serene voice broke through her thoughts. "Why are you so concerned about Lu Xiaozong's affairs?" Jinzhao asked. "Master, do you remember when I told you about those two loose cultivators who wanted to snatch to buy?" Qinghe had a vague recollection and nodded. Jinzhao continued. "He is the companion of that female cultivator, by chance becoming by Mei Yao Ren's disciple, and now hiding within the Zhaoxing mirror, waiting for you to leave so he can emerge and seek revenge for her." Although Jinzhao loved to meddle in affairs, she was not necessarily inclined to act upon them. She had slain Heifeng solely because Heifeng sought her life. Qinghe flew swiftly on her sword, and before long, they arrived at the city lord's residence. She cast the Bai Mei Yao Ren's corpse onto the ground and sent a message using her spiritual energy. "Jing Chengzhu, I have dealt with the demon. Please handle the subsequent matters." When Jinghaji arrived in the courtyard, Qinghe had already departed with Jinzhao. The others, having heard the commotion, rushed over to find only the demon's corpse, with no sign of Qinghe. Did the Qinghe lady just come? This is undoubtedly the demon's corpse. Examining the wounds, they were inflicted by the Shueiji sword, confirming that the lady must have slain the demon. Who would have thought that Qinghe would act so decisively, resolving the issue that troubled everyone in the blink of an eye? Now that the demon has been eliminated, we shall not linger. Jing Changzhu, we take our leave. It is rather shameful. The sect master instructed me to assist Jing Chengzhu in solving the case. Yet I was of no help at all, instead requiring the hospitality of Jing Chengzhu. Now that the matter is resolved, I will not impose any longer. Farewell. Figures continued to depart like rainbows, leaving the city lord's residence in tranquility. Miao Pu stared at the demon's corpse with red-rimmed eyes, wishing to dismember it. Jinghaji, seeing this, could only sigh. "Why the hurry? I can have someone escort you." Miao Pu halted Jinghaji's gesture of summoning attendants, saying, "The sect has received news and sent people to see you city. They are currently outside the residence, so Uncle Jing need not trouble himself with arrangements." Miao Pu expressed her gratitude. The young girl took a step back and performed a deep bow. "Qinglianzong. Is Qinglianzong not a Buddhist sect? What business do we have there? Moreover, Qinglianzong has always avoided dealings with cultivators like us, even refusing to participate in the Qiongning assembly. It is extremely reclusive, quite different from the Buddhist monasteries in Jinzhao's impression." Qinghe, with clear eyes, stated, "With so many malevolent souls in the Zhaoxing mirror, would you have me nurture ghosts on my Wenling Peak?" Jinzhao shook her head vigorously, adamantly refusing. "We cannot raise little ghosts." What is that saying? Money for life donated to the merit box. In times of trouble, let the Buddha assist. Though I have no money to donate, giving away 2 little ghosts is still a form of merit. In that light, sending this batch of malevolent souls to Qinglianzong is indeed a wise course of action. "Ah, Master has suddenly become clever," Jinzhao exclaimed. Qinghe gritted her teeth, warning, "Do not swing around on my sword. If you fall, it will be exceedingly difficult to gather the scattered bones." "And what do you mean by saying I have suddenly become clever? I have always been clever, right? Even when Master was alive, he often praised my exceptional intelligence." Jinzhao clutched Qinghe's clothing tightly, repeatedly assuring, "Master, I promise I will not move around." In an instant, the long sword had traversed numerous mountain ranges. Below Jinzhao's eyelids, a robust ancient tree stood out prominently, piercing the clouds, bursting forth a touch of verdant green amidst the white clouds. "Master, have we arrived at Qinglianzong?" She could see the Bodhi tree, undoubtedly reaching the Buddhist domain. He formed a sword seal and descended. Before them lay a river, adorned with clear blue and white lotus flowers, the petals long and broad, with distinct patterns, swaying gracefully in the wind. A small monk drawing water by the riverbank saw color for the first time in the pure and untainted Qinglian River. He lifted his gaze slightly. On the opposite bank stood a girl dressed in pale yellow, with dimples, who cheerfully said, "Little monk, my master, and I wish to meet your Nanwa master. Could you kindly relay our message?" Ruo replied. My master is in seclusion. Please return later. Yet the two figures on the opposite bank shrank in size. Appearing before him, Jinzhao curiously asked, Little monk, what realm are you in now? Nam, a master, is such a renowned figure. Why are you still just a small monk? Ruo's eyes reflected waves of emotion, his mind entirely elsewhere, for these two had actually crossed the Qinghe River. Chapter 63. Foundation Establishment Under the Tree. Little monk, when will Nam, master, emerge from seclusion? Qinghe's gaze shimmered as she swiftly plucked a branch of lotus. The motion was so quick that Ruo could not intervene in time. Alas, since they could cross the Qinghe River, it indicated they were fated individuals. Plucking a branch of Qinghe was of little consequence. Just as Ruo reassured himself, a crisp sound was heard. The girl in pale yellow had pinched a Buddha's eye Qinghe. Jinzhao. He cautioned her not to be greedy. Ruo's brow lowered slightly as he spoke gently. Little benefactor, you are fated with our Buddha. It is of no concern. He extended his hand, personally plucking several branches of blooming Qinghe and offering them to Jinzhao. Jinzhao glanced at Qinghe, and upon receiving her slight nod of consent, she reached out to accept them. Does master know this is Buddha's eye Qinghe? If she doesn't know, why did she pluck the Qinghe? If she does know, why did she not wait for me to pluck a few more branches before reminding me? Or did she intentionally remind me, so that the little monk would willingly offer us some Buddha's eye Qinghe? No matter how precious Buddha's eye Qinghe is, it cannot surpass my long, black, and smooth hair. Ruo's heart trembled, and amidst his shock, he found it somewhat amusing. He did not intend for her to renounce the secular world. Qinghe, hearing Jinzhao's thoughts, lowered her gaze to the lotus in her hand. Is this truly Buddha's eye Qinghe? The treasure of Jinzhao, and it grows so carelessly by the river in front of the sect, and the rumored precious Buddha's eye Qinghe is indeed this abundant. It is no wonder that those with ulterior motives have been unable to uncover the whereabouts of Jinzhao's treasured artifact. After all, no one would expect such a significant object to be concealed in such an overt location, unattended and easily accessible. Ruo, collecting his scattered thoughts, spoke in a measured tone. My master's periods of seclusion are unpredictable, and no one in Jinzhao knows when he will emerge. Qinghe, calculating with her fingers, fixed a knowing gaze upon Ruo and remarked, Little monk, a practitioner must not speak falsehoods. Master Nanwa has indeed emerged from his retreat. Why do you deceive us? Just as Ruo was about to deny her claim, his eyes caught sight of a figure clad in a black robe approaching, and he respectfully bowed. Master. Jinzhao gazed curiously at the legendary enlightened monk, Master Nanwu, whose snow-white eyebrows and beard exuded purity, with eyes brimming with wisdom and compassion. Master Nanwu, fiddling with his prayer beads, addressed Qinghe. You are mistaken. Qinghe, in June, Ruo has not misled you. I have indeed been in seclusion, but upon sensing the arrival of esteemed guests, I chose to emerge early. There exists a wager within Xianjie regarding who will ascend first. Yunhua Zunren of Shengwei Mountain, Qinghe in June of Mingxin Zone, and Master Nanwu of Qinglian Zone. Yet, in Jinzhao's recollection, only Yunhua Zunren has successfully ascended. Qinghe's failure to ascend was due to Lin Zin's influence. Yet, why has Master Nanwu not ascended? Qinghe produced the Zhaoxing mirror, which contained countless malevolent spirits, and requested Master Nanwu's assistance in purifying it. With a gentle smile, Master Nanwu accepted the mirror and promptly handed it to Ruo, saying, Once you have liberated all the spirits contained within, you may leave the sect. Qinghe frowned slightly, questioning, Master Nanwu, this mirror is wicked. Is it not too frivolous to entrust such a task to a mere novice? Even as a transcendent being, she could not afford to be careless. Had Master Nanwu truly lost his clarity of thought to assign such an important task to a small monk? However, Qinghe's doubts stirred no turbulence in Ruo's heart. Cradling the mirror, he calmly replied, I shall faithfully obey my master's command. As Master Nanwu's pristine robes faded from view, Qinghe realized he was not jesting. He had indeed entrusted this matter to a young novice. With a cheerful demeanor, Master Nanwu said, in June, you share a special bond with the Buddha. Feel free to explore the sect. Qinghe, forcing a smile, thought it absurd that the little monk claimed a connection with the Buddha and that the old monk echoed this sentiment. Jinzhao tugged at Qinghe's sleeve. Master, I wish to take a stroll. She had never visited Qinghe Zone before, and with Master Nanwu's invitation, she had no reason to decline. Master Nanwu gazed kindly at Jinzhao, recognizing the aura of spiritual energy surrounding her, indicating she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Qinghe then noticed Jinzhao's condition. Had she not just broken through? How could she be poised to ascend again so soon? In that case, Ji Ruo and I will impose upon Master Nanwu, Qinghe remarked, mindful of Jinzhao's state, thus foregoing further pleasantries. The abundant spiritual energy of Qinghe Zone was indeed suitable for Jinzhao as cultivation of foundational realms. May I break through there? Jinzhao inquired, pointing at the Bodhi tree. Master Nanwu readily consented. The spiritual energy rushed eagerly into Jinzhao's being, and without further ado, she dashed to the base of the tree, sitting cross-legged to refine the energies of heaven and earth. A mysterious aura cascaded down from the Bodhi tree, rippling outward, just as Qinghe intended to conceal the anomaly. Master Nanwu had already dissipated the disturbance with a gentle gesture. She may not awaken for some time, Master Nanwu stated. What just transpired was a moment of enlightenment from the Tao. Many who ascend do not experience such a fleeting grasp of the Tao in their entire lives. Yet this young girl has achieved it. Qinghe understood that enlightenment was unpredictable. It was uncertain when Jinzhao would awaken from her meditative state. Remembering Master Nanwu's invitation to roam, she decided to explore. Wandering along the stone path, she passed the main hall but did not enter, merely observing the imposing golden statues of the Buddha, their serene visages radiating an aura of solemnity. After a brief moment of admiration, she looked away, feeling a slight strain in her neck from gazing upward. A novice sweeping fallen leaves seemed curious about the arrival of a female cultivator, unable to resist stealing glances. Half a month later, Jinzhao finally awakened from her deep meditation. Upon opening her eyes, she felt a profound clarity and a myriad of fragmented sounds filtering into her awareness. Listening intently, she discerned the flowing water of the river adorned with blooming Buddhist-eyed Qinghe, the chirping of birds in the Bodhi tree above, and the conversations of the novices. Why has that girl, who is cultivating in our sect, not awakened after such a long time? The petals and leaves beneath the Bodhi tree had surely piled into a small mountain. Looking down, Jinzhao found herself nearly buried beneath a mound of leaves, and she rose, shaking off the remnants of Bodhi flowers. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and after a moment's contemplation, Jinzhao resolved to seek out Qinghe or Master Nanwu. Chapter 64. Chanting to Liberate Spirits. Qinghe Zone was vast, and one could easily become lost within its confines. Jinzhao approached an unfamiliar hall, hearing the sound of chanting within. She stepped over the threshold and saw a figure clad in white, facing away from her. "Excuse me, little monk, do you know where Master Nanwu is?" Ji Ruo paused his recitation, turning to see the girl standing at the entrance, her eyes alight with joy. What was she so pleased about? Ji Ruo pondered in confusion. Jinzhao hurried to the statue of the Buddha, kneeling on the meditation mat. "What a coincidence! I did not expect to encounter you here. You must know where Master Nanwu is, right?" Ji Ruo, realizing the source of her delight, responded softly, "My master should be at the Mingxin platform. You may go seek him there." Knowing Master Nanwu's whereabouts, Jinzhao no longer felt rushed to leave. Her gaze fell upon the Zhaoxing mirror placed before the Buddha. "Little monk, how many malevolent spirits have you liberated?" "I have counted 13, Ji Ruo replied. "I suppose it is my turn next, right?" "Little monk, it is time for me to be liberated." "Oomph. That wretched little bald head recites incantations by my ear all day long, driving me to madness. Once I escape this mirror, I shall surely sever your tongue." He. You do not wish to be liberated. So allow me to cut in line and escape this torment sooner. The voices were not Ji Ruo's, but emanated from the mirror, a cacophony of spirits clamoring noisily. Jinzhao leaned back, creating distance from the mirror, her eyes wide in astonishment as she looked at Ji Ruo. "These ghosts can communicate with people?" One irate spirit shouted. "Who do you think you're looking down upon? We were once esteemed individuals in life, not mindless beasts. How can we not comprehend human speech?" The noise from the spirits caused Jinzhao's ears to ring, and she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the little monk, who had to endure the incessant chatter of these loquacious ghosts all day long. Ji Ruo remained calm, saying, "When the heart is free from distractions, one naturally cannot hear such voices. Then why, when I called you from outside the hall, Did you cease your chanting and turn to look? Jiruo replied. I can choose to ignore these voices, but I am not deaf. The spirits in the mirror were furious, exclaiming, Little monk, so you have been ignoring us all along. This is simply outrageous. We shall show you a thing or two. Jiruo's expression remained serene and peaceful, unfazed by the angry spirits. He turned to the bright-eyed girl, asking, Why do you not leave? Did you not wish to find my master? Jinzhao earnestly replied, I wish to see how you liberate the malevolent spirits. Little girl, clarify who the malevolent spirits are. You are the malevolent spirit. Your entire family is filled with malevolent spirits. Oh dear, how foolish you are. She referred to us as the malevolent spirits. You insipid coward, I shall devour you. Suddenly, a shadowy figure lunged from the mirror, only to scream in agony as a blue light lotus struck it, releasing a cloud of black smoke. Jinzhao observed the Zhaoxing mirror and then looked at Jiruo, who was reciting an incomprehensible mantra, sending blue lotuses flying into the mirror. The act of spitting forth blue lotuses was not merely a figment of the imagination. It was indeed a reality. This morning, I was astonished to see a little figure wide-eyed, with tiny hands covering her mouth to prevent any exclamations that might disrupt the little monk's ritual to guide malevolent spirits. Although the monk claimed he could not hear the sounds of the outside world, he had previously cowered at the mention of fierce spirits, pleading, Master, Master, I see my error. Please do not chant any further. I, too, lamented my mistakes, realizing that the greatest torment in this world was the Qinghe incantation of the little monk. This morning, as I listened to the tranquil recitation echoing in the silence, my heart found a surprising peace. The chanting was slow and steady, and it continued for a long while before it ceased. The spirit in the mirror seemed rejuvenated. As Jiruo opened his eyes, he noticed the girl had vanished from the cushion beside him, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream that had never occurred. Master, I have listened to your Qinghe incantation for 13 days. When will I attain liberation? A timid female spirit inquired, her gaze cast downward in shame. This morning, I asked a novice sweeping the floor for directions to the Mingxin platform, and before I could reach it, Qinghe emerged from the other side, muttering, Do all monks prattle on like this? Namo Master insists I listen to the Dharma. Can I truly comprehend it? Does he genuinely wish for me to become a practitioner? Master, I exclaimed brightly, not noticing Qinghe shiver slightly. When did you awaken? You startled me by appearing so suddenly. I had assumed Qinghe was concerned for me, and my smile grew even more radiant as I replied, Just now. By the way, Master, how many days has it been since I entered meditation? Half a month. She responded. What? I thought I must have misheard. Qinghe numbly repeated, You have been in meditation for half a month. I had listened to the teachings for half a month, until the Mingxin Sect faded into the shadows behind me. I recalled something. Master, did you inform Namo Master about our departure? Qinghe replied. How could she remember? Qinghe conjured a delicate piece of paper and inscribed a few elegant words with her spiritual power, sending it to the Mingxin Sect. Now it has been said. At the Mingxin platform, a light and airy note suddenly descended upon Namo Master. He lifted his hand to retrieve it, and, upon reading the graceful script, smiled slightly as the note transformed into spiritual light and dissipated. The commotion was minimal. Apart from Zhao Qin, no one noticed. He offered a few words of advice to Ji Li and proceeded to inquire about the Wenling Peak. Just as I set down my large white object, I spotted Zhao Qin's figure appearing on the mountain path. She rubbed her eyes and murmured to herself, Am I seeing things? It seems to be the Sect Leader's uncle. I stood at the mountain path's entrance and greeted her politely. Greetings, Sect Leader Uncle. Zhao Qin raised her gaze. Ah, it's you. I nodded. I just established my foundation. Initially, he had thought Ziyin was about to break through to the foundation establishment stage, a rare prodigy indeed. He did not expect my talent to surpass hers slightly. It seemed that during this expedition to the Tongyuan secret realm, both of us would be prepared. I smiled brightly and said, Thank you, Sect Leader Uncle. Zhao Qin waved her hand and turned to inquire about the affairs of the Four-Corner City. Chapter 65. Before departure, I recounted everything in detail, and Zhao Qin praised, Well done. Focus on preparing for the expedition to the Tongyuan secret realm. After spending half a month at the Mingxin Sect, the opening of the Tongyuan secret realm drew nearer, and I dared not slacken my efforts. Since I could not elevate my realm in such a short time, I devoted myself to drawing talismans and making preparations just in case. However, recently, I noticed that my sect leader uncle frequently rushed to Wenling Peak, but did not seek out master, instead bombarding me with questions. I rested my chin in my hand, appearing to ponder seriously, while my thoughts drifted far away. Why does the sect leader uncle continually inquire about sect matters? Does he intend to cultivate me as the next sect leader? Zhao Qin, who merely sought information, thought, nonsense, how long has he been the sect leader? He cannot relinquish his position so soon. Moreover, he had always regarded Ji Li as the next sect leader, making it difficult to choose between his own apprentice and his own nephew. Before he could exhale in relief, my inner voice rang out again. I have no desire to become the leader of a fallen sect. Zhao Qin, holding her teacup, trembled slightly, then quickly rose, saying, I just remembered I have some sect affairs to attend to. I must take my leave. Senior brother? Qinghe called after him, but he appeared distracted, hastily descending the path to Wenling Peak. Qinghe stepped over the threshold of the hall and asked, What did you discuss with my senior brother? Why is he in such a hurry, as if being chased by a ghost? She had not seen him like this for many years. I feigned innocence. I didn't say anything at all. That's peculiar. Qinghe frowned and said, Never mind. I shall inquire with him at Shaoluan Peak another day. The members of the Mingxin sect noticed that their sect leader had become increasingly preoccupied with managing sect affairs since a certain day, with a few strands of gray appearing in his hair. Perhaps we should advise the sect leader to take a rejuvenation pill? Otherwise, in just a couple of years, others will think our Mingxin sect has a new leader. Upon hearing these remarks, something flickered in my mind. The one truly responsible for leading the team was Ji Li. Ji Li, we have assembled the team. Why have we not set off? Are we waiting for someone else? A young female cultivator, around 20, with a delicate appearance, asked. The candidates for the expedition to the Tanyuan secret realm had already been determined. Bringing someone in at this stage might risk holding us back, another complained. The elder leading the expedition raised an eyebrow, exasperated. Why are you so anxious? In the secret realm, maintaining composure is crucial to survival. You must temper your temperament. The one who had complained, named Li Zhou, was the disciple of the elder leading the expedition. Upon hearing his master's reprimand, he immediately fell silent, not daring to say more. Lin Ziyin, dressed in a pristine white robe, appeared at the mountain gate. She scanned the team and, not seeing me, appeared somewhat surprised. Elder Mu, I am Lin Ziyin from the Medicine Peak. I apologize for delaying everyone due to my late emergence from meditation. The girl, possessing remarkable beauty and a face as radiant as jade, spoke with sincere humility, silencing any prior dissenters. Elder Mu, already aware that two individuals would be joining the expedition to the Tanyuan secret realm, responded with a casual and instructed, join the team. Upon seeing Lin Ziyin, the others quickly deduced the identity of the second person they were waiting for. Lin Jr.'s sister was aware of the need to arrive early. I cannot allow everyone to wait for me, just because I am Qinghe's disciple. She and Lin Jr.'s sister both possessed single fire spiritual roots, and Lin Jr.'s sister was on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment before departure. If she had not succeeded, who knew how long we would have to wait? The opportunity to enter the Tanyuan secret realm was meant only for those at the foundation establishment stage. As a mere qi refining period cultivator, I had no business causing a commotion. Elder Mu, are we truly going to continue waiting for her? Elder Mu gazed at the girl approaching like a lively butterfly and replied, She has arrived. Before I got close, I heard a sarcastic voice at last. Junior sister Jinzhao has arrived. If one were unaware, they might think we all misremembered the time. The speaker was a mid-foundation female cultivator, clad in a blue-pink robe, with a slender face and sharp eyes, exuding a somewhat bitter demeanor. The female cultivator was named Qinghe, and I could not recall when I had offended her. Perhaps she simply disliked me. I nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, senior sister seems to have misremembered the time. We should have set off at the hour of Chun, and there is still 2/4 of an hour until then. Qinghe was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly retorted. Even if we are leaving at the hour of Chun, could you not arrive a bit earlier? I countered, did I not arrive 2/4 of an hour early? Qinghe was about to retort again when Elder Mu interrupted sharply. The scheduled departure time is indeed at the hour of Chun. She has not arrived late. So let us all refrain from idle chatter and board the spirit vessel. With a wave of Elder Mu's hand, a radiant light flew from his palm, transforming into a massive spirit vessel, and the group boarded the flying craft in turn. Jinzhao and Ji remained at the back. He remarked that Qinghe, his junior sister, had this disposition. The dangers within the Tanyuan secret realm were palpable, and as fellow disciples, they ought to support one another. He advised her not to take Chen Ying's recent words to heart. Ji Shixiang reassured him, promising he would not dwell on it. Ji Li, after a moment's thought, left with a parting wish for her to rest well and sought out Chen Ying for conversation. The Yuanying cultivator skillfully commanded the spirit vessel, ensuring a far more stable journey than if they were to pilot the flying boat themselves, gliding through clouds and mist without the slightest turbulence. Above the spirit vessel, a transparent barrier enveloped them, preventing even the wind from intruding. Jinzhao made his way inward, finding an empty room where he hung a do not disturb sign and began to meditate. He maintained his deep concentration for as long as the vessel flew steadily. But soon, a rumbling from his stomach broke the silence. Glancing down, he noticed a bai languidly sprawled at his feet. I told you, the bai gudan given by Ji Li Shixiang lasts for 12 days. It's not that easy to feel hunger. Jinzhao retrieved a single vial from his storage ring, poured out a pill into his palm, and offered it to the bai. Although bai usually turn up its nose at the bai gudan, this time it hesitated not, licking the pill clean before swallowing it whole. After wiping his palm on his clothes, Jinzhao stood and stretched, stepping outside. The spirit vessel had reached a place he had never seen before, with mountains rising one after another, their roots intertwining like the gnarled limbs of ancient trees. As he admired the scenery, a slender figure approached. Linzine, what does she possibly want with me at this moment? He pondered, noting that they had yet to enter the Tanyuan secret realm. Indeed, she could hear his thoughts. Although the reason remained unclear, it was ultimately advantageous for her. Linzine did not draw too near, seemingly having merely stumbled upon this location. Gazing into the distance where the shadow of the Tanyuan secret realm was faintly visible, Jinzhao found himself perplexed by Linzine's actions, and since she remained silent, he refrained from initiating conversation, instead contemplating various matters in his mind. The Tanyuan secret realm holds 3 treasures. The half-water spirit has been claimed by Yunxi, while the other is concealed within the mist abyss. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to explore it. Yet, he realized that once they entered the realm, he would need to distance himself from Linzine first. What exactly was the half-water spirit? And where was the mist abyss? Linzine methodically processed the information, deducing that the half-water spirit, as its name suggests, was likely a treasure suited for water spirit roots. Like her, Jinzhao possessed a singular fire spirit root, and her knowledge of the half-water spirit indicated that she had no desire for it, suggesting it bore no value to them. The treasures hidden within the mist abyss represented her greatest opportunity. Why, then, did she cease her explanation about the other treasure? Having waited for what felt like an eternity without hearing further, the spirit vessel suddenly jolted and began a slow descent. They had arrived at the Tanyuan secret realm. Mu Zhan's voice resonated throughout the vessel, ensuring everyone heard him, lest any remain in meditation and fail to disembark. The disciples convened for this journey were all young and capable, and as the leading elder, Mu Zhan gathered them together to impart his guidance. The Tanyuan secret realm is fraught with peril. As fellow disciples, you must unite in purpose, assisting one another. For what transpired at the sect's entrance must never repeat within the secret realm. While opportunities are indeed precious, without life, they amount to naught. After delivering his earnest admonition, he observed that the disciples seemed preoccupied, prompting an almost inaudible sigh from him. The dangers he spoke of were not solely those inherent to the secret realm. Far more perilous was the strife that arose from the competition for resources. If the members of their own sect could not stand together in times of hardship, how could they ever expect assistance from those of other sects? To distrust one's fellow disciples while hoping for the goodwill of others is the height of folly. At the entrance to the secret realm, a multitude of sect members had gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Mu Zhan recalled the instructions given by the sect leader and turned to address the crowd. Our Mingxin Sect has formed an alliance with the Mingxin Sect. Should either party encounter misfortune within the secret realm, the other shall provide aid. Once inside, if you cannot remain with your fellow sect members, do your utmost to stay close to the disciples of the Mingxin Sect. Several male disciples responded readily, their eagerness evident. After all, the female cultivators of the Mingxin Sect were renowned for their beauty, and there was no reason for reluctance. They had heard of the alliance and initially assumed that, given the sect leader's temperament, he would select a cadre of elderly practitioners. Linzine, however, remained indifferent. Having gleaned from Jinzhao the location of the greatest opportunity, she had no intention of aligning with others to share the spoils. As golden light illuminated the entrance to the mountain gate, a hush fell over the crowd. With a single voice announcing the opening of the Tangyuan secret realm, excitement surged through the throng, and Jinzhao looked up to see countless radiant flecks entering. "What are you dawdling for?" Mu Zhen turned to find Jinzhao still standing in place, his disappointment palpable. Everyone else was rushing into the secret realm in search of treasures. If he delayed, there would be nothing left to claim. Mu Zhen, who knows, those who entered first might already be devoured by demonic beasts. If I enter later, I may still find some leftovers, Jinzhao quipped. Mu Zhen, both amused and exasperated, conceded that there might be some truth in his words. If the beasts were sated, they would not pursue him. Enough of your banter. Hurry inside. The realm will soon close. Jinzhao nodded and sped toward the secret realm. Out of the corner of Mu Zhen's eye, he noticed two figures descending. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Yun Huazun's from Shengwei Mountain, accompanied by her disciple, who had just arrived. "Axi, I cannot enter the Tangyuan secret realm. Be cautious within. I will surely find the half-water spirit." Once inside the realm, as Jinzhao had foreseen, the disciples encountered Xiantir demonic beasts upon entry, fleeing in utter exhaustion and despair. "Why don't we band together to slay this Bingyan Shi? It's not feasible to be perpetually pursued by it," someone suggested. "I refuse to engage in such a thankless task. A single Bingyan Shi yields only one beast core. With so many of us, how shall we divide it?" "That is a valid point. Let's scatter." A green-clad cultivator quickly leapt to a branch and fled. The remaining disciples, compelled by desperation, began to scatter, fearing that the last to leave would be the one targeted by the Bingyan Shi. The once unified group soon dispersed throughout the secret realm, secretly relishing the prospect of finding their fortunes alone. Each was convinced they would secure the greatest opportunity. Under Qinghe's leadership, the Mingxin Sect did not falter. They successfully slew a formidable Xiantir giant python, its beast core safely stored in a separate pouch for equitable distribution once the secret realm concluded. "Where are the others?" Chunning inquired. "There are 10 of us, you, me, Fong Fong, and Jili Shixiang, correct?" With a frosty demeanor, Chen Ying retorted. "Did the two who joined later become your meal?" Ding Xiaoyang, who had confidently insisted they were not short-handed, paled and glanced at Jili. "Oh no, Ji Shixiang, Lin Shimi, and Jinzhao Shimi have not kept up. I distinctly remember speaking with Lin Shimi just moments ago. How could she vanish so suddenly? Does anyone recall when Jinzhao Shimi went missing? I have no recollection of her since we entered the secret realm," Yin Fongfong lamented. "Didn't Tiwi warn them about the dangers of the secret realm? Those two are nothing but trouble." Jili's expression darkened. Their master was always just and fair. He would not cast blame unjustly. Even if something had occurred, he would shoulder the responsibility. Moreover, both Lin Shimi and Jinzhao Shimi had already established their foundations and possessed the means to protect themselves. What purpose did it serve to dwell on such disheartening thoughts now? Chuning tugged at Yin Fongfong's sleeve, urging her to lower her voice. No matter her feelings, she could not presume to understand the sect leader's mind. It was no wonder Jili Shixiang was angered. As soon as the words left her lips, Yin Fongfong realized her mistake. She lowered her head and softly said, "I apologize, Ji Shixiang. Chuning, and Li Zhou will take the lead from here. I will go find Lin Shimi and Jinzhao Shimi." Elias Verdes interrupted Yin Fongfong's apology. In chapter 67, The Rhinoceros Horn, she bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Did Ji Shixiang truly harbor anger towards her? Ji Shixiang was known for his gentle demeanor and rarely clashed with others. He must simply be overly concerned for the safety of the two Shimi. Do not overthink it. Chuning consoled Yin Fongfong, though their relationship was not particularly close. She feared that if Yin Fongfong remained distracted, she might be unable to respond to unexpected situations, ultimately endangering everyone. Li Zhou stated, "Since Ji Shixiang has entrusted the leadership to Chun Ying and me, we need not wait here for him. Let us proceed according to the original plan." The group had no objections. After all, the primary objective of venturing into the Tangyuan secret realm was to seek opportunities and enhance their cultivation. Meanwhile, Jinzhao had only just entered the secret realm when she encountered a scene of devastation. Blood from cultivators, broken trees, and shards of ice scattered around. Just as she believed the chaos had subsided, a furious beast's roar echoed nearby, mingled with a delicate melody. I never expected the ice flame rhinoceros to possess such thick skin. Our attacks barely inflict any damage. The beautiful female cultivator with a stunning hairpin bore a frown. As a sound cultivator, my magical attacks lack the power of a sword cultivator. If even you cannot pierce the ice flame rhinoceros's hide, I am utterly helpless. The sword cultivator gritted his teeth and charged forward once more. What Green Qinghe said is true. As a sword cultivator, how could I fail to break through the skin of a mere Xian-tier demon beast? The ice flame rhinoceros, despite its massive and seemingly clumsy form, moved with remarkable agility. Fortunately, the sword cultivator was also quick on his feet, dodging the ice needles and leaping to deliver a powerful strike. Crack! Green Qinghe's eyes sparkled with delight. Did you sever the ice flame rhinoceros's horn? The sword cultivator was near tears. No, my sword broke instead. Green Qinghe took a deep breath and despondently said, Ba Xiaojia. We should hasten our escape. If we encounter members of our sect or the Mingxin Sect, we might still have a chance. At this point, Ba Xiaojia should say less. Preserving our lives is paramount. As ice needles shot towards them like rain, Bai Yanghe pulled Green Qinghe behind him, raising a barrier that proved as fragile as thin ice. The barrier shattered, and at that moment, a brilliant golden light emerged before them. Green Qinghe squinted, observing a snowy figure amid the golden glow. A clear and melodious voice rang out amidst the dazzling light. Little monk, the Buddha teaches that all things are empty, urging one to sever worldly desires. Can your Mingxin sect truly forsake the riches found in danger? As the golden light dissipated, a petite girl clad in yellow stood confidently before the ice flame rhinoceros. Appearing minuscule yet composed, Jinzhao, with an unperturbed demeanor, calmly stated, I am but a novice monk, far from achieving Buddhahood. Moreover, he slightly tilted his head to gaze at the yellow talisman fluttering on the rhinoceros's forehead. Little benefactor, your spiritual talisman is about to lose its efficacy. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast's breath sent a chill down Jinzhao's neck. She turned to see the ice flame rhinoceros opening its massive jaws, revealing sword-like teeth. Qinghe darted past Jinzhao, tossing two explosive talismans into the beast's mouth before swiftly retreating. Boom! The talismans and Qinghe seal detonated within the ice flame rhinoceros's maw, causing it to emit a wretched roar as it staggered and crashed into an ancient tree. Seizing the opportunity, Jinzhao drew her purple bamboo staff and charged towards the unsuspecting beast, muttering to herself, It's fine. The little monk belongs to the Qinghe sect. He refrains from killing. I'll take on this slaughter for him. The horn of the ice flame rhinoceros is excellent material for crafting. I'll detach it and take it for making a lamp later. With this thought, Jinzhao aimed her staff and struck the indomitable rhino horn with precision, causing it to break off completely and fly away. Hey, someone catch that for me. Jinzhao called out to the male cultivator beside the enchanting female fairy. Green Qinghe nudged him, urging hurry. The young girl risked herself to save them both. How could he lack such awareness? Bai Yanghe exclaimed and dashed out to retrieve the rhino horn, while Green Qinghe, still on the ground, pondered the young monk clad in a snow-white robe. Was he truly a member of the Mingxin sect? Was it not said that disciples of the Mingxin sect would only roam the world after reaching the core formation stage, spreading enlightenment through the mundane? This young monk appeared so very youthful. Jinzhao channeled her strength into her wrist, delivering 3 powerful strikes to the ice flame rhinoceros's head, quickly drawing forth crimson blood. Green Qinghe's eyes sparkled, the purple bamboo infused with spiritual energy, each strike producing ripples of subtle energy that filled her vision with grandeur. Such immense power, she remarked. Jinzhao merely observed Jinzhao's actions without any intention of intervening. Once the ice flame rhinoceros collapsed, and Jinzhao extracted its beast core, Jinzhao turned and vanished into the secret realm. Jinzhao wiped the blood from the ice-blue beast core and tossed it to the two. The rhino horn is mine. You may divide the beast core among yourselves. This was a stroke of fortune, leaving both of them somewhat dazed. The girl crouched down again, producing a white vial to collect the beast's tears by its eye. How was there only a single drop? As Green Qinghe approached, she overheard Jinzhao's murmurs. You killed the ice flame rhinoceros. Logically, the beast core should belong to you, Green Qinghe stated. Moreover, We have yet to express our gratitude for saving our lives. Jinzhao tilted her head at Green Qinghe. You must be a disciple of the Mingxin Sect? Green Qinghe nodded, and as she witnessed the girl's bright smile, she replied, then there is no need for thanks. My name is Jinzhao, hailing from the Mingxin Sect. The sect master accepted spiritual stones from your sect. They cannot simply take the money without working. The young girl's smile radiated warmth, contrasting Green Qinghe's gentle demeanor, which resembled a soft breeze, soothing and tender. She softly introduced herself, Mingxin Sect, Green Qinghe. Jinzhao gazed at her, astonished. So, she is indeed Green Qinghe. Truly, she embodies the grace spoken of in legends. Such beauty, even after ascending to the spirit realm, would surely command a place of honor. A blush appeared on Green Qinghe's exquisite face. As for Jinzhao's mention of ascending to the spirit realm, she did not dwell on it, as she was still merely at the foundation establishment stage. Baiyang promptly introduced himself. I am Baiyang, a sword cultivator. He too wished to learn how others perceived him. Jinzhao nodded, her reaction somewhat subdued. Who is Baiyang? I have not heard this name before. Never mind. It probably means he is not a renowned sword cultivator. In chapter 68, the pair of mandarin ducks closed their eyes. Green Qinghe's lips curled slightly, bearing a hint of a smile. However, Baiyang, struck by her evaluation, fell into a state of self-doubt, his once bright demeanor dimming before Green Qinghe, who felt a pang of sympathy. Bai Shixiang, you will undoubtedly achieve great fame in the future, she kindly reassured him. Thank you for your kind words, Green Qinghe. Baiyang only felt despondent for a moment before carefully storing his broken sword. This had been his first sword, and he had never anticipated its demise in the Tanyuan secret realm. He gazed skyward, lamenting, Green Qinghe, after my sword's breakage, I fear I may not be able to protect you any longer. Once you find your fellow disciples, we should part ways. Green Qinghe found his words perplexing. Bai Shixiang, the secret realm is perilous, and you are alone. Why not accompany us from the Mingxin Sect? Jinzhao casually plucked a bright yellow spring flower, grinning as she added, Indeed, even if we must part, we should at least find a sword within the secret realm first. In the depths of the secret realm, where one might find a sword to collect, Bai Xiangu casually remarked, but then paused, scrutinizing Jinzhao. Was her mention of picking up a sword merely a thoughtless comment or a deliberate statement? Jinzhao, sensing Bai Xiangu's gaze upon her, turned her face and asked, What are you looking at? The Tanyuan secret realm had seen countless visitors, including many sword cultivators. Perhaps with a stroke of luck, one could indeed stumble upon a fine spirit sword. However, Qi interjected, speaking of swords, I am reminded of a certain location. She looked at the two, not concealing the information she possessed. It is said that within the Tanyuan secret realm, there exists the Fuhua underground palace, renowned as a small sword tomb, housing numerous spirit swords. We might venture there to find a good sword for Bai Xiaoxia. Moreover, aside from spirit swords, the Fuhua underground palace is sure to hold other opportunities. Qi generously shared this news, causing Bai Xiangu to feel somewhat embarrassed. After Jinzhao's reminder, he had initially intended to seek out the Fuhua underground palace alone. It was not out of a desire to hoard all opportunities for himself, but rather a belief that the palace was elusive and challenging to locate. He did not wish to waste others' time. Very well, we shall go to the Fuhua underground palace, Jinzhao decisively declared. Bai Xiangu scratched his head, but the Fuhua underground palace is merely a rumor. How shall we find it? As they prepared to act, Qi also faced a dilemma. I do not know much, only that the entrance to the Fuhua underground palace lies within a crescent-shaped mountain gate deep in the secret realm. Let's first seek Yanxi. She can lead us to the Fuhua underground palace, Jinzhao stated, tucking away the spring flower in her palm. Qi had noticed that Jinzhao had been toying with the spring flower for quite some time, thinking that she must truly adore such blossoms. The secret realm was rich in spiritual energy, with spring flowers blooming endlessly, resembling strands of golden silk adorning the woods. A delightful sight, indeed. Bai Xiangu inquired, Is it the disciple of the Yunhua sword master, Yunxi? Jinzhao, listening to Bai Xiangu's analysis, remained non-committal. In truth, she merely speculated that Yunxi possessed a fortune greater than most, and that she would undoubtedly find the Fuhua underground palace, a place others could not. After all, her half-water spirit was found within the palace itself. Bai Xiangu was resolute in his analysis, and with a target in sight, he appeared invigorated. However, As they were hindered by the Binjiangxi, they had yet to encounter any living souls, let alone catch a glimpse of Yunxi. Do you not find this journey rather too quiet? Elchi remarked, her lips curling slightly. With him around, how quiet could it possibly be? Jinzhao observed the scattered limbs and severed arms on the ground, cautiously avoiding them to prevent stepping on anything. With so many humans and beasts having perished, could it not be quiet? My master said the secret realm is far more blood-soaked than I imagined, she thought, recalling the words. The bodies strewn upon the ground bore not only wounds inflicted by beasts, but also fatal injuries caused by the weapons of cultivators. Elchi, do not be too sorrowful, Bai Xiangu said, flipping over the corpse of a cultivator and unfastening the storage bag from his waist. I have checked. Among these people, there are none from the Mingxin Sect, nor from the Mingxin Sect. His voice trailed off as Elchi turned to see that Jinzhao and Bai Xiangu had fallen behind, both rummaging through the storage bags of the deceased. She was at a loss for words, feeling a mix of emotions. It seemed that the preceding group had rushed to seek great opportunities, neglecting to thoroughly search the storage bags. Jinzhao nodded in agreement. In this short span of time, she had already collected 300 spirit stones, along with a few spear herbs. What is that? Elchi exclaimed in astonishment. Jinzhao and Bai Xiangu paused their actions, following Elchi's gaze. In the daylight, a mesmerizing crimson light illuminated the sky, revealing a blood moon. No, it was more accurately described as the eye of a mandarin duck, suddenly blinking and then closing. How could the sky turn dark so swiftly? Bai Xiangu pressed forward through the darkness. Elchi, Jinzhao, please watch your step. Could that strange phenomenon be the cause of the opening of the Fuhua underground palace? He asked. Elchi's brow furrowed slightly as she hesitated, such an ominous sign. Could the Fuhua underground palace truly be a good place? Let's go and take a look, Jinzhao suggested. Although she recalled that Yunxi had entered the Fuhua underground palace during the day, the sudden darkness compelled her to investigate further. Mere conjecture would never unveil the truth. The trio soared towards the source of the phenomenon. The white stone crescent archway was slowly vanishing, and by the time they landed, the area was devoid of anything but boundless darkness. Have we arrived too late? The entrance to the Fuhua underground palace has closed, Bai Xiangu lamented, regretting the time spent collecting storage bags. Hold on, I think I hear the sound of water, Elchi said, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, behind Bai Xiangu, she spotted vast patches of vibrant Fuhua. Just moments ago, it had been sandy ground. How had a lake and Fuhua suddenly appeared? Elchi could hardly believe her eyes. Approaching, she plucked a red blossom. It was indeed real. Bai Xiangu moved closer to the lake's edge, catching a glimpse of Elchi's reflection, and was taken aback, stammering, Elchi, your shadow. Well, my shadow, she asked, glancing aside. Chapter 69. Fuhua Underground Palace. The woman in the lake appeared resplendent, adorned in fine garments with a crown atop her head, her white hair cascading. Yet her visage was withered and dark. Nevertheless, Elchi discerned that the woman bore a striking resemblance to her. In fact, it was as if she were gazing at herself. Bai Xiangu, noticing her prolonged gaze, inwardly chastised himself for his earlier thoughtlessness. Elchi, in her prime, should not be subjected to the sight of her own impending decay, lest it affect her state of mind. He quickly reached out to disturb the lake's ripples. Elchi, do not take this to heart. It is all an illusion. Elchi smiled gently, yet her gaze suddenly sharpened. Bai Xiangu felt an itch in his palm, casually rubbing it against his clothing, unaware of any anomaly. Bai Xiaoxia. Elchi pointed to his right hand. Could you please show me your hand? Huh? Bai Xiangu was taken aback, puzzled by her peculiar request, yet he extended his hand. The skin appeared loose and wrinkled, resembling a layer of bark ready to shed. Shocked, he quickly concealed his hand behind his back. What has happened to my hand? I hope I did not frighten Elchi. In her eyes, Elchi showed no disdain, only concern. Bai Xiaoxia, have you come into contact with any poisonous substances along the way? Bai Xiangu shook his head, denying it. After he spoke, he suddenly turned to look at the water in the Fuhua pond, striding over to catch a glimpse of his reflection, only to find an aged face staring back at him. As the ripples spread, his visage shattered and dispersed. Turning, he saw Jinzhao squatting beside him, splashing water playfully. His throat felt dry. Jinzhao, is this water? Is it truly the water that is the issue? Jinzhao replied, glancing at the two. The other entrance to the Fuhua underground palace lies beneath the lake. Yunxi and the others emerged from there. As Bai Xiangu hesitated, Bai had already leapt into the water, vanishing in an instant. Bai, wait for me, Jinzhao exclaimed, jumping into the Fuhua pond after him, disappearing from sight. Bai Xiange looked at El Qi, who remained calm. What are you looking at me for? Jinzhao mentioned that the entrance to the underground palace is underwater. Bai, unaccustomed to water, flailed its limbs convincingly as Jinzhao, utilizing a water evasion technique, swiftly pursued it, gently descending to the lake's bottom. Before them stood a massive stone door, firmly anchored at the water's depths. There truly is an entrance down here, Bai Xiange exclaimed in astonishment. However, how do we open this door? He reached out to touch the stone door, feeling no mechanism. To his surprise, he found his hand had returned to normal. How peculiar. Surely, El Qi and I are not both hallucinating? It is an illusion, Jinzhao clarified, dispelling his confusion. With a heart devoid of fear, it naturally loses its potency. This door is also an illusion. Bai effortlessly passed through the stone door. Bai Xiange, emulating her demeanor, found himself bruised and battered. Yet he pondered, why was he unable to pass through? Lu Qi handed him a bottle of medicinal ointment, offering a faint smile, suggesting that when the heart finds no door, the eyes perceive no such entrance. With that, her figure vanished before the threshold. Bai Xiange, grasping the bottle in contemplation, wondered if this incident indicated that his perceptiveness fell short of Dubai's. Beyond the stone gate lay a passage leading to an unknown destination. Although she and Jinzhao had entered in succession, her silhouette was nowhere to be found. The walls were adorned with a myriad of nonsensical murals, and as Lu Qi gazed at them, a wave of dizziness overcame her, leading her to collapse against the wall. Bai tugged at Jinzhao's skirt, urging her forward. Yet Jinzhao remained unmoved, waiting for the other two to emerge from behind the stone gate. How could she feel Lu Qi's presence, yet not see her? A faint tremor in the air signaled another arrival. Jinzhao's eyes brightened as she fixated on the stone gate, but after a prolonged moment, nothing materialized. Bai rolled on the ground, drawing Jinzhao's attention. It seemed they would have to proceed without the others. Jinzhao crouched down and affectionately patted Bai's head, concluding, in that case, let us depart. Bai joyfully dashed ahead, though it frequently halted to wait for Jinzhao, revealing its timid nature. Awu, Bai yelped, shaking off its trepidation before sprinting toward Jinzhao. A glimmer of verdant light emerged from around a corner, skimming the ground. Jinzhao cast a fire talisman, illuminating the passage and revealing the source of the sudden appearance. A treasure-seeking mouse, seemingly paralyzed with fright. The green glow emanated from a luminous stone adorning its neck. Ji, is there treasure here? A melodic voice resonated from the darkness. Beneath the soft glow of the night pearl, a young girl's cold visage emerged, clearly having spotted Jinzhao. How do you come to be in a Tong Yuan secret realm? Wenren, she scrutinized Jinzhao from head to toe. Have you established your foundation? How is that possible? At the Qinghe gathering, you had merely reached the 10th level of qi refinement. How could you have broken through to foundation establishment in such a short time? Jinzhao's gaze fell upon the protective heart mirror nestled in Wenren's attire, and she belatedly realized something, hastily concealing it within her garments. She merely thought the beautifully crafted item deserved to be kept, not discarded merely because it was made by a toolsmith. Yet, she was caught in the act by Jinzhao, prompting a flush of embarrassment and indignation to rise on Wenren's face. Her gaze drifted to her treasure-seeking mouse, now dazed and unresponsive, providing her with an opportunity to assert her dominance. You frighten my Ji. It cannot continue its search for treasure now. How will you compensate me? You also startle my Bai. Wenren's eyes swept down to the white bundle at Jinzhao's feet, scoffing, a mere cat, frightened by a treasure-seeking mouse? Truly pathetic. Jinzhao earnestly corrected her. Bai is a tiger, not a cat. Bai echoed, affirming its identity. Wenren, she rolled her eyes, retorting, that makes it even more pitiful. Bai let out a low growl, causing the treasure-seeking mouse to scurry away in a panic. Ji. Wenren, she called after it, but the mouse fled even faster. She shot a glare at Jinzhao and Bai, clenching her teeth as she resolved to pursue the treasure-seeking mouse. To find the treasures of the Fuchu underground palace, she needed the mouse. As for Jinzhao and that cat, she would settle the score once she exited the palace. Everyone is gone. Stop trembling. Jinzhao smoothed Bai's ruffled fur, mumbling, why still fear mice? Bai bared its teeth, signaling her to drop the subject. A slight itch at her ankle led Jinzhao to suspect Bai was causing mischief, and she gently kicked it, but Bai jumped up in alarm, emitting a more frantic growl. 3 talismans ignited simultaneously, forming a golden array that halted the girl's advance. Just as Jinzhao exhaled in relief, dark mist began to coil around the fluttering talismans, extinguishing their spiritual light. Chapter 70. Within the small sword mound, what is this? A ghost? Jinzhao observed as the girl was on the verge of breaking through the talisman array and hastily threw 3 more talismans above her head, releasing a cascade of azure light. A palm-sized azure lotus blossomed and closed. Black smoke erupted from the girl, twisting her face into a horrific visage. This was an incantation she had derived from a young monk's Qinghe spell, inscribing a spiritual talisman. Talisman and spell were inherently one. It appeared she had managed to ensnare the soul of the girl. While Jinzhao marveled at the efficacy of the Qinghe talisman, her face was suddenly illuminated in a riot of colors. Smoke continuously seeped from the ground, coalescing into grotesque forms, their massive bodies crowding the narrow passage, their expressions menacing. Bai had curled into a ball, and Jinzhao's face turned pale as she scooped it up, retreating swiftly. This was no jest, with so many vengeful spirits, each more fearsome than the last. Even a war of attrition would exhaust her. A shadowy blue spirit followed closely behind her, and soon the other spirits reacted, pursuing Jinzhao like phantoms. She retreated while casting talismans for protection, but the passage was a straight path, surrounded by unyielding walls, leaving no place to hide. Wenling, having finally located the treasure-seeking mouse, turned upon hearing commotion behind her. Seeing Jinzhao, she appeared displeased. What do you want? Trailing after me like a ghost? She squinted. Could it be you wish to accompany me in treasure hunting due to my mouse? Wenling scoffed. Dream on. Jinzhao had no time to indulge her neuroses, but kindly advised, we should run together. Something is chasing us. Run if you wish, but I shall not. Wenling raised her brow dismissively. Whatever it will regret crossing paths with me. Countless vengeful spirits armed with blades surged forth, filling Wenling's view. The latter part of her sentence was lodged in her throat as she glanced back at Jinzhao, who had already vanished. Enraged, she clenched her sword and hurled a high-grade trapping talisman before leaping away. While she did not notice the floating spirits, she caught sight of Wenling's ashen face. You caught up to me so quickly, Jinzhao remarked in surprise. Wenling suppressed her urge to strangle Jinzhao, gritting her teeth as she inquired, what have you done to attract so many vengeful spirits? So, these are vengeful spirits, Jinzhao mused. I wonder why they seem different from ordinary ghosts. They emerged from the ground. Without warning, Wenling drew her sword, its gleam flashing across Jinzhao's face. Although she had already grasped her Qitian staff, she witnessed Wenling coldly snicker, her hands gripping the sword as she pried at the stone tiles beneath them. Jinzhao realized the small sword mound lay beneath, reflecting on the vengeful spirits. It was evident they were not empty-handed. She could deduce the small sword mound's location. She was not entirely foolish. How did she end up being deceived into handing over the vast estate of the Jiuxing sword sect to Chu Xiao? She turned to scold her for her nonsensical chatter, but found Jinzhao seriously wielding her makeshift staff, tapping around. With a thunderous crash, the passage resonated, scattering Wenling's thoughts. She approached Jinzhao, glancing at the section of the ground that had collapsed, awestruck by the scene below. She had never witnessed so many swords. Various forms of swords lay haphazardly piled into mountains of varying sizes, resembling graves. At a glance, some swords exuded a domineering aura, while others shimmered with a serene light, their distinct styles merging within a single sword mound. This was merely the small sword mound, yet it already concealed countless treasures. One could only imagine the grandeur of the true sword mound. The eldest daughter of the affluent Jiuxing sword sect suddenly felt that her family's modest estate paled in comparison. There may be even more vengeful spirits below. Do you wish to descend? Jinzhao asked her. She crossed her arms, regarding her with a piercing gaze. I came to the Fuchu underground palace to seek an unparalleled spirit sword. Having discovered the small sword mound, there is no reason not to explore it. If you and your large white cat are feeling fearful, quickly find a place to huddle. Perhaps you might survive until the secret realm opens. With a mocking tone, Wenling she finished her taunt and leaped down, the fierce wind soon leaving scars on her hands. Just as Jinzhao was about to descend, a section of green vine adorned with white flowers emerged from below, twisting around to seal the entrance. Jinzhao flicked her fingertip to conjure a spark of spiritual fire, which quickly reduced the vine to ashes, covering Wenling she's face in the process. She glared at the descending pale figure and scolded. Could you not have come down sooner? Now I have to seal it again. How unfortunate. The green vine seemed to possess life as it soared upward, tightly sealing the entrance. Observing this, Jinzhao formed a hand seal, sending forth a mark. The entrance remained unchanged, prompting Wenling she to curiously ask, "What did you just do?" Jinzhao replied with a mischievous smile, "Why should I tell you? Forget it, but I warn you, once inside the small sword tomb, do not follow me." Wenling she's figure vanished into the sword mountain. The flowers of the green vine were shredded by the sword energy, leaving it riddled with holes, while the ground tiles above remained unscathed. After resolving the matter, Jinzhao carried her large white cat and walked in the opposite direction of Wenling she. After only a few steps, a massive blade, taller than herself, crashed down, unleashing a powerful wind. Then the sword mountain trembled, and swords began to tumble down one after another. Jinzhao dodged left and right, hastily fleeing the area, but her hand was nonetheless scratched multiple times. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. A chorus of mournful cries echoed in Jinzhao's ears, stirring her emotions to the point of tears, prompting her to quickly seal her senses. The world fell silent. Suddenly, a thunderclap reverberated through the sky, and a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated Jinzhao, causing her to pause, while the surrounding swords fell silent. Everyone within the small sword tomb turned their gaze toward that direction. A celestial phenomenon must herald a significant treasure. Wenling she discarded the sword she had just picked up and soared toward the direction of the lightning. The large white cat gazed at the healed scars on Jinzhao's forehead, feeling disheartened. Jinzhao, oblivious to its desire to bite, also flew toward the place where the lightning had struck. As the Fuziu Qinghe opened, the spirit of water manifested, and chaos was certain to ensue within the small sword tomb. Having come this far, returning empty-handed would be unacceptable. Yet Jinzhao would not grant it the opportunity to owe her a favor. Chapter 71. Intrusion into the Golden Palace from afar. Sounds of battle erupted before the Fuziu Qinghe. As soon as Jinzhao landed, several flying blades of spiritual energy fell at her feet. The Fuziu Qinghe was first discovered by our Jingwu sect, and naturally, its treasures belong to us. If you wish to enter, you must first pay a bag of spiritual stones. In this secret realm, all items are unclaimed. Your Jingwu sect is quite audacious to monopolize the Fuziu Qinghe and deny others entry. A man with an effeminate appearance stepped out from behind the disciples of Jingwu sect. It turned out to be the young lady of the Jiuxing sword sect. My apologies. He gestured for them to pass, and Wenling she's charming face remained etched with anger. You know better than to offend me. Lady Wenling, please wait. A hurried male voice called out. Wenling she turned to see a pale figure darting away like a kite with severed strings. Jinzhao took a few steps back to avoid being struck. The effeminate man nonchalantly clapped his hands, announcing, I have dealt with the troublemaker bothering Lady Wenling. Please go ahead. Yet Wenling she did not move, fixating her gaze on Jinzhao. Why are you here too? As for the man who had been sent flying by Yin Jin, no one paid him any mind. Jinzhao, her eyes sparkling, replied, a celestial phenomenon. A great treasure has appeared. Who would want to share? Observing their conversation, Yin Jin's expression shifted several times before he finally smiled. This friend of Lady Wenling must be her companion. Since she is a friend of Lady Wenling, there is no need to pay the spiritual stones. You may enter the Fuziu Qinghe directly. Wenling she felt a wave of discomfort, akin to swallowing a fly, and was about to retort when she suddenly heard a series of voices, with such a lack of masculine vigor and a heart full of malice. This must be Yin Jin, the young master of Jingwu sect, right? He thinks he's clever, letting us absorb the toxic miasma inside while he reaps the benefits. Upon hearing these words, Yin Jin could no longer care about the strangeness of the situation. His fury surged, fists clenched. He detested any mention of his appearance, and this girl was clearly courting death. Wenling she cast a sidelong glance at the grand door of the temple behind her and suddenly struck out. sending a disciple of Jingwu sect flying with a palm strike, a piercing scream echoing from behind the door. "Oh, my face hurts." Yanjin could not believe the audacity of her actions. Furious, Wenren she drew her sword and charged at him, exclaiming, "You effeminate fool. Today I will sever your hands and feet." Blades of light flashed, spells flew wildly, and Wenren she found herself outnumbered, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Gritting her teeth, she surveyed her surroundings and could not help but feel resentful. Where were the members of Jiuxing Sword Sect? Not one had come to find the Fuziu Xingdian. Yanjin, wielding his long sword, coldly chuckled. "Wenren shi, have you ever considered this day, given your usual bullying?" Just then, a glint of cold light flashed, and a spiritual sword shot forth, breaking through Yanjin's assault. Wenren she was taken aback, following the sword's trajectory to see its wielder lazily speak. "Did you truly believe our Jiuxing sword sect was without defenders? Pu Yuan?" Wenren she gasped in surprise, while the latter nodded slightly, igniting her ire. What was this guy trying to show off? The young man in pale clothing rose to his feet and joined forces with Wenren shi, creating a fierce clash between the two sides. Many took this opportunity to slip into the Fuziu Xingdian. Without an antidote, Jinzhao placed a talisman on her forehead to ward off misfortune and enveloped herself in layers of protective barriers using her spiritual energy, making her way toward the medicinal fields within the Fuziu Xingdian. Everyone in the Grand Hall was searching for treasures, unaware of this spiritual field. The large white cat swiftly dashed into the field of spiritual plants, munching on the spiritual flowers. "Senior brother, what do you think the ultimate treasure in the Tongyuan secret realm is? We have searched the Fuziu Xingdian thoroughly and found nothing. Could have already been snatched by someone else? That is unlikely." The young man shook his head. If the ultimate treasure had been taken, the Fuziu Xingdian would not be so peaceful. It must be somewhere else. Let us search more carefully. The girl exclaimed, her eyes reflecting lush greenery. She tugged at the young man's sleeve, exclaiming, "The spiritual field, 1,000-year yao grass, blood spirit fungus, mu yin flower, and evergreen leaves. These treasures are likely not even found in the Dan Palace. Senior brother, we have struck gold." The male cultivator also displayed excitement, albeit with a hint of caution. He observed closely, his brow furrowing slightly. These spiritual herbs seemed to have been nibbled on by something. The large white cat lifted its head, still holding a piece of celestial grass in its mouth. The female cultivator was stunned. "Is that a cat? We were warned not to touch anything inside. Now look, we've unleashed a calamity, and we might all perish here." A cultivator stumbled out of the hall, hastily producing a flying artifact to escape. The young man grasped her wrist, using a hand seal to take flight. Looking down, he noted that the white cat in the spiritual field had vanished without a trace. The perception of demonic beasts is indeed extraordinary. Their escape is swift. Unbeknownst to them, the large white cat had been whisked away by Jinzhao. The spiritual field lacked Jinling grass. It must be hidden elsewhere. Jinzhao, clutching the large white cat, soared deeper into the realm when a magnificent golden palace suddenly came into view. Two armored deities wielding axes stood guard outside, their voices booming like thunder. "Those who intrude upon the golden palace shall perish." A colossal axe swung down, instantly cleaving the ground open into a chasm. Jinzhao rolled to the side, using the Qiqian staff to pry open a gap in the heavy palace door, and slipped inside. Peering through the crack, she saw a green dragon darting toward her with lightning speed, its claws seemingly grasping something bloodied. The golden armored deity has revived, slightly bowing with a disdainful glint in his eyes. "The sanctity of the golden hall is not a place for you, wretched serpent, to tread. Depart at once." The azure serpent feigned retreat, seizing the moment when the golden armored deity resumed his position, and with a powerful tail, struck heavily upon the palace's ridge. Looking up today, she noticed that the glazed tiles above her head were still firmly intact. What material could this be made from? Perhaps she could collect a few pieces when she leaves, to forge defensive artifacts, which would surely prove invaluable, since the golden armored deity would hinder the azure serpent. She need not dwell on such matters for now, and could focus on searching the golden hall. If her intuition served her well, this should indeed be the true Fuhua Shengdian, harboring the spirit of water and perhaps the Jinling Xianchao as well. Observing her surroundings, she noted traces of mechanisms, surmising that Yunshi had already arrived at the hall. With a flicker of thought, she summoned spiritual fire, which descended upon a candlestick, igniting the oil lamps within the hall. Instantly, the grand chamber was illuminated, the golden bricked floor reflecting her silhouette clearly. Gazing at the footprints upon the bricks, she followed their path. The surroundings were eerily silent, and no mechanisms were triggered, causing her to smile. Chapter 72. The Great Battle Against the Wretched Serpent. Today, she arrived at the rear hall, where a massive fuhua platform lay adorned in a hue reminiscent of azure waters, and there lay Yunxi, seemingly entranced in the fuhua fantasy. Today murmured softly, leaping forward to stand upon the fuhua platform, gazing upward at the divine figure. The goddess's eyes sparkled like stars, observing the scene with a perpetual warm smile. Her wrists adorned with colorful beads, she cradled the moon holding vase in her arms, a glimmer of golden light flickering as though it were the sun in the sky. The Jinling Xianqiao. It turned out that Yunxi had acquired the Jinling Xianqiao alongside the spirit of water, which explained the haziness surrounding her memories of this event. Today soared upward, extending her hand to retrieve the celestial herb from the moon-holding vase. Suddenly, the herb nimbly evaded her grasp, playfully flicking its leaves, and a droplet of water, imbued with immense energy, surged towards her, causing Dubai to cry out in alarm. Today used the momentum to leap back, landing deftly and forming a massive protective barrier with her hands. The water droplets multiplied, transforming into countless rain beads that rushed toward her. Upon glancing at the battered ground beneath her, she dared not let her guard down, dodging while ascending toward the high platform once more. If she could pluck the Jinling Xianqiao, the offensive would cease. The herb in the moon-holding vase persistently darted left and right, and today gritted her teeth in frustration. The herb had indeed come to life. However, the space within the moon-holding vase was limited, with a feint to the left and a sudden strike to the right. Today grasped the Jinling Xianqiao and pulled it out. The golden light flickered in her palm before vanishing. As expected, the attacks within the hall came to a halt. The Fuhua Xingdian was on the brink of collapse. With no time for pleasantries, Yunxi urged today to flee. And just as they exited the hall, a thunderous crash reverberated behind them as the palace crumbled into ruins, dust swirling and choking them. The golden-armored deity, wielding his axe and halberd, revealed a fleeting hint of panic before dissipating into spiritual light. The commotion here was impossible to ignore. Someone had spotted Yunxi and today and was about to approach when they were pulled back. Having narrowly escaped the wretched serpent, do you wish to rush to your demise? But if senior sister Yunxi were to perish in this secret realm, how would we face Zuanzhang Yinhua? A disciple of the Yinyu sect scoffed, declaring that life and death in the secret realm were determined by fate. Should she die, it was of no concern to them. Furthermore, as a disciple of Zuanzhang Yinhua, she undoubtedly possessed protective talismans. If we were to venture forth, we would have no means of safeguarding ourselves. The female disciple was gradually persuaded, when suddenly, a figure darted past, leaving her astonished as she gazed upon the individual, feeling an indescribable emotion. Remarkably, there was a fool who willingly rushed to his demise. The male disciple squinted, assessing the newcomer, seemingly a member of the Mingxin sect. Today, witnessing the individual who landed beside her, exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Geely, what brings you to the Fuhua Palace? Where are the others?" Now is not the time for such discussions. Geely scanned the surroundings. "Did you not come with Lin Shimmy?" Today shook her head, stating that she had not seen her since entering the secret realm. Geely's brow furrowed tightly, the image of the serpent vividly etched in his mind. Without further thought, he seized today and wielded his sword against the serpent's tail. With a shrill clang, the spirit's sword met the serpent's hardened scales, sending sparks flying. This wretched serpent had been suppressed for far too long, its malice boiling over. Caution is paramount. Geely urged the two, swiftly moving to the serpent's back and striking again. The serpent let out a roar of pain, causing those who had been hesitating to intervene to reconsider. This serpent likely possessed strength nearing the celestial tier. Yunxi gripped the spirit's sword Songling, simultaneously and somewhat clumsily channeling the spirit of water, soaring into the air to strike at the serpent's bulging crest. Today channeled her spiritual energy into the Qitian staff, aiming for the serpent's vulnerable point. The azure serpent, a transformation of the green snake, instinctively guarded its vulnerable spot, indeed adopting a defensive posture. Yunxi's condition was far from ideal, Sweat poured from her brow, feeling as though she might explode from heat, the fire spirit within her swirling chaotically. Just then, a refreshing surge of water spirit energy continuously replenished her strength, suppressing her inner turmoil. It was the spirit of water. The master was indeed correct. The spirit of water could alleviate her affliction. But where was the other half of the water spirit? If she could locate the complete water spirit, she could completely rid herself of the dual elemental crisis. The serpent, noticing the two new sword marks on its body, grew increasingly agitated, its lantern-like green vertical pupils blinking as it exhaled a rancid breath. The world around them darkened, obscuring the serpent's form, leaving only the sensation of a chilling breeze. With a loud roar, flames erupted, illuminating the serpent's ferocious demeanor. It seemed poised to launch a surprise attack, its claws glinting menacingly. "Today, be careful," Yili shouted, and today swiftly turned, raising her Qitian staff to block the serpent's descending claws. It regarded her with a sneer, as if the icy armor before it was as fragile as thin ice, let alone such a slender bamboo. Today flung two ice needle talismans, the icy brilliance piercing toward the serpent's eyes. In the blink of an eye, a melodious flute melody filled the air, causing the onlookers to experience a momentary daze. They silently recited the Qinghe mantra to avoid falling under its influence. Turning back, they beheld a stunning female celestial, gracefully approaching with a white jade flute in hand. It was the green Qinghe fairy from the Mingxin Sect. "Do any of you recognize the sword-wielding man beside her?" Someone inquired, noting that he seemed unfamiliar. Likely not a renowned swordsman. Bai Huang felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could confront that man directly. The reason these individuals remained was that they hoped to benefit from the conflict between the two parties. As the number of combatants against the wretched serpent increased from 3 to 5, they shook their heads. What difference did it make with 2 more or 2 less? Furthermore, the green Qinghe fairy was a sound cultivator. Suddenly, another group emerged, collectively calling out, "Brother Ji Li." Chenning spoke first. "Brother Ji Li, it is my fault for being useless and failing to protect them." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Fong Shimi wishes for me to convey a message to you. She hopes you will not be angry with her." Even if their relationships had not been particularly close, witnessing the tragic demise of their fellow disciples stirred something within. Ji Li's grip on his sword tightened, veins bulging. A total of 12 disciples from the Mingxin Sect had entered the Tanyuan secret realm, and with Lin Shimi's whereabouts unknown. The rest either dead or injured. Only Chuning and Li Zhou remained. "This is not your fault, nor Li Zhou's." Ji Li inhaled deeply. "I am the incompetent leader here. As for Yin Shimi, I hold no grudge against her." Chapter 73. The Great White Contract with the addition of the Mingxin Sect disciples. They could barely restrain the wretched serpent's movements, and several sword lights slashed through the air, established the 9-star sword formation. As I turned my head this morning, I beheld Wenren, she approaching with the disciples of the Jiaoxing Jinzhao. Standing tall, her garments fluttering elegantly, her voice resonated clearly. "I shall take the Jiao Zhu of this dragon." The disciples of Jiaoxing Jinzhao dispersed to form a formation. Among them was a shadow clad in gray. Wenren, she furrowed her brow and commanded, "Hu Yuan, expel that brat. This is a matter for the disciples of Jiaoxing Jinzhao to deal with." Hu Yuan stroked his chin, momentarily hesitating. What had Chu Xiao done to incur the disdain of the young lady? The most valuable possession of the dragon was indeed that Jiao Zhu. "Brother Ji Li, we cannot allow the Jiao Zhu to slip from our grasp." Li Zhou exclaimed. "Let us first vanquish the dragon before deliberating on the division of the Jiao Zhu." Bai Xiangu urged impatiently. "What are we waiting for? If we do not slay the Qing Jiao, we shall all perish." Yun Shi remarked, "Given the strength of Jiaoxing Jianzhong, how long can we truly hold the dragon at bay? Do not underestimate it." Just as her words fell, 2 disciples of Jiaoxing Jianzhong were swept away by the dragon's tail, collapsing unconscious to the ground. When Renshi's expression darkened, with fewer people, their formation would falter. "Young lady, be careful." Hu Yuan cried out, but it was too late to draw his sword. The dragon's sharp claws lunged towards Wen Renshi's heart. Gazing at the greenish-yellow barrier before her, she shook her head in a daze. "This morning I thought the first formally crafted artifact. I did not expect its defensive capabilities to be commendable." The voice wafted away, and Wen Ren, she lifted her gaze, witnessing a pale yellow figure soaring through the air, casting a talisman. Countless talismanic lights ignited simultaneously, resembling stars. The sound of rushing water resonated distinctly in everyone's minds. Looking up, they saw the Xian Shui pouring down relentlessly. Someone shouted in panic, "The Futsu Palace is going to be flooded. We must escape." Unfortunately, the celestial herbs had yet to be harvested. "Where's the dragon?" The speaking cultivator pondered when something suddenly ensnared him from beneath the water, dragging him down before he could cry out, the water blooming with crimson. "Sister Jinzhao, you go ahead. I will hold off the dragon," Geely declared, turning and plunging into the water with his sword, disappearing from sight. Naturally, Jinzhao could not abandon him. She executed the water avoidance technique and descended to the bottom. The entire Futsu Palace was submerged, and the rushing water impeded her movements. Behind her, a splash of sky blue leaped into the water as She followed suit. With the spirit of water at her side, She navigated effortlessly beneath the surface. Catching up to Jinzhao, "Do not worry. We will surely find Brother Ji," she reassured. At that moment, a heavy sound echoed behind them. The collapsed golden hall was sliding down again, and the golden tiles Jinzhao had been concerned about floated past her. With a thought, she gathered them into her storage ring along with the nearby golden bricks. Spotting Ji Li's figure, she swam swiftly towards him. But the dragon emitted a sonic wave that left her dizzy. Regaining her composure, Jinzhao channeled her spiritual energy into the Qi Tian gun, striking at the dragon's head. While she plunged her sword into the dragon's belly. A similar sword pierced through the dragon's back. Soon, the water was stained red. Geely wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead and, still shaken, said, "Sister Jinzhao, that was too reckless. What if the dragon had opened its mouth and swallowed you whole?" Jinzhao smiled nonchalantly, then looked at Ji Li with a cheerful tone. "Brother Ji, you must be on the verge of a breakthrough, right?" Geely responded with calm composure. "I merely brushed against the threshold. Whether I succeed depends on fortune." Jinzhao recalled the celestial herbs she had collected, smiling with a twinkle in her eye, knowing she possessed luck. Indeed, if not for her nearing the core formation threshold, it would not have been so easy to injure the malevolent dragon. Unbeknownst to anyone, the dragon still held a breath, intending to self-detonate the Jiaozhu and perish alongside them all. However, before it could act, Geely's puzzled voice sounded strange. "Why doesn't this dragon have a Jiaozhu?" He prodded the dragon's mangled belly with his sword, speaking to himself. Jinzhao too found it peculiar. She recalled that she had slain the dragon, and there had been a Jiaozhu. "Forget it, Brother Ji, the palace is no longer safe. We should leave this place." Debris and timber floated in the water, and the heavy stench of blood made Jinzhao uneasy. Li nodded, and the three prepared to withdraw. Suddenly, a column of water erupted from the ground, and having exhausted their spiritual energy in battling the dragon, they were caught off guard, darkness enveloping them as they fainted. Dubai watched as Jinzhao's body was swept away by the current, valiantly swimming after her. "Chirp, chirp!" Melodious bird calls resonated in the darkness. Jinzhao felt a tingling in her palm and struggled to open her eyes, only to see by squatting on the ground. Licking her palm, still disoriented about her surroundings, Jinzhao suddenly sat upright. Within her soul, there was an unusual tether. "What is this?" she murmured. A clear voice echoed in her mind. "It is a contract." "What voice is that?" Jinzhao's small face flickered with alertness as she squinted towards the forest's edge. "It is I Dubai," the melodious voice chimed again. Jinzhao lowered her gaze and saw by looking at her with round eyes, clearly unimpressed. "Can you speak now?" Jinzhao probed. Dubai rolled her eyes, adopting a haughty demeanor. "Not yet. However, once I cultivate further, speaking will be effortless," she replied lazily. "A contract? What do you mean by that?" Jinzhao was perplexed. "It can be formed with blood." The tone of Dubai suddenly turned playful. "What we have is the highest form of soul contract." Jinzhao was still processing the shock brought about by Dubai's brief statement. She understood that a soul contract was the deepest bond conceivable, allowing Dubai to sense her regardless of her location or form. From this moment onward, they would share the most intimate relationship, transcending even life and death. Someday, if Dubai's power soared, she might even carry Jinzhao to ascend. Although, considering Dubai's timid nature, such a possibility seemed unlikely. "Well, it would still be fine if she ascended with me," Jinzhao inquired. "Why do we only form a contract so late?" If we had done so earlier, it would have saved us much trouble. Dabai lowered her eyelids slightly. You didn't give me your blood. Each time she felt the urge to bite Jinzhao, she would pinch her own chin, pushing her head away. Chapter 74. Encounter in the secret realm. Jinzhao recalled there had been several instances like this. She had thought Dabai was merely teething, even offering her a stick of wood to gnaw on. Dabai had spat the stick out, turning her back to Jinzhao in irritation and biting me instead. After consuming a medicinal pill, Jinzhao's injuries healed substantially, and she leaned on the Qitian gun as she walked in search of the others. The surroundings were lush and green, with birds singing in the valleys. She was certain this was no longer the entrance to the Futsu Palace. Dabai stayed close to Jinzhao, her limbs working diligently. Jinzhao observed her, feeling that Dabai's cheeks appeared somewhat swollen. Was it merely her imagination? While pondering this, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, and Dabai froze in place, alarmed. What a terrifying noise! Is something emerging from the earth? Dabai exclaimed, "Her, förbidisting." Jinzhao bent down to scoop her up, gazing towards the collapsing cliff in the distance, and explained, "The secret realm is about to crumble. By the way, what were you hiding in your mouth?" As she pried open Dabai's jaws, a round, glistening pearl fell out. Jinzhao gazed at her in astonishment. When did you manage to stealthily acquire the Jiao Zhu from the dragon? It seemed she had been hiding in her mouth all along. No wonder her earlier call had been so unclear. Jinzhao offered the Jiao Zhu back to Dabai, but she refused, stating, "The aura of this Jiao Zhu is tainted. You may keep it." If she were to swallow a Jiao Zhu, it would have to be a pristine one from a well-bred dragon. If Jinzhao had known Dabai's true thoughts, she would have certainly imitated Qinghe and given her 3 hefty chestnuts. "You refuse the Jiao Zhu, yet you hide it so carefully?" inquired, and subsequently stored the within her storage ring. This precious item could perhaps be utilized in crafting magical artifacts, and it would indeed be regrettable to lose its side. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed as rocks tumbled from a distance, burrowed into Tu's arm, poking her head out to remind her of an approaching beast tide, urging her to flee. Without needing her words, was already aware of the necessity to escape. With a powerful leap, she stepped onto a branch and soared towards the entrance of the. She affixed a flying talisman and a speed talisman, moving with the swiftness of lightning and stirring up a gust of wind. With a loud thud, she collided with the transparent barrier, leaving a small bruise on her forehead. As she landed on the ground, faint voices emerged from the forest. Could it be that a demonic beast had struck the barrier? In 2 days, the wood open. Could we withstand the beast tide? Hey, monk from, how many people can your golden bell shield protect when the time comes? Is this barrier secure? A female voice echoed. You ought to show some respect to Master. Do not forget that were it not for Master, we would have perished under the beast tide. What Master? Just a little novice, a man mumbled, turning around only to see a figure in the woods, his pupils dilating in surprise. Upon confirming that it was indeed a person, he angrily exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Why are you here pretending to be something you are not?" The commotion quickly drew the attention of others. What has transpired? Is another solitary cultivator in trouble? The beast tide has not yet passed. Shall we invite her to join us? Unexpectedly, she was a formation master, brushed the dirt off her hands, noticing the barrier had opened, and without hesitation, she stepped inside. To her astonishment, many familiar faces awaited her. She crouched beside the little monk, pointed at her forehead, and without uttering a word, her intent was clear. She sought compensation. Rotated his prayer beads, reciting a single Amitabha, his voice gentle as he apologized. He had not intended to erect the barrier mid-air. It was simply that within the beast tide, there were many birds and beasts, as well as insects. A delicate white porcelain vial appeared before, the crisp scent of herbs wafting through the air, causing those within the barrier to inhale deeply. Savoring the fragrance, glanced at the owner of the hand, a woman whose beauty was as refreshing as dew, her aura faintly resembling orchids. Nodded slightly and said, "Thank you." The little monk expressed his gratitude on her behalf, finding the situation quite peculiar. Could not help but roll her eyes. The little monk feared she would swindle him. He was merely thanking the woman for her timely assistance. Ignoring, applied a bit of the herbal ointment to her forehead, politely expressing her thanks. Smiled, securely closing the vial and placing it in his hand, stating that it could indeed treat external injuries, so she should keep it. Now seated cross-legged, absently held the porcelain vial when a shadow suddenly loomed over her, flickering with a hint of golden light. Do you have any idea how precious this jade ointment is? Regarded with a perplexed expression, she was not Navi, after all. A small vial costs 100 high-grade spirit stones, remarked. It took a moment for her to process her words, still struggling to grasp the meaning behind them. Is asking me to provide spirit stones for? This thought resonated with many around her, yet few took it to heart, merely assuming it was a conversation between two individuals. Some, like the inconspicuous in the crowd, noticed that had not spoken, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation, shifting his position for a better view. The previously disputatious, still nursing injuries on his arm, rose with his sword, eager to watch the unfolding drama, declaring, "After leaving the treasure must surely be in your possession. Why not reveal it for our eyes to behold?" His words prompted those who had visited to recall that they had not witnessed the treasures within. All eyes, except Force, turned toward. Even, who had previously been at odds with, found herself in agreement upon hearing his statement. Hadn't everyone endured life and death within for the sake of those treasures? Observing the myriad thoughts swirling among the crowd, offered a faint smile, redirecting the discourse. Why not also present the for us to admire? S. face darkened momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, asserting, "I do not comprehend your words." Clicked her tongue, remarking, "Who hasn't picked up a thing or two within the? Yet you refuse to showcase your findings while attempting to coerce others." Many were taken aback by her sudden outburst, their guilt surfacing. Having spent so much time in the without acquiring anything of value was simply implausible. However, no one was willing to reveal their own treasures for public scrutiny. Uncertain of how he discerned his possession of the, felt a twinge of regret, realizing he may have inadvertently shot himself in the foot. This is exceedingly rare. Why not let us take a look? Also seemed intrigued, but remained silent, observing whether would produce the, it would be an excellent opportunity to catch a glimpse. With a cold expression, retorted, "You believe her nonsense?" Clearly, this argument lacked persuasive power. How could one fabricate such precise details? Chapter 75, The Beast Tide Approaches. Indeed, do not be so stingy. We merely wish to glimpse the, we do not intend to steal it from you. Despite the collective entreaties, remained steadfast, a hint of malice darkening his delicate features. The crowd sensed a shift. It appeared there was indeed in his possession. The soft patter of footsteps did not escape the keen ears of the cultivators. Someone exclaimed in alarm, "The beast tide is upon us." In an instant, all focus shifted away from. The ground trembled violently, dust swirling as the sky grew dim. Swarms of demonic beasts charged mindlessly, crashing against the barrier. Nearby cultivators reacted decisively, drawing their swords to sever the elongated neck of a long-beaked bird, attempting to assist a female cultivator, though the words of inquiry died in their throats. Apply some of the jade ointment first, offered the porcelain vial, suggesting that once they exited they could seek a skilled alchemist for proper treatment. S. words seemed to soothe the female cultivator, who steadied herself, her panic subsiding. She wished to express her gratitude, but noticed that the girl had already joined the fray against the beast tide. Although this batch of beasts came in fierce waves, their cultivation levels were not excessively high, allowing the cultivators to slay them and collect beast cores. Gradually, the atmosphere of panic was replaced by fervor, with many becoming blinded by the thrill of battle. Also amassed a considerable number of beast cores, a fortuitous windfall, and she glanced around, noticing that while everyone else was engaged in combat, sat cross-legged, his golden form shining, impervious to the beasts. "What brings you to the?" Landed beside him, curious. He neither sought the great opportunities within the nor desired beast cores. Was he merely here to unwind? S. gaze flickered momentarily as he flicked his fingers, conjuring a delicate that brushed past ear, sending the beast attempting a surprise attack crashing to the ground. Loosened her grip on the spirit talisman, realizing that the little monk would not divulge anything, and she opted not to press him further. As she turned, spoke, "I went to the..." Upon noticing the slight pause in her movements, he turned back, her countenance calm, devoid of any internal turmoil. "What purpose do you have for venturing into the young woman inquired, suppressed her curiosity, fixing her gaze on. He averted his face slightly, gazing into the distance, his tone as light as a breeze. "I have not actually descended into the..." Fortuitously, the little monk had not entered the... She had worked hard to ensnare within, and what if she were rescued? The beast tide persisted for an extended duration, leaving varying degrees of fatigue etched upon the faces of all. Jinzhao, having prepared numerous spiritual talismans prior to entering the secret realm, found herself in a significantly better state than the others. When someone noticed her retrieving a storage talisman to replenish her spiritual energy, they could not help but inquire, "Jinzhao, might you spare me 2 of those talismans?" Despite the imminent opening of the secret realm, the absence of spiritual energy within was a source of great unease. "Certainly," Jinzhao replied readily, causing the individual to beam with delight as they extended their hand to receive it, only to find her palm open as well, smilingly stating, 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones for each. After a moment of hesitation, the person gritted their teeth and handed Jinzhao 10 high-grade spiritual stones. Although spiritual stones could restore energy, the process of refinement made them less convenient than the storage talismans. Nearby, a gray-clad cultivator with striking cheekbones, clad in cloth shoes, hesitated and spoke, "I do not possess that many spiritual stones. Could I perhaps defer the payment?" Jinzhao's gaze fell upon the heavy bag at the cultivator's waist, and he instinctively covered it. Hearing the girl's melodious voice, she suggested, "Trade some beast cores instead." The gray-clad cultivator hesitated, but ultimately opened the bag to select a few beast cores for her. After a night of combat, the ground was stained a brick red, littered with the carcasses of demonic beasts. Jinzhao polished her purple bamboo and noticed the young monk reciting spells once again. A shadow loomed overhead, and upon glancing up, she recognized a somewhat familiar male cultivator offering her a water skin. Chu Xiao, having learned that he could hear the heart's voice of the girl before him, had long sought an opportunity to test this newfound ability. Now, seeing Jinzhao alone, he felt he had finally found the perfect moment. "The water skin is new," he remarked with a smile as warm as spring. Suddenly, Dabai leapt up, biting into the water skin and drinking greedily. Jinzhao heard Dabai's proud voice in her mind, "No need to thank me." Chu Xiao, masking his irritation, praised, "Your spirit pet is truly delightful," eliciting affection in all who behold it. Although Jinzhao declined his water skin, the actions of her spirit pet provided him a chance to draw closer. Unexpectedly, something was thrust into Chu Xiao's hand. He glanced down to find a low-grade spiritual stone. "Bai was careless and damaged your water skin. This is a token of compensation," Jinzhao explained. Chu Xiao chuckled awkwardly, feigning indifference as he tucked the stone into his belt. A low-grade spiritual stone, bartered back and forth, seemed rather trivial. "Jinzhao, you displayed remarkable valor in confronting the vile serpent in the underground palace. I am truly in awe," Chu Xiao exclaimed, upon hearing him reference the Futu underground palace. Jinzhao understood his intentions and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it appears that others have not given up on probing into what I discovered within the secret realm." Upon hearing her affirmation, Chu Xiao felt a vain throb on his forehead, but fortunately, he continued to catch snippets of the girl's inner thoughts, eagerly anticipating what treasures she might disclose. Many ears perked up in anticipation. "I shall not reveal that I found a..." The crowd fidgeted, awaiting the continuation, but her thoughts abruptly ceased. What could she have found? A spiritual herb? A magical artifact? Or perhaps a celestial weapon? With a rumble, the earth split open, and some individuals scarcely had time to react before plunging into the chasm. Without the treasure, the Tongyuan secret realm began to collapse. "Young monk, cease your incantations and leave this place at once," Jinzhao urged, tossing him a storage talisman, thus settling her debt. The monk raised his hand, pinching the bright yellow talisman between his fingers. Beneath him, a blue lotus bloomed, propelling him swiftly through the air. Jinzhao stood in awe, barely managing to keep pace with the blue lotus's speed by applying a speed talisman, while the monk collected numerous people along the way, the lotus expanding ever larger. "The secret realm has been opened." A voice filled with elation pierced the gloom, illuminating the hearts of all present. Instantly, countless streaks of light surged toward the mountain gate. Chapter 76. Welcome to the Spring Cave. Muzhun, amidst the crowd, spotted Jinzhao's figure, and the furrow in his brow finally relaxed. Geely had already informed him that Linzhine had vanished within the secret realm and likely met with misfortune if Jinzhao also failed to emerge. The losses for their Mingxin sect would be catastrophic. Jinzhao, Dabai, surveyed her surroundings for Linzhine, but felt a wave of relief upon realizing she was not present. The Tanyuan secret realm had collapsed. and Lin Xin's absence suggested she had indeed ventured into the misty abyss and could not return. Yanxi initially intended to approach Jinzhao for a brief conversation, but upon seeing the Mingxin Sect's flying spiritual vessel had commenced its departure, he abandoned the idea. Inside the vessel, many rooms stood empty, the atmosphere starkly contrasting the cheerful ambience during their arrival, now weighed down by a dreadful tension. Jinzhao knocked on Ji Li's door, and it opened to reveal a surprised Ji Li, who inquired, "Jinzhao, what brings you here?" He stepped aside, inviting her in and pouring her a cup of tea. Jinzhao smiled warmly, thanking Ji Li as she sipped from the cup, her sleeves slipping to reveal her fair arms. Ji Li momentarily lost focus, still pondering the earlier events, until Jinzhao called his name a few times to regain his attention. He seemed to notice a blossoming spring flower mark on her arm. Whether it was an addition or a natural birthmark, he could not ascertain. However, given the nature of such personal matters, he refrained from asking, burying his curiosity deep within. He turned his gaze to Jinzhao, apologizing, "I was lost in thought and did not quite grasp what you said. Could you please repeat it?" Since emerging from the secret realm, Ji Li had been like this. Jinzhao dismissed any further contemplation and produced the Millennium Cicada heart grass she had gathered from the spirit field. Ji Li shook his head, saying, "This Millennium Cicada heart grass is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Why is Ji Li so rigid, just like Master Zhang? Without the cicada heart grass, does he intend to seclude himself for 3 to 5 years? By then, the yellow flowers will have wilted. Ji Li, aware of the peculiar phenomenon that allowed him to hear Jinzhao's inner thoughts, frowned, pondering her remark about the flowers. Did she imply that significant events would transpire within the sect during this time? He felt compelled to question her, but Jinzhao had already resumed her internal monologue. The lineage of the ancestral master appears prosperous, yet cannot firmly establish itself within the Mingxin sect. Once the master ascends to the spiritual realm, only Master Zhang will remain at the nascent soul stage. He cannot bear the weight alone, and the undercurrents among the peaks are bound to surface. Had Ji Li entered the golden core stage sooner, he might have been able to lend support to Master Zhang. Upon finishing her thoughts, Jinzhao noticed Ji Li's expression soften, prompting him to accept her offer. "Thank you, Jinzhao." He expressed gratitude not only for the Millennium Cicada heartgrass, but also for the unintended information she had provided. The Mingxin sect, having been established later, indeed faced internal strife, as Jinzhao had mentioned. Although the master served as the leader, he found himself constrained at every turn. During the last matter with the discipline hall, he had refrained from intervening and had tacitly allowed Master Qinghe to act. Jinzhao replied with a gentle smile, "There is no need for you to be so formal, Ji Li." She then produced a white jade box containing a singular Rehmannia root, requesting, "Please pass this to Master Zhang. He has been tirelessly managing the sect's affairs, and his hair has turned white. I hope this Rehmannia root proves beneficial to him." Speaking of which, has Master Zhang been stagnating at the mid-nascent soul stage for many years? Has he truly failed to notice anything amiss? Why hasn't he sought the counsel of an alchemist? Ji Li felt a growing heaviness in his heart as the girl's cheerful voice echoed in his ears. "Ji Li, I must take my leave now." Jinzhao exhaled a breath of relief outside the door. Having stated her piece, surely Ji Li would come to understand. She clicked her tongue, marveling at her own eloquence. Inside, Ji Li gazed at the Rehmannia root, which also boasted a 2,000-year age, as flashes of realization danced through his mind. During his cultivation, Shifu often faced difficulties in absorbing spiritual energy, and at times, he even experienced hidden pains in his meridians. He had consulted alchemists, but they all attributed it to old injuries. According to Jinzhao's words today, it was about Daoyao Peak. Ji Li clenched his fists, striving to suppress the emotions within. He never anticipated that they would take action so early. Was it truly because Shifu sent Lin Xin to retrieve the Yinxin sword that Elder Zhou Lu, who had a close relationship with Shifu, got involved? Or was this merely a fortuitous opportunity for him to draw closer to Shifu? After returning to his room, Jinzhao affixed a talisman to the door before beginning to assess his assets. Everyone believed she had stumbled upon a treasure in the Fuchu Palace, but in truth, her greatest fortune had occurred the moment she entered the secret realm. With a thought, Jinzhao found herself in a vast expanse of space where the density of spiritual energy rivaled that of the Tong Yuan secret realm. She had discovered a small cave paradise. Dubai followed her in, rolling joyfully on the grass, exposing his belly in bliss. Lazily, he commanded Jinzhao, build me a nest here. I shall reside here in the future. While the storage ring could only hold inanimate objects, the cave paradise functioned like a small, independent world. With a creak, Jinzhao pushed open a wooden door and stepped inside. The shelves were lined with ancient texts, and upon casually selecting one to peruse, she found it to be a manual on alchemy. The paths of alchemical inheritance in the Xiuxian realm were limited, and since she had joined the Mingxin Sect, she could not venture into the Dam Palace. The collection of alchemical recipes in the Scripture Pavilion was also sparse, with only the 7th floor accessible to gold core cultivators. Jinzhao had long delayed her desire to learn alchemy. To her surprise, she discovered a meticulously detailed alchemical manual here. After flipping through several other books, which either documented spiritual plants or alchemical recipes, she closed the book and exited the wooden house. Dabai waited by the door for her. I will build your nest later, Jinzhao said, rubbing Dabai's head. For now, I must plant the spiritual herbs I collected. The Yingchun cave paradise had vacant spiritual fields, which Jinzhao observed were made of Xizang soil. Planting spiritual flora there would significantly shorten their growth cycles. Dabai howled and began to search for a preferred spot within the cave. After planting the spiritual herbs she had gathered from the Fuchu Palace, along with several she had scavenged from the cultivators, she dusted off her hands and left the cave. In addition to this Yingchun cave paradise, she had mostly collected celestial herbs, with the Jinling Xianqiao being the most precious among them. She had also found 2 specially crafted golden tiles, suitable materials for creating defensive artifacts, and a gold brick, which she intended to fashion into coins similar to copper ones. The Jiao pearl that Dabai had found remained unutilized for the time being, set aside. Lastly, she had gathered a total of 97 beast pills, supplemented by earnings from selling spiritual talismans. Compared to her initial state of utter poverty, Jinzhao could now be considered quite affluent. The spirit boat sailed steadily through the mist, and as Jinzhao sensed a deceleration in speed, she pushed open the door and leaned over the railing to gaze outside. In the lush, vibrant forest, birds chirped melodiously, and the sound of flowing springs could be heard. As the mist cleared, a majestic palace emerged. Several figures were visible at the mountain gate. Muzhan guided the spirit boat down and was not surprised to see the individuals approaching. Surely, the sect leader had been informed when the disciples' life token shattered. This expedition had cost them 6 disciples at the Foundation establishment stage, including Lin Ziyin, who had ranked second on the Dan list during the Qinghe assembly. It was truly a grievous loss. The Mingxin sect was poised to produce an outstanding alchemist. Muzhan sighed softly. Zhou Lu, with half of his hair turned white overnight, looked haggard and clutched Muzhan's hand, asking anxiously whether Lin Ziyin had met her demise. The life tokens of the sect disciples were displayed in the Yunsheng Hall, and the members should have been more aware of Lin Ziyin's fate than he was. The light in Zhou Lu's eyes dimmed abruptly. After waiting so many years for a disciple to inherit his teachings, how could it be that she vanished after merely entering a secret realm? Had he known, he would not have concocted that Foundation establishment pill for her. No, he should never have used pills to assist her in elevating her realm. Had she not harbored such aspirations, she would not have ventured into the Tong Yuan's secret realm. The surviving disciples exchanged glances, their heads bowed. This journey into the secret realm had dealt them a heavy blow, making them acutely aware of the fragility of life, even on the path of cultivation. According to past practices, disciples at the Foundation establishment stage were expected to descend the mountain for training. He had recently established his foundation, but missed the opportunity to accompany Ji Li to the Huchuan Valley and subsequent events, including the Qinghe Assembly and the Tong Yuan secret realm, had postponed his plans until now. Beside him, Chuning spoke up, Sect Leader. I too wish to request a postponement for my descent to the mountain for training. She was luckier than Ding Xiaoyang, having successfully advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage within the Tong Yuan secret realm, but she wished to first adjust her mental state, as she currently lacked the heart to lead a training expedition. Zhao Qin glanced at the others and nodded in approval. In truth, he had also planned to delay the training period. After the harrowing experience in the secret realm, everyone needed time to recalibrate their mindset. Allowing negative thoughts to fester would be counterproductive. Zhao Qin's gaze fell upon Jinzhao, who was particularly quiet today. Sect Leader, I wish to go to the Tong Yuan secret realm, Zhou Fu Lu suddenly declared. Jinzhao looked up, her face reflecting surprise. Was Zhou Fu Lu suspecting something? Yet, the Tong Yuan secret realm no longer existed. His journey would be in vain. Considering his emotions, Zhao Qin refrained from dissuading him. While Jili felt a sense of relief at the thought of Zhou Fu Lu departing the sect at such a time, he could seize this opportunity to investigate Daoyao Peak. Mu Zhan struggled to voice the fact that the Tong Yuan secret realm was no more, gazing toward the horizon and shaking his head. Never mind. I shall take a look myself and be at peace. Bai howled, though Qinghe did not comprehend, and he patted her head, expressing his disdain. How could you go to the secret realm and come back empty-handed? Yunsheng Hall stood on the western peak of Qinghe, a mountain rarely visited except when new disciples had their life tokens established. The disciples assigned to clean the hall would come twice daily, checking for any broken tokens and reporting promptly. At noon, the hall was empty, the silence amplifying even the faintest sounds. It was Jinzhao's first visit to Yunsheng Hall. The grand hall was supported by numerous redwood pillars, each as thick as two people embracing. The robust columns exuded an air of strength. A grand painting hung in the main hall, its scroll made of an indiscernible material, radiating an ancient glow. Jinzhao looked up at the figure depicted in the painting, an emaciated old immortal with a white beard, standing on the edge of a cliff as if ready to drift away with the wind. The poem inscribed on the scroll read, "Self-imbibed longevity wine, who knows the carefree." This must be the ancestor of the Mingxin Sect. After examining the painting, Jinzhao circled around to the back of the hall, where a series of soft glowing white jade tablets were arranged in tiered formation. The later one entered, the further back the life token was placed. As she and Lin Xin were the last to join, their tokens were naturally positioned toward the rear. Jinzhao began her search from the last row. Yu Qi, Xiao Wu, Lan Jingyao, by Yuan Jun, Jinzhao, Lin Xin. She found it. A smile brightened Jinzhao's face as she carefully compared her life token with Lin Xin's. Her token felt warm in her grasp, with vibrant spiritual light pulsating within. In contrast, Lin Xin's token had split down the middle, utterly devoid of luster, and the wisp of her soul that remained there had long since dissipated. It seemed Lin Xin had indeed perished. The immense weight that had pressed upon Jinzhao's heart lifted, yet she felt that Lin Xin's death had come too easily, leaving her in a state of disbelief. However, given the perilous nature of Wuziyuan, it is entirely reasonable for Lin Xin to have perished there. She had witnessed the shattered life token of Lin Xin with her own eyes, leaving no room for doubt. After Lin Xin's life token was broken, it was not collected. What of Jin Xiaobao and Lu Zhixing's tokens? She momentarily suspected that Zhu Man's death was not as straightforward as it appeared. The evidence provided by Lu Zhixing pointed solely towards Jin Xiaobao, hastening the closure of Zhu Man's case. Following the resolution of this matter, Lu Zhixing requested to leave the sect, and she could not ascertain his whereabouts, nor did she know whether he was alive or dead. Chapter 78. Clues continue. If Lu Zhixing's life token were still here, she could at least confirm whether he was still alive. Typically, disciples are not allowed to leave the sect for extended periods, but if they are descending the mountain for training, such restrictions are less stringent. Now that she had successfully established her foundation, she was eligible to descend for training. She could also investigate Lu Zhixing's whereabouts. When did he and Jin Xiaobao enter the sect? This thought lingered in her mind as she recalled the answer and strode forward 2 rows. At this moment, who could be arriving? She glanced around and swiftly leaped onto a beam, pulling herself in to conceal her shadow from the ground. This position was difficult to detect, and she could still observe the scene below. Within the brightly lit hall, a slender silhouette emerged, and moments later, a fair-featured female disciple entered. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be an inner sect disciple. The disciple kept her gaze lowered, preventing her from seeing her face clearly. She seemed quite familiar with Yunsheng Hall, navigating effortlessly to a particular position and picking up a white jade token, examining it closely. Due to the obstruction and the distance, coupled with the indistinct characters on the life token, she could not discern whose token it was, but she memorized its location, planning to investigate further once the individual departed. The female disciple rose and walked towards the hall's exit. In this position, she could clearly see the disciple's visage, a delicate face, willow-like eyebrows, downcast eyes, and a refined nose, presenting a gentle appearance. She felt a sense of familiarity with her. She had initially intended to inquire with Ren Er about Lu Zhixing, but every time she sought information, she learned that Ren Er was either on a sect mission or assisting other elders. Had she swiftly ascended to an inner sect disciple? Lu Zhixing. This was indeed Lu Zhixing's life token. What could Ren Er want with Lu Zhixing's token? It seemed that when Feng Xiaoxi had suggested she seek out Ren Er, it was not merely casual conversation. At that time, she had asked Tao Luoyan, thinking that since she and Ren Er were inseparable, their knowledge would not differ significantly, and thus she had not pondered deeply on the matter. Moreover, after inquiring about Lu Zhixing's origin, Tao Luoyan had mentioned that neither she nor Ren Er could provide assistance. It now appeared that Ren Er might have deceived Tao Luoyan. Her multiple attempts at investigation could also indicate that Ren Er was deliberately evading her. Jin Xiaobao was still alive. Since she could not uncover Lu Zhixing's origin, she would seek information regarding Jin Xiaobao's. Such an ostentatious individual would not have left no trace in Mingxin Sect, like Lu Zhixing. Just as she had lost one lead, another had finally emerged, prompting a smile to grace her lips as she made her way to Zhangzhou Peak. As anticipated, information about Jin Xiaobao was remarkably easy to gather, requiring little effort. This also elucidated why, after being expelled from the sect by the Sanling Whip, the authorities did not prosecute him. She could inquire with her master about the locations chosen for this training expedition, preferably in Shaozhou, or at least in its vicinity. With her thoughts resolved, she hastened to ask Lingfeng. Upon landing, she spotted Qinghe and Dabai. "Why did you take so long at Yinsheng Hall?" Qinghe asked sternly. "Honestly, what were you doing there? You weren't scheming again, were you?" "I merely want to take a look at the life tokens," Jinzhao replied candidly. "How could Master think such a thing of me? It truly hurts my feelings." Although she had a slight inclination towards something, she had not acted upon it, merely observing a few life tokens. Seeing her sincere demeanor, Qinghe dropped the line of questioning. "Master, do you know the location selected for this training expedition?" "What is it?" Qinghe inquired, then recalled the delay in the training and added, "You need not concern yourself with this now. The training is still some time away." Jinzhao tugged at her sleeve. "I know that the sect leader has postponed the training, but I wish to know the locations in advance. It would be even better if I could choose. If there are no recent disturbances from demonic creatures, the timing for your descent will likely be pushed further back. How can there be a selection of locations before mission? Locations are determined only after a demonic calamity occurs." Such reasoning was nonsensical. Was she not indulging in wishful thinking? "Very well then," Jinzhao said, somewhat dejected. "However, Master, I wish to train in the vicinity of Shaozhou. Please mention to the sect leader that if there are any demonic incidents nearby, I should be considered first." Shaozhou, Qinghe pondered, having little impression of the place. She looked at Jinzhao. "Why not approach your senior brother directly? He treats you far better than he does me. If you speak to him, he may indeed consider it." "I have been rather busy recently," Jinzhao responded. She needed to refine the Jinling Xianchao and convert gold bricks into coins, which could prove useful during training. After all, money is a powerful motivator. Most crucially, Jinzhao sighed, the sect leader will certainly engage me in discussions about sect affairs. At such a young age, this responsibility should not fall upon me. Qinghe smirked slightly, agreeing to make the trip for Jinzhao. After all, her senior brother would not question her about sect matters. In the days of Jinzhao's seclusion, when Lingfeng was unusually tranquil, which made Qinghe feel somewhat out of sorts. She had grown accustomed to leisure, as the tasks assigned by her senior brother primarily revolved around cultivation. However, upon reaching the transformation stage, the spiritual energy in Xiaoshuan realm was insufficient to sustain her cultivation speed, leading her to gradually become lax. Previously, every 3 months, she could assist Yinhua in capturing the Yanji rats to pass the time, but now it seemed there was indeed little to occupy her. Reflecting on the prospect of ascending to the spirit realm, Qinghe gazed into the distance, her voice serene as she asked Jinzhao, "What do you think the spirit realm would be like?" Chapter 79. Leaving the sect for training, Qinghe had merely asked in passing, as Jinzhao was still in the foundation establishment stage and could not possibly fathom matters so distant. Yet, Jinzhao responded earnestly. The spirit realm and Xiaoshuan realm are not drastically different, only that the spiritual energy is far more abundant, and there are many more geniuses. It is common to find individuals who establish their foundations at 10 years old and form their cores by 15. They are born into the spirit realm and truly possess exceptional advantages. For instance, my Tianhua spiritual route is unparalleled in Xiuquan realm, but in the spirit realm, there may not be just one or two like it. Jinzhao tilted her head, looking at Qinghe. Master, you should hasten to ascend and see for yourself the scenery of the spirit realm. Her imaginings were based solely on descriptions, and the true vistas of the spirit realm could only be comprehended through first-hand experience. Qinghe rose, lightly brushing her dress. If I were to ascend, Sangshan Peak and Wenling Peak would no longer have any transformation stage practitioners. Master appears to be rather astute, understanding everything. Jinzhao could not help but mutter under her breath, standing up alongside her. Master, do not worry too much. The sect leader is currently in the mid-yuaning stage, and his advancement to the transformation stage should occur slightly before your ascension. Moreover, senior brother Ji Li is about to form his core, so once you ascend, we can continue to thrive in Xiuquan realm. Here, this is the Li Shui pill I refined using Jinling Xianchao. It should aid your cultivation. Qinghe accepted the pill bottle Jinzhao had handed her, a smile gradually brightening her eyes. During her recent period of seclusion, Jinzhao had not only produced the Li Shui pill, but also refined 2 pieces of golden temple tiles into a featherlight armor. She did not intend to sell it. Wearing it would provide some protection against harm. The quantity of Shodan was quite substantial. This morning, only half had been refined, and the remaining portion was intended for exchange for some spiritual stones. The matter of embarking on an adventure was gradually taking shape. It would not be in Shaozhou, but rather in the colder region of Hanzhou. However, the journey to Hanzhou would pass through Shaozhou. This morning, she thought to herself that she was merely inquiring about Jin Shaobao, and there was no need to linger, rendering the distinction between Shaozhou and Hanzhou inconsequential. When forming teams, individuals naturally gravitate towards those they are familiar with. Yet, prior to this, several disciples from various sects had already formed their own teams for their journeys, leaving behind a group of unfamiliar faces. Each stood apart, acknowledging no one. The female cultivator clad in blue, named Lan Yu, appeared to be in her mid-20s, exuding a hint of heroism. Her earlier silence was not due to arrogance. Rather, no one had initiated conversation with her, and she had no intention of approaching others. It seemed she overheard them discussing her, as the veiled female cultivator approached, saying, Shiji, once we reach Hanzhou, you may leave me behind. I will not trouble you. Her eyes sparkled with brightness, her slightly elongated eyebrows framing a calm demeanor, suggesting she was not one to stir up trouble. Lan Yu merely acknowledged with a sound, offering no further response. They were headed to Hanzhou anyway, and taking an extra person along would only earn them a favor from Elder Shur, which was hardly a burden. This morning overheard a male cultivator with a sword on his back, calling out to Air. Shouldn't we choose a team leader? Asked a cultivator clad in dark blue, leaning against a large tree while chewing on licorice. Beside him stood a pale-skinned, reticent youth who appeared somewhat gloomy. He opened his mouth and casually remarked, whatever, just don't choose me. He preferred to wield his sword without the need for strategizing. This morning observed the group and found Lan Yu to be the most sensible among them, instinctively gravitating towards her. Lan Yu, recalling that this morning had arrived late, introduced the others. The one with the large sword is named Jiang Lin, the one suggesting to select a leader is Hua Qi, and the other is Zuotong. Don't be fooled by his silence. He possesses the highest cultivation among us, and he is also the youngest, excluding you, of course. Few can be found with a foundation at such a young age. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Lan Yu, with a character for Jade, she added. This is Jinzhao. Lan Yu continued, we are all familiar with you. When Hua Qi saw that Zuotong was not inclined to take on the leadership role, he was about to volunteer himself when a voice rang out. Since Jinzhao is the youngest, let her be the team leader. Looking towards the source of the voice, it was Lan Yu speaking. Zuotong coldly replied, I have no objections. Jiang Lin and Rin Air approached in unison, with Jiang Lin stating, I have no opinion either. Hua Qi forced a smile, and since everyone seemed to agree, he said, Jinzhao, this time the adventure is on you. Jinzhao accepted the responsibility with a bright smile. Having prepared for the trip to Hanzhou, Jinzhao pulled out a map and began to explain her planned route to the others. We are currently at this position, she indicated on the map. There are 3 routes to Hanzhou, which I have marked in 3 different colors. The black route is a waterway that passes through the treacherous Baigutan. I do not recommend taking this path. The blue line leads through major towns and cities, relatively safe, but significantly longer, detouring for over 1,000 miles. Seeing her thorough preparation and organized speech, any prejudices regarding her youth dissipated. Even Hua Qi had to concede that she had indeed performed better than himself. At least he had not even contemplated the routes. So the final red line is our route for this journey? Lan Yu inquired, observing the scarlet line meticulously traced on the map. Jinzhao folded the map and nodded, affirming, indeed. Hua Qi noted the marked point on the map, stating, this line passes through Shaozhou, where we could take a moment to rest and also see the renowned flora of Shaozhou. Ren Er, who had remained quiet and inconspicuous, seemed to embody her own words about not wanting to inconvenience anyone, as she had not spoken during their discussions of the route. Jiang Lin, sensing her silence, asked with concern, Er, are you feeling unwell? Ren Er smiled beneath her veil, responding, no, just a bit homesick. I see. Jiang Lin replied, feeling that 3 words were too dismissive. He racked his brain and added a comforting remark. Once you reach Hangzhou, it will be better. Ren Er nodded, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. She merely wished to see her brother and know he was well. Ren Shimmy, someone called from behind her. Ren Er turned to see Jinzhao, who was holding Dabai, smiling curiously and asking, are you from Hangzhou? Ren Er softly affirmed, indeed. I grew up in Hangzhou. Are you interested in Hangzhou, Shiji? Jinzhao inquired, as Dabai squirmed in her arms, stretching out its paws, looking as if it had just awoken. Ren Er complimented, your spirit pet is quite adorable. However, we are heading to Hangzhou on a mission, and I have never been there before, so I merely wish to gather more information, Jinzhao explained. As she spoke of her homeland, Ren Er became more animated, saying, Hangzhou is not affluent. The people are impoverished, and it gets exceedingly cold in winter. Every year, people freeze to death by the roadside. I suppose you cannot imagine that scene, Shiji. Yet, I still hold a fondness for Hangzhou, for in those times my brother and I shared everything, huddled around a barely burning fire, talking until dawn. Later, when heavy snow fell in Hangzhou, the people became displaced. She and her brother traveled southward, nearly starving. And upon hearing that Mingxin Zong was recruiting disciples, they decided to try their luck. If they could embark on the path of cultivation, they would no longer suffer from hunger or cold. Perhaps heaven had taken pity on them, for both possessed spiritual roots. Her brother had 4, while she had 3, slightly better. In theory, her 3 spiritual roots should have allowed her entry into the outer sect, but at that time, there was a shortage of labor disciples. So she was inadvertently assigned to the labor division. Labor disciples had very little time to cultivate, but her 3 spiritual roots were not too poor, and later she ascended to the outer sect. However, she wasted too much cultivation time as a labor disciple and barely reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Subsequently, when her brother mysteriously left the sect, she worked tirelessly, undertaking sect missions while also finding time to assist the elder at the Daoyao Peak with the spiritual fields. Perhaps her sincerity moved Elder Shi Minqing, who then took her as a named disciple at Daoyao Peak, for which she ascended to intersect status. Jinzhao did not disclose to Ren Er that she had witnessed many such scenes before. She merely stated, before I started cultivating, winter was the season I despised most. The winters were unbearably cold. Jinzhao recalled a line of poetry. The quilt is cold as iron after many years. A winter quilt felt as though it had been soaked in icy water, making it impossible to warm up no matter how one tried to sleep. Due to the long journey to Hangzhou, Jinzhao had specifically brought her flying spirit vessel. While not as large as the sects, it was more than sufficient to accommodate 6 individuals. From the window, she observed Ren Er outside, conversing with Jiang Lin. Ren Er looked up at the stars in the night sky, her voice soft. No one has asked me to exert myself. What is there to tire me? I am content to sit here for a while. Jiang Lin did not press her further, focusing intently on the road ahead. Suddenly, he spotted numerous mountain pillars emerging in the open ahead. Jiang Lin panicked for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, steering the spirit vessel upward. The turbulence of the vessel caused the others inside to emerge to assess the situation. What is happening? Lan Yu inquired, just as a resounding explosion erupted, illuminating the surroundings with blinding white light, accompanied by a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. Dabai howled, Jinzhao, your spirit vessel has been destroyed again. Jinzhao steadfastly protected the head of Dabai, as shards of the spirit vessel grazed across the back of her hand, leaving deep wounds. She hurriedly summoned her spiritual energy to conjure a protective shield, yet was still shaken by the immense turbulence, causing her internal organs to jolt as she plummeted from the sky. After a considerable time, Jinzhao struggled to rise, sitting on the ground while rubbing her head. She observed the scattered fragments of the spirit vessel around her, still emitting flames. Raising her painfully sore arm, she released a gust of air to extinguish the fire. First, I need to locate everyone, Jinzhao murmured to herself, using her Qi Tian staff as a cane, and reminded Dabai, you must walk on your own now. Stay close and don't wander off. Dabai, evidently frightened, took a few steps before replying. How could I possibly get lost? I'm quite smart. Dabai, can you smell the presence of others? Beasts are far more sensitive to scents than humans, aren't they? Dabai replied, I'm a tiger. Jinzhao chuckled softly, amused by her response. It seemed she was aware of her identity as the king of the forest, yet when danger arose, it was always Dabai who fled first. Never mind, I want to rely on you, Jinzhao thought as she flipped her wrist, revealing a transparent lamp in her palm. This was crafted from the horn of an ice flame rhinoceros, roughly shaped into a lamp, still requiring a few more materials to transform into a complete Quanxi lamp. But it would suffice for now. Jinzhao raised the lamp to illuminate her path, calling out the names of her companions. Shiji Lanyu, Xixiangjiang, Huaqi, Zuotong, Run are you there? Dabai, skeptical of this method, kept her round eyes alert, wary of the dark surroundings. In this dim, deep forest, there could be demon beasts lurking. The crisp sound of a branch snapping made Dabai's ears droop as she stepped on Jinzhao's shoe, sensing movement. You should check if something is following us, she urged Jinzhao. A noise seemed to emit from above. Suddenly, something fell from above with a thud. Jinzhao and Dabai stepped back a few paces to avoid being crushed. Upon realizing the fallen figure was a person, Jinzhao's eyes widened in surprise as she rushed over to turn him over. It was Zuotong. Although she knew he wouldn't easily succumb to death from such a fall, she still checked for his breath and sighed in relief. He was alive. After briefly assessing his injuries, she fed him a healing pill, wondering where the others had ended up. Before long, Zuotong regained consciousness, startled to find himself surrounded by a girl and a tiger, awkwardly expressing his gratitude. Jinzhao waved her hand dismissively. They were all fellow disciples, after all. Lan Yu and Huaqi are in the cave ahead, Zuotong stated. He had hung on the treetops when he fell from the spirit vessel, having a wide view before losing consciousness. Jinzhao turned her head to inquire, Can you move? Zuotong grunted affirmatively. After taking the healing pill she provided, he felt a soft power enveloping his internal organs, dulling the pain from his external wounds. The forest was shrouded in dark mist, with only faint shadows flickering. Zuotong noticed that the light in Jinzhao's lamp was not a flame, but a droplet of crystal-clear water, floating within the lamp, casting a gentle glow. It should be around here, Zuotong concluded, halting as the flame of his torch flickered in the wind. Jinzhao, do you smell blood? Dabai, Sudani startled, shivered. Observing her timorous demeanor, Jinzhao smiled wryly and replied, The pit in the forest might be a trap set by hunters. It's only natural for Lan Yu and Huaqi to bleed a bit if they fell in. Zuotong agreed, saying yes. We can follow the scent of blood to find them. Dabai rolled her eyes, noting that Jinzhao's speculation was merely conjecture. Who knew if the two had indeed fallen into a trap? What if they followed the scent only to encounter something worse? Just then, Dabai spotted Jinzhao already walking off with the lamp, prompting her to hurry after her. Jinzhao, wait for me. Jinzhao slowed her pace to wait for Dabai, assuring her, Don't be so timid. We're within this circle and one T stray too far. Dabai followed closely behind, insisting anticipating danger is wise. Jinzhao ignored her, lowering the lamp to examine the ground, which was soft and covered in fallen leaves, uncertain if traps lay hidden beneath. I found them. Watch your back. Zuotong reacted swiftly, drawing his sword and unleashing his spiritual power, slicing through the mist to reveal a lurking beast. 1-2. There were at least 10 wolves with sharp fangs. Jinzhao quickly formed a binding net, and Zuotong, with keen insight, lured the wolf demons into it before leaping onto a branch. Bind. The net glowed faintly beneath the dried leaves, tightening suddenly to ensnare the 10 wolf demons. Jinzhao, this isn't good. Your net is about to break. Dabai freighted, biting Winte's skirt. The wolf's sharp claws relentlessly tore at the net, seeking escape. Jinzhao hastily reinforced the net's resilience. Suddenly, A flurry of silver needles shot through the air. Jinzhao turned to seize Wutong, using his spiritual power to pierce the binding net. A few of the most ferocious wolves let out a long howl, collapsing lifelessly. The remaining wolves, with their eerie green eyes, became increasingly agitated. Wutong, already drained of spiritual energy, paled after using the last of his power on those needles. "You rest first. I'll handle the remaining wolves," Jinzhao declared. "All right," Wutong replied coolly. To prevent inadvertently freeing the wolves while reinforcing the net, Jinzhao followed Wutong's method, channeling the Li Hua Jing technique to conjure fine golden needles that shot forth. The needles, imbued with fire spirit energy, pierced the chest of one wolf, causing it to emit a thunderous, anguished howl. I covered her ears. Within the pit, Lan Yu stirred awake, her face pale from her injuries. She was in excruciating pain, unable to move without grimacing, let alone confront demon beasts. "It has mutated," Wutong's grave voice echoed from above as Lan Yu called. "How are you up there?" Jinzhao tossed Wutong a spirit storage talisman. "Restore your energy first." She had anticipated that after eliminating the remaining wolves, the last one would devour its comrades and mutate. "I'll hold it off. You rescue Lan Yu and Hua Qi," Jinzhao instructed earnestly, handing him a pile of talismans and pills. Wutong understood the urgency and refrained from pleasantries. "I'll help you after saving them." The mutated wolf demon, now significantly stronger and more defensive, shattered the binding net in mere moments, moving with blinding speed. As it lunged, only a fleeting shadow could be seen. Jinzhao sensed the change in the winds and mist, lightly tapping her toes as she thrust her purple bamboo spear upward, striking the wolf demon's jaw. The wolf momentarily vanished into the mist. Jinzhao remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, she felt a chill near her neck. The wolf had reappeared. "Oh, woo!" Dabai cried out, the wolf displaying a flicker of caution before hesitating, only to have its abdomen pierced by a bamboo spear, blood gushing forth. Jinzhao wielded the Qi Tian staff with fluid grace, its wind rippling outward, forcing the wolf to retreat. With a swift thrust, Wutong's blade pierced from behind the wolf, using the wind patterns on his blade to strike faster with each slash, leaving multiple gashes on the wolf's back. The demon wolf exerted tremendous force, causing Wutong's left arm to go numb. He withdrew his blade and retreated, using a low tree stump for support to leap into the air, stepping onto the demon wolf's head and landing beside Jinzhao. "This is quite troublesome," he remarked. Glancing down, he found his hands filled with numerous spirit talismans. "Senior Brother Zhua, your cultivation level is the highest here. I will restrain the demon wolf while you look for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow," Jinzhao calmly stated. The demon wolf, having suffered greatly earlier, grew increasingly cautious. It circled the two, hesitating to launch an attack. Jinzhao exchanged a glance with Wutong, preparing to strike first while the demon wolf was still assessing the situation. The demon wolf stirred. Jinzhao placed a swift wind talisman on her back, acting before it. Although her speed could not match the wolf's, she could utilize external force. Channeling her spiritual energy into the Qitian staff, she gripped it tightly, and her figure suddenly vanished from sight, mirroring the disappearance of the demon wolf. "This is bad. It's going to find Lan Yu and Hua Qi." Realizing that it could enhance its strength by devouring its companions, the demon wolf identified the severely injured Lan Yu and Hua Qi as its best targets for consumption. Reacting to the demon wolf's intentions, Wutong hurled his knife, resting one hand on his waist as he drew his longsword, gathering his strength to leap forward. "Green vines, break through the earth and bind." A cool, resilient voice echoed in the shadows. Chapter 82, Mysterious Spirit Water. The green vines burrowed from the ground, wrapping around the demon wolf's limbs and forming a sturdy wooden cage suspended from the treetops. Neither Jinzhao nor Wutong dared to relax their vigilance. Even with their combined foundational cultivation, dealing with the demon wolf proved challenging, let alone the spells of Renaer, who was merely at the Qi refining stage. As expected, in the blink of an eye, an invisible blade aura erupted from within the wooden cage, enveloping Renaer in a deathly aura. Her complexion turned pale, and Jinzhao swiftly tossed a defensive talisman in front of her. Simultaneously, a massive ring blade struck toward the demon wolf's neck. The ring clashed against the blade, producing a crisp sound. Are you all right?" Jiang Lin inquired, leaping to block the demon wolf. He furrowed his brow, surprised at the size of the Xuanji third-stage dark hidden wind wolf. Mutated, Zuotong succinctly replied. Hearing the name of the demon wolf, Jinzhao immediately asked, "Do you know this type of demon wolf? Do you know its weakness?" "I encountered it during a sect mission," Jianglin explained. "Its weakness lies in its ears. The dark hidden wind wolf has poor vision and relies on its ears to discern sounds and movements. As soon as it detects any movement, it can quickly discern the opponent's trajectory and evade or launch a surprise attack." The key was that they had nothing to disrupt the dark hidden wind wolf's senses. "I have a string of copper bells," Lan Yu interjected. She tossed the bells into the air, activating them with spiritual energy, and the sound spread outward. Lan Yu thought to herself, touching the soft whip at her waist, that it was best to focus on perfecting one weapon rather than dividing her attention between sword and blade. Zuotong's expression was icy as he pressed his lips together and drew his blade, exuding an aura of killing intent that rivaled that of the dark hidden wind wolf. Jianglin activated the golden patterns on his blade, and the white blade shimmered with a faint golden light. In 2 steps, he transformed into one, leaping into the air for a strike. The dark hidden wind wolf sidestepped, avoiding the sharp blade, which left deep cracks in the ground. With a loud bang, a talisman flared to life, producing an explosive sound that disoriented the dark hidden wind wolf. Zuotong moved, spinning his sword, and in a flash, severed the wolf's ears. The bells can cease now. Transitioning from blade to sword, his movements were fluid and unimpeded. Jinzhao thought Zuotong was quite suited to be an assassin. His strikes were decisive, and he spoke little, perfectly fitting the role. After losing its ears, the dark hidden wind wolf's eyes flickered, reflecting several figures as it bared its fangs and lunged at Zuotong. "We must eliminate it quickly to avoid exhausting ourselves." Zuotong and Jianglin nodded, flanking the dark hidden wind wolf, while Jinzhao redirected her spiritual energy, concentrating it at the tip of her staff for a direct assault. The dark hidden wind wolf emitted a mournful howl as its body was pierced by 4 bloody holes, a result of Zuotong's sword and blade, as well as Jinzhao's Qitian staff. The demon wolf crashed to the ground. Zuotong knelt, digging into the wolf's abdomen for the beast's core. At that moment, Huaqi awakened confused. "What happened?" Lan Yu smirked. "You woke up just in time." Huaqi found her tone somewhat irksome. He had been unconscious for so long due to the spirit boat fragment piercing his heart and excessive blood loss. The spirit boat. Huaqi's gaze shifted sharply to Jianglin, demanding, "Jianglin, how did you pilot the spirit boat? With 2 eyes, you still managed to crash into a mountain pillar? Have you lost your mind?" As he spoke, the others turned to him, awaiting an explanation. Jianglin replied, "At that moment, I was looking ahead, and there were clearly no mountain pillars, but suddenly many appeared. I thought to elevate the spirit boat to avoid the obstacles, but unexpectedly, it exploded." He later wondered if he had imagined the pillars, as the forest was peculiar, preventing them from flying high enough to investigate. He glanced at Jinzhao, his eyes filled with regret. "Jinzhao, I am sorry for destroying one of your spiritual treasures." Upon hearing this, Jinzhao caught the key information. "Are you saying that the spirit boat did not crash into the mountain pillar, but rather exploded on its own?" Although it sounded absurd, Jianglin nodded affirmatively. Could there be some restriction in the air that caused the spirit boat to explode? Huaqi speculated. "It's certainly a possibility," Lan Yu remarked, her gaze shifting to Jianglin and Renair, her expression slightly shifting. "You were closest to the explosion. Why are your injuries not as severe as ours? You don't even appear to be injured." Zuotong also noted the anomaly. Jianglin did not seem to be injured while dealing with the dark hidden wind wolf. However, he had not thought much of it at the time. Jianglin explained, "Renair and I fell beside a stone mountain where there was a small pool of clear water. After drinking from it, our injuries healed. Later, we heard the sounds of battle and came to investigate, just in time to encounter the dark hidden wind wolf ambushing Lan Yu and Huaqi." "What kind of water is so miraculous?" Huaqi asked skeptically. Lan Yu was intrigued as well. "Is there more of this spirit water? If we could obtain some, it would be more effective than healing elixirs for future injuries, and it's free. However, such a precious resource would surely attract envy." If Jianglin was unwilling to share, they could not demand to inspect his storage pouch. Lan Yu held little hope, but was surprised when Jianglin stated, "There is some." Her eyes flickered with interest as she focused on Jianglin. Beside her, Huaqi straightened up. "There is spirit water, but Renair and I cannot obtain it." After Jianglin spoke, Huaqi eagerly pressed for clarification. What do you mean by cannot obtain it? Zuotong remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Lin, awaiting further explanation. Evened up, I looked over with curiosity. Jiang Lin slowly explained, after we discovered that the water could heal injuries. We attempted to collect a bottle, but the spirit water ceased to flow. When I climbed up to take a look, I saw that the small pool of spirit water was situated in a larger stone pit, sealed by a formation. We couldn't reach the spirit water. Lan Yu understood. No wonder he had shared this information. He could not break the formation seal. Among them, only Jinzhao was proficient in formations. Jinzhao, should we go take a look at the spirit water Jiang Lin mentioned? If it truly has such miraculous effects, we want to need to purchase healing pills in the future. Besides, my injuries are not fully healed yet. Chapter 83, Breaking the Formation's Eye. Everyone's thoughts were consumed by the spirit water. They knew that failing to take a look would surely leave them restless. Jinzhao smiled, not declining the suggestion. A group of individuals proceeded towards the direction of Ling Shui, as indicated by Jiang Lin. Lan Yu lowered her voice and inquired, Jinzhao, do you think Jiang Lin's word can be trusted? We are currently a team. At least during this trial period, we should place our faith in our companions. Moreover, they are our fellow disciples, not mere casual practitioners temporarily banding together for personal gain. It would be pointless to fracture our alliance over trivial benefits. Lan Yu felt a lack of deep emotional ties with her fellow disciples. Yet Jinzhao's words struck a chord within her. She vividly recalled the exceptional cooperation displayed during their battle against the Yin Feng Lang. The synergy achieved was unattainable through solitary combat. Should another opportunity arise, she would undoubtedly wish to experience the thrill of fighting side by side. Here we are, Jiang Lin announced as he turned to face the group. Lan Yu felt a sense of embarrassment as she recalled her earlier doubts about him, her gaze evading his. However, Jiang Lin maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by her thoughts. It was understandable for her to harbor such doubts, considering the destruction of the spirit vessel and the dubious nature of the healing waters. This is a stone mountain, Huaqi remarked, spotting the dry Ling Shui pond that Jiang Lin had mentioned. The stone walls bore traces of past water flow, prompting her to look up and question, where's this healing Ling Shui you spoke of? Jinzhao and Bai scanned the towering stone mountain, which appeared endless, its summit obscured by clouds, its surface bare and devoid of vegetation. Jiang Lin pointed to a location, but in the darkness of night, Huaqi could not discern anything. It is quite elevated. One must climb to see. With that, Jiang Lin's body moved, deftly stepping on protruding rocks and leaping upward. He had previously visited this spot during the day and was well aware of where to find footholds. Come up, he beckoned. After a rustling sound, a vine descended from the mountain. Huaqi looked around and suggested, Jinzhao, you should ascend first. Among everyone, he only trusted Jinzhao and Zuotong, with the latter surely remaining behind a guard. Jinzhao, judging the location of a Ling Shui based on Jiang Lin's voice, instinctively tugged at the vine to assess its sturdiness before using it to ascend. For Jinzhao, the vine was merely a means of leverage, and she ascended with little effort. The area beneath her feet was spacious, and while Jiang Lin was still assisting others to climb up, Jinzhao had already surveyed the surroundings and confirmed the presence of an array. The faint aura of the Ling Shui emanated from beneath the formation, and in an instant, Huaqi detected it. He inhaled deeply and asked, what do you think? Can we break it? Lan Yu turned her gaze toward Jinzhao, her eyes filled with a flicker of hope. There was a complexity in her expression as Jinzhao replied, aside from Zuotong, the rest of you appear to harbor a certain degree of disappointment. It may take around 15 minutes. Lan Yu took a moment to grasp her meaning, feeling the complexity of it all. Was she misinterpreting the array? Huaqi mused that the formation was likely not as intricate as he had feared. The Lingquan would certainly be within their grasp. Divided among the 6 of them, each could still fill 3 or 4 bottles. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Although Jinzhao seemed to remain still near the spring, her mind was racing. The thoughts flowed through her mind. The mountain is the main soil, restraining the Ling Shui. As the Ling Shui is perpetually vibrant, there must be a metallic presence within the array stones. If gold serves as the array eye, the surrounding stones provide excellent concealment. Lan Yu was slightly taken aback, wondering if Jinzhao was mumbling to herself while squatting there. She had not noticed her speaking. Her thoughts were quickly diverted by the cloud of mystery enveloping them, prompting her to ask, if we find the array eye, can the formation be unraveled? Renaer observed the expressions on everyone's faces, which bore a shared, inexplicable look. They seemed unaware of it, but she perceived it clearly. It felt as though everyone knew something while she stood outside the circle of understanding. Yet, nothing had transpired moments ago. Jiang Lin, too, could not comprehend what Jinzhao was articulating, but Hua Qi appeared intrigued. Discovering the location of the golden essence within the stone mountain equated to finding the array eye. Years ago, he had perused a few texts regarding formations, and, while not adept at breaking them, he possessed foundational knowledge. Jinzhao nodded affirmatively, stating, Hua Xixiang is correct. Hua Qi felt a surge of pride and, eager to showcase his knowledge, proclaimed, Jinzhao, I will assist you in locating the array eye. According to the texts, the array eye typically resides in a few specific locations. I will search each of them. Hua Qi sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and released his spiritual awareness in search of the stone mountain's array eye. Jinzhao, unable to convey that she already had a rough idea, allowed Hua Qi to pursue his endeavor. Strange, where could it be? Hua Qi murmured, opening his eyes. Just then, a flash of golden light darted between the rocks and vanished into a crevice. The formation has activated. A glimmer of joy sparked in Jiang Lin's eyes. Lan Yu approached the spring, and the refreshing aura greeted her, causing her eyes to brighten. Indeed, this is a remarkable substance. They all retrieved their bottles to collect it. Hua Qi was the first to indulge, taking a sip of the Ling Shui, which coursed through him, steadily mending the injuries within his meridians. Before long, he felt his wounds healing significantly. Jiang Lin had not deceived them. This Ling Shui was indeed miraculous. Observing Hua Qi's elation, Lan Yu bent down to sniff the bottled Ling Shui. Taking a tentative sip, her eyes suddenly alight with realization. Perhaps only a top-tier healing pill from the Dangong could yield such effects. However, a single top-tier healing pill was valued at 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. And since joining the Mingxin Sect, she had never possessed such wealth. She decided to keep a portion of the Ling Shui for emergencies, while the remainder could be sold to exchange for a better magical artifact, ideally a spiritual tool. Jinzhao gathered some Ling Shui in her palm and offered a bit to Dabai, who seemed to relish the spirit spring, emitting satisfied, gurgling sounds. Hua Qi wiped his mouth with his sleeve, tightened the cap on his last bottle of Ling Shui, and, as he stood up, his foot suddenly wobbled, causing the bottle to fly from his grasp. At such a height, it would undoubtedly shatter upon falling. Hua Qi's face turned pale with distress, while Zuotong pulled him back just in time as a stone fell nearby. The mountain seems to be shaking. We must ascend quickly, Jiang Lin urged, as Jinzhao lifted Dabai and soared downward. Zuotong seized Hua Qi by the collar, lifting him like a chick, and carried him away from the falling rocks. Chapter 84. The Stone Giant Jiang Xixiang. The mountain is moving. Renaer thought she was imagining things, rubbing her eyes only to discover that the stone mountain was indeed shifting. She tugged at Jiang Lin's sleeve to alert him. The others gazed at the stone mountain in astonishment as it continued to grow taller. The area where they had collected the Ling Quan split in half, the stone walls cascading downwards on either side. Lan Yu exclaimed, just now, the spot where we stood was the hand of a stone giant? What then was the Ling Quan we collected? They all looked up, witnessing the stone giant bending over, with traces of water still lingering at its mouth. Ugh! Among the six, only Jinzhao and Zuotong had not consumed the Ling Quan, while Dabai tilted his head to the side, attempting to stick out his tongue, as if that might expel the water he had ingested. With a thunderous roar, the stone giant clenched its massive hand and struck down, unleashing a fierce gale that shook the ground beneath them. Who would have thought this mountain was a stone giant? It looks formidable. What should we do? Lan Yu Guestin. Suddenly, Jiang Lin shouted, look around. The vast ground erupted with numerous stone pillars, soaring into the clouds. Jiang Lin fixed his gaze on the stone giant, stating, the pillars I see resemble this. Everyone now fully believed Jiang Lin's assertions, their expressions turning grave. Zuotong was the first to draw his blade, striking at the stone giant's leg, which sparked but did not halt its advance. Lan Yu felt a heaviness in her heart. If even the strongest among them, Zuotong, was ineffective, the rest of them would be utterly helpless. The palm of the stone giant was exceedingly broad, resembling a fan. With a gentle grasp, the mountain pillar shattered, instilling fear in everyone present. Should we flee? Suggested Hua Qi. Do you think you can escape? Lan Yu rolled her eyes. The The stone giant's arm, even partially extended, appeared to be 30 zhang long. Before they could take flight, they would likely be crushed to bits. The 5 of them together still had a chance. Zuotong's sword struck the stone giant, merely tickling it, which seemed somewhat optimistic. Hua Qi could not help but feel a flicker of confidence and inquired, "What are our odds?" 1 in 100, Zuotong replied. Hua Qi's expression fell. What difference did 1 in 100 make from certain death? Seeing that Zuotong was somewhat overwhelmed, Jinzhao soared up to assist him, pressing the tip of her bamboo spear against the stone giant's belly, causing it to momentarily pause. Jiang Lin, astonished, thought, "Is junior sister Jean really this strong? Why are you still standing there? Go help them." Lan Yu bellowed. The two, as if awakening from a dream, rushed forward to impede the stone giant's advance. Muka too, use wood-based techniques. Upon Jinzhao's command, everyone understood her intent. They formed seals to cast with spells, and the ground erupted with vines that rooted themselves into the stone giant. Lan Yu's face brightened. "It's working." As the vines burrowed deeper, Jinzhao observed subtle cracks forming in the stone giant's outer rock, cautioning, "Be wary of the flying debris." Renair stood aside, a flicker of loneliness crossing her eyes. All of them were in the Foundation establishment stage. She could not intervene in this battle and could only watch. The white creature, the Bei, krautzes regen es viel, trembling visibly. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, "Dabai, go find the stone you unearthed." With a howl, Bai cautiously landed and began searching among the scattered rocks, darting behind another mountain pillar. With so many stones looking alike, which one was the one she had dug up? Just as Jinzhao finished her warning, the rock surface of the stone giant erupted violently, and the group hurried to maintain their protective barrier. "Our spiritual energy is nearly depleted. It will be difficult to keep the vines from breaking the stone giant's body," Jiang Lin remarked. "Lan Yu possesses 3 spiritual roots: gold, water, and wood. Though primarily water, she has practiced some wood techniques, so she is somewhat fine. However, Hua Qi has 3 roots: fire, earth, and metal. Wood techniques are of little use to him, and the few he knows are wholly inadequate against the stone giant." The vines at the stone giant's feet were on the verge of snapping. Lan Yu gritted her teeth, redirecting her spiritual energy to reinforce the vine's resilience, leaving deep red imprints in her palms. Zuotong cast a glance behind him, then moved his body, tying the vines to the mountain pillar. Tensing forward, he straightened his heels, gathering strength to draw his sword, and leaped to strike the stone giant's waist. Huki, Lan Yu, and Jiang Lin exchanged glances and mirrored Zuotong's actions, binding the vines to the mountain pillar, drawing back to unite against the foe. Jinzhao tossed out a spiritual talisman, its bright yellow paper seemingly alive as it adhered to the mountain pillar. The talisman glowed, and a mysterious aura enveloped the mountain's surface, resembling a grand golden formation. When the stone giant pulled back, the pillar did not topple as before, but remained steadfast, even the vines glowing faintly, significantly strengthening. Lan Yu marveled at how she achieved this, but quickly refocused on the battle. Though the stone giant was restrained, it remained impervious to blades and fire. They still needed to use the vines to cause the rocks to shatter from within. The Bai yelped, placing its paw on an unremarkable stone. Zuotong nodded, and Lan Yu reassured, "Junior sister Jean, have no worries." A flash of realization struck Hua Qi. It was because they had taken the erased stone that the stone giant was animated. "Junior sister Jean, can you locate its original position?" Hua Qi inquired. After such a prolonged battle, many rocks had fallen from the stone giant. "Yes," Jinzhao responded succinctly. As an array master, even if the original position could not stabilize the erased stone, she could modify the formation to seal the stone giant anew. Given their current situation, they had no choice but to trust Jinzhao. As the 4 restrained the stone giant, Jinzhao soared upward to seek the location for the erased stone. Suddenly, she spotted a depression, her brow arching with a smile. She had found it. The stone giant seemed to sense her presence, emitting a low growl in anger. 2 of the stone pillars suppressed by Jinzhao's talismans toppled. It raised its hand to swat Jinzhao away, but it was too late. With a flash of golden light, the stone giant appeared petrified, motionless. "Did we succeed?" Lan Yu exhaled, relaxing her tense demeanor. Zuotong sheathed his sword, subtly rubbing his numb wrist. This battle had truly invigorated their spirits. Just as everyone believed the ordeal was over, the stone giant swayed slightly. Hua Qi felt a pang of dread, but fortunately, it merely swayed without further movement. Jinzhao reinforced the formation and affixed a yellow talisman, preparing to depart when she suddenly sensed something amiss. Chapter 85. Discovering the Golden Abode, a faint yellow light flickered from the back of the stone giant's head. Jinzhao sensed its unique aura and discreetly formed a seal. The yellow light flashed and vanished into the Yingchun cave. The vegetation within the small cave flourished even more, and the cluster of Yingchun flowers cascading from the cloud peaks sprouted new shoots, gradually unfurling their petals. It is the spirit of half-earth. Jinzhao's eyes brightened, quickly masking her inner joy as she descended from the stone giant's head. The others approached, and Lan Yu inquired with concern, "Junior sister Jin, you seem to linger up there for quite a while. Is everything all right? Has the stone giant been completely sealed?" Jinzhao nodded. "Yes, it has been sealed. As long as the erase stone is not removed, it will not stir again." Of course, that was merely Jinzhao's surface explanation, without the half-earth spirit. It was merely a pile of stones. The Bai continued to paw at a stone, panting. Jinzhao approached and patted its head. "No need to lick. The stone giant is just a collection of lifeless boulders. You are not drinking water. Having delayed too long," Lan Yu urged, "we must hurry on our journey. Our primary mission is to address the demon threat in Hanzhou. The spirit vessel is destroyed. How do we proceed?" Huaqi remarked, "If we fly the entire way, it will exhaust our spiritual energy, and if we encounter danger again, we will have no strength to fight back." This was not a critique of Jiang Lin, but a statement of fact. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lin replied, "I possess a flying artifact. While it may not compare to junior sister Jin's spirit vessel, it is reasonably swift, though we will need to squeeze a bit." "A little squeeze is better than none at all." Lan Yu echoed the group sentiment. Jiang Lin hesitated no longer and produced his so-called flying artifact. The Bai's eyes widened in surprise. Jinzhao felt an inner turmoil, thinking, "This is what you call a flying artifact? Is so poorly crafted." Jiang Lin, feeling the collective gaze upon him, sheepishly scratched his head, explaining, "My spiritual stones are limited. I could only afford this." Lan Yu, Huaqi, and Zuotong understood Jiang Lin's predicament, acknowledging that they were all in similar straits. Besides, Jiang Lin had at least acquired a flying artifact, whereas they had none. Eventually, they all boarded Jiang Lin's flying artifact, a large fan. The fan expanded, barely accommodating 6 people. The rushing wind made Jinzhao's head buzz, and she had to grip the edge of the fan tightly to avoid being thrown off during a jolt. After 6 days and 5 nights of flight, they finally entered the territory of Shaozhou. Even Zuotong, who had remained unperturbed despite the earlier upheaval, felt a bit strained when Lan Yu suggested resting in Shaozhou. "We are close to Hanzhou. We could take a brief respite. We will reconvene here in 2 hours," Jinzhao, the team leader, announced. Everyone, each with their thoughts, readily agreed with Jinzhao's decision. Lan Yu decided to seek out an inn to freshen up and change her attire, and then sell the spiritual water she had on hand. Zuotong intended to seek a place to sharpen his blade, which had dulled during the encounter with the stone giant. Huaqi glanced around, knowing that Jiang Lin would surely accompany Renaer, making his presence unnecessary. His gaze shifted to the last individual, Jinzhao, but as he looked, the silhouette of the young girl had already vanished. Why does everyone seem to have pressing matters? Aren't they all newcomers to Shaozhou? Huaqi muttered, soon finding himself alone. Following the intel regarding Jinzhao Bao, Jinzhao located the Jin residence. The estate was grandly constructed, adorned with imposing stone lions that were both majestic and lifelike, a testament to the sculptor's exquisite craftsmanship. A servant sweeping the entrance noticed Jinzhao lingering and approached with his broom, inquiring, "Are you looking for someone?" Taking note of Jinzhao's appearance, the servant's demeanor shifted from casual to wary. "What business do you have with our young master?" The implication was clear. Jinzhao Bao was indeed within a mansion, and her visit was not in vain. Jinzhao smiled subtly, stating, "I come from Mingxin Zone." She refrained from disclosing her name, uncertain whether Jinzhao Bao would wish to meet her upon hearing it. However, simply mentioning Mingxin Zone would pique Jinzhao Bao's curiosity enough to seek her out, ensuring her visit would be largely successful. Upon hearing the name Mingxin Zone, the servant's eyes widened, and his attitude transformed from dismissive to respectful. "Please wait. Esteemed Xianzhong, I shall report to the young master immediately." Before long, a figure hurriedly emerged from within, leaving the servant behind. It was Jinzhao Bao. whom Jinzhao had not seen for many months. It was no wonder that cultivators sought seclusion from the mundane world, seeking enlightenment in the mountains. Jinzhao had always suspected that Zhu Man's demise was not at Jin Xiaobao's hands, and his words only reinforced her conviction. In the harsh realm of cultivation, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, lives were regarded as mere trifles. Who would truly care about the circumstances surrounding Zhu Man's death? The discipline hall merely sought to close the case, providing an explanation to the sect. Had Jinzhao been the one convicted initially, it would have sufficed. But with Lu Zhixing's emergence, they had no choice but to shift blame onto Jin Xiaobao. Confronted by Jin Xiaobao's hopeful gaze, Jinzhao shook her head. Jin Xiaobao's expression dimmed, and he cautiously asked, "Did senior sister Jinzhao come specifically to seek me out for something?" Though it was technically inappropriate for him to still address her as senior sister after his expulsion from the sect, Jinzhao was unconcerned by such formalities and did not correct him. Time was of the essence, so Jinzhao spoke directly. "I wish to investigate Zhu Man's death." Jin Xiaobao was taken aback. "You believe I am not the one who killed Zhu Man?" His eyes glistened with unshed tears, astonished that the only person who believed in his innocence was the very one with whom he had a contentious history. Jinzhao could not contain her inner thoughts, wondering why she had gone through such effort if she did not believe him. Yet seeing Jin Xiaobao's unchanged demeanor only added to her confusion. Was it possible that after losing his spiritual power, he could no longer hear his own heart's voice? Senior sister Jinzhao, seeing her lost in thought, Jin Xiaobao called her name. "Let us discuss Zhu Man's matter inside the mansion." He continued, "Since you have traveled such a distance, I would be remiss not to extend my hospitality." Reunions with old acquaintances stirred many sentiments within Jin Xiaobao. Perhaps he had underestimated Jinzhao's character in the past, as she bore no grudge against him for taking the task card. "I have limited time in Xiaozhou, so I shall only ask a few questions and will not enter the mansion," she replied. Though Jin Xiaobao felt disappointed, he understood that their paths had diverged, and he was finally awakening from the dream of cultivation. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish, senior sister. Do you know where Lu Zhixing hails from?" Jinzhao observed Jin Xiaobao's expression, noting a hint of resentment towards Lu Zhixing, who had now risen to prominence. "He is rather formidable now, and even if you asked him something, I doubt you would glean much. Do you know Lu Zhixing's current whereabouts?" Jinzhao pressed further. Initially, she believed it would be quite fortunate to learn of Lu Zhixing's origins. But Jin Xiaobao's tone indicated they had continued to be in contact after his departure from the sect. For Jinzhao, this revelation was a pleasant surprise, confirming her journey to Xiaozhou was not in vain. All evidence from that day had been provided by Lu Zhixing. It was entirely reasonable for Jinzhao to investigate him. Jin Xiaobao candidly shared, "Lu Zhixing is now the magistrate of Yangshi County in Hanzhou. If senior sister wishes to find him, simply inquire in Hanzhou." Lu Zhixing was well regarded among the people, his name known even among the youngest children in Yangshi County and Hanzhou alike. Presently, the old governor of Hanzhou was nearing retirement, making Lu Zhixing's promotion to the next governor almost a foregone conclusion. Upon hearing this news, Jin Xiaobao felt a surge of frustration, as if a legion of ants were crawling beneath his skin, robbing him of sleep. During his time in Mingxin Zone, he had leveraged his status and cultivation to dominate Lu Zhixing, compelling him to act, but now, in the secular world, he was merely a commoner, while Lu Zhixing had become an official. The age-old truth that the common man does not contend with authority rang true. Moreover, he had been punished and expelled from the sect, his cultivation lost, while Lu Zhixing still possessed his powers and, after leaving the sect, had likely advanced his training further, potentially achieving foundational stability and longevity. Jin Xiaobao hoped fervently that Jinzhao would uncover Lu Zhixing's true nature and ensure he faced the consequences he deserved. Zhu Man was not his murderer, and among those entangled in the turmoil, Lu Zhixing bore the greatest suspicion. Jinzhao was somewhat astonished. "Lu Zhixing is from Hanzhou? The place we intend to visit is indeed Hanzhou. Additionally, Renair was also from Hanzhou. What connection might exist between them? Furthermore, during her previous visit to Yun Shengdian, she had seen Renair with Lu Zhixing's nameplate. Perhaps she should keep a closer watch on Renair, she contemplated. How fortuitous, Jin Xiaobao remarked before asking, "What brings you to Hanzhou, senior sister?" "To eliminate the demon threat." Jin Xiaobao scratched his head in confusion. I haven't heard of any demon threat in Hanzhou. Senior sister, are you certain you are not mistaken about your destination? Given that Shaozhou and Hanzhou were neighboring regions, if Hanzhou were beset by demons, it would be strange for Shaozhou to remain oblivious. Jinzhao, upon reflection, recognized something amiss. As she journeyed, the populace appeared content and untroubled, entirely devoid of any fear of demonic threats. Perhaps it is merely a small locality, and the disturbances are not severe, she suggested. It was improbable they had ventured to the wrong location unless the information provided by the sect was erroneous, a possibility she deemed unlikely. However, the map supplied by the sect did not specify exact locations. They could only navigate within a general area by activating the markers on the map. By the way, after you and Zhu Shi descended the mountain, how was the case handled? Where is she now? Jinzhao inquired. Jinzhao Bao clenched his jaw in frustration. You're quite astute, senior sister. She was never a Zhu. After we entered the court, she confessed that her family name was Jia, claiming to be a widow supporting her son and in-laws after her husband passed away. And then, Jinzhao had anticipated that the Jia family was not genuinely connected to the Zhu family, so she was not overly surprised. Jinzhao Bao continued. The authorities verified her claims with her household registration, confirming her words were not false, and sentenced her to 3 years for false accusation. He paused. I used some connections to expedite matters. She is likely to languish in prison until her death. Senior sister Jinzhao, I know you wish to inquire who instigated Jia to ascend the mountain and falsely accuse you. However, once she mentioned Mingxin Zong during the court proceedings, the authorities swiftly silenced her and closed the case. They merely needed to determine the relationship between Zhu Man's mother and Jinzhao Bao. Since Jia was not a Zhu, everything fell apart, allowing them to conclude the case. When it came to matters from the mountain, even if they wished to intervene, they were powerless. Jinzhao Bao added, Senior sister, consider who within the sect might harbor grievances against you. According to Jia, it was a certain fairy from Mingxin Zong who instructed her to ascend the mountain in this manner, promising to assist her son in cultivating should she succeed. Unable to resist such temptation, Jia Shi impulsively fell into the trap. Jinzhao nodded this morning, indicating that she would contemplate the matter. As for her enemies, it was none other than Lin Ziyin, was it not? Could it be that Zhu Man's demise and Jia Shi's accusation of her were truly orchestrated by Lin Ziyin? Is Jia Shi detained in Qinghe? Jinzhao inquired. Given the considerable distance from Shaozhou and the fact that Jia Shi impersonated a member of the Zhu clan, the case ought to be adjudicated in Qinghe. In the county jail of Qiu County, Jinzhao, Jinzhao Bao elaborated. Sister Jinzhao can seek out someone named Chang Shui. Jinzhao's visit proved fruitful, and as she was about to depart, she suddenly remarked, the evidence provided by Lu Zhixing does not appear to be fabricated. Your mark is on the storage pouch, and furthermore, in the consecutive days that followed, the number of Huanling bird eggs and he collected far exceeded the normal count. Lu Zhixing mentioned that Zhu Man bore 2 wounds, one from a clear injury on the bamboo, visible to all, while the other at the back of her head was rather concealed. The fact that he had not approached Zhu Man yet could accurately describe this injury suggested he had seen it prior. You must have been present then, right? Upon reflecting on the day's events, Jinzhao noted that while Jinzhao Bao claimed ignorance regarding when Lu Zhixing crafted the bamboo, he consistently denied having killed Zhu Man. But he did not refute many other claims. Listening to Jinzhao's series of deductions, beads of cold sweat formed on Jinzhao Bao's forehead. Chapter 87. The domain of Hanzhou at this juncture. Further concealment was unwarranted. Sister Jinzhao, I shall speak frankly, Jinzhao Bao resolved. I did indeed compel Zhu Man to assist me in gathering Huanling bird eggs, using your name. Sensing Jinzhao's shift in demeanor, he hastily continued. When Zhu Man discovered my true intentions, she refused to help me any longer. In a moment of anger, I struck her on the back of the head with a stone. Lu Zhixing was present, hence he knows of the wound on Zhu Man's head. Jinzhao Bao cautiously gauged Jinzhao's expression, but I swear that injury was not fatal. I did not employ spiritual power. After all, she was merely immortal. Why employ a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Jinzhao remained silent, and Jinzhao Bao's voice grew faint with unease. The injury must have been a counterfeit by Lu Zhixing. Everyone knows he is my subordinate. If he testifies against me, it would be nearly impossible for me to prove my innocence, and everyone would readily believe him. It is conceivable that he is the one who killed Zhu Man. intentionally framing me to eliminate me as a thorn in his side. Unable to contain herself, she rolled her eyes. This matter is directed at me. You're merely a scapegoat. Initially, Jia Shi had cast the blame upon her, but subsequently, someone, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, had Lu Zhixing emerge to shift the blame onto Jinzhao, hastily concluding the case. Lu Zhixing bore her no ill will, and Jinzhao could not fathom a motive for him to ensnare himself. The most likely scenario was that he played the role of a mere pawn. However, these remained her conjectures. All would be clarified once she located Lu Zhixing. Jinzhao had previously acted impulsively, but now, with a clearer mind, he began to discern some clues. If Lu Zhixing intended to frame him, it made little sense for him to go through such convoluted lengths while involving Jinzhao. Should Jia Shi successfully implicate Jinzhao in Zhu Man's death, given the grievances between the Discipline Hall and Wenling Peak, they would undoubtedly devise means to expel Jinzhao from the sect. Once this matter concluded, Lu Zhixing would no longer testify against him. It dawned on him that he had indeed been a scapegoat from the outset. Jinzhao, feeling dejected, pondered who might be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. He had offended too many individuals. Yet it was certain that this person was a common enemy of both him and Jinzhao. Eliminating Jinzhao while sparing him was a clever stratagem. Jinzhao raised his head, speaking earnestly. Sister Jinzhao, you must uncover that individual to vindicate us. Jinzhao responded nonchalantly, not seeking to exonerate Jinzhao, but rather to ascertain the truth. Jinzhao's current predicament was not worthy of sympathy. He had indeed coerced Zhu Man, and he had injured her. The evidence of his oppression of his fellow disciples within the sect was irrefutable. Moreover, Jinzhao had not led a miserable life after leaving the sect. He still lived lavishly, far better than many others. Those who cultivate the Tao should abstain from earthly grains, Hua Qi remarked after casting a glance around. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu ceased her inclination to share some of her food and turned toward Jinzhao. Sister Jinzhao, would you care for some? I occasionally partake a little. It is of no consequence, Jinzhao replied, shaking her head, lacking the appetite. Suddenly, Bai leaped forward, scampering to Lan Yu's side, tugging at her skirt and yelping. Seeking her attention, Lan Yu first inquired about Jinzhao's feelings before breaking the pastry, squatting down to fee Bai. Though she was unsure where Jinzhao's spirit beast had come from, she presumed it was merely an artifact, such as a Linglong lock. Lan Yu did not dwell on it further and thoughtfully provided Bai with a bowl of fresh water. After Bai had consumed half a package of pastries, Jiang Lin and Ren Er arrived late. Apologies for the delay, Jiang Lin spoke, yet he did not elaborate on the reason. None among them were particularly gossipy, so no one pressed for details. Jinzhao's gaze scrutinized Ren Er, and she suddenly remarked, "Why do you always wear a veil, Sister Ren?" Ren Er seemed taken aback that after so many days, Jinzhao would suddenly inquire about her veil. She paused briefly before explaining, after encountering some toxic herbs. I developed red sores and feared frightening everyone. Hence I have kept my face covered with cloth. As a disciple of the Mingxin Peak, what were mere red sores? A single pill could remedy them. Jinzhao harbored doubts about Ren Er's words, smiling slightly as she produced a pill for testing. This is a Shuang Yindan. Sister Ren might find it useful. Sure enough, she noticed a flicker of panic in Ren Er's eyes, quickly suppressed but nonetheless perceived by Jinzhao. Ren Er steadied herself and softly replied, "Thank you, Sister Jinzhao, for your kindness, but I cannot accept something without merit. My red sores are of no concern and shall heal in a couple of days." The others had grown accustomed to Jinzhao's generosity. After their fall from the spirit boat, all healing pills they had used were provided by her, so they saw nothing amiss in her offering a pill to Ren Er. Rather, Ren Er's response struck them as somewhat peculiar. Why would she not appreciate Jinzhao's thoughtful gesture? Lan Yu desired the Shuang Yindan, but given Ren Er's earlier remark about not wanting unearned rewards, she felt embarrassed to voice her wish. Jinzhao was not surprised by Ren Er's refusal of the Shuang Yindan. She had merely been testing her. It now seemed evident that the veil was a deliberate choice on Ren Er's part. Jinzhao could only surmise one possibility. Ren Er did not wish to be recognized. Have we arrived in Hangzhou? Hua Qi observed as the scenery below visibly shifted. Jinzhao produced a map, indicating that their destination lay within a nameless small village nestled in a mountain range. How shall we locate this place? La Niu lamentet. The The markers on the map only function within a certain range. She had initially thought the mountain range was modest, but having just flown over one, she glanced around, realizing the expanse stretched endlessly from east to west. Fortunately, they only needed to traverse north and south. Zuotong remained silent, content to follow the arrangements, as other matters were beyond his concern. Jinzhao scrutinized the boundary lines on the map, some of which coincided with mountains and rivers, and after some effort, discerned which county the markers fell under, pausing in surprise. What a coincidence! Chapter 88. Failed Directions, Yangshi County. The place they intended to visit was precisely under Lu Zhixing's jurisdiction. Sister Jinzhao, have you discerned something? Lan Yu inquired as she noted Jinzhao's prolonged gaze on the map. Given the significant incident with the demons, the county magistrate should not be entirely unaware. Hua Qi's eyes sparkled with delight, for it was indeed the astute Jinzhao Shimi who had conceived such an idea. With the assistance of the local county magistrate, we need not wander aimlessly like headless flies in the desolate wilderness. He had studied the map, and that village was exceedingly secluded, nestled deep within the mountains. Is it not entirely plausible to encounter a beast that has attained a degree of sentience, only to be devoured? Renair thought of the county magistrate at Yangshi, and a barely perceptible frown creased her brow. That magistrate not only occupied his position without merit, but also siphoned off the people's resources. The lamentations of the populace were widespread, and many had been uprooted from their homes. Under his stewardship, it was uncertain how Yangshi had developed. The usually taciturn Jiang Lin suddenly interjected, urging everyone to prepare for landing, advising caution and suggesting they grasp onto the bamboo fan tightly. Renair, somewhat distracted, found herself at a standstill upon arriving in Yangshi. In her recollections, the roads would become inundated with water during the rain, rendering them muddy and treacherous. Now, however, all the dirt paths had been paved with stone, and along the riverbanks, verdant weeping willows grew at intervals. Vendors hawked their wares along the streets, and children chased one another with windmills, creating a picturesque scene of simple folk enjoying their lives. Where was the evidence of any demonic threat? Jinzhao Shimi. Had we perhaps taken a wrong turn? Lan Yu could not restrain her curiosity. Hua Qi scoffed lightly, asserting that a place plagued by demons would be too remote for the ordinary folk to sense any abnormalities. By the time a monster arrived to feast upon them, the harmonious scene before them would surely be transformed. In my view, questioning the county magistrate of Yangshi would yield little of value. We should promptly set off to exorcise the demons after surveying the area. Having said this, he turned to Jinzhao for her opinion, asking, "Do you not find my reasoning sound, Jinzhao Shimi?" As they journeyed, the group gradually began to regard Jinzhao as their steadfast anchor. Hua Qi, who had initially been reluctant to relinquish the position of captain, now found himself seeking Jinzhao's counsel on every matter. Jinzhao smiled, affirming, "What Hua Xixiang says holds merit. Let's first visit the magistrate's office." Renair's heart had long since drifted elsewhere. She halted her steps and declared, upon reaching Yangshi, "I shall part ways with all of you." Apart from Jiang Lin and Jinzhao, none truly paid heed to Renair's intentions to leave, and Hua Qi felt a sense of relief at her decision. It was not that he harbored any grievances against Renair. Rather, having someone in the Qi refinement stage accompanying them was indeed a burden. Being a woman, Lan Yu's thoughts were naturally more intricate. She pondered whether Ren Shimi's hometown was indeed Yangshi. Renair nodded gently. "How fortuitous," Lan Yu remarked casually. In light of their shared affiliation, Hua Qi refrained from commenting, tacitly accepting the situation. Renair responded affirmatively and began to head in the direction of her home. The timid Dabai, fearful of death, preferred to hide within the small cave, pretending to be lifeless. Jinzhao, exasperated, wondered what danger could possibly lurk in such a small county town that Dabai was so terrified. Dabai retorted fiercely, "You have come to Yangshi to exorcise demons. Surely there must be monsters here. I will not go unless you accompany me. Otherwise, I absolutely refuse." Jinzhao mused, if she could perform the art of duplication, would I still need to rely on Dabai? Suddenly, Lan Yu smacked Hua Qi on the arm, exclaiming, "We should have asked Ren Shimi to guide us to the magistrate's office first." But Renair had already walked far ahead. Hua Qi, startled by her sudden outburst, felt his heart race. "Could you refrain from being so dramatic? It is merely a matter of asking for directions. Wait here. I shall return shortly." Lan Yu crossed her arms, observing as Hua Qi approached a small stall to converse with the vendor. The street was too noisy for her to discern their words. It is just a question of directions. Why is he taking so long? Hua Qi clenched his teeth, muttering nothing. Lan Yu frowned, puzzled by the delay. She speculated. Could it be that your stern demeanor makes you appear unapproachable, causing them to be wary? Furthermore, he carried a sword on his back, and Lan Yu had long wished for him to stow it away. Yet Hua Qi insisted that bearing a sword signified he was a swordsman, lending him an air of prestige. Not every swordsman in the world is a revered figure in the eyes of the common folk. A swordsman is often merely regarded as a pauper. Jinzhao contemplated for a moment before addressing Hua Qi. Would you mind recounting the events of your inquiry for us? Clearly, something had gone awry, for such trivial matters typically do not provoke refusal. What is there to recount? Hua Qi thought to himself, begrudgingly replying. I found the old man selling mud pills and asked him how to get to the magistrate's office. The old man, hard of hearing, required me to repeat myself twice. Get to the point, Jinzhao exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. Oh, right, Hua Qi continued. The old man asked who I was and what business I had with the magistrate. I informed him that we were cultivators from the mountains, come to Yangshi to exorcise demons. He then declared that there were no demons in Yangshi and warned me not to spread falsehoods, lest he report me and have me thrown into prison. Lan Yu could not contain her laughter, erupting into peals of mirth. Those Watong did not laugh. He could not suppress a slight smile. Hua Qi's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned away, wishing he had kept silent to avoid being ridiculed. What shall we do next? Lan Yu asked, regaining her composure. Jinzhao turned to her, inquiring, do you still have any of the pastries you purchased earlier? Huh? Lan Yu was taken aback by the sudden request for pastries. But trusting Jinzhao completely, she said nothing and retrieved the remaining half-pack from her storage bag, presenting it to Jinzhao. Here it is. Jinzhao smiled, taking the half-pack of pastries and walking aside. Hua Qi was perplexed, wondering aloud, what is Jinzhao Shimi planning to do? Zuotong replied, one cannot fathom Jinzhao Shimi's reasoning. Let's wait and see. Lan Yu watched the three individuals standing like wooden posts and felt a wave of gratitude that Jinzhao was part of their team. Without her, they would have been left in a state of confusion. Chapter 89. The county magistrate of Yangshi. Moments later, Jinzhao returned with a small boy in tow, who clutched a piece of almond cake in his hand, crumbs adorning his lips. Lan Yu immediately understood Jinzhao's intentions with the pastries. Sure enough, in the next instant, they heard the boy's voice. I ate your pastries, so I will take you to the magistrate's office. Let us hurry. The child's tone was urgent, revealing his impatient nature. You cannot expect me to pay for the almond cake just because you did not see the magistrate. After all, it is already in my stomach and cannot be returned. He insisted. All right. Lan Yu reassured him, we absolutely will not ask you for money. She felt utterly impoverished to be arguing over such a trivial amount. Now that he received confirmation, the boy felt more at ease, his steps becoming lighter as he hummed a tune, leading Jinzhao and the others through winding paths until they arrived at a large residence. There it is, the magistrate's office. The boy pointed. Can I go now? Hua Qi had taken an instant dislike to the boy, finding him excessively chatty, and he eagerly sought to distance himself from the child. With a swift motion, the boy dashed away. Zuotong raised his eyes to the sign that read County Magistrate's office and ascended the steps, knocking on the door. After a brief pause, someone lazily approached to open the door. What brings you here? Speak quickly. He yawned, his eyes barely open, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. Zuotong turned his gaze towards Jinzhao. In a clear and melodious voice, she inquired, is your county magistrate named Lu Zhixing? The man, momentarily roused from his stupor, squinted at the speaker and asked, who are you to so boldly address our Lord Lu by name? Lan Yu whispered to Hua Qi, how does Jinzhao Shimi know that the magistrate of Yangshi is named Lu Zhixing? Moreover, I feel I have heard that name somewhere before. The group, typically disinterested in the trivial matters of their sect, had been devoted to their cultivation. They knew little of the widely discussed Zhuman incident and were unaware of Lu Zhixing's involvement. Any casual remarks they had heard had gone in one ear and out the other. Thus, they could not recall the name Lu Zhixing at that moment. Hua Qi spoke directly, stating, this is our first visit to Hanzhou. Who among us has ever heard of this name? Jinzhao knows, for she must have conducted prior research. We cannot compare ourselves to her. We are all rough around the edges. Who can possess the meticulousness of Jinzhao? Indeed, Lan Yu found his reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Jinzhao ascended the stone steps and whispered a few words to the clerk. whose expression shifted subtly as he assessed the group, infusing his words with newfound respect. Please wait a moment. I will report to the county magistrate at once. Curiosity piqued within Lan Yu, and he could not restrain himself from inquiring, Jinzhao, what did you say to him? Just moments ago, he appeared so arrogant. Yet in the blink of an eye, his demeanor has transformed. The remaining three turned their gaze toward Jinzhao, who smiled and replied, I merely informed him that we are disciples of Mingxin Sect. She provided her surname, Run. Jinzhao sensed an unusual connection between Lu Zhixing and Ren Er. Hua Qi pondered, is our Mingxin Sect truly so renowned that even the inhabitants of this remote county are aware of us? At that moment, Jiang Lin suddenly recalled something and was about to speak when a young man clad in a blue robe entered from within. Lan Yu and Hua Qi instinctively focused their attention upon him. Could this be the county magistrate of Yangshi? So youthful, and yet he has already reached the 7th layer of Qi refining. Such a rate of cultivation would be commendable even within Mingxin Sect. Why would he abandon a flourishing sect to serve as a county magistrate in the mundane world? Lan Yu felt perplexed. The county magistrate appeared slightly younger than her, and certainly under 40, he would have no trouble establishing a foundation. Upon noticing Jinzhao, Lu Zhixing's gaze faltered momentarily before he discreetly averted his eyes, scanning his surroundings for something. Not spotting Ren Er filled him with disappointment, yet he felt a sense of relief. Exhaling softly, Lu Zhixing approached, warmly greeting, Jinzhao, it has been a while. Compared to his demeanor at Mingxin Sect, Lu Zhixing now seemed transformed, exuding a distinct aura. The timidity and silence he once embodied had vanished, replaced by a calm and confident smile. Had it not been for his unchanged visage, Jinzhao might have thought she had mistaken him for another. If the previous Lu Zhixing had been akin to a silent stone nestled in the mountains, the current version resembled a willow swaying in the breeze by the Yangshi River, embodying a serene composure shaped by the passage of time, yet still radiating youthful vigor. Was this the result of power nurturing individuals? Jinzhao remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Lan Yu, Hua Qi, and the others were utterly astonished by Lu Zhixing's greeting of Jinzhao, sister, exchanging bewildered glances. Lu Zhixing was a disciple of their Mingxin sect? Hua Qi, recalling the name, retracted his previous statements. At this moment, apart from Zhuotong, the others were beginning to remember this matter, feeling a tinge of regret regarding Lu Zhixing. Since she had borrowed Ren Er's name, she felt it necessary to clarify, lest Lu Zhixing assume she was fabricating stories. Jinzhao observed Lu Zhixing's expression, which remained largely unchanged, maintaining his calm smile as he invited the group into the residence. Suddenly, Jiang Lin turned around, and Lu Zhixing's brow twitched. After confirming that the clerk had moved away, he relaxed his guard and heard Jiang Lin inquire, County Magistrate Lu, you and Er are from the same hometown, and both were at Mingxin Sect. Why has Er never mentioned you? Lu Zhixing felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he appreciated that Er had listened to him, and on the other, Jiang Lin's address hinted at a closer relationship between them. It was unclear to Lu Zhixing whether he should feel happy for his sister or worried. The man before him undoubtedly possessed foundational cultivation, and his oversight would ease Er's path considerably. Yet, Er's gentle nature made her susceptible to deceit and harm. Among the few individuals she knew, only Tao Luo Yen lacked guile, making her a suitable friend for Er. As Chapter 90 unfolds, Lu Zhixing set aside his myriad thoughts, offering a plausible excuse, stating, we are merely fellow townsfolk, not particularly familiar, hence there may be little worth mentioning. Jiang Lin nodded pensively, acknowledging that Er's disposition indeed leaned towards reticence regarding others. While others might be deceived by such words, Jinzhao remained unconvinced. If they were not familiar, why would Ren Er sneak away to observe his life plate at Yinsheng Hall? She noted that Lu Zhixing's life plate appeared polished and refined, suggesting that Ren Er had likely handled it frequently. However, Jinzhao could not yet ascertain the connection between the two and resolved to inquire further when time permitted. Jinzhao, is there a particular matter you are attending to in Yangshi County? Lu Zhixing inquired, leading them into the hall and instructing the clerk to serve tea. They refrained from partaking of worldly items. Yet Hua Qi noticed that the tea Lu Zhixing ordered was infused with spiritual leaves, prompting him to take a sip. It seemed Lu Zhixing possessed considerable discernment, as he had not forgotten the customs of the mountain. Hua Qi's impression of him elevated. Given the number of people present, Jinzhao could not directly ask about Zhu Man's matter, so she produced a map and addressed the important issue. We would like your assistance in locating this area on the Yangshi map. Lu Zhixing moved behind the table to examine it, frowning slightly. There have been many versions of the Yangshi County map, and the boundaries have changed over time. This chart alone is insufficient for clarity. He straightened up, saying, "Allow me to have someone from the household department retrieve past documents and maps. Please wait a moment." "Thank you," Jinzhao replied. Lu Zhixing departed for a while, and the group began to engage in casual conversation. Of course, Hua Qi dominated the discourse, while Zhuotong occasionally interjected, having grown weary of Hua Qi's incessant chatter. Jinzhao was quite familiar with the layout of the residence. With a light leap, she ascended to the roof tiles, where the expansive view allowed her to observe Lu Zhixing's movements. She saw him traverse the lotus pond and enter a narrow door, soon disappearing from her sight. However, Lu Zhixing re-emerged shortly, followed by 3 or 4 clerks carrying a pile of texts toward the hall. It appeared that Lu Zhixing was genuinely intent on assisting them in their search for this location. Liu Dereng. Why are these esteemed immortals exerting themselves to seek such a remote place? Could it be that there is treasure to be found? One clerk, balancing books taller than his head, queried from behind the stack. Another clerk chimed in, if it were a treasure of Yangshi County, it should rightly belong to the county magistrate, not be given away to others. Lu Zhixing, rendered speechless, lowered his voice slightly, instructing, "Focus on your tasks and refrain from idle speculation. They are my former sect brothers and sisters, not strangers." As they approached the door, Jinzhao felt a twinge of curiosity about Lu Zhixing's destination. She followed closely behind, confident that her concealed aura would go unnoticed due to her foundation establishment. "Do not pursue him. There is something peculiar about him," Dabaihu warned, narrowing his eyes as if he had discovered something alarming. Jinzhao was caught off guard by Dabai's sudden intervention, watching Lu Zhixing vanish around the corner. "Why did you not mention this earlier?" she retorted. Dabai sniffed, "I only just realized." Jinzhao questioned, "What is so peculiar about Lu Zhixing? Aside from his rapid cultivation, I have noticed nothing unusual." Dabai raised his head, speaking earnestly. "I detected the presence of demonic energy. Indeed, that creature's cultivation surpasses yours. Getting too close might reveal our presence. I also sensed a pair of eyes watching us, sending chills down my spine." As he described the sensation, his fur bristled. Jinzhao crouched down, gently stroking Dabai's head while discreetly surveying their surroundings. Not far away, a corner of a tranquil purple garment slipped from a nearby window. The woman's delicate wrist resting upon the neck of the young man in blue, her breath fragrant as she remarked, "I have told you, they will not perceive anything amiss. What are you so worried about? They are merely a group of foundation cultivators and hardly worth concern." Hearing this, Lu Zhixing's expression finally shifted, his gaze conveying a warning. "Do not act recklessly." The young woman suddenly leaned in, her exquisitely beautiful face magnified in the eyes of Lu Zhixing. For a fleeting moment, his breath seemed to pause, and the woman smiled with satisfaction. She had always known that no one could resist the allure of her enchanting charm. It seems that Lu County Magistrate is not the virtuous Lu Xiong. She elongated her tone, her voice brimming with pride. Lu Zhixing maintained his composed demeanor, as anyone taken by surprise like this would experience a momentary lapse in their heartbeat. However, Aziz remained undeterred, having firmly resolved to stick to her opinions and unwilling to alter her course. Lu Zhixing cautioned her once more, advising against provoking them, assuring her that he would find a way to distract them. The matter concerning Sher Village had been handled far too recklessly on her part. Had it not been for her negligence, how could a message have been sent out, bringing people into the fray? Aziz was disinclined to heed admonitions, yet she was somewhat inclined to listen to Lu Zhixing, as he was unlike those who sought her beauty. She appreciated his intellect, particularly the poems he had penned for her. In light of this, Aziz decided to tolerate him for the time being. Nonetheless, she also enjoyed teasing Lu Zhixing. Leaning on the table, Aziz slightly pushed open the window, where a girl clad in pale yellow and her little white tiger sat on the stone steps, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. With her fox-like eyes slightly raised, her voice, as light as a feather, struck a chord in the heart. prompting one to feel a tingle. Is Lu County Magistrate so kind to his fellow disciples? She mused. Yet they seem to harbor no affection for you. Otherwise, why would you depart from the sect in such a disheveled state? Liu Zixing disregarded Aziz's insinuations, statins. The ones who once scolded me are not of the same ilk. Moreover, I am not entirely blameless. My conscience is not entirely clear. I have been away for too long. They are likely to harbor suspicions. Lu Zixing adjusted the creases of his attire, circumventing a Z as he pushed open the door and exited. Chapter 91. Parting ways. Jinzhao sat on the stone steps when footsteps approached. It was Lu Zixing returning. Dabai felt as though he had been nudged and reluctantly got up, circling around Lu Zixing. Lu Zixing, taken aback, slightly inclined his body and inquired, "What brings you here, senior sister Jinzhao? Is it too stuffy inside?" Though it was now late autumn, the air outside was undoubtedly fresher than within. Jinzhao replied, "I stepped out to get some fresh air and to wait for you." "Wait for me?" Lu Zixing was somewhat surprised. What could senior sister Jinzhao be waiting for? Dabai blocked her from approaching, as she had not seen where Lu Zixing had gone, but that location must have had a clear view of this place. After roughly determining the area, Jinzhao decided to keep the matter under wraps. Her expression calm and straightforward as she stated, "I wish to inquire about Zhu Man." Lu Zixing's face revealed no change, as if he had anticipated the question. His tone remained even as he replied, "I fear I cannot provide senior sister Jinzhao with any answers regarding this matter. You need not waste your time on me." Jinzhao had not expected Lu Zixing to divulge the truth so readily. He was a clever man, unlike Jin Xiaobao. When he left the sect, it was likely due to fears that those behind the scenes would silence him, prompting him to withdraw from the vortex voluntarily. Had it not been for this coincidence, she would not have been able to track Lu Zixing's whereabouts. Lu Zixing's reticence indicated his wariness of the forces behind the scenes, making it clear that he would not allow himself to be drawn back into this affair. But what if those behind the scenes were no longer alive? Jinzhao could leverage this situation against him, yet given Lu Zixing's nature, he might still refuse to speak. He was solitary, possessing nothing to concern himself with. No, that was incorrect. She could approach the matter by considering what transaction he had once made with that person. This angle would make things considerably easier. Upon grasping the crux of the situation, Jinzhao refrained from pressing Lu Zixing further, yet he felt an odd sense of unease. Given Jinzhao's disposition, she did not seem like someone who would easily let matters slide. Having asked about Zhu Man without receiving a reply, she surprisingly did not pursue the inquiry further. Lu Zixing found himself perplexed by the meaning behind her actions. Luder Run, Xianshi, we have located the place. It is Shi Village. A young official clad in dark attire and adorned with a green tassel approached briskly, stopping a foot away and bowing respectfully. Jinzhao politely expressed her gratitude for his efforts, and the young official, astonished by the lack of heirs from the Xianshi, akin to Luder Run, straightened up and curiously asked, "Xianshi, what do you seek in such a remote location as Shi Village?" "To eliminate demons," Jinzhao replied, observing Lu Zixing's expression. His brows knitted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. The young official gasped, "Are there demons in Shi Village? Will they come to Yangshi to create chaos?" "Xianshi, you must capture the demon." Jinzhao assured him, "We will." They had come to Hanzhou to train, specifically to quell the demonic threat, and it was essential to eradicate the demons, though it remained uncertain whether the demon from Shi Village was indeed the one troubling the Yangshi County office. If Lu Zixing were colluding with the demon, concealing the disturbance, it would explain why no one was aware of the threat. Their journey to Shi Village might indeed be in vain. Lan Yu emerged with a map and, upon seeing Lu Zixing, politely remarked, "Thank you, Lu County Magistrate. Now that we have identified the location, we shall not impose further. As the County Magistrate of Yangshi and a former disciple of Mingxin Sect, I feel ashamed for not having detected the demon threat and requiring my senior brothers and sisters to handle it," Lu Zixing said with a grimace. Hua Qi, unabashed, declared, "It is only natural not to have discovered it given the distance. Now that we are here, we shall restore peace to Yangshi." Lu Zixing personally escorted everyone out of the county office, while the young official remarked, "I wonder what manner of demon is causing the turmoil." Recalling that his superior had practiced for several years, he curiously asked, "Sir, do those demons truly feast upon human hearts and livers? If they consume the people of Shi Village, will they then come to the county to devour more?" Though Lu Zhixing had been a disciple of Mingxin Sect for several years, he had primarily encountered demonic beasts during sect missions and had yet to meet a true demon in human form. The enchanting demoness Az was the first he had encountered. It was said that she had been slain by a Yuanying true monarch 300 years prior. In truth, she had indeed suffered a blow from that Yuanying true monarch, her heart and meridians damaged, necessitating the consumption of human heart's blood to sustain herself. Lu Zhixing nonchalantly replied with an The young official, relieved, patted his chest, grateful that the Xianshi had arrived in a timely manner. After leaving the county office, Jinzhao sought out an inn. Jiang Lin, puzzled, inquired, "Senior Sister Jinzhao, we are to go to Shi village to exterminate the demon and then leave. Why stay at an inn?" Moreover, they had long ceased to need mortal currency, as their true forms were devoid of wealth. Lan Yu, holding a handful of copper coins, remained silent. Jinzhao produced a gleaming gold coin and addressed the innkeeper. 5 rooms connected. In such a remote area like Yangshi, when had anyone seen a gold coin of that magnitude? The innkeeper bit the coin to ascertain its authenticity, and upon confirming it was genuine, beamed with joy, hastily summoning the servants to escort them upstairs. "If the esteemed guests require anything, simply call for me. I am Wang Er." Wang Er, slender and in his early 20s, spoke smoothly, displaying a clever demeanor. Jinzhao did indeed intend to inquire about matters later, but not at that moment, so she smiled and sent him on his way. Gathering everyone, Jinzhao outlined her plan. "Huaqi and I will go to Shi village. Lan Yu, Jiang Lin, and Zuotong, you will stay at the inn." She could not fathom why Senior Sister Jinzhao had chosen only to bring Huaqi along. By relations, it should have been closer to her. Among the group, Jiang Lin, who spoke the least after Zuotong, could not help but voice his disagreement upon hearing Jinzhao's decision. "Lan Yu is correct. We should undertake the training together. I oppose staying at the inn." Given the matter pertained to the case files, even Zuotong, typically unperturbed, could not remain entirely indifferent. His indifferent gaze fixed upon Jinzhao, awaiting her explanation. As an inexplicably chosen fortunate individual, Huaqi felt the piercing gazes of countless eyes upon her, and nervously advised, "Indeed, Jinzhao, I believe everyone has a point. We are a team, and if we are to go, we should go together." Once everyone had expressed their grievances, Jinzhao spoke, "I do not intend to sow discord or claim sole credit. However, the situation with the demon in Yangshi is rather complex, necessitating our actions to be divided." "Divided actions?" Lan Yu frowned, repeating the phrase, "How do we divide our actions?" Huaqi's attention was drawn to the term complex. They could simply head directly to Shi village to exterminate the demon. It was a straightforward task, so how could it be complicated? Everyone awaited Jinzhao's clarification. Taking a sip of water to clear her throat, Jinzhao said earnestly, "Within Yangshi County, there exists a demon. I need everyone to remain here and monitor its movements." She was certain that the demon colluding with Lu Zhixing was aware of their whereabouts. They were in the light, while the demon lurked in the shadows, placing them in a passive stance. Shi village might merely be a diversion set by the demon, intentionally drawing them in. Even if this were bait, they could not afford to ignore it. Demon in Yangshi County? How could we not have sensed it at all? "Jinzhao, you cannot be jesting," Lan Yu remarked, though a part of her was inclined to believe it. Jinzhao knew that if she directly accused Lu Zhixing of collusion with the demon, others would dismiss it. So she spoke half-truthfully. "While I was taking a breath outside the county office, I casually wandered around and detected a faint aura of demonic energy. It's possible that the demon from Shi village has ventured into the county. Thus, she suggested that she and Huaqi investigate Shi village, while the others remain to trace the source of the demonic aura." Dubai reminded her that the demon's cultivation surpassed hers, and among them, Zuotong had the highest cultivation level, so she decided to leave him behind. If they encountered the demon, he could at least delay it for a while. The reason for taking Huaqi along was that Jinzhao had noticed his somewhat rebellious nature, making him a suitable companion to keep close. The possibility of the demon from Shi village having arrived in Yangshi was not entirely implausible. Half of the group was convinced by now when Lan Yu suddenly inquired, "Jinzhao, since you detected the demonic energy within the county office, why did you not mention it at the time?" She had waited until they had exited the county office and gathered at an inn to discuss this matter. Had they not alerted the demon, giving it a chance to escape? Wait, that didn't seem right. Lan Yu felt her mind was muddled. Something was about to be grasped but slipped away. It wasn't until Zhuotong's voice broke her reverie that she realized the truth. Zhuotong remarked suddenly, "Do you suspect Lu Zhixing is in collusion with the demon?" Huaqi immediately dismissed Zhuotong's assertion, questioning why Lu Zhixing would go through the effort of helping them find Shi Village if he were indeed colluding with the demon. What they went to Shi Village and found nothing. Jiang Lin's words left Huaqi momentarily speechless. Yet the specifics of Shi Village could only be understood by seeing it firsthand. Their journey to Shi Village was imperative. The significance of Jinzhao's suggestion to divide their actions became clear. Lu Zhixing was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement when he left the sect. With his 4 spiritual roots, it is suspicious that he has cultivated to the 7th level in such a short time. Yangshi County is not a place rich in spiritual energy. Jiang Lin, lost in thought, recalled events that transpired when they encountered the stone giant, where he felt he had heard Jinzhao's thoughts. Later, he had asked if she had sensed anything unusual, but she had looked puzzled and shook her head, leading him to assume he had misheard. In retrospect, he indeed could hear Jinzhao's thoughts. Upon a reminder, the group recognized that there was something peculiar about Lu Zhixing. Jiang Lin promptly declared, "I will stay behind. I trust Jinzhao." After Lan Yu spoke, Zhuotong nodded in agreement from behind her. Jinzhao communicated the area she had identified to Lan Yu and provided them with a bundle of communication talismans, each capable of conveying a single message. They were not difficult to create, but Jinzhao had prepared only a limited number. After distributing them to Lan Yu and the others, she retained 7 or 8 for herself, planning to craft more if needed. After Jinzhao and Huaqi departed, the 3 discussed waiting until dusk to investigate the county office. Jiang Lin voiced, Air is still in Yangshi, and I am concerned for her safety. I wish to locate her first." Lan Yu suddenly remembered her, saying, "All right, you go find Ren Shimei and Zhuotong, and I will investigate the county office." After all, she had been sent by Elder Shi and had not yet established her foundation. Encountering danger would not bode well. "Once I find her, I will rejoin you," Jiang Lin said. Meanwhile, Jinzhao and Huaqi had reached the approximate location of Shi Village. Jinzhao activated the map with her spiritual energy, causing the marked points to emit a white light that coalesced into a line, extending outward. Huaqi, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed their SA response. "It seems to be nearby." The mountain path was difficult to traverse, but for the already established Jinzhao and Huaqi, it posed no challenge. They lightly touched their toes, stepping upon the stones until they reached the point where the light faded. This was a very small village, nestled within dense woods. And as dusk fell, it became pitch black, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Only a few scattered lights flickered. Huaqi could not help but comment, "There are too few people in this village. I wonder if there are even 5 households. And living here, aren't they afraid of wild beasts attacking? It's hard to determine whether the missing individuals are the work of demons or wild animals. Let's go take a look," Jinzhao said as she stowed the map and produced a half-finished Qinghe lantern, its azure droplets lively and vibrant. The village was eerily silent, and suddenly, all lights extinguished. Huaqi glanced at the lantern in Jinzhao's hand, hesitating to speak. "Knock, knock, knock." The crisp sound of knocking echoed for a while, but there was no response from within. Yet, Huaqi distinctly heard a breath behind the door. With a resigned expression, she said, "Jinzhao." They refused to open the door. "You forgot to announce your identity," Jinzhao pointed out. "Oh, right." Huaqi turned back and knocked again. "We are disciples of Mingxin Sect, here to exterminate demons." With a sudden flicker, the oil lamp inside illuminated, and a voice, filled with skepticism, inquired, "Are you truly demon-slaying cultivators?" "Yes, we are here to exterminate demons," Huaqi replied, noting that the voice belonged to an elderly person, and she waved for Jinzhao to join her. Although Jinzhao had a slightly cunning demeanor, her harmless appearance persuaded the elderly individual to trust her. With a soft, gentle tone, the girl reiterated Huaqi's message. "Elder, my senior brother and I are indeed disciples of Mingxin Sect. After receiving a distress signal, we came to exterminate the demon. Please, open the door so we can discuss the matter of the demon." The elderly woman peered through the crack of the door, catching sight of the seemingly innocent young girl outside, and thus opened the door. "It's late, and it's not safe for a young girl to be outside," she said warmly, completely forgetting Jinzhao's true purpose. "Thank you, Elder," Jinzhao replied with a smile. Behind the door lay a small courtyard adorned with flowers and plants, alongside a stone that bore a few floating leaves, uncovered, suggesting it was not a water source for drinking. On the 4 stone steps leading to a sleeping area, 2 children, around 6 or 7 years old, peered curiously at Jinzhao and Huaqi. "Elder, is it just the 3 of you living here?" Huaqi asked, scanning the surroundings. He noticed no signs of an adult male's presence. If it were only the elderly woman and her grandchildren, it seemed quite unsafe. "How do you manage your livelihood?" Huaqi pulled out a long bench for the elderly woman to sit on, while he took a seat opposite her. Jinzhao unfolded the map on the table and inquired, "Elder, do you know who sent the distress signal? How long has the demon problem plagued your village?" Huaqi chimed in beside her. "Has anyone seen what the demon looks like?" The elderly woman squinted her eyes, holding a lantern as she scrutinized the surroundings for a considerable time before affirming, "This place is indeed our Scherzuan." Her words seemed to lack coherence, prompting Huaqi to whisper to Jinzhao, "I fear this old woman may not be quite lucid. With only 2 young ones left at home, perhaps we should inquire elsewhere." Huaqi, aware of his own advanced age, poor eyesight, and diminished hearing, felt no concern about being overheard. However, when he noticed 2 pairs of eyes fixated on him, he quickly forced a smile, realizing that the younger ones were quite perceptive. It had been over half a year since the first disappearance. The old woman's frail voice broke the silence, and Huaqi exclaimed in surprise, "Over half a year? Why do you only now send for help at Xiamen?" Jinzhao tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to lower his voice. A sense of helplessness flickered in the old woman's murky gaze. Initially, the villagers believed it was merely a case of encountering wild beasts in the mountains. "We, the people of Scherzuan, rely on hunting for our livelihood. Such occurrences are not unheard of." And then, Huaqi pressed further. The old woman sighed. Subsequently, more and more individuals vanished, causing everyone to sense the abnormality, and gradually they ceased going into the mountains. Yet those individuals simply disappeared from their homes the following day. "When did this situation begin?" Jinzhao interjected, her small face illuminated by the flickering candlelight. "Why did you not send for help earlier?" Huaqi continued to be concerned about this issue. A young boy interjected, "We did. We sent out many letters, but no one came. Your county magistrate has spent years cultivating at Xianshan. Why did you not seek his assistance?" Jinzhao's clear voice startled Huaqi, prompting him to glance at the boy. The boy appeared puzzled, turning to his grandmother for guidance. "No one has managed to leave this place," the old woman lamented. "Those who went to deliver messages also disappeared." According to the old woman, where did the rescue letters they received come from? Both Jinzhao and Huaqi pondered this point, with Jinzhao remaining composed while Huaqi's thoughts swirled in confusion. It was no wonder that Jinzhao's junior sister had remarked before their departure that the troubles in Scherzuan were not as simple as they seemed. A chorus of croaking frogs echoed from outside, resonating loudly in the night. Shortly after, there was a hurried knock at the door. "Zong Kapo, I heard that there are celestial masters in our Scherzuan. Is that true?" The old woman recognized the voice of her neighbor, Aunt Zhou. Just as she was about to rise, Jinzhao at the door said, "I'll open it." Aunt Zhou, upon seeing that a young girl had opened the door, scrutinized her with a hint of surprise, having never heard of such a charming relative of Zhonghe Po's, especially during these unusual times. However, that was not her primary concern. She bypassed Jinzhao to squeeze in, "Zhonghe Po, where's the celestial master who came to exorcise the demons? I wish to invite him to my home." Her eyelids twitched ominously throughout the day, as she felt something significant was about to happen. Having a celestial master present would offer her solace. The little girl pointed outside, indicating the sister who just opened the door is the celestial master. "Huh?" Aunt Zhou was taken aback. "Xiaohua, you mustn't deceive your Aunt Zhou. That little girl looks no older than my CUY. How could she possibly exorcise demons?" She was skeptical, convinced that Xiaohua was lying to prevent the celestial master from visiting her home. Huaqi thought to himself, was his presence truly so insignificant? After Aunt Zhou entered, she did not glance in their direction even once. "My sister is not lying. Celestial beings are immortal." She cast a pleading glance at Huaqi for affirmation. Huaqi forced a smile, pondering that, in truth, cultivators also have lifespans, albeit significantly longer than ordinary people. He was unsure if true immortality even existed. Aunt Zhou finally noticed the shadowy figure seated nearby and immediately donned a cheerful expression. "This must be the celestial master come to exorcise the demons. May I ask your name?" "Hua." Aunt Zhou moved a stool closer. Hua, Xianshi. The demons in our shirt Suin are truly abominable. You must help us rid ourselves of them and restore our peace. However, do you have any specifics on what these demons look like or where their lair is? The smile on Aunt Zhou's face faded slightly. We are but ordinary folk. When faced with demons, we flee in terror. How could we dare to observe their appearance? She added, but it is certain that the demon is a female. Why? Hearing Aunt Zhou's conviction, Huachi thought she might know something and promptly inquired. Aunt Zhou's face twisted with disdain, her voice growing cold. The missing individuals are all young and vigorous men. Does that not indicate something? Female demons tend to prey on men's vitality. It must be a fox spirit. A voice suddenly piped up from the door, startling Aunt Zhou, who nearly toppled from her chair. It's Cui. Come in and sit. The old woman warmly welcomed her. Cui shook her head. No, I want to stay with the Celestial Master sister. She can protect me. She had witnessed the Celestial Master's hand drawing in the air, causing golden light to flicker and vanish into the wooden door. This must be celestial magic. Chapter 94. Half-step golden core. Aunt Zhou remained skeptical that Jinzhao, a mere young girl, could possess any remarkable powers, even if she were Hua Xianshi's junior sister. Surely Hua Xianshi's cultivation was far superior. We do not know where the demon's lair is. Jinzhao, shall we ascend the mountain to investigate? Huachi turned to seek Jinzhao's opinion. Upon hearing their intention to leave, Aunt Zhou panicked. Celestial Master, what if the demon comes to the village while you are gone? Moreover, did you not mention that the demon only harms adult males? If that is the case, there is little to worry about, with Jinzhao's formation in place. The demon cannot enter. Aunt Zhou muttered, but it is a demon. After all, it devours people whole. Who knows if it might change its taste? Huachi disregarded her murmurs. Stepping over the threshold and discussing the formation with Jinzhao, she replied, I have already set it up. If the demon approaches, the formation will activate. Only then did Huachi notice that the small courtyard was enveloped in a faint reddish barrier, quickly blending into the night. Sister Celestial Master, can the fox spirit really not enter? Cui asked with wide eyes, filled with curiosity, regarding her insistence on calling the demon a fox spirit. No one paid much mind except Jinzhao, who remembered it vividly. She waved to Cui, asking, why do you call the demon a fox spirit? Have you seen it? Cui leaned closer to Jinzhao, whispering, she is very beautiful. My mother said that fox spirits are the most beautiful. The uncle next door was so mesmerized by her that he opened the door and followed her away. She must be a fox transformed. Sister Celestial Master, this secret is just between us. You mustn't tell anyone. If the fox spirit finds out, she will take revenge on me. My mother will scold me. And the neighbor's wife will scold me too. Oomph. They all say I am babbling nonsense out of fear of the monster, but I truly saw it. With both my eyes. Cui's tone was melancholic, her finger nearly poking her own eye as she expressed her concern. Huachi couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. Cui indeed seemed a bit unhinged. While claiming to keep a secret for fear of the fox spirit's retribution, she also loudly proclaimed her knowledge. Seemingly eager for everyone to know it was a fox spirit. Her initial exclamation about the fox spirit had truly startled him. TSK. Only Jinzhao had the patience to soothe the little girl. Jinzhao, bending slightly to listen to Cui, earnestly assured her, all right, I won't speak of it. However, Cui, do you recall any characteristics of the demon? Cui giggled, yes. She is very beautiful. My mother said fox spirits are the most beautiful. After failing to extract further information, Jinzhao decided to give Cui a folded talisman, instructing her to keep it on her person and not to lose it. Hopefully, this talisman would assist her in some way. Upon exiting, the two ascended the mountain. Huachi asked, Jinzhao, do you believe her words? In this pitch darkness, where shall we seek traces of the demon? If the demon is not in Shurtsuan, wouldn't that be a fruitless endeavor? Moreover, if we fail to capture the demon, Encho might not let us leave. Suddenly halting, Jinzhao cast a vigilant glance around, pondering if she had made a discovery. No, I simply wished to draw a talisman. Among the legacies she had received, there existed a talisman for seeking demons, capable of sensing demonic energy. It is a technique she had never employed before, yet it had just occurred to her. Perhaps it was worth a try. Huachi held up a lantern for her. Within its transparent walls, a droplet of water emitted a soft glow. A long-held curiosity surged anew. Jinzhao, what is this droplet within your lantern? It even changes shape continuously. Huaqi realized it was likely something Jinzhao had obtained during their recent venture into the Tong Yuan's secret realm. And the lantern itself must be crafted from rhinoceros horn, correct? The opportunity to enter the Tong Yuan's secret realm was limited, and when he had not received a spot, he had felt a twinge of resentment. However, upon learning that half of those who entered had perished, he felt a wave of relief, grateful that he had not gone. Opportunities that promise a meteoric rise are seldom easily attained. In the depths of night, a flash of green talisman light flickered, and Huaqi understood that Jinzhao had successfully completed the seeking demon talisman. The bright yellow talisman paper appeared as if draped in emerald garments, floating in midair before transforming into a streak of light, racing toward the depths of the mountains like a drifting reed. Is it done? Huaqi asked, momentarily taken aback by the sudden movement. Jinzhao nodded, urging him to follow swiftly. There is undoubtedly a demon lurking in the stone village, likely a creature from Yangshi County's magistrate or a pawn of Lu Zhixing. However, Lu Zhixing would never anticipate that Bai had uncovered the demon within the magistrate's precinct. If not for this, they might have truly been deceived into leaving. Jinzhao and Huaqi mobilized their spiritual energy, tracing the path of the seeking demon talisman until they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Surrounding the cave were numerous verdant bamboos. Huaqi unsheathed his sword, his gaze fixed intently on the cave's mouth as he cautiously approached. Just as he parted the hanging green vines with his sword, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A surge of demonic mist rushed toward him, obscuring his vision. A hand grasped him, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Huaqi Xiang, be careful. Suddenly, a flame leaped up, illuminating the mist, and Huaqi glimpsed Jinzhao's figure. The demon they faced appeared to possess the cultivation of half a golden core. Jinzhao felt a flutter of anxiety in her brow, recognizing the challenge ahead. If the demons forced into servitude were all at the half-golden core level, how formidable must a creature from Yangshi County be? Huaqi's expression shifted upon hearing this. Half a golden core? We should summon Zhuotong and the others immediately. Meanwhile, in Yangshi County, Zhuotong and Lan Yu were preoccupied with their own concerns. Following the information provided by Jinzhao, they had located a certain room. Lan Yu accidentally knocked over a vase, but deftly caught it before it hit the ground. However, a wave of demonic energy escaped, fleeing toward the outskirts of the county. Zhuotong and Lan Yu immediately pursued, and before a muddy swamp, the demon came to a halt. Do we have a chance to slay it? At half a golden core? Lan Yu inquired, her brows furrowed. 60%, Zhuotong replied tersely, his figure darting forward, his blade gleaming brightly as it sliced through the night sky. Lan Yu pondered whether the 60% referred solely to Zhuotong's abilities or included her own. In the distance, Lu Zhixing lurked in the shadows, his voice grave. Did I not say they should be allowed to leave Yangshi safely? Rest assured, as Z chuckled, the demons I release are all injured. At most, they will engage in a standoff. They will not truly take any lives. Moreover, we have the esteemed Lu County Magistrate, who will lend a hand when they are at their wits' end, naturally clearing any suspicion. Chapter 95. Demons in Yangshi Jin. Zhao Shiji is too clever. The demon in Stone Village cannot obstruct her. The communication talisman has not responded. Huaqi's urgent voice echoed from the ravine. He activated the spiritual talisman, but the symbols were eroded by the demonic mist, their brilliance extinguished in silence. The talisman in his hand felt damp, as if saturated with water, clearly rendered useless. Huaqi felt a wave of despair wash over him. Suddenly, a scent of blood permeated the air. Jinzhao Shiji, are you injured? Not me. It is the demon. Jinzhao's voice resonated from nearby. This demon bears old wounds. Jinzhao narrowed her eyes, observing the movements in the shadows, and launched 3 ice needle talismans that flew forth. Clang! The ice needles collided, producing a crisp sound that drowned out the chirping of insects in the forest. Huaqi Xiang, strike from the left rear, Jinzhao urged. Huaqi acted faster than his thoughts, tossing his sword backward. The demon emitted a hiss as it dodged. Yet its waist was caught by a cold purple bamboo, reopening old wounds and causing blood to surge forth once more. Unable to see clearly, Huaqi relied solely on sound, noticing that Jinzhao seemed to have seized the demon. As the fire talisman ignited, the demon's true form was revealed. This bamboo rat spirit, half human and half demon, had a face as lovely as peach blossoms but marred by a sinister crimson glow in its eyes. While it could rival a fox demon in beauty, its arms were covered in coarse fur, with long, menacing nails. Though possessing intelligence, it lacked wisdom. Jinzhao formed a hand seal, sending a cascade of fiery feathers down, poised to engulf the bamboo rat spirit. Suddenly, she withdrew her spell. Jinzhao Shiji, you wouldn't hesitate to strike, would you? Hua Qi spoke earnestly. Slaying demons and eradicating monsters is our duty. The path of cultivation is fraught with cruelty. A moment of weakness can lead to one's own demise. Hua Qi Xiang, Jinzhao interrupted, I am not soft-hearted. However, beneath the fiery feathers, the demon would be incinerated, and we would have no way to explain to the people of Stone Village. If they do not see the demon's corpse, they will not believe that it has been vanquished. What? Hua Qi was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Jinzhao gather a sphere of spiritual energy in her palm, decisively striking the demon and shattering its heart. The bamboo rat spirit's eyes widened, its head tilted, collapsing onto the stone, blood spreading beneath it and staining the ground crimson. Hua Qi remained silent, realizing he had been overly apprehensive. The demon was dead. They should investigate its lair for any clues. Hua Qi was puzzled. What further clues could Jinzhao be seeking? Nevertheless, the demon's cave might indeed harbor treasures worth exploring. Jinzhao's figure slipped into the green vines, and Hua Qi hurriedly followed. The entrance of the cave was somewhat narrow. Jinzhao's petite form easily slipped through, but Hua Qi struggled, his arms squeezed tightly. And after considerable effort, he finally managed to enter. Inside was a hidden paradise, spacious enough for Hua Qi to stand upright without constraint. The first thing that caught his eye was a stone bed covered in animal skins, making the cold stone appear soft. What a strong scent of blood. Hua Qi covered his nose, his brow furrowed tightly. Jinzhao swept past a stone door, revealing a blood pool surrounded by white bones and tattered rags hanging askew. It became evident that the demon plague in Stone Village had been caused by this bamboo rat spirit. Hua Qi rummaged through the cave, finding nothing but a few century-old spiritual plants and no treasures whatsoever. Seeing Jinzhao enter the stone door, he followed, only to be confronted with the scene that led him to a conclusion. Jinzhao surveyed her surroundings and, finding nothing amiss, inquired of Dabai within the small cave. Is the demonic energy here similar to that in the magistrate's residence? Dabai suddenly appeared, shaking its head. However, if Lu Zhixing is colluding with the demon, the magistrate's precinct, with its multitude of people, would not be the ideal place to conceal secrets. It should be within Lu Zhixing's residence. But if the demon is following Lu Zhixing, she would be discovered if she approached. It would be best for her to accompany Zuotong to investigate Lu Zhixing's estate. They could wait until Lu Zhixing departs for the magistrate's office before sneaking into his home. Having made up her mind, Jinzhao felt a sense of calm wash over her. On their way back, a message arrived via the communication talisman, consisting of a mere 4 words. Yangshi has demons. Jinzhao and Hua Qi's expressions shifted, and they dared not delay any longer. Hua Qi knocked on door after door, announcing everyone, the demon from Stone Village has been eradicated. Please come out to witness. My Shiji and I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave quickly. The demon's corpse is at the village entrance. Upon hearing Hua Qi's voice, the residents, many of whom had barely slept, quickly donned their clothing and emerged. Has the demon truly been vanquished so swiftly? The master of the celestial arts is truly remarkable. Let us proceed to the village entrance for a glimpse. At last, our Shurtsuan can restore its tranquility. It appears to be a bamboo rat that has attained sentience. No wonder my sweet potatoes have been mysteriously disappearing. What is that bag beside it? Could it possibly contain the remains of demon? Someone discovered the bag left behind by Hua Qi, and upon a closer inspection, their face turned pale as they stammered. It is their bones. The cacophony of voices faded into the distance as Jinzhao and Hua Qi left Shurtsuan behind, which gradually shrank into a mere speck and vanished from sight. There was no sign of a struggle within the county. Could it be that the news was erroneous? Hua Qi could not suppress her doubts. Jinzhao inquired, are our companions inside the inn? Although this was unrelated to their inn, the disappearance of a guest who had paid could certainly attract the attention of the authorities, potentially impacting their business. Wang Er's complexion had begun to pale, and he appeared increasingly distressed. Both Hua Qi and Jinzhao understood that they had been ensnared by a demon. But the lack of movement from Yang, she raised the question of whether she had left the county. Chapter 96. A night exploration of the mansion. Which direction is the residence of the county magistrate Liu? Jinzhao asked. Wang Er's scalp prickled, and he implored. I beg you, esteemed guests, do not report this to the authorities. At least wait until dawn. I will forego sleep tonight and accompany you to search for your companions. I am certain we will find them. I can tell from your accents that you are not locals. Since Magistrate Liu's appointment, there have been no fatalities in Yangshi. Your companions are surely safe. Wang Er's voice faltered as he gazed at the gold coins he had received, momentarily taken aback. If you do not report this to the authorities and lead us to Magistrate Liu's residence, this gold coin is yours. Jinzhao, well aware of the adage that money can move mountains, offered the intricately crafted coin as a bribe. Qinghe could not help but admire the gleaming gold coin and soon realized that as a cultivator, she should no longer covet the material riches of the mortal realm. However, her junior sister Jinzhao was indeed quite affluent. Such a substantial coin was given away so readily. Wang Er cautiously tucked the coin away and asked, You truly won't report this? No. Even if they were to report it, he would still need to guide them. With this coin, he would not have to worry for the rest of his life. If the inn's business faltered, it would be of no concern to him. Having come to this realization, Wang Er decisively stated, Esteemed guests, please follow me. The path was somewhat dim, and Wang Er held a lantern to illuminate the way, attentively guiding Jinzhao and Qinghe as they walked. Both were cultivators, and after establishing their foundation, their vision surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Under the moonlight, they could see the terrain as clearly as in daylight, discerning where the ground was uneven or pitted. Does Magistrate Liu have any relatives? Jinzhao inquired casually. Perhaps they perished during the famine. Wang Er replied with a hint of melancholy. Many lives were lost during that year of drought in Hangzhou. My entire family perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. Thankfully, with Magistrate Liu's arrival, the lives of the people in Hangzhou are gradually improving. Qinghe also felt a pang of sympathy, realizing the tragic background of Liu Zhixing. With a 4-element root, one would require extraordinary fortune to establish a foundation. Otherwise, they would squander half their life in the process. The reason single-element roots cultivate quickly is that they only need to absorb a singular form of spiritual energy, condensing it into spiritual power. In contrast, mixed-element roots cannot discern the types of spiritual energy, necessitating a selection process which is already laborious. Afterward, they must compress each type individually. For someone like Liu Zhixing, possessing 4 elemental roots, he would need to condense 4 types of spiritual energy to accumulate a cup's worth of spiritual power. What is the name of Liu Zhixing's sister? Jinzhao pondered aloud. Without much hesitation, Wang Er recalled Liu Zhili, Magistrate Liu's sister. Their father was a scholar in our Hangzhou, highly cultured, and he named his children in a manner that stood out from ordinary folk. Thus, I remember it distinctly. As Wang Er spoke, he led Jinzhao and Qinghe to their destination, which was the back entrance. If you circle around the wall, you will reach the main entrance. Jinzhao posed one final question. In Yangshi, there is a girl named Run Er. Do you know where she resides? Wang Er displayed a look of confusion. I grew up in Yangshi and have never heard of anyone by that name. Perhaps you're mistaken? No. Ren Shimi claimed she was from Yangshi. Qinghe recalled vividly. Wang Er appeared uncertain. Perhaps in the chaos of the famine, she was lost. I do not recognize her. If you're not in haste, I can go inquire on your behalf. Having received Jinzhao's coin, Wang Er felt a pang of conscience over merely guiding them, and thus he offered his assistance. Jinzhao's previously vague thoughts began to crystallize. Ren Liu Zhili. If this were the case, it would elucidate why Ren would secretly visit Yunshengdian to view Liu Zhixing's fate plaque. The key piece had been found. Jinzhao lifted the corners of her lips, revealing a faint smile. Qinghe gazed up at the towering wall. Are we to scale it? Though unsure of the reason for their presence or the purpose of investigating Liu Zhixing's residence, Qinghe decided to abandon his thoughts and simply follow instructions. He understood the joy of compliance. Jinzhao, I do not sense any demonic presence emanating from the county office. It should be safe. Dubai remained nestled within the welcoming spring cave, reluctant to emerge. The spiritual plants in the spiritual field had matured splendidly under the nurturing of Shirang and had grown tall and vibrant. Dubai understood that Jinzhao intended to utilize these for alchemy and to sell spiritual stones, so it refrained from trampling through the fields. Each time, it merely circled the edges, occasionally nibbling on floating lotus flowers to assist with irrigation. It discovered that the welcoming spring cave was indeed a splendid place, devoid of danger. Jinzhao released her spiritual sense and was astonished to find the mansion utterly deserted. Where could Lu Zhixing have gone? Let's investigate. Since Lu Zhixing was absent, it presented an opportune moment for exploration, and without hesitation, Jinzhao scaled the wall. With a loud clang, Jinzhao turned to the source of the sound, where Hua Qi sheepishly smiled. The hilt of his sword had struck the wall. Under Jinzhao's scrutinizing gaze, Hua Qi formed a hand sign to reduce the sword size and secured it at his waist, assuring himself that this would prevent further noise. Hua Xixiang should have put away his sword long ago. Thank goodness Lan Yu has a good temper. He has only ever grumbled about him verbally. Hua Qi paused, for this was not the first time he had heard Jinzhao's inner thoughts. Was it possible that she was employing a form of sound transmission technique? However, using such a technique for mere 2 sentences of grumbling seemed excessive. Moreover, he recalled that sound transmission techniques were notoriously difficult to master. Even the Yuaning elders in their sect could only manage it with great effort. Was Jinzhao truly so exceptionally gifted? The layout of Lu Zhixing's residence was simple, and Jinzhao, adhering to the wall, discovered his study. She casually leafed through a book filled with numerous annotations, prompting Hua Qi to click his tongue in astonishment. Is Lu Zhixing preparing for the imperial examination? Yet that did not make sense, for he was already serving as a county magistrate. The secular dynasty was accommodating towards cultivators who descended from the mountains. They could bypass the usual selection process and assume office directly. Lu Zhixing must have taken this route to become a 7th-rank official. Jinzhao scrutinized the map for an extended period, while Hua Qi's gaze shifted to it, momentarily stunned. Is he planning to cultivate the land? If this vast expanse of land were to be cultivated, Yangshi's grain production would likely increase 3-fold or 4-fold. Lu Zhixing had learned the rain summoning technique, rendering the dry weather inconsequential. This initiative might indeed be feasible. Jinzhao rifled through the other sketches on the desk, all concerning the layout of irrigation channels, indicating that Lu Zhixing had contemplated this endeavor for quite some time. Chapter 97. Exposed to the world, Hua Qi was uncertain what Jinzhao sought in Lu Zhixing's study, but seeing her reluctance to leave, he continued to explore. A slight creak startled Hua Qi, causing him to spin around abruptly, only to find a hidden passage suddenly revealed in the wall. Is this a secret chamber? Hua Qi inquired, astonished. The corridor was wide enough for 2 individuals to pass side by side. For the sake of safety, Hua Qi suggested that he should lead the way, but Jinzhao coldly rejected the idea. Hua Qi, feeling rather carefree, found himself uneasy with the notion of Jinzhao exploring ahead. He worried that she might inadvertently trigger some hidden mechanism. After walking for a while, an odd sensation began to swell within Jinzhao. The place was unnaturally clean, as if someone had recently been there. Could it be that Lu Zhixing was not in the estate, but had entered the secret passage, which explained her inability to sense his presence? Suddenly, they reached the end of the corridor. It opened up to a square stone chamber, devoid of any furnishings, leaving Hua Qi feeling somewhat disappointed. Just as he was about to utter a word, Jinzhao silenced him with a gesture, pressing her ear against the wall, much to Hua Qi's bewilderment. Brother Jiang, the situation remains unclear. We cannot hastily condemn anyone. There may be a misunderstanding. You witnessed the grand plans for the people's welfare within Lu Zhixing's study. He is a virtuous official. Hua Qi's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Jinzhao, silently questioning whether that voice belonged to Ren Shimi. How could she and Jiang Lin be here, seemingly embroiled in a dispute? The voices were somewhat intermittent, and Hua Qi mimicked Jinzhao, pressing his ear against the stone wall to listen more intently. Ren Shimi, I recognize your kind heart and integrity, but the evidence is irrefutable. These individuals stand as the best testament against Lu Zhixing, and we cannot absolve him. Regardless of the circumstances, we must first rescue these people. Phaeton fell silent, her gaze fixed on the grim scene before her, unable to articulate her thoughts. She was unsure why a secret passage lay within her brother's study, but she knew that revealing this would spell disaster for him. Yet, how could she abandon these people? Especially with Brother Jiang present, she felt utterly powerless. Noticing Ren Er's silence, Jiang Lin softened his tone. Ren Er, let us first rescue and secure these individuals. Afterwards, I will accompany you to confront Lu Zhixing for the truth you seek. He assumed Renaer was struggling to accept the dark reality behind someone she thought noble, and thus did not delve deeper in her thoughts. Even if he had, he would not have fathomed the true nature of Renaer's connection to Lu Zhixing. As the voices behind the wall faded, Hua Qi withdrew, spotting Jinzhao searching around the room. It was evident that the secret chamber held deeper mysteries. Otherwise, how could Renaer and Jianglin have reached behind the wall? Their conversation hinted at Lu Zhixing's incriminating evidence. Hua Qi recalled Jinzhao's earlier speculation about Lu Zhixing's collusion with malevolent beings, and he found himself believing it more than ever. The dark room was suffused with a chilling aura. Jinzhao reached out, pressing down on a stone brick, and suddenly, the stone wall before Hua Qi swung open. He and Jianglin exchanged a brief, awkward glance before averting their eyes. Sister Jinzhao, Brother Hua Qi, what brings you here? Renaer's heart raced upon seeing them, and her last shred of hope evaporated. If only Brother Jiang were alone, she might persuade him to downplay the situation and discreetly seek out her brother. But now, what could she do? The air in the secret chamber was heavy with dampness, a thin mist clinging to the surface of the stone bricks. Jinzhao had discerned the switch based on the imprints on the bricks. Once they stepped inside, the stone wall swiftly closed behind them, reverting to its original state. An overwhelming stench of blood and coldness assailed them. Behind the stone door lay a vast ice pool, adorned with translucent lotus flowers, each cradling blood at their centers. A human figure, bound and covered in wounds, lay lifeless on a wooden frame. In this brutal world, cultivators were as fragile as drifting reeds. And what hope did ordinary mortals have against the predations of monsters? When confronted by malevolent beings, they could only become prey. Hua Qi had encountered Lu Zhixing before, noting that his aura was untainted, adhering to the righteous path of cultivation. Thus, the blood here could not be his doing. He was aiding the malevolent entities. A surge of fury ignited within Hua Qi as he concluded that Lu Zhixing, hailing from Mingxin Sect, could never conspire with such creatures, tarnishing the sect's reputation. Jianglin's somber voice broke through Hua Qi's thoughts. He flipped his palm, and his hidden sword enlarged, severing the iron chains that bound the bloodied figure, propping him against the wall. After rescuing one person, Hua Qi encountered a dilemma. Renaer's voice was drowned out by a thunderous explosion, the transparent barrier protecting them from the surge of spiritual energy. The secret chamber erupted, sending forth blinding flames that awakened the slumbering citizens of Yangshi, who hurried outside to investigate. What has happened? I don't know. I just woke up. Look, it's on fire. Isn't that the residence of County Magistrate Lu? Don't just stand there. Hurry and douse the flames. County Magistrate Lu must not come to harm. The innkeeper, Wang Er, trembled in fear. He never imagined that the seemingly refined pair would cause the destruction of County Magistrate Lu's estate. If word got out that he had led criminals there, he would surely face the wrath of the townsfolk. Amidst the chaos, Renaer felt a surge of resentment towards Jinzhao. Sister Jinzhao, how could you have blown up someone else's residence? Jinzhao shrugged, unfazed by the reproach in Renaer's tone. If we had not done so, how would we reveal Lu Zhixing's crimes to the public? The secret chamber is concealed, and given Lu Zhixing's favorable reputation in Yangshi, the townspeople would never believe us. The evidence lies within. We cannot simply take people in to view it, so we must present the evidence outside. More importantly, Lu Zhixing has left the sect and is now part of the secular world. His actions against the common folk fall beyond their jurisdiction. They are only responsible for exterminating monsters. Only when this matter is exposed will those who should handle it come forth. Renaer understood these principles. Yet Lu Zhixing was her brother. Chapter 98. The truth revealed. The commotion in Yangshi caused the trio, who had come together to slay a half-step Jindan-level monster, to change their expressions. Lu Zhixing's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding welling up inside him. Her indecisiveness was infuriating. After all, they were merely at the foundation establishment stage. Why should Lu Zhixing hesitate? If he feared that the people from Mingxin Sect would investigate the deaths of their disciples, they could simply leave Yangshi. The world is vast, and there are countless places to call home. Aziz, upon hearing Lu Zhixing's foolish decision, rolled her crescent-shaped eyes in exasperation. Though she thought this, she followed him nonetheless, her figure flickering as she appeared atop a tall tower, providing a vantage point to observe the Lu estate without being seen. Perhaps she would extend a helping hand to Lu Zhixing when the time came. As she surveyed the ruins, she spotted a young girl in white standing unscathed amidst the rubble, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She recognized that human emotions are complex. If he left without looking back, Renaer would forever seek news of him. With the events in Yangshi now exposed, this would be the last time the siblings would see each other. Her journey was only just beginning. Renaer's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears as she stepped forward. She saw her longed-for brother shaking his head, signaling for her not to recognize him. Did the blood within the lotus flowers of the ice pool belong to them? County Magistrate Liu, they claim you're colluding with malevolent beings. I discovered something. This person does not belong to our Yangshi. His name seems to be Niu or something. His family came to Yangshi searching for him. Countless voices clamored in Lu Zhixing's mind, filled with anger, doubt, disappointment, and trust, ultimately dissolving into silence. Lan Yu and Zhuo Tong exchanged glances, bewilderment reflected in their eyes. They had just fought alongside Lu Zhixing to slay a monster. Yet now the scene in Yangshi was so dire. Hua Qi approached the two, recounting the unfolding events. And then Y fell silent, gazing at Li Zhixing with a complex expression. At that moment, Li Zhixing appeared remarkably calm, as if he were an outsider to the unfolding drama. He stated, "Everything is my doing. Li Zhixing is willing to confess and accept his fate." Suddenly, a Su Nt sword appeared in his hand, a weapon bestowed upon every disciple of Mingxin. When Li Zhixing left, he took nothing but this sword. Do not silently plead. Yet her brother did not cast a glance in this direction. Did he truly admit it so readily? Hu Q felt an absurd sense of ease, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhu Tiying, LNY, and Jiying LN regarded Li Zhixing's figure, their thoughts unknown, their faces devoid of emotion. Li Xianling, a voice cried out from the crowd. "You are a good official. You have saved my entire family. Please allow me to bow in gratitude." Li Zhixing inclined his head slightly, but in the next moment, a stone flew through the air, deflecting the sword's blade. Yotenzetao, our NR's gathered spiritual energy dissipated, astonishment filling her eyes. Why had she deflected her brother's sword? Wasn't everything before her exactly what she desired?